On a similarly deep autumn midnight, bruised and battered, Qiu Ming drove his off-road vehicle back to his residential complex, limping wearily as he ascended the stairs to his home. Upon opening the door, a musty odor mingled with the scent of smoke assaulted him. Prompting Qiu Ming to furrow his brow, he removed his shoulder bag, extracted his laptop, pressed the power button, and then opened the window. Outside, a delicate crescent moon had just emerged from the gaps between the buildings, its pale light cascading down upon him. Longing for a breath of the fresh air streaming in through the window, he exerted himself, only to feel a sharp pain in his ribs. Hastily, he lifted his shirt to reveal the unmistakable bruises marking his sides that a few hours earlier, with his laptop bag slung over his shoulder. Qiu Ming had been wandering the registration hall on the third floor of Binhai Hospital, his gaze fixated on the registration window. Like many large cities, Binhai Hospital consistently faced the challenge of scarcity of specialist appointments. This was partly due to the city's population having long surpassed 5 million, and also because a group of scalpers had long entrenched themselves within the hospital's premises. The police had previously acted against such practices multiple times, yet the scalpers had adapted, employing guerrilla tactics laying low when the pressure was high, only to resurface once the storm had passed. Over time, these scalpers had become a persistent affliction for Binhai Hospital as midnight approached. Patients who had been unable to secure appointments after days of waiting called the hotline of the Binhai Morning Post, voicing their grievances regarding the rampant scalpers. The staff member answering the hotline forwarded the information to the newsroom, where the department head, Lin Gang, reviewed the lead on his computer system. After a moment's contemplation, he began to navigate the hotline system. According to protocol, Lin Gang could either assign a reporter to investigate or discard the lead into the archive of obsolete tips, neglecting it thereafter. Reports about scalpers were received almost daily, and the presence of scalpers at Binhai Hospital was no longer newsworthy. As Lin Gang hovered his cursor over the delete key for that particular lead, an idea struck him, prompting him to halt. He called out, Su Dapeng. Su Dapeng was an internal staff member in the hotline newsroom, responsible for assessing the workload of the 30 or so reporters and handling logistical matters, with his desk located just outside his office. Upon hearing Lin Gang's summons, Su Dapeng hurried in. Lin Gang inquired, with mid-month approaching, are there any reporters who have failed to meet their basic workload? According to the newspaper's regulations, each reporter was required to fulfill a basic quota each month. Upon meeting this quota, they would receive their base salary and compensation for articles. Those who fell short would only receive the base salary and face a warning. A second consecutive warning would lead to a discussion regarding their performance, with the potential outcome being suspension or even dismissal after 2 such discussions. Su Dapeng perused his notepad without lifting his gaze. Who else could it be? It's Qiu Ming. Of course, he hasn't met his quota and will likely face another warning. Lin Gang shook his head in disbelief. It's him again. How is it that he consistently fails to meet even the basic workload? Su Dapeng smiled mysteriously and remarked, you may not be aware, but astute journalists often cultivate relationships with hotline operators. When they have valuable leads, these operators will discreetly notify their favored reporters via personal phones or WeChat. Qiu Ming, being overly honest, does not engage in such networking, consequently missing out on significant leads. You remain oblivious to the intricacies of a lead process. Moreover, Su Dapeng hesitated momentarily, casting a glance at Lin Gang with a subtle smile. Lin Gang, puzzled, looked at Su Dapeng and inquired, moreover what? Moreover, Qiu Ming has a propensity to entangle himself in news events. Although he is merely an interviewing journalist, he frequently becomes embroiled as a party involved in the news. Not only has he faced physical confrontations on several occasions, but he has also found himself at the police station to make statements. Consequently, others are reluctant to collaborate with him. Even when other journalists, overwhelmed with their own work, require assistance, they seldom call upon him. With a sigh, Lin Gang sent the lead regarding the scalper from his desk to Su Dapeng's phone, instructing, send it to Qiu Ming and remind him not to botch this. When Qiu Ming received the text message from Su Dapeng, he had just parked his vehicle in the lot beneath his building. Without a moment's hesitation, he checked his concealed recording device and sped towards Binhai Hospital. According to hospital regulations, each night at midnight, a staff member on duty would begin distributing queue numbers at the registration window. Each number not only indicated the sequence, but also bore the date and the hospital's stamp to prevent forgery. After obtaining a queue number at midnight, patients must return to the registration office by 8 in the morning to exchange it for an official specialist number, which they would then use to consult with the expert. In essence, securing the queue number at midnight equates to acquiring the specialist appointment. While Binhai Hospital typically charges 10 yuan for a specialist appointment, scalpers can inflate this price to anywhere between 200 and 500 yuan, with the appointments of several renowned senior experts reaching nearly 1,000 yuan. Around 11:30 p.m., Qiu Ming arrived at the registration hall, where dozens of patients and their families were already queuing. Through the expansive glass windows, one could see that inside the registration office, a staff member was lazily reclining in bed, engrossed in their phone, neglecting the patients waiting outside. Qiu Ming discreetly recorded the happenings in the registration hall with a hidden camera attached to his backpack, while also capturing the indifferent staff member through the glass. As the clock struck midnight, the previously drowsy patients and their families became alert, instinctively rearranging themselves in line, ensuring that no one could cut ahead. Strangely, the staff member inside the registration office remained unmoved, continuing to lounge in bed, fiddling with their phone. Restlessness began to spread among the patients and their families, with several individuals at the front of the line knocking on the window, reminding the staff that it was time to act. However, after glancing outside, the staff member simply returned to their reclining position, evidently awaiting someone. Moments later, several burly men entered the hall. Though it was already late autumn, these men donned fitted vests or t-shirts, seemingly intent on displaying their tattoos, which depicted dragons and phoenixes upon their skin. The patients and their families at the front of the queue, who had been vigorously banging on the turnstile, fell silent upon the arrival of the imposing figures. Meanwhile, a duty staff member, previously reclining on a bed, quickly sprang up and approached the window, smiling warmly at the newcomers. The burly men approached the front of the line, glaring menacingly at the patients and their families, who instinctively stepped back several meters. The rest of the queue, reluctant to allow anyone to cut in, murmured their protests in hushed tones. One of the larger men gestured toward the back of the line. Although he uttered no words, the atmosphere shifted and an immediate hush fell over the assembled crowd. The duty staff member opened the window, and a thick stack of numbered tickets was handed out. The lead man received the tickets with a sycophantic grin, casually sliding an envelope and 2 packs of cigarettes through the window in return. This entire exchange was captured by Qiu Ming's covert camera. I could see that moment. He could have left, yet he felt a surge of blood rush to his head, as if ignited by a newfound fervor. He approached the group of men. While the burly men were still engaged in casual conversation with the staff member at the window, Qiu Ming stepped forward, raising his voice to confront them. Is this how you operate? Look at those in line. Are the elderly, the sick, or impoverished individuals? How can you profit from this unscrupulous behavior? The men and the staff member were taken aback by Qiu Ming's boldness. They turned to see the frail figure before them, exchanging glances filled with confusion. The lead man remained silent, while one of his subordinates stepped in front of Qiu Ming, demanding, "Who do you think you are? What's it to you? What business is it of yours what I do? It's apparent that anyone with a conscience should intervene in your unscrupulous dealings." And I am a Qiu Ming swallowed the word reporter, displaying no hint of fear. His unwavering confidence caused the men to shift uneasily, glancing back at their leader. The lead man, sensing the shift in dynamics, approached with a feigned politeness. "Brother, it's clear you hold some standing. If you wish for a number, just speak up. There's no need for such hostility." He then offered Qiu Ming a ticket from his own stack. "Spare me the theatrics. I'm merely pointing out the immorality of your actions. Do you not realize the grave injustice you are committing? Those in need cannot access the specialist appointments, while you profit from this exploitation." He gestured toward the staff member at the window, who stared at him in shock. "Without a treacherous insider, you could not attract such external foes. You are the traitor." The lead man's demeanor darkened. "Brother, I don't care who you are. Let's discuss this civilly without all the shouting, shall we?" As someone stood up to question them, those in line, who had previously fallen silent, began to voice their agreement. "Yes, exactly. They are all in cahoots." As the situation began to spiral out of control, the leader grew increasingly anxious. "Brothers, shall we step outside to discuss this?" He reached out, attempting to put his arm around Qiu Ming's neck. only to be deftly evaded by a swift turn of Qiu Ming's head. "I have nothing to discuss with you. Just wait for tomorrow's newspaper." The burly man paused for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Are you a journalist?" "Indeed, I'm a journalist." "What of it?" "I intend to expose your gang of scalpers." At that moment, the man fully comprehended the identity of the individual before him, that he let out a hearty laugh, stepped back, and suddenly kicked Qiu Ming squarely in the chest, shouting, "I thought you were some sort of deity. Turns out you are merely a journalist. What do you think you are?" Qiu Ming was propelled backward, landing heavily on the ground, seeing their leader resort to violence. The other henchmen immediately rushed forward, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Qiu Ming. In the midst of the assault, Qiu Ming caught a glimpse of the queue, which had once been pushed back several meters by the scalpers, now reformed at the window. The people in line turned to glance at Qiu Ming, and as the henchmen finished their blows and turned to the queue, one of them bellowed, "What are you all staring at?" The crowd, previously focused on this side, promptly turned their faces in unison to the opposite side. Emboldened by the crowd's reaction, the assailants continued to rain blows upon Qiu Ming, who lay on the ground, cradling his head. "That should be enough," a voice resonated from the waiting area adjacent to the registration hall. The henchmen were taken aback and glanced over at the waiting area. Composed of several rows of benches, the waiting area housed only a middle-aged man seated alone, flanked by a bald man holding in for drip the needle connected to his own hand. "Mind your own business, you sickly wretch. Be careful, or you'll get dealt with too," one of the henchmen shouted, turning back to deliver another kick to Qiu Ming. The seated man remained silent, accepting the drip from the bald man with a nod of acknowledgement. The bald man nodded in return and approached the group of henchmen, twisting his neck vigorously as he walked, the sound of cracking joints echoing in the otherwise quiet hall. Well, looks like we have a meddler." The leader glanced at his subordinates, who understood his intent and quickly encircled the approaching bald man. Once surrounded, the bald man suddenly kicked backward, sending the henchmen behind him flying. Almost simultaneously, he thrust his head forward, colliding with the face of another henchman, who let out a cry and fell backward. Following this, the bald man squatted low, executing a sweeping kick that sent the remaining 4 or 5 henchmen crashing to the ground. In mere seconds, 5 or 6 burly men lay incapacitated on the floor. The bald man strode confidently toward the leader, who, sensing he had encountered a formidable opponent, quickly donned a smile, bowing slightly as he pleaded, Brother, let's speak amicably." Hey, brother." The bald man seized the collar of the leader with a firm grip, effortlessly lifting him off the ground. He cast a glance at the middle-aged man, receiving an intravenous drip in the waiting area. The man waved his hand, signaling to let it go. The bald man released the leader, commanding, "Distribute the number tags to everyone." The leader hastily retrieved the tags from his pocket, and several subordinates quickly scrambled to collect them, distributing them among the onlookers. Once the tags were distributed, the bald man softly uttered a single word, "Leave." The leader promptly led his subordinates away in a flustered manner. The middle-aged man, holding his bottle, leisurely approached Qiu Ming and inquired with genuine concern, "Do you need to see a doctor?" Qiu Ming stretched his body, though the areas where he had been struck ached slightly. They were merely superficial injuries and did not threaten any vital part. So he smiled and shook his head. Then, amidst the respectful gazes of the queue, the middle-aged man departed the registration hall with the bald man's company. Only at this moment did the hospital security arrive, offering a few kind words before escorting Qiu Ming downstairs. Curious, Qiu Ming asked the security officer about the middle-aged man, but the officer was unaware, merely noting that the man came to the hospital every few days for a checkup, and always appeared exceptionally kind, suggesting he was a frequent patient. Understanding the hint, Qiu Ming refrained from further inquiries. Once in the car, he promptly took out his laptop and pressed the power button, but the device remained unresponsive. When he had fallen earlier, the weight of his backpack containing the laptop had pressed heavily upon him. He clung to the hope that perhaps the battery connection had been damaged, preventing it from starting. Thus, upon returning home, he immediately connected the laptop to power and pressed the power button again. Regrettably, the laptop still showed no signs of life. After applying ointment to his swollen lip in front of the bathroom mirror, Qiu Ming dejectedly sat on the edge of his bed, allowing himself to lie down. Fatigue had dulled his mind, rendering him indifferent to the prospect of writing the next day's article. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Qiu Ming turned over and inadvertently brushed against his injuries, causing a sharp pain that jolted him awake. In his dazed state, he noticed the room seemed considerably brighter. Is it morning already? He hesitated, rubbed his eyes, and glanced at his watch, which indicated it was 3:15 in the morning. Why was the room bright when dawn had not yet arrived? He looked at the ceiling light, which was off. Following the source of illumination, he discovered that the glow emanated from his laptop screen. Could the laptop be functional? Qiu Ming sat up, but in his eagerness, he strained his bruised body, eliciting a wince. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Qiu Ming settled in front of the computer, and the content displayed on the screen instantly banished his drowsiness. The Benhai Morning Post is a daily newspaper featuring 48 full pages. Being an urban newspaper, it is only half the size of the People's Daily. The editorial system a newspaper serves as its very core. Each section is overseen by a dedicated editor, who compiles the day's articles and images onto their designated pages. Once this is accomplished, the layout is enhanced by a design editor, and, subsequently, a preview of the forthcoming printed newspaper materializes within the system. After the electronic version of the layout is finalized, it must be printed out in hard copy only upon the signature of the chief editor on each printed layout does the electronic version transform into the printed words and images that grace the newspaper. In order to maintain confidentiality and prevent unfair competition from peers. The newspaper's editorial system is generally accessible solely within the confines of the newsroom. Via the internal network, any computer located outside the newsroom is unable to access the editorial system at this moment. However, Qiu Ming finds himself gazing at a computer screen where the editorial system is not only operational but actively being used. The news department's layout, dedicated to the daily coverage of provincial and municipal leaders, primarily consists of articles vetted by the publicity department. Thus, the status of the news department's layout is typically completed. Layouts for economic news, legal news, sports news, and the supplementary section are largely finished as well, awaiting aesthetic enhancement by the design team. Only the breaking news section remains in a state of editing, displaying a chaotic assemblage of articles alongside various on-site images. At this juncture, Qiu Ming's computer seemingly possesses an authorization typically reserved for the chief editor, granting him access to any section, the ability to review any news item, and to browse any image. Each layout is bustling with on-duty editors, and the temporary dialog box at the bottom of the screen is filled with urgent communications among editors, department heads, and the on-duty chief editor. As the clock approaches 3:30 in the morning, a designated cutoff time for editorial work, editors are required to cease their activities. Prior to this time, any articles and images submitted by reporters must be meticulously sifted through, with those of newsworthy value promptly replacing existing content. However, once 3:30 strikes, the editing must come to a halt, and hard copy proofs are to be printed for review and signature by the on-duty chief editor. In any newsroom, regardless of management changes, the cutoff time remains immutable. Much like in the newsroom, the editorial system on a laptop ceases modifications at 3:30 in the morning, the previously fluttering cursor and active dialog box falling into silence. The entire electronic edition of the Benhai Morning Post is now complete. At this moment, Qiu Ming is devoid of sleepiness, staring in astonishment at his laptop. The device, having sustained damage from impact, has a deformed casing and the battery can no longer be installed. Just moments ago, it wouldn't even power on. How is it that, at this moment, it not only powers up but also accesses the newspaper's editorial system? It is important to note that the editorial system is protected by a highly advanced firewall. Breaching this firewall would trigger alerts from the newspaper's technical department. Given that the newspaper operates as a primary defense unit, any attempt to circumvent the firewall constitutes a serious criminal offense. Law enforcement would swiftly identify the intruder's IP address and mobilize for capture. How, then, does this computer manage to access the newspaper system without triggering an alarm? Qiu Ming reached for a cigarette on the table, and as he grasped it, his gaze fell upon the computer's power cable. At that moment, he realized that the power cord had likely not been properly connected and had slipped from the socket, while the computer's internal battery had also detached. This meant that the device was currently operating without any power source, A sudden chill ran down Qiu Ming's spine as he placed the cigarette between his lips, yet he did not ignite it. What transpired next filled him with dread on the computer screen. The electronic version of the Benheim Morning Post displayed the date as September 10th. Instinctively, Qiu Ming glanced at his wristwatch, which indicated the date as September 9th, with the time reading 3:25 in the early morning. Anyone who has worked in the newspaper industry knows that typically, events occurring today would only appear in tomorrow's edition. It is common knowledge that the news in a newspaper pertains to occurrences from the previous day, unless a significant breaking news event occurs, prompting the publication of an extra edition. Thus, one could never expect to see news from the current day in today's paper. If Qiu Ming's computer was indeed linked to the newspaper's editorial system, the date on the front page should reflect September 9th, indicating that the news stories would pertain to events from September 8th. Yet, the newspaper's date was unmistakably September 10th, 24 hours into the future. This implied that the content of this electronic edition consisted of events that had yet to transpire. Regaining his composure, Qiu Ming began to peruse the electronic edition within the editorial system. On the front page, a central image depicted a bridge nearing completion, with a lively celebration taking place nearby. Construction workers were neatly arranged, while a figure resembling a leader delivers speech. The headline proclaimed, "City leaders attend the completion ceremony of the Foresee Bridge and cut the ribbon." Within the editorial guide, multiple prompts highlighted significant news items, directing readers to specific pages for important reports. Following one such prompt, Qiu Ming turned to page 16, which contained breaking news about a taxi driver who, due to fatigue, had driven his vehicle into a flower bed at a street intersection, resulting in injuries to the passengers. Accompanying the article were images from the scene, showing the taxi driver with bandages around his head cooperating with the police, while an injured passenger was being lifted onto a stretcher for transport to an ambulance. Qiu Ming's interest in this news story was piqued because the accident had occurred directly beneath his apartment complex, visible from his living room window. Even more bizarrely, the reporter covering the story and the photographer capturing the images were none other than Qiu Ming himself. After absorbing the news, Qiu Ming rose and approached the window. At that moment, the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, and under the dim illumination, the street corner flower bed appeared eerily tranquil. He gazed at the flower bed, lit his cigarette, and as he turned back, he noticed the computer shutting down on its own. When he rushed to the device, it had already completed its shutdown sequence, and no matter how he pressed the keys, it refused to power back on. As dawn approached, a heavy drowsiness enveloped him once more. When Qiu Ming was roused from his slumber by his mother's persistent knocking, it was already around 11 a.m. Both of Qiu Ming's parents had entered retirement. After initially grappling with the disillusionment that often accompanies this life transition, they gradually found their new focus, urging their son to marry swiftly so they could indulge in the joys of grandparenthood. During his university years, Qiu Ming had a girlfriend, and like many tales of youthful romance, their passionate relationship faded into oblivion as graduation drew near. After commencing his career at a newspaper, Qiu Ming found himself at the very bottom of the corporate hierarchy, devoid of any interactions with the opposite sex. Although there had been attempts to introduce him to potential partners, Qiu Ming's schedule was the antithesis of conventionality. He rose in the late morning, conducted interviews in the afternoon, and penned articles late into the night, often receiving late-night calls from editors demanding revisions. For those in the media profession, such a lifestyle was entirely commonplace. However, for those outside the industry, it was utterly unacceptable. Consequently, the few young women he dated lost interest after a couple of outings, like kites cut from their strings, drifting away without a trace. Every Wednesday, Qiu Ming's mother would traverse half the city to visit her son. Her motives were twofold: to tidy up his living space and to persistently pressure him into marriage. Still groggy, Qiu Ming shuffled to the door to let his mother in, only for her to be startled by the bruises marring his face. "What happened to you? Did you get into a fight?" she exclaimed, stepping inside without pausing to remove her shoes, her hands gently cradling his face as she scrutinized his injuries. "Ouch! Mom, that hurts!" he protested as she inadvertently touched a sore spot, quickly turning his head away. "I didn't get into a fight. I just tripped in the dark on the stairs last night." Unfazed, his mother swiftly turned back to the hallway, stomping her foot with determination, causing the corridor lights to flicker to life. She then burst into his room, seizing his ear with a firm grip. "You little rascal, don't you dare lie to me. Now, tell me exactly what happened." As she spoke, she dragged him into the living room, where her gaze fell upon his battered laptop. "Still claiming you weren't in a fight." She pointed at the laptop. "How did it end up like this, then?" With a vigorous attempt to extricate himself from her grasp, Qiu Ming began gathering his soiled clothing into a plastic bag, quickly filling it with dirty garments and foul-smelling socks within mere minutes. With a cheeky grin, he attempted to usher his mother toward the door. "It was just an accident, truly. There's nothing to worry about. Please, go home. I need to catch up on sleep after staying up late last night. Just be good, Mom." For the moment, he succeeded in placating his fiery mother. But her keen eye soon spotted several distinct shoe prints on the jacket he had carelessly left by the door. Seizing the garment, she declared, "What kind of accident leaves such a mark? Clearly, someone gave you a beating." Faced with his mother's reprimands, Qiu Ming flopped onto his bed, pulling the quilt over his head in a futile attempt to escape her scrutiny. "Long ago, I forbade you from pursuing this line of work, yet you insisted on it. How many times have you faced consequences for your choices?" Mother seized the opportunity to assert her position with renewed vigor. "I have repeatedly advised your father to encourage you to take the civil service examination. Regardless of circumstances, it provides a stable and secure livelihood. Moreover, civil servants now enjoy generous salaries and benefits. Why do you refuse to heed my counsel?" Her admonitions were abruptly interrupted by a resounding crash from below, causing both Qiu Ming and his mother to leap in surprise and rush to the window to peer outside. A taxi had careened into the flower bed in the middle of the street. The hood crumpled from the impact, and wisps of white smoke were emanating from beneath it. Instinctively, Qiu Ming grabbed the camera resting on his desk, equipping it with a telephoto lens to capture the scene in its entirety before dashing toward the site. His mother's voice echoed behind him, "Be careful. Watch out for an explosion." As he sprinted down the stairs, he called back, "You've watched too many action films. Cars don't explode upon collision." Upon arrival, he found that police and paramedics had yet to arrive, that a few bystanders were working together to extricate the passenger trapped in the front seat, while the taxi driver pressed one hand against his injured head. Minutes later, law enforcement and an ambulance arrived on the scene. The driver began to explain the circumstances to the officers. He recounted that he had worked through the night and, after being disturbed by renovation noises from a neighbor, had reluctantly risen to continue his shifts. Fatigued, he had inadvertently veered into the flower bed. The injured passenger was now lying on a stretcher, fortunately suffering only minor abrasions. The crowd of onlookers swelled, many of whom were residents from Qiu Ming's community. His mother had joined the throng. Her earlier ire dissipated as she pointed out Qiu Ming to a neighbor, exclaiming, "That one there, the photographer, is my son, the journalist from Benhai Morning News." "Ah, indeed, your son looks quite spirited," the neighbor remarked. "Spirited? What does that mean? He'll be 30 next year and still hasn't found a girlfriend. My husband and I live separately, so I must rely on you neighbors to keep an eye out for any suitable matches and make introductions." Her words piqued the neighbor's interest. It's true, today's youth seem indifferent, while we older folks are anxious for them. As Qiu Ming concluded his interview, he glanced at his mother, who was now engaged in animated conversation with several neighbors. He chose not to interrupt, hurrying upstairs to retrieve his car keys, intending to head to the newsroom to write his article. His mother, spotting his car, called out urgently, "Don't forget to come home for dinner this weekend. You haven't visited in 2 weeks." According to the newspaper's protocol, a reporter could submit written articles and photographs remotely, allowing for editorial oversight without a physical return to the office. However, with his laptop malfunctioning, Qiu Ming had no choice but to return to the newsroom and utilize a desktop computer to complete his writing. Su Daping, upon noticing the injuries on Qiu Ming's face, chuckled and inquired, "Been in another brawl, have we?" Qiu Ming, feeling somewhat embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile before boasting, "No worries. I faced 8 opponents and brought them all down." "Isn't it more accurate to say you were the one who went down?" Su Daping, seemingly unperturbed by Qiu Ming's injuries, appeared to relish the unfolding drama. "How did the interview with the scalper go? Are you able to write the piece?" Qiu Ming nodded. "I can write it, but not today. I have another piece to attend to. Here was a recent car accident." Su Daping looked slightly surprised. "A car accident? We didn't receive any news on the hotline. We're not 122, let alone 110. It's not as if every incident gets reported to us, I just happen upon it. Qiu Ming replied, dismissing further conversation with Su Daping. Well, young man, you certainly have luck on your side. Stumbling upon a car accident scene, Su Daping teased. If you keep encountering such events, you'll easily meet your monthly quota. Qiu Ming shot Su Daping a knowing glance. Then you should hang around outside my building more often, so I can conveniently step into it. Upon returning from a meeting, Lin Gang noticed the bruises on Qiu Ming's face and approached with concern. What happened? Getting involved in others' affairs again? Qiu Ming stood up, director. Let me take a look. Goodness, that was quite a brutal strike. Who did this? A scalper. So you successfully conducted the interview? You encountered the scalper? I did, and I interviewed him. Excellent. Get that article written. This beating should not go unpunished. Expose them in your piece. Of course, but I have another article to focus on first. I intend to conduct another undercover investigation in the next few days to solidify my evidence before writing. Lin Gang nodded, offering a few more words of caution before returning to his office. After dinner, the editors at the newspaper began their busy work hours. Dozens of editors were scattered across various workstations in the editorial department, meticulously reviewing the articles submitted by reporters, while photo editors sifted through images in the editing room, selecting those suitable for publication. Instead of returning to his desk, Qiu Ming approached the doorway of the photo editing room, peering through the large glass window to observe the activity inside. On the wall of the editing room hung a massive LCD screen, where the photo director was leading several editors in the careful selection of each image. The first task was to select the main image for the front page, as each newspaper would feature a prominent picture on its front. Many publications refer to this image as the front page masterpiece. As the clock approached 11 at night, the front page masterpiece was finally chosen, a photograph of a city leader speaking at a conference on investment attraction, detailing the various preferential policies that Binhai City would offer to entrepreneurs moving to the area. Once the front page masterpiece was finalized, Sun Jing, the editor for the front page, emerged from the editing room and encountered Qiu Ming, who was smoking beside a trash bin. At the door, smoking again. You're such a chain smoker, and you even sneak cigarettes from my father. Qiu Ming's attention was wholly absorbed by the display in the editing room. At that moment, he began to feel a sense of doubt, even engaging in a touch of self-deprecating monologue. It must be a dream, yet it feels so alarmingly real. Half an hour later, he witnessed the photographs he had taken at the car accident scene being dismissed by the image editor, while the report on the incident was demoted from the front page to the sidebar, with the original 800 words condensed to a mere 100. Qiu Ming forced a bitter smile and returned to his desk. The journalist's workspace was deserted. Several night shift reporters had already departed for interviews prompted by hotlines, and others had not returned to the newsroom after submitting their articles. Su Daping languidly inquired why Qiu Ming had not yet gone home. But before Qiu Ming could respond, Su Daping buried himself back into his mobile game. Feeling somewhat dejected, Qiu Ming sat in his chair, lost in thought, oblivious to the dimming night outside and the bustling figures in the editing area, until a shout from Sunday, Jing, what is going on here? Jolted him back to reality. Sun Jing continued, quickly changed the image for the first page. Just as Qiu Ming was pondering this, his phone chimed with a notification of breaking news alert regarding a local official in Binhai City under investigation for suspected misconduct. The image of that official flashed in Qiu Ming's mind. It was the same individual whose picture had just been selected for the front page. Now, with the official under investigation, would they need to change the image for the first page? Without further deliberation, he hurried to the editing room. Inside, several editors were sifting through the image library for other photographs received that day. After a flurry of activity and communication, a celebratory image of the completion of a cross-sea bridge in Binhai City was chosen, featuring another city leader delivering a speech. Upon seeing that image, along with the newly updated headline, Qiu Ming felt as if he returned to stone at the doorway of the editing room. It was the very electronic proof he had seen just hours earlier. The first page image was being finalized. The editor responsible for the hotline section, Wang Yuan, rushed into the editing room, her reputation as a beauty in the newsroom preceding her. She immediately began to voice her complaints. The anticipated image of parents queuing through the night to enroll their children in kindergarten was gone, as reporters on the ground reported that the surge in private kindergartens had alleviated the enrollment crisis, resulting in no lines of parents nor tents pitched along the streets this year. The previously relaxed image editors sprang back into action, searching through the hotline news images. Minutes later, the photograph of the car accident scene taken by Qiu Ming appeared on the large screen, and all editors approved it as the core image for the hotline news section. As Wang Yuanyuan exited the image room, she spotted Qiu Ming and beamed at him, offering a playful bow. Thanks to your image and that lengthy article, I would have been at a loss. For alternatives, that moment. Qiu Ming could hardly comprehend her words, as his mind was consumed by the images he had seen on his computer screen the previous night. The content of both the first page and the hotline news section mirrored perfectly the images he had just encountered. This was undeniably no hacker's prank. Everything was unfolding in a surreal reality that was almost too strange to fathom. On his way home, Qiu Ming felt as if he were invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, nearly forgetting the pain from the previous day's beating. Upon opening the door, his excitement was abruptly doused. As if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water, the room had been meticulously cleaned by his mother, and the laptop that had previously rested on the table was now conspicuously absent. After regaining his composure, Qiu Ming picked up the phone to call his mother. His father answered, and it was evident from his voice that he was already asleep. "Dad, where's Mom? Your mother's sleeping, and I have her phone. Why do you need her? Wake her up quickly, I have something urgent to discuss." "Tea this hour." His father hesitated. "I'm currently sleeping in a separate bed from your mother. You know how she is during menopause. I dare not disturb her in the middle of the night. You might as well call the landline, it's by her bedside. Just know that if you wake her up and get scolded, I warned you." His father was notoriously fearful of his mother, a fact Qiu Ming was well aware of, especially since the onset of her menopause had made both of them acutely aware of her temper. Steeling himself, he managed to connect to the landline at home. His mother's furious voice came through the receiver. "What now? Have you gotten into trouble again? Mom, where's my laptop?" "What laptop? It's the middle of the night. Have you lost your mind? Your father and I need to go to the mall tomorrow to grab red envelopes. Do you want to ruin my sleep? The one I left on the table, the one that was broken. Didn't you see it? I threw it away." "What? You threw it away? Where?" "It was beyond repair and no longer usable. So I called the scrap collector downstairs and sold it for $50. What's the matter? Don't be upset, I'll buy you a new one tomorrow." Qiu Ming was now thoroughly exasperated. "Which scrap collector? Why? Are you planning to get it back?" It was in such bad shape that he didn't really want to take it. "You don't understand." Qiu Ming initially wanted to clarify, but then realized his mother would not comprehend what an editing system was. Moreover, the situation was urgent. "Privacy. Do you understand? Mom, privacy. The hard drive on my laptop contains a wealth of files, all of which are my personal privacy. Anyone with even a basic understanding could recover the files from my hard drive." Realizing the gravity of the situation, his mother responded, "What? Privacy? Did you take risk of photos? Why on earth would you do that?" Qiu Ming was nearly amused by her reaction. "What are you thinking? If I could take those kinds of photos, I would have been famous by now. Just tell me who took my laptop." "Just the guy at the entrance of your community, the one who rides a tricycle and collects all kinds of scrap. He doesn't look very old, and he sounds like he's from out of town." Qiu Ming quickly recalled a scrap collector who often frequented the entrance of the community. Hastily hanging up the phone, he dashed downstairs. At the entrance of the community, the midnight air was eerily quiet, with only the security guard's booth still illuminated. Qiu Ming anxiously knocked on the door of the booth. Through the window, he could see a guard fast asleep. Qiu Ming, a seasoned journalist, understood that typically the collection of scrap materials is delineated by distinct geographical boundaries. They could see the entrance of each community. The individual responsible for collecting recyclables invariably maintains a cordial rapport with the security personnel, often offering gifts, such as cigarettes, to curry favor. Otherwise, access to the community would be denied. Indeed, after discreetly handing a pack of cigarettes worth over 20 yuan to the security guard, Qiu Ming secured the phone number of the scrap collector. However, despite numerous attempts to reach him, the calls went unanswered until the guard, using his own mobile device, made the call, prompting an immediate response from the collector. In a state of urgency, Qiu Ming inquired if his laptop was still in the collector's possession, but the latter feigned ignorance regarding any laptop. In desperation, Qiu Ming offered to buy back his 50 yuan laptop for 200 yuan, to which the collector countered with a price of 300 yuan, stating he could only reveal the laptop's whereabouts for that sum. The guard collected Qiu Ming's 300 yuan, and only then did the collector divulge. It went to the suburban waste processing plant, where there's a designated area for old computers and appliances. Your laptop was sold there for 80 yuan an hour later. As Qiu Ming stood amidst the towering heaps of discarded computers at the waste processing plant, he was utterly taken aback. Before him loomed a mountain, several meters high, formed from a chaotic assortment of thousands of laptops and desktops. Adjacent to the mountain, a dozen workers were dismantling computer casings to extract motherboards and hard drives. In another section, workers were discarding motherboards into a vast vat filled with acidic liquid designed to separate precious metals from the components. Qiu Ming approached the owner of the facility, presenting an additional 200 yuan in hopes of reclaiming his computer. The owner regarded him with a puzzled expression, snatched the money from Qiu Ming's hand, and gestured toward a corner of the processing plant, saying, "All the computers and appliances collected today are over there. You can search for it yourself." How much electronic waste does a city generate daily? This is a question that likely lacks a precise answer, particularly in a large metropolis with a population exceeding 5 million. One can only imagine the number of individuals replacing old appliances and computers each day. Only those who have witnessed it firsthand can truly comprehend the scale. Amidst the towering piles of computers, televisions, and refrigerators, Qiu Ming searched painstakingly, but after more than an hour, despair overtook him. He sank onto a discarded television, lit a cigarette, and gloomily observed the workers. Such bad luck. He muttered to himself, shaking his head in resignation. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, 2:50 a.m. In the past 24 hours, it seemed fortune had played a rather cruel jest on Qiu Ming. A twist of fate. His laptop had inadvertently accessed the editorial system, receiving the news layout for the following 24 hours, only for everything to revert to normal almost instantaneously. Qiu Ming scratched his head in exasperation, inadvertently touching a painful bump on his scalp, a remnant from the previous day's altercation. In truth, this is not the first time that Qiu Ming has faced physical aggression due to his interviews throughout his years of practice. He has endured such attacks 5 or 6 times. The primary reason behind these assaults is Qiu Ming's unwillingness to remain merely a chronicler. Each instance of violence arises from similar circumstances. Whenever he witnesses certain phenomena that should be deemed absurd, a surge of fervor overwhelms him, compelling him to take a stand. During the initial 2 incidents, the newspaper office would send representatives to Qiu Ming's home, expressing their concern and solidarity. However, as attacks due to his professional duties became more frequent, the newspaper's interest began to wane. Notably, as Su Dapeng remarked, Qiu Ming's colleagues gradually distanced themselves from him. To other journalists, a reporter should serve as a faithful recorder of events, a mere observer, rather than entangle themselves in the news, becoming a participant in the very stories they cover. Qiu Ming's repeated confrontations stemmed from his violation of this unspoken rule that Su Dapeng once sought out Qiu Ming for a conversation, advising him not to involve himself in every unfolding news event. Just fulfill your role as a recorder. Those events are beyond your capacity to alter. Qiu Ming, however, was not entirely in accord with Su Dapeng's counsel. I'm a journalist, but first and foremost, I am a person of flesh and blood. It is my vocation to effect change in our world through my writings. When within my capabilities, I prefer to enact change through tangible actions. At the very least, I aspire to steer matters toward a more favorable outcome. I believe that my personal endeavors do not contradict my profession. I refuse to be merely a bystander. Su Dapeng's conversation with Qiu Ming was, in fact, mandated by their superiors. Finding himself unable to sway Qiu Ming, he chose not to pursue the debate further. After his colleagues at the newspaper began to shun him, the hotline department, which served as a source of news leads, also deliberately ceased providing Qiu Ming with substantial information, opting instead to pass on trivial matters. Qiu Ming understood this to be a consequence of the newspaper's unspoken rules. When reporters receive leads and produce commendable reports, they often share a portion of their internal awards with colleagues in the hotline department. Conversely, Qiu Ming's involvement in news events frequently resulted in leads that could have garnered accolades being overlooked or not published at all, hence his hotline. Colleagues naturally refrained from supplying him with quality leads. This became a primary reason for Qiu Ming's frequent discussions regarding his performance. After each performance review, upon exiting Wang Dalan's office, Qiu Ming would often ascend to the rooftop of a newspaper building, dangling his legs over the edge. At that moment, the entire city lay beneath him, with millions living their lives, each day unfolding myriad stories and incidents. Yet, these narratives seemed to exist behind an artificial firewall, as if they were occurring in an entirely different realm, distant and unreachable despite their proximity. What drew Qiu Ming back from his reverie into reality was the cigarette in his hand, the ember scorching his finger. Casting aside his cigarette, but Qiu Ming rose from the television, waving toward his boss, who was occasionally glancing in his direction. The boss approached, and Qiu Ming expressed his inability to locate his laptop, insisting on retrieving his 200 yuan. The boss, however, was unwilling to comply, as the money had yet to warm in his pocket. Suddenly, a worker nearby sprang from the ground like a coiled spring, flinging his hammer aside. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed. Following the sound, Qiu Ming turned to see that the screen of a laptop, once idle in the worker's previous position, had illuminated, displaying the newspaper's editorial system. Qiu Ming and the boss hurried to the laptop, as the worker, hand resting on his chest, reported to the boss, "This computer has come to life, it has no battery, and yet it powered on by itself." Upon recognizing his own laptop, Qiu Ming seized it eagerly. "This is it. This is what I was looking for. No need for a refund now," the boss was pleased, gesturing for the startled worker to leave. He then shook Qiu Ming's hand and ushered him out the door. Once inside his car, Qiu Ming excitedly opened the laptop, and like the day before, the screen displayed the newspaper's editorial system. He browsed through the news articles on each page, observing the compilation, illustrations, and proposed headlines, feeling as though he were the editor-in-chief, overseeing the diligent efforts of the entire newsroom. T330, all pages were finalized, marking the end of the editing period. Qiu Ming noticed that the front page displayed the date of September 11th, indicating that this was yet another edition of the newspaper that should have been laid out 24 hours later, its content foreshadowing an impending event. Among the urgent news images on the newspaper layout, one particularly caught Qiu Ming's attention. It depicted a harrowing scene, with various shoes, handbags, and shopping bags strewn across the ground, while a dozen bodies lay orderly to one side, some covered with white sheets, as forensic experts conducted their investigation. The accompanying text revealed that at 1 o'clock in the afternoon of the new day, a department store in Binhai City, named Good Neighbor, was celebrating its 10th anniversary. Due to the store's failure to anticipate the crowd size for the event, combined with the scattering of cash and shopping vouchers, a stampede ensued, resulting in numerous casualties. After entering 110 on his phone and pressing the call button, Qiu Ming quickly hung up. He felt uncertain about whether this news forecast would indeed materialize. Although the earlier incident with the taxi was minor, this forecast described a tragic stampede, and if the event did not occur and he hastily reported it, he would risk being accused of false reporting. With this thought lingering in his mind, Qiu Ming started the car and drove towards home. At 10 o'clock in the morning, while the slumbering Qiu Ming was enveloped in dreams, he received a call from the assistant of the executive deputy editor-in-chief, Tang Hai, summoning him to the newspaper office without delay. Hastily washing his face, Qiu Ming rushed downstairs and drove to the newsroom. Tang Hai was seated in his office. Engrossed in something on his computer, the door slightly ajar, with the nameplate of the deputy editor polished to a pristine shine. Qiu Ming knocked gently, and Tang Hai glanced up at him, his face devoid of expression, as he spoke in a sharp, thin voice. "Please wait at the door for a moment. I need to handle something." Stepping back outside, Qiu Ming noticed a trash bin beside the elevator and wandered over to light a cigarette. Through the glass, he caught a glimpse of the screen displaying stock market indices, revealing that Tang Hai was preoccupied with trading. In his 40s, Tang Hai was of short stature and slender build, perpetually dressed in casual attire regardless of the season, his feet clad in oversized shoes. And he always drove a silver Fukong. Prior to his ascent to the role of deputy editor-in-chief, he had been the director of the editorial department, overseeing the daily operations of various news gathering and editing divisions. His placement in this position was largely due to his meticulous nature, regardless of the author. He would invariably identify flaws in any manuscript, ensuring that only after multiple rounds of revisions could it see publication. As time passed, Editors and reporters began to understand the rationale behind Tang Hai's rigorous scrutiny of submissions. Any report that faltered would lead to him being compelled to write a reflection, which would directly impact his performance and bonus. Within the newspaper, Tang Hai was notorious for his lack of backbone. He unconditionally adhered to any decisions made by the president, Wang Daling, while vehemently opposing anything Wang disapproved of. On one occasion, when Qiu Ming's report faced issues, Tang Hai convened a meeting with all editorial staff from the Hotline News Department, vociferously criticizing Qiu Ming as though intent on trampling him underfoot. During this tirade, Wang Daling happened to pass by the small conference room and overheard Tang Hai's strident shouts. He entered the room, glanced at Tang Hai, and then addressed Qiu Ming with a friendly demeanor. "It's nothing serious. Every reporter makes mistakes. Just be more careful next time." After Wang Daling left, Tang Hai immediately donned a different facade, smiling broadly at Qiu Ming, saying, "Just learn from this. Don't burden yourself with thoughts. And try not to take it too seriously." All the editors and reporters in the room struggled to suppress their laughter, and as the meeting concluded, Tang Hai was the first to exit, leaving everyone shaking their heads in amusement. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Tang Hai's assistant gestured for Qiu Ming to enter. Qiu Ming glanced at his watch. It was precisely 11:30, coinciding with the stock market's closing time. Tang Hai did not invite Qiu Ming to sit. Leaning back in his executive chair, he continued in his sharp voice, "Qiu Ming, what happened? Have you gotten yourself into trouble again?" Qiu Ming looked at Tang Hai in bewilderment. "Tang, what rule have I broken this time? Do not jest with me." Tang Hai shot him a glance, tossing a newspaper from several days prior onto the desk before him. "Take a look for yourself." The newspaper had been opened to the Hotline News section, where the central story featured a report by Qiu Ming. It detailed a residential community developed by a certain developer in Binhai City, who had included the basement within the shared area during sales. However, after the residents moved in, the basement was transformed into a parking lot, sold to the residents at a premium for parking spaces. Several homeowners approached the newspaper, prompting Qiu Ming to conduct interviews and subsequently publish a report that questioned the developer's dubious practices of selling the basement twice. Director Tang, what seems to be the issue with this article? Qiu Ming had scrutinized the piece for an extended period but found no flaws. What's wrong? Tang Hai straightened in his chair. "I want to divulge the details now. Soon, the developer will arrive at the newspaper office, and you will accompany me for the reception. You will understand the situation then." Qiu Ming dared not inquire further and nodded in silence. A few minutes later, Tang Hai's assistant knocked on his office door. "Director Tang, they have arrived," in the small conference room. Tang Hai glanced at Qiu Ming, who stood by the desk. "Let us go, esteemed reporter." Inside the small conference room of the newspaper office, the office director, Chao Xiaofeng, was seated with 2 young women at the conference table. One was busy on her phone, while the other perused some documents. Along the wall behind the table, a dozen or so men and women sat in various positions, all similarly engrossed in their phones, oblivious to the newcomers. As Qiu Ming followed Tang Hai into the conference room, the office director promptly rose to introduce them. "This is our newspaper's executive deputy editor, Tang Hai, and this is the journalist who reported on this incident, Qiu Ming." She then introduced the 2 ladies. "This is General Manager Wang from Binhai Charming City." Tang Hai extended his hand for a handshake, but General Manager Wang remained seated, leaving him in an awkward position. Chao Xiaofeng quickly introduced the other woman. "This is lawyer Lu Di, the legal advisor for Charming City." With her hair neatly styled and dressed in a professional suit, Lu Di courteously shook Tang Hai's hand. Chao Xiaofeng glanced towards the row of seats against the wall, noting that the individuals there appeared to be entirely absorbed in their phones, as if they were oblivious to the entry of others. "These are the representatives of the homeowners from Binhai Charming City," she whispered to Tang Hai. Qiu Ming observed the homeowner representatives with surprise. Occasionally, one would steal a glance at him, only to quickly avert their gaze and return to their phones. He recognized several of them as individuals who had sought assistance at the newspaper a couple of weeks prior, the day he happened to be on duty and had received them. With the approval of his superiors, he had commenced the investigation into the matter. Once everyone was seated, Tang Hai politely inquired, "May I ask what brings you all to the newspaper today?" Mr. Wang remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Di, who was organizing the documents in hand. "Just a week prior, your esteemed publication reported on the issues surrounding the underground parking facility of Meili City. We now have reason to suspect that your report lacked impartiality and that your stance has shifted, siding with the homeowners of the community. thereby failing to uphold the neutrality expected of the media. Tang Hai glanced at Qiu Ming and then politely gestured to Lu Di, inviting her to continue. Lu Di also looked at Qiu Ming. Today, with reporter Qiu Ming present, I would like to ask, what evidence do you have to substantiate the claims regarding the second sale of parking spaces in the underground facility of Meili City, which I represent? Qiu Ming cleared his throat and replied with composure. The homeowners behind you raised this issue with our newspaper several weeks ago, stating that the underground space they purchased in Meili City was originally calculated as common area for equipment rooms. However, upon moving in, they discovered that only a few rooms housed equipment, while the remaining area had been transformed into a parking lot, with parking spaces being sold to the homeowners. If it has already been sold as common area once, why is it being converted into a parking lot for resale? Isn't this akin to a woman being married to two husbands? At this point, Qiu Ming noticed the office director, Chao Xiaofeng, pursing her lips. An important issue arose. I visited the Housing and Urban Development Department of Binhai City, where I located the original documents from when Meili City applied for its planning project. In these original documents, the underground space was designated as equipment storage. Intriguingly, even the cooling tower, which should have been installed on the roof, was designed for the underground. Everyone knows that the cooling tower cools from the top down, yet the design for Meili City proposed an upward flow of air. This revolutionary design not only defies the principles of physics, but also contravenes relevant laws and regulations. Regrettably, the department responsible for reviewing these application documents inexplicably overlooked this glaring issue. After paying a fee, I obtained copies of the entire project application documents and subsequently visited the community's basement, where I found neither the design machinery nor the cooling tower. It was precisely on this basis that I issued my report. Tang Hai glanced at Qiu Ming, feeling somewhat emboldened. What about the copied documents? Qiu Ming looked at Chao Xiaofeng. According to the newspaper's regulations, any evidence obtained during interviews by reporters is to be deposited in the newspaper's evidence repository, and the documents should be in the care of Director Chao. Director Chao picked up her phone and quietly made a call. A few minutes later, a colleague responsible for the evidence repository arrived in the conference room with a stack of documents. Tang Hai meticulously reviewed the materials until he reached the last word, then raised his head, inquiring with a tone of curiosity directed at Lu Di, as the deputy editor-in-chief of the newspaper. I believe there is nothing amiss with the report my journalist has produced, is there? Lu Di, at this moment, also produced a copy of the same application documents from her files, glancing sideways at Mr. Wang, who was still engrossed with her phone. I do not question the content or authenticity of these application documents. The melodious voice of Lu Di resonated with an unwavering firmness as I questioned how this declaration material had come into the possession of the property owners. Tang Hai and Qiu Ming exchanged glances, both bewildered, casting puzzled looks at Lu Di. You are seasoned journalists, while I am a professional legal practitioner. Allow me to present my inquiry in simpler terms. How did these documents, which ought to reside in the archives of the Binhai City Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, find their way into the hands of the property owners? Furthermore, these owners have taken these documents to court, suing the developer of Meili City, Mr. Wang's company, for civil compensation. Lu Di regarded Tang Hai and Qiu Ming with an air of calm assurance. The two offered no response. Upon observing these declaration materials in court, I had previously requested the property owner's attorney to clarify the source of the documents. According to the attorney, these materials were entirely provided by the journalist Qiu Ming, who investigated this incident. Initially skeptical, I sought out multiple property owners who corroborated that it was indeed journalist Qiu Ming who, after retrieving these documents from the Housing Bureau, handed them over to them. By this point, Tang Hai was already engrossed in the unfolding situation. As professional media representatives, you ought to adopt a position of impartiality, utilizing the information gathered during your interviews merely as supplementary evidence for your reporting, rather than transferring it to the property owners, allowing it to serve as evidence in a civil lawsuit. Lu Di fixed her gaze upon Tang Hai and Qiu Ming. Now that your journalist has directly provided this evidence to the property owners, does this not indicate a direct compromise of your objectivity? Does it not suggest that your journalist has failed to maintain neutrality and has instead aligned with the property owners? Following the posing of these inquiries, the conference room fell into a brief silence, a suffocating quietude that nearly overwhelmed Qiu Ming. He was the first to shatter the stillness. These materials could also be retrieved from the Housing Bureau by the property owner's attorney. On what grounds do you assert that I provided them to the owners? Before Ludi could respond, Mr. Wang glanced back at the representatives of the property owners, who, as if receiving a cue, began to speak in unison. You provided them to us. I have recordings. I have photographs. It was you who supplied them. Qiu Ming was utterly stunned, staring at those pointing fingers directed at him. His mind racing back to the helpless expressions of the property owners who had visited the newspaper office a fortnight ago. Ludi smirked derisively, extracting several sheets of paper from the materials before her and sliding them across the conference table towards Qiu Ming. Examine this for yourself. These are the very property owners you believe should be indebted to you. After signing a settlement agreement with the company, they endorsed these documents. The pages were a printed declaration stating that in the dispute regarding the underground space of Meili City, journalist Qiu Ming of the Binhai Morning Post had retrieved the original application documents from the Housing Bureau and subsequently provided copies to the representatives of the property owners, who thereafter entrusted their attorney to sue the developer of Meili City. The subsequent pages were filled with signatures, each accompanied by the respective property owner's fingerprint. Upon reading this declaration, Qiu Ming suddenly felt the weight of his own naivety. Just a few days prior, the homeowners, who appeared so aggrieved and helpless, hastily signed this statement that could potentially jeopardize his future once the developer offered them compensation. Concurrently, Qiu Ming was engulfed in profound remorse, regretting that he had shared the materials with the homeowners, despite his intentions of assisting those seemingly kind and isolated individuals. Moments later, Chao Xiaofeng broke the uncomfortable silence, asking, Mr. Wang, do you have any specific demands or thoughts? Mr. Wang remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Di. Lu Di nodded and continued. The developer has 3 requests. First, the Binhai Morning Post must publish a letter of apology on the front page, expressing a deep regret for your report that tarnished the reputation of Meili City. Second, a compensation of 100,000 yuan must be paid to Meili City. Third, Lu Di glanced at Qiu Ming, the dismissal of the involved reporter. After a brief pause, Tang Hai spoke up. How about this? Let me consult our president first. After all, these 3 demands are beyond my authority. Shall we reconvene at another time? Lu Di turned to Mr. Wang, who had been fiddling with his phone, and he finally spoke. Then go ahead and consult. We will await your response here. Reluctantly, Tang Hai approached Wang Dalan for guidance, shooting a fierce glare at Qiu Ming as he stood up. Chao Xiaofeng also cast a disdainful look in Qiu Ming's direction before rising to refill the cups of water for Mr. Wang and Lawyer Lu. A surge of indescribable anger welled up within Qiu Ming as he fixed his gaze on the homeowners seated by the wall. They, in turn, defiantly raised their heads to look at him, as though the journalist who had once aided them had suddenly transformed into a villain of the worst kind. Shaking his head, Qiu Ming leaned back against his chair. At that moment, he noticed through the glass curtain wall of the conference room that a dozen editors and reporters had gathered in the corridor, straining to eavesdrop on the negotiations within. Among the crowd, he spotted the editor's son Jing, who regarded him with a look of pity, extracting a cigarette from his pocket. Qiu Ming was pointed towards the door by Chao Xiaofeng, prompting him to leave the conference room. As he stepped into the corridor, the editors and reporters who had been watching parted ways for him like a sea, the end of the path leading to a trash bin near the elevator. At 12:15, Tang Hai returned to the conference room, where Qiu Ming had finished his cigarette and resumed his seat at the conference table. Tang Hai, maintaining a balanced demeanor, stated, after consulting with our president and receiving authorization, I am now prepared to respond to the 3 demands you presented. Silence enveloped both the conference room and the gathering outside. First, if you insist on our apology, we are willing to apologize. However, alongside the apology, we will publish a comprehensive account of the entire incident on the front page, delving deeply into the report, with Qiu Ming remaining the journalist responsible for it. Tang Hai gestured towards Qiu Ming as he spoke. Secondly, our newspaper will not terminate the reporter due to this incident, as all our journalists have signed employment contracts, which do not stipulate that handing over obtained evidence to involved parties constitutes grounds for dismissal. Therefore, we shall not dismiss him. Mr. Wang slammed his phone onto the conference table, preparing to speak, but was halted by Lu Di beside him. Thirdly, we agree to compensate you with 100,000 yuan. However, should you consent, we are willing to increase that to 200,000. Mr. Wang's eyes brightened at the prospect. Yet, this 200,000 will not be in cash, but rather in advertising fees. We will publish advertisements worth 200,000 in our newspaper for your development project. With the layout, specifications, and duration determined by you. After stating this, Tang Hai calmly observed Mr. Wang and Lu Di. Following a brief whispered exchange between Lu Di and Mr. Wang, Lu Di requested, "Could you grant us a few minutes to confer?" Tang Hai gestured to Qiu Ming and Qiao Xiaofeng, and the three of them exited the conference room. Increasingly more editors and reporters gathered outside the meeting room, prompting Tang Hai to impatiently shout, "Aren't you all supposed to be working? What are you staring at?" Reluctantly, the editors and reporters meandered towards the elevator, occasionally glancing back at Qiu Ming. Minutes later, Lu Di summoned the three back into the conference room. "With my client's authorization, I now formally respond as follows. We agree to the three proposals your newspaper has presented. Regarding the advertising matter, the developer's planning department will arrange for a dedicated liaison to coordinate with you." Qiao Xiaofeng quickly interjected, "You can contact me. I will coordinate with the newspaper's advertising department." Lu Di raised a hand to halt Qiao Xiaofeng, then turned to Qiu Ming. "We have an additional stipulation. Your reporter must apologize to Mr. Wang in person." Qiu Ming glanced at Tang Hai, who nodded coldly. Suddenly, Tang Hai had a realization. An apology was indeed warranted. Not only an apology, but at this week's editorial meeting, there should also be a profound self-reflection before all editorial staff, to serve as a cautionary tale for everyone. Qiu Ming felt utterly dejected. A report backed by irrefutable evidence was now met with a demand for a public apology, and for a moment, he even contemplated resigning. Qiao Xiaofeng discerned Qiu Ming's predicament and vigorously signaled him to apologize, while Tang Hai simply pulled his chair back, watching Qiu Ming from a distance. Qiu Ming stood, and in his peripheral vision, he noticed his colleagues had already gathered in the corridor. Reluctantly, he murmured, "I'm sorry, I apologize." Lu Di glanced at Mr. Wang, who was capturing the moment on his phone. Upon hearing Qiu Ming, Mr. Wang exclaimed, "Your attitude is insincere. I did not hear you." Simultaneously, the homeowner representatives seated against the wall began to chant, "The apology is insincere." Tang Hai coldly echoed from behind Qiu Ming, "Louder, I did not hear either." Qiu Ming had no choice but to raise his voice, "I'm sorry, I apologize." Mr. Wang interjected again, "Is it necessary to stand so rigidly while apologizing? You must bow while you apologize." Qiu Ming, filled with fury, flung open the door and stormed out of the conference room, leaving everyone inside utterly astonished. Both General Manager Wang and Lu Di gazed in disbelief at Tang Hai, who was shouting, "Qiu Ming, come back." Outside the conference room, Qiu Ming faced a corridor full of colleagues, all of whom watched him in silence. Sun Jing stood at the forefront of the crowd as Qiu Ming approached. The throng parted to allow him passage, but Sun Jing remained stationary, blocking his way. Casting a glance at this elder sister who had always been considerate towards him, Qiu Ming lowered his head, preparing to sidestep her. In a low yet authoritative tone, Sun Jing commanded, "Stop." He halted in his tracks. "Return. Bow. Apologize." Her tone brooked no argument. Qiu Ming met her gaze, filled with questioning, yet Sun Jing's eyes conveyed an unyielding resolve. After a tense standoff lasting several seconds, Qiu Ming reluctantly turned back towards the conference room. General Manager Wang continued recording on his phone, while Lu Di observed with a detached demeanor. Qiu Ming glanced at Tang Hai before deeply bowing to Wang, stating, "I am sorry, I apologize." Satisfied, Wang shifted the camera towards Tang Hai, saying, "Deputy Editor Tang, regarding the advertising fees." Tang Hai quickly nodded, affirming, "It's settled." Wang then instructed Lu Di, "Let us go." The two gathered their belongings and exited the conference room under the watchful eyes of the crowd, with Qiao Xiaofeng hurriedly seeing them out. Behind Qiao Xiaofeng, several representatives of the owners followed, clamoring, "General Manager Wang, when will the compensation we discussed be delivered? We acted according to your requests, so you must honor your word." The group noisily descended the elevator. Due to the limited space, some representatives had to wait for another lift. Continuing their fervent discussions, "We need to demand the money from the developers soon. Indeed, this matter cannot be delayed. If it drags on, we risk losing everything." "Why did it have to be today? I still need to rush to the Good Neighbor store for the red envelope." Tang Hai cast a glance at Qiu Ming before turning to leave the conference room. Watching Tang Hai's retreating figure, Qiu Ming shook his head in resignation. In a fleeting moment, the last owner's words caused him to freeze instinctively. He had heard those very words from his mother the previous night. Did this mean they were also heading to that shopping center for the red envelope? Qiu Ming hurriedly dialed his mother's number, but after several rings, there was no answer. He tried his father's number, yet it too went unanswered. Suddenly, images from the editorial system flashed through his mind. A shopping mall, a stampede, the injured. He dared not ponder further and quickly glanced at his watch. It was already 12:30. If this foreboding was true, a tragic event would unfold within the next 30 minutes. The Good Neighbor Shopping Mall is an expansive 8-story retail complex located in the bustling commercial heart of Binhai City. The basement level houses a supermarket, while the upper floors, from the 2nd to the 8th, feature specialty stores selling clothing, footwear, jewelry, and more. The architectural design of the shopping mall is rather unique, resembling a vast square-shaped structure. The central atrium extends from the first floor all the way to the rooftop on the 8th floor, with all the shops arranged around its periphery. Each level is adorned with towering glass curtain walls, allowing a clear view down to the first floor. Frequently, commercial brands host product launches or promotional events on the ground level, and during festive seasons, performances and raffles are held, resulting in the absence of any retail outlets in that area. To facilitate these activities, a large stage has been strategically placed in the center of the first floor, which incurs a fee whenever a brand conducts an event there. In celebration of its 10th anniversary, the stage has been lavishly decorated, with numerous staff members bustling around it. Nearly 1,000 patrons have packed the mall to capacity, had it not been for the security personnel forming a human barrier. The crowd would likely have surged onto the stage. Hanging from the ceiling of the 8th floor is an enormous decorative egg. According to the mall's announcements, this egg contains 888 red envelopes, each filled with 200 yuan in cash and 300 yuan in shopping vouchers. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the egg is set to crack open, showering the crowd with the envelopes. Qiu Ming's parents are not intentionally ignoring their son's calls. Rather, the cacophony of the event renders them oblivious to their phone ringing. Amidst the throng, they feel as though they are swept along by a powerful tide. Shifting with the crowd, the security on the first floor has retreated, and the jubilant masses have quickly gathered around the stage. Within the expansive hall of at least 2,000 square meters, more than 2,000 people have squeezed in, their faces alight with excitement as they gaze up at the enormous egg on the 8th floor. Qiu Ming is nearly pressing the accelerator to the floor. Although the journey from the newspaper office to the mall typically takes only 15 minutes, he has run several red lights in haste. As he drives, he repeatedly attempts to contact his parents, but to no avail. Frustrated, he contemplates whether to alert the authorities about the impending chaos. After much hesitation, he slams his phone onto the passenger seat in exasperation. At 12:45, Qiu Ming's car comes to a stop in the mall's underground parking lot. By 12:50, the host on stage announces the commencement of the anniversary celebration, eliciting a loud cheer from the crowd. Following the schedule of the festivities, the president of the Good Neighbors Mall delivers an opening speech. A portly man stands at the microphone in the center of the stage, passionately reading from his speech. In the initial moments, the crowd listens with patience, but as time progresses, their volume escalates, eventually drowning out the speakers on the first floor. The people chant fervently in unison, "Red envelopes, red envelopes, red envelopes." Ultimately, the president, observing the frenzied audience below, awkwardly smiles and shakes his head. Upon arriving in the first floor hall, Qiu Ming perceives the situation spiraling out of control. Without a moment to spare for further contemplation, he swiftly dials 110, alerting them to the imminent disaster. After hanging up the phone, he began to anxiously search through the crowd for his parents. A few minutes later, an unfamiliar number called Qiu Ming's mobile phone. It was a police officer from the local precinct in the mall's jurisdiction. On the call, the officer conveyed a rather absurd fact that left Qiu Ming in a state of disbelief. All the police officers had been dispatched and were now caught up in the throng. The intercom of the precinct chief had likely been jostled away, and they could no longer even locate the chief. In a fit of desperation, Qiu Ming shouted into the phone, urging, "Quickly inform the mall to refrain from scattering red envelopes. Once they are released, an accident is inevitable." The cacophony of voices in the background drowned out the officer's response, and the call was abruptly terminated. At that moment, the host took to the stage with a resonant voice, calling out, "Silence! Silence!" The louder the host shouted, the more the crowd's roars surged to overpower him, and ultimately, he lost control of the situation. Turning to glance at the president, who stood at the rear of the stage, the president checked his watch and nodded slightly. The host signaled to the staff on the side of the stage. The lights dimmed, leaving only a gigantic projection clock glowing on the backdrop. The clock displayed 12:58, and as the second hand ticked away, the exuberant crowd began to count down loudly. 98, 97, 96. Just as the countdown commenced, Qiu Ming finally spotted his parents a few meters away from the stage, their strength sapped by the relentless push of the crowd. In a frenzy, he surged towards them, oblivious to whom he stepped on or who struck him on the back. He was beyond caring at that moment. At that instant, the lights on the first floor of the mall dimmed completely, and several spotlights illuminated the enormous egg at the top level from various angles. 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, the colossal egg split open, showering the space with nearly 1,000 red envelopes, ribbons, and reflective pieces, filling the air with the shrieks and cheers of over 2,000 people. The lights flickered back on, and as the envelopes descended, the already overcrowded crowd began to move chaotically like a flood, soon leading to some individuals falling to the ground. Yet this barely registered with those nearby. It was only when more and more people fell that the realization of disaster dawned upon the crowd, but by then, it was far too late. As Qiu Ming grasped his parents' hands, they spotted him as well. There was no time for words as he pulled them towards the stage. Given that the red envelopes were scattered throughout the hall, there weren't many people moving towards the stage. Crucially, Qiu Ming distinctly recalled that in the images from the accident scene, the steel-framed stage had remained utterly unscathed post-incident. After tremendous effort, Qiu Ming finally brought his parents to the side of the stage, only then noticing that their hands were entwined with a silk scarf, a clear indication of their fear of being separated. With determination, Qiu Ming lifted the curtain beneath the stage, revealing that the entire structure was steel-framed, with an open expanse beneath it. Without a shadow of a doubt, he urged his parents to take refuge beneath the stage. Once he confirmed their safety, Qiu Ming ascended to the stage, where several nimble individuals had already leapt up, all striving for self-preservation. Those surrounding the stage desperately attempted to squeeze out in search of a secure haven, while the throng outside, upon witnessing the shower of red envelopes descending from above, began to push inward with fervor. Due to the obstructed view, they were oblivious to the chaos that had erupted around the stage. Thus, those inside pressed outward while those outside frantically compressed inward, until the outer crowd realized this was no longer a celebration. By then, it was too late. Despite the host and staff's desperate pleas for everyone to evacuate, their faint voices proved utterly ineffective. Qiu Ming took out his phone and began photographing the pandemonium beneath the stage, capturing the scene of utter turmoil within the hall. The first responders to arrive were the firefighters, at which point those able to move fled to the exterior of the mall. In the main hall of the first floor, dozens lay incapacitated on the ground, intermittent groans of agony echoing through the air. Qiu Ming jumped down from the stage, lifted the curtain below, and glanced at his parents. Still in shock, "You can come out now. It's safe." His parents emerged with great difficulty, visibly shaken. "I told you there were too many people. We shouldn't have rushed in. Let's go back," Qiu Ming remarked. "Your father insisted." His mother replied, adjusting her clothing while grumbling about her husband. The father, intending to retort, merely shook his head in resignation. "By the way, how did you get here?" his parents inquired. "I came to interview." "The mall is celebrating and scattering red envelopes. This is precisely what I needed to cover." Qiu Ming fabricated an excuse. "Let us head out. My car is in the underground parking lot. I'll take you home." The trio traversed what resembled a battlefield post-conflict, carefully navigating around the injured and the unresponsive bodies strewn across the floor. "Qiu Ming, look. Who is that?" Suddenly, his father pointed at a figure lying on the ground. "Isn't that your university professor? Sunday." Professor Sun. It was an aged visage, hair flecked with gray, pallid skin, eyes shut tight, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, his white shirt marred with shoe prints, lying stiffly on the cold marble floor. Qiu Ming stood frozen, then frantically rushed to the prone figure of Professor Sunday. He first listened for a heartbeat and breath, then began to perform chest compressions, emulating the techniques he had observed in films, but Professor Sun showed no signs of response. It was not until medical personnel arrived to take over his efforts that they declared Professor Sun deceased. Tears streamed down Qiu Ming's face as he grasped Professor Sun's hand, crying out, "Professor Sunday, I am Qiu Ming." Professor Sun Jing's father, Sun Xinghe, was a professor of journalism and communication at Binhai University, and Qiu Ming was the last graduate from the journalism department whom Sun Xinghe mentored before his retirement. During his university years, Qiu Ming was one of Professor Sun's most esteemed students, not only due to his outstanding academic performance, but also because Sun Xinghe greatly admired Qiu Ming's character, his kindness, integrity, and unwavering sincerity towards others. Throughout the 4 years of university, Qiu Ming actively contributed to a research project under Sun Xinghe's guidance, which focused on a social survey aimed at gathering and analyzing the public's channels for news consumption and reading habits. This specialized research not only enriched Qiu Ming's knowledge, but also broadened his horizons. It was during this project that a profound mentor-student friendship blossomed between Qiu Ming and Sun Xinghe. As this was a professional research endeavor, it came with a grant, allowing Sun Xinghe to periodically provide Qiu Ming with financial support, ensuring his economic comfort. During holidays, Sun Xinghe would invite Qiu Ming to his home for meals, often prepared by his daughter, Sun Jing, who worked at Binhai Morning News. Sun Jing regarded Qiu Ming, who was over a decade younger, as a younger brother, while Qiu Ming affectionately referred to her as sister. Once Qiu Ming began his career at Binhai Morning News, Sun Jing continued to look after him discreetly, even sharing insider information about the newsroom to help him navigate the complex social dynamics of that small community. Regrettably, Qiu Ming was inherently introverted and struggled to integrate with the diverse colleagues across various departments, which caused Sun Jing considerable concern. The funeral of Professor Sun Xinghe was a grand affair, attended by nearly 1,000 former students, far exceeding the capacity of the funeral home's farewell hall, forcing many attendees to stand in the courtyard. Sun Jing, supported by her husband, fainted twice during the memorial service, prompting the attendees to arrange for her return home. Qiu Ming remained hidden among the crowd, too afraid to speak or make eye contact with Sun Jing. Despite the presence of photographers, he hesitated to write a report, fearing that Sun Jing would discover he was at the scene of the tragic event. For days, he was consumed by regret, wishing he had heeded the ominous predictions of the electronic media and alerted the police and the mall in advance. He lamented his paralysis in the face of the impending disaster, feeling powerless to take effective measures to avert it. Most painfully, he regretted his internal conflict over whether he should have intervened to save those strangers, leaving him perplexed about what constituted an appropriate response. How could he have communicated effectively with the police? What could he have said? That a stampede was imminent? However, the police had already deployed personnel, and while the presence of dozens of officers was inadequate against a throng of over 2,000 frenzied individuals, the police could not have anticipated such a massive turnout. How could he have approached them all? Should he have warned them to cancel their event due to the risk of a fatal incident? Would they have believed him? In fact, just moments before the tragedy unfolded, the mall's president had instructed staff to disperse red envelopes, indicating his complete unawareness of the impending catastrophic consequences. Finding the control room to shut off the power? Qiu Ming himself did not dare to entertain such a notion. It is common knowledge that the electrical systems of such large shopping complexes are installed in zones. Which switch governs which area? Which one is the master switch? Where could one possibly locate the control room? While returning from Professor Sun's funeral, Qiu Ming conceived another potential solution: to report a false alarm, fabricating a story that there was a bomb or other hazardous materials at the event site, thus prompting the police to preemptively prevent the gathering. Yet, this course of action bore immense risks. Firstly, the police would inevitably trace the incident back to him and impose penalties. Secondly, even if the event was canceled that day, it could be rescheduled, and the catastrophe might still unfold. Ultimately, after presenting his reflection on the Charm City incident at the editorial meeting on Friday, Qiu Ming resolved to cease his retrospective analysis of this calamity. He made 2 commitments to himself. First, to unconditionally trust the daily updated news forecasts. Second, to exert his utmost efforts to assist or rescue those in dire straits. At 3 in the morning, the computer screen illuminated as expected, displaying the latest newspaper layout. A new day dawned, Saturday, without significant events. However, a particular image on the hot news page captured Qiu Ming's attention. The picture depicted a middle-aged woman seated at a bus stop, cradling a small child, both weeping inconsolably. The accompanying article recounted the ordeal of a rural mother who, armed with a makeshift fund for medical expenses, ventured into the city with her ailing child, only to be robbed of all her money on the bus. Observing the mother's expression of despair and the child's anguished cries, Qiu Ming felt a pang of compassion and captured the image on his phone. At noon, Qiu Ming parked his car in a lot near the bus terminal and proceeded to wait beneath the bus stop sign where an incident was likely to occur. After several buses had passed, The weary mother finally came into view, struggling to disembark from a long-distance coach while cradling her child and shouldering a counterfeit designer handbag. With the recent departure of a bus, the platform was nearly deserted. The middle-aged woman glanced at him before intently studying the bus schedule. Only upon spotting her intended destination did she lower her gaze and shift the child to her other arm. Qiu Ming took a few steps toward her. Having observed her intently, a flicker of wariness crossed the woman's eyes. Noticing her reaction, he averted his gaze. As more passengers began to gather at the bus stop, Qiu Ming continuously repositioned himself, ensuring that the woman remained within his line of sight, further drawing her attention. She shot him a wary glance and adjusted her handbag closer to her chest. When the bus arrived, passengers surged forward, and Qiu Ming swiftly followed behind the middle-aged woman, keeping a vigilant eye on her handbag while discreetly monitoring the surrounding crowd. The bus was filled with passengers, and Qiu Ming was the last to board, standing in front of a middle-aged woman. Moments later, a young girl rose to offer her seat to the woman, who kept her eyes warily fixed on Qiu Ming. The conductor began to call out for passengers to purchase their tickets, and Qiu Ming lowered his head, rummaging for change. Suddenly, a hoarse voice erupted within the cabin. "My money has been stolen. It's him. He is the thief." Upon lifting his gaze, Qiu Ming found the recently seated middle-aged woman pointing directly at him, her eyes ablaze with fury. The passengers instantly parted to create a path, as the woman shoved her child into a seat and rushed towards Qiu Ming, seizing his collar and delivering a resounding slap. "You scoundrel! That was the money I needed for my child's medical treatment. You've stolen it." Several male passengers, having grasped the situation, gathered around and shouted, "Hand it over. We'll teach you a lesson." Others pointed at the bruises on Qiu Ming's face, loudly proclaiming, "He's clearly a thief. It looks like he's been beaten not long ago." Qiu Ming was utterly bewildered, almost at a loss for words. Throughout the entire wait and boarding process of those 10 minutes, the woman had always been within his line of sight. No one had the opportunity to stealthily pilfer her money. Could it be? Suddenly, the realization struck him. Her money was stolen on the previous bus. This revelation only heightened the woman's indignation. "It was clearly you. I saw you eyeing my bag. You must have taken it." Regardless of Qiu Ming's attempts to explain, the woman was relentless, while the other passengers clamored, "Driver, take us to the police station. We've caught the thief." The driver slammed on the brakes, glanced at Qiu Ming through the rearview mirror, and sternly declared, "You either hand over the money now, and I'll let you out, or I'll drive straight to the police station. Don't say I didn't give you a chance." With no way to justify himself, Qiu Ming reluctantly produced his wallet, revealing less than 1,000 yuan in cash. "Look, I truly didn't steal your money." The woman immediately retorted, "You have accomplices. I've seen it on television. Thieves always have partners." Faced with this scenario, the driver raised his voice to the other passengers. "What does everyone think? Should I take us all to the police station? Anyone who wants to get off will be suspected of being an accomplice." This morally coercive question momentarily silenced the bus, only to be followed by a cacophony of voices. "To the police station." Without further ado, the driver floored the accelerator, and the bus sped towards the nearest police precinct. Several burly passengers continued to restrain Qiu Ming's hands. Upon arrival at the precinct, the police, already alerted by the conductor's call, awaited at the entrance. As the doors swung open, 2 imposing officers boarded the bus, escorting Qiu Ming off. Subsequently, all passengers were disembarked, and one by one, they were asked to present their identification and answer questions. The police led Qiu Ming into an interrogation room, fastening him to a chair equipped with restraints and placing handcuffs around his wrists. In the interrogation room, Officer Hao Han, who had been dozing on the sofa, was roused by a commotion. He lifted his head to glance at the bustling officers and inquired, "What is going on?" One officer turned around, noticing Hao Han, and asked, "Why are you sleeping here?" "I was working on a case all night long and have duty again tonight. I couldn't be bothered to go home, so I figured I'd catch a quick nap here. By the way, you keep an eye on this kid for me. We caught him in the act, a petty thief. We still need to head out. There's a bus full of passengers outside, and it's possible some of his accomplices are among them." "Oh, you go ahead," Hao Han replied, sitting upright and stretching lazily. He cast a sidelong glance at Qiu Ming and asked, "How much did you steal? Is there time to count it?" Qiu Ming shot him a look. "I'm not a thief. Who would label themselves as such?" "Well, if you're not, then why were you brought here?" Hao Han retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. "Do you know where you are?" You can't deny it here. Hao Han placed Qiu Ming's bag on the interrogation table, pulled up a chair, and sat down, fixating his gaze on Qiu Ming. Once a detective in the city's criminal investigation unit, Hao Han had been reassigned to the anti-theft squad at the public transport police station due to a work oversight. Familiar with the ways of petty thieves, he was aware that many now formed WeChat groups for communication. Within these groups, thieves employed coded language, referring to police as the law, buses as banks, and the act of stealing from passengers as withdrawing money. Some even designated various pockets of passengers' clothing with specific names, such as calling the upper pocket the upper warehouse and the pants pocket the freebie. Hao Han began to sift through Qiu Ming's phone. Curiously, he discovered that Qiu Ming's WeChat group was composed of editors and reporters, with discussions filled with jargon he could not comprehend, such as layout and proofreading. Oh, have you all adopted new terminology? Hao Han jested while perusing Qiu Ming's phone. You'd better not touch my phone. It might contain confidential interview material, Qiu Ming warned. Hao Han shot him an incredulous look. Oh, so now you refer to stealing as interviewing? Ha. As they bantered, the victim, a woman who had been robbed, was escorted into the interrogation room by two officers. One officer held a recognition record, while the other pointed at Qiu Ming and asked, "Is he the one who stole your money?" Without hesitation, the woman approached and slapped Qiu Ming across the face, exclaiming, "It's him. He kept an eye on me at the bus stop and pushed me from behind when I got on the bus. Who else could it be?" The officers led the woman out of the interrogation room. Hao Han chuckled at Qiu Ming, continuing to browse through the phone. He opened the photo gallery and noticed a picture Qiu Ming had taken of the middle-aged woman who was weeping at the bus stop. This evoked a thought in Hao Han. You even have that habit, huh? After stealing, you take a photo of the victim? Hao Han quipped, casting a sidelong glance at Qiu Ming. Is that for a summary meeting, or are you just a weirdo? Qiu Ming and Hao Han exchanged glances for a brief moment. You should inquire about that woman, and then ask the passengers. We were brought here directly by the bus. There are no photos of any victims, Qiu Ming asserted. Hao Han waved his phone dismissively. Then where did you obtain this photograph? The person in the picture is the victim outside, isn't it? Qiu Ming cleared his throat. Officer, have you obtained a search warrant? Hao Han was taken aback. What search warrant? The phone is my personal property, and its contents are my private information. You either procure a search warrant to inspect the contents, or you let it go and refrain from infringing upon my right to privacy. Amused, Hao Han laughed at Qiu Ming's indignation. I've encountered many thieves familiar with public security laws, but few who comprehend the nuances of privacy rights. Qiu Ming raised his voice. I am not a thief. I have not stolen anything. The entire bus of passengers identified you as the thief, and the victim corroborated this. This constitutes a legitimate arrest. Do you not understand? Hao Han stood up and took a step towards Qiu Ming. Qiu Ming turned his head to gaze at the corner of the interrogation room. What? Do you intend to resort to violence? Hao Han glanced at the corner where a surveillance camera's red light was blinking. Outside the interrogation room, officers were taking statements from the woman who had lost her money, as she sobbed and recounted her plight while cradling her child. She had lost 3,000 yuan, money borrowed from relatives to treat her child's asthma. After completing the statements, the officers proceeded to interrogate Qiu Ming. The police were courteous, asking Qiu Ming, "Did you act alone, or do you have accomplices?" This question amused Qiu Ming, who pointed with his handcuffed hands to the backpack on the table. Gentlemen, open my backpack and then ask me. The officers exchanged glances before beginning to search Qiu Ming's backpack. As they rummaged through it, Hao Han remarked, "This was your request. We haven't even secured a search warrant, and you volunteered us to." In the midst of speaking, Hao Han extracted Qiu Ming's press card from the bag. Surprised, several officers held the card next to Qiu Ming's face for comparison. A journalist? Playing the role of a thief? The officers murmured among themselves, leaving Hao Han to guard Qiu Ming while the others reported to their superiors. In the following hours, the police, following Qiu Ming's suspicions, reviewed surveillance footage from the bus the woman had initially boarded. At last, they identified a familiar face in the footage, a habitual thief with a long criminal history, who had stood behind the woman for several minutes before hastily exiting at a station. Notably, the footage clearly showed the habitual thief departing from the middle-aged woman while holding a red handkerchief bag, which corresponded with the woman's statement that she had wrapped her money in a red handkerchief. Due to his extensive criminal record and the police's prior knowledge of his movements, the thief was apprehended at a bathhouse near his residence before nightfall. In the locker, the officers discovered the money that had been stolen from the woman. The habitual thief was escorted back to the precinct, accompanied by reporters from various local media outlets, all summoned by the precinct's public relations department. In the conference room, the bureau leaders were diligently reassuring Qiu Ming, their politeness almost causing him embarrassment. As he glanced out at the bustling lobby, he noticed a throng of fellow journalists surrounding the notorious paparazzo. This news should be my exclusive, Qiu Ming mused to himself. The leaders, understanding the situation, summoned the on-duty sergeant to arrange for the habitual thief to be detained separately in the interrogation room. Under the envious gazes of his peers, the police escorted Qiu Ming into the interrogation room to conduct his interview, while the other journalists were informed that due to the investigation's sensitive nature, they could not conduct interviews at this time. Ultimately, the police transported Qiu Ming back to the bus terminal to retrieve his vehicle. As night fell and Qiu Ming drove away, Hao Han, seated in the passenger seat, fell into deep contemplation, while others were reviewing the bus surveillance footage. Hao Han individually questioned the passengers and the middle-aged woman who had been robbed. None had witnessed the scene of her weeping at the bus stop. Yet Qiu Ming's phone contained a photograph capturing that very moment. What was truly happening? Seizing the moment amidst the chaos, Hao Han approached the leaders to share the image he had seen and voice his suspicions. At that moment, however, the leaders were preoccupied with how to dismiss a reporter mistakenly thought to be a thief, showing little interest in the finer details. Did he steal? No. Besides, we've already apprehended the real thief. What more do you want? Should I keep him here for 24 hours? The bureau chief replied with impatience. Left with no choice, Hao Han reluctantly ceased his insistence. As Qiu Ming drove, he reflected on the day's events. First, he acknowledged his complete lack of experience in countering theft, making it understandable that he was mistaken for a thief. Fortunately, the police had identified the actual culprit. Otherwise, he might have unjustly borne the stigma of thievery. Secondly, how could he explain to others his ability to foresee future events? It would surely land him in a psychiatric ward. Most importantly, he had to ensure that no one discovered the existence of this capability, as the computer and its editing system constituted his exclusive repository of leads. In other words, while his colleagues in the newsroom remained at the starting line, Qiu Ming was already at the finish line. Provided he managed his information wisely, victory would be his. Thus, he would no longer have to beg for tips from the hotline staff like a beggar, nor would he be summoned for a reprimand in the mayor's office. The following day, Qiu Ming's article was published prominently in the hotline news section, with the headline Habitual Thief Steals Life-Saving Money. Police Capture Criminal Under Surveillance. This report was subsequently reprinted by several major news websites, earning Qiu Ming the day's Breaking News Award. This singular award was indeed a rare achievement in his 5 to 6 year career as a journalist. According to the award criteria established by Wang Daling, 8 news departments are required to select 1 or more articles from their respective publications each day to submit for various awards, including the Breaking News Award, the Daily Planning News Award, the Livelihood News Award, the Major News Award, the Investigative Journalism Award, and the Grand Prize. During the daily evaluation meetings, both the department heads and their deputies must attend, and each participant possesses voting rights, although they are prohibited from voting on their own department submissions. In essence, they may propose entries but are unable to vote for themselves. Should a submitted article receive a majority of votes, it is deemed a formal winner. Conversely, if it does not achieve a majority, regardless of its merits, it will not be awarded. After a period of this system's operation, Wang Daling identified a troubling trend. Nearly all submitted articles were being awarded, irrespective of their quality, simply by virtue of submission. He discerned that a tacit agreement had formed among department heads and deputies, wherein any submission, regardless of its origin, was guaranteed approval. Given that they all worked for the same newspaper, a sense of camaraderie prevailed. Failing to vote in favor would disrupt the established decorum. And should one's own article be submitted in the future, the others might refrain from voting in kind. In response, Wang Daling promptly revised the evaluation process, instituting a random selection of editors and reporters working from home to participate in the awards, employing an anonymous voting system. However, despite the anonymity, the outcome remained unchanged. Submissions were still guaranteed awards. The rationale was straightforward. Department heads had already coordinated with their respective editors and reporters to ensure that every submission was supported. Consequently, Wang Daling's reforms faltered yet again. In a fit of exasperation, he resolved to take unilateral action. Each morning upon arriving at work, He meticulously perused the entirety of the day's publication of the Binhai Morning Post, subsequently evaluating the articles according to his own standards. Thus, the daily evaluation meetings transformed into mere announcements of awards. Eventually, Wang Daling began posting the award results directly on the newspaper's office platform, eliminating the need for evaluation meetings altogether. At 10 o'clock in the morning, once the results were displayed, Wang Yuan, the editor responsible for the hotline page, relayed the news of the awarded articles to Qiu Ming, who had already risen by this time. His slumber had been interrupted shortly before 9 by a ringing phone. It was his fourth uncle, residing in a small town approximately 300 kilometers from Binhai City. "What time is it? Why are you still in bed?" his uncle exclaimed, taken aback by Qiu Ming's groggy voice. "Our schedule is rather different from that of typical folks. We are nocturnal beings." "What is it, uncle? I must trouble you for a favor. The heating season is approaching, and around here, fog and haze become prevalent. Your aunt has a weak respiratory system, and this time of year is particularly difficult for her. I saw on television that a particular air purifier is exceptionally good, but I am not confident about purchasing it in our small town. Please help me buy it in the provincial capital and send it to me." Without waiting for Qiu Ming to respond, Uncle C swiftly provided his delivery address, which Qiu Ming had memorized since this was not the first time he had procured items for Uncle C's family. In the end, Uncle C transferred 5,000 yuan to Qiu Ming, a sum sufficient to cover both the purifier and the shipping costs. After hanging up, Qiu Ming found himself wide awake. After a quick wash-up, he drove towards the commercial building in the city center. As he parked in the lot across from the commercial building, a call came in from photographer Fu Yiding. "Buddy, you're quite the hotshot. What is your connection with the Public Security Bureau? They offered you an exclusive interview, which has infuriated other media outlets across the city." "What connection?" "None at all," Qiu Ming replied while maneuvering into a parking space. "Don't hold back with me. Word's out this morning. The reporters from other outlets who didn't recognize you yesterday have all seen your report and are now curious about who Qiu Ming is. To have such close ties with the police. I've received several calls asking about you." After parking, Qiu Ming glanced at the scab on the corner of his mouth in the rearview mirror. "Really, I have no relationship with them. Perhaps it's just my good looks?" "Get lost." Laughing, Qiu Ming ended the call and looked up at the enormous billboard atop the commercial building. Just 8 hours earlier, a harrowing image had captured Qiu Ming's attention in the editing system. The billboard had suddenly collapsed, crashing onto the street below, resulting in the tragic deaths of multiple pedestrians, including a mother and her child in a stroller. According to the timestamps in the editing system, the billboard had fallen at precisely 2:06 p.m., leaving Qiu Ming several hours to purchase the air purifier for Uncle C and even arrange for a delivery service. As more individuals began to recognize the detrimental effects of smog on health, various specialty stores selling air purifiers displayed signs indicating they were out of stock. Only one store featuring imported brands still had a limited supply, causing a throng of eager buyers to crowd the already small shop. Qiu Ming wandered around the entrance of this specialty store, realizing he wouldn't be able to make a purchase anytime soon. So he took the elevator straight to the top floor of the mall. The top floor featured a spacious elevator lobby, from which stairs led to the mall's rooftop. The door to the rooftop was ajar, and several workers were busy cleaning the mall's cooling towers. Qiu Ming approached the massive billboard on the rooftop, a metal panel spanning over 100 square meters, securely supported by a steel frame on the mall's roof. From the back of the billboard, it appeared remarkably sturdy, showing no signs of impending collapse. As Qiu Ming paced behind the billboard, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "This billboard doesn't look like it's about to fall." As Qiu Ming hesitated, a staff member from the mall noticed him and approached, inquiring, "Sir, what brings you here?" Qiu Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, even he had not perceived the advertisement board as a potential hazard. If he were to inform the staff member that the board might fall, he would likely be deemed mentally unstable. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, responding, "Oh, nothing much, just came up for a smoke." The staff member chuckled, gesturing towards a colleague cleaning the cooling tower with chemical solutions. "Smoking is strictly prohibited here. You should go downstairs to smoke outside." Resigned, Qiu Ming returned the cigarette to its pack, yet he did not leave immediately. Instead, he pointed at the advertisement board and asked, "Is this board safe?" The staff member paused, then cautiously replied, "Why do you ask that?" Qiu Ming quickly laughed it off. "Oh, no particular reason. Winter is approaching, and with the strong winds, I wondered if it might get blown down." The staff member laughed, The board has been reinforced. To put it simply, unless there's a typhoon, it poses no risk whatsoever. You're overthinking it. With an awkward smile, Qiu Ming followed the direction indicated by the staff member and made his way to the mall's food court, casually ordering a meal. Halfway through lunch, he received a call from Su Daping. Qiu Ming, I need to discuss something with you. Be mentally prepared. What is it? Qiu Ming inquired. As we approach year-end, you know the newspaper conducts its annual rankings. The performance evaluations for editors and reporters are based on these rankings. If you end up at the bottom again, according to the paper's policies, you'll have to transfer to the operations or administrative departments. Are you suggesting I might finish last again this year? This morning, I took the opportunity to visit the evaluation center while checking this month's statistics and saw the assessment data up to the end of last month. Congratulations. You're at the bottom again. Su Daping continued. I just reported to the president, and he asked me to call you as a reminder to submit more articles and win some awards. Otherwise, this year you might. I could hear Su Daping chuckling. All right, I'll do my best to avoid finishing last. By the way, how far am I from the second to last position? The second to last is Huang Jie. You're not far apart. However, if you could submit a few more pieces like the one that just won an award, you would be in a secure position. After ending the call, Qiu Ming lost his appetite. A ragged scavenger stood outside the dining area, while a mall security guard urged him to leave. Qiu Ming approached the scavenger, pointing to his half-eaten lunch. You can have this. It should be enough to fill you. The scavenger thanked him and moved towards the table, while the security guard looked at Qiu Ming with a hint of annoyance. It's people like you with excessive kindness that spoil them. After waiting in line for over 2 hours, Qiu Ming finally reached the checkout counter. He took out his bank card, preparing to purchase an air purifier. The cashier cast a brief glance at Qiu Ming and gestured towards a piece of cardboard beside the checkout counter, indicating that the machine was malfunctioning. Unable to process card payments, and only accepting cash or payments via WeChat or Alipay. Qiu Ming, not being well-versed in Alipay and having only linked a small balance card to WeChat, initially intended to transfer funds through his mobile banking app. However, realizing that the transfer would not be completed for another 2 hours, he hesitated. Meanwhile, the customers queuing behind him grew impatient, voicing their discontent. If you're not buying, please don't waste our time. Reluctantly, Qiu Ming turned to glance at the line and decided to seek an ATM. Unfortunately, it was not just the merchant's card reader that was out of order. All the ATMs in the shopping mall were malfunctioning, rendering them inoperative. A polite staff member informed Qiu Ming that a bank was situated across the street. With no other option, he made his way to the bank. As he exited the mall, he glanced up at the enormous billboard, which continued to stand firm atop the shopping center. Outside the mall, a steady stream of pedestrians moved about, with no sight of mothers with strollers taking a moment's respite, and everything seemed normal. Due to the long lines at the ATMs, it was already 2 o'clock by the time Qiu Ming reached the machine and withdrew 5,000 yuan in cash. As he prepared to retrieve his card, he instinctively checked his account balance, but the sight left him momentarily dumbfounded. The ATM screen was tilted, reflecting the scene atop the commercial building across the street, where thick smoke was now billowing. Realizing that the billboard's impending collapse was not due to structural failure, but rather the cleaning of the building's cooling tower, Qiu Ming understood that a flammable cleaning agent had sparked a fire, ultimately causing the billboard to fall. Hastily extracting his card, he turned around to see a woman resting on a bench below the building. Having just exited a shopping spree, her stroller parked before her as she entertained her child. Checking his watch, he noted that it was now 2:04, meaning that in just over a minute, the billboard would come crashing down, and a tragedy was inevitable. What to do? Shouting for everyone to vacate the area would likely not instill belief, and could instead attract onlookers, exacerbating the potential casualties. Calling the police or alerting the mall was out of the question. Time was of the essence. Spotting a delivery van parked at the bank entrance, inspiration struck him. He swiftly ascended to the roof of the vehicle and shouted to the pedestrians across the street, "Money is falling. Come and grab the money." His cry captivated the attention of the crowd. Qiu Ming tossed half of the 5,000 yuan he had just withdrawn into the air. In the golden light of the autumn afternoon, a flurry of pink banknotes soared upwards. The scene left the street's pedestrians astonished, and while they stood in stunned silence, Qiu Ming threw the remaining cash into the air as well. Chaos ensued as people frantically rushed towards the bank, and the once busy street in front of the mall and the resting area became devoid of any pedestrians or sitters, save for the mother, who gazed blankly towards the bank entrance. The street was transformed into a frenzy, with people dashing about, scrambling to collect the scattered money, while passing vehicles became ensnared in the commotion. Upon witnessing the young mother still standing in place, Qiu Ming disregarded everything else, leaping from the truck without a second thought. He unintentionally knocked over a few pedestrians who were bent over picking up money and dashed frantically across the street. He did not pause to glance at the top of the shopping mall, but ran straight to the stroller, scooping up the child and fleeing. As the young mother regained her composure, she let out a piercing scream and frantically pursued Qiu Ming. Not far into their flight, a thunderous explosion erupted from the roof of the mall, caused by the detonation of containers filled with cleaning agents. The crowd, drawn by the sound, gazed upwards at the mall's rooftop, where a massive fireball ascended, while an advertisement billboard plummeted in the wake of the shockwave. At that moment, the street and the rest area at the mall's entrance were utterly deserted. Hearing the deafening crash of the billboard hitting the ground, Qiu Ming halted and turned around to find the young mother crouched on the ground, trembling in fear from the tremendous noise. Only when Qiu Ming returned the baby to her arms did she come to her senses and glance back toward the spot where the stroller had been, now crushed beneath the enormous billboard. The mother, clutching her child, attempted to kneel before Qiu Ming to express her gratitude, but he swiftly stopped her. "Do not thank me. I must ask you for a favor." Startled and shaking, she inquired, "What is it? Please do not mention my involvement. Simply say you escaped this calamity on your own." "But how can I do that? I must express my gratitude to you. You saved us both. How can I not thank you? Many media reporters will arrive shortly. Remember, do not say you saw me. This would be the greatest thanks you could offer me," Qiu Ming asserted, gazing at her earnestly. The young mother, still bewildered, nodded in agreement. Qiu Ming gently touched the baby's head, then raised his phone to capture a few quick photos of the scene before racing to the top of the building. Indeed, the chaos had been ignited by workers illegally smoking while cleaning the cooling towers, which ignited the flammable cleaning agents, leading to an explosion of hundreds of kilograms of cleaning agents equivalent to powerful explosives. The immense shockwave severed the steel supports of the billboard, while the negligent workers had fled the scene at the first sign of fire. After completing his interview, Qiu Ming noted that reporters from various local media outlets were converging on the site. Meanwhile, the police had cordoned off the area, preventing any unauthorized individuals from entering. Once again, in front of the cameras of his peers, Qiu Ming strolled by with a sense of self-satisfaction, even a hint of arrogance. As he reached the middle of the police line, he deliberately paused, glancing up at the rooftop before casting a provocative look at his fellow journalists outside the barrier. "That kid again." "Yes, the one named Qiu Ming." "What is his name?" "Qiu Ming, from the Binhai Morning Post." It was not until the police within the cordon urged him to move along that Qiu Ming leisurely departed, sauntering across the street under the envious gazes of his colleagues. Returning to the car, he extracted his mobile phone and dialed Wang Yuanyuan. "Reserve a prime spot for a core news story on the breaking news page. I have a significant on-site report. The billboard atop the commercial building has collapsed." At 11 o'clock at night, as Su Dapeng's call came through, Qiu Ming had just finished his shower and was checking the balance on his salary card. After several years of employment, Qiu Ming had managed to accumulate some savings, though modest, amounting to over 100,000 yuan. Su Dapeng, deviating from his usual lethargic tone, spoke with a hint of excitement. "Qiu Ming, you've done remarkably well. The deputy editor-in-chief personally reviewed your article and the photographs you took. It's a major exclusive." "Major exclusive? Are you referring to the piece on the billboard at the commercial building today?" "Indeed. You may not be aware, but all 4 newspapers and 2 television stations sent reporters today, and it appears they were met with failure, failing to gather any information. However, your article not only includes on-site photographs, but also images of the explosion on the rooftop, and the content is the most comprehensive. The deputy editor just mentioned that tomorrow's major exclusive belongs solely to you. Do you know the bonus for a major exclusive? How much? It seems not many people typically receive this award." "That's right. The bonuses for minor exclusive awards usually range from 3 to 500 yuan. But the major exclusive bonus is 2,000. Let us celebrate." Su Dapeng could hardly contain his exhilaration. Please do. Make sure to treat." "You rascal," Qiu Ming jested. "While the major exclusive award offers a bonus of 2,000, today 5,000 was distributed on the streets. And it seemed that 3,000 would have to come from his salary." After hanging up, Qiu Ming muttered to himself. Just then, his 4th uncle called again. "Qiu Ming, did you purchase the air purifier? Send me a photo. Your fourth aunt wants to see it. I couldn't buy it today. The line was too long. And I had other interviews scheduled. I will definitely get it for you tomorrow. After ending the call once more, he gazed at the balance displayed on his bank card and shook his head vigorously. Every Friday at 1:30 in the afternoon, the newspaper held its regular editorial meeting. A steadfast occurrence that transpired 50 times a year, with the exception of the statutory Spring Festival and National Day holidays, during which the meetings were suspended. The newspaper's grand conference room occupied half a floor, featuring a long conference table measuring 20 meters in length. On either side of the table were the seating arrangements for reporters and editors. Reflecting the well-known saying within the journalism community, the conflict between editors and reporters is inherently irreconcilable. Thus, their seating in the conference room was distinctly separated. The agenda of the editorial meeting was fixed. It commenced with an overview of the specific promotional requirements and critiques regarding reports from the past week, conveyed by the publicity department, followed by announcements of the internal awards received by editors and reporters over the past week. Then the chief editor would comment on which reports from the previous week deserved commendation and which fell short. And finally, Wang Dalan would routinely unleash his weekly ire. Wang Dalan's notorious temper was well known in Binhai City and even throughout the nation's journalism circles. Minor issues that might elicit little more than a shrug in other media would incite Wang Dalan's fury when they occurred in the Binhai Morning Post, with the weekly editorial meeting serving as the stage for his explosive outbursts. At the conference, he would roar and even berate others. However, he never resorted to foul language. Instead, he wielded the acerbic and scathing rhetoric often favored by literary figures, leaving the recipients of his ire utterly humiliated. Qiu Ming had once been on the receiving end of Wang Daling's wrath, which occurred on the eve of the Spring Festival one year when he reported on the illegal trade of fireworks and firecrackers in a neighboring city of Binhai. Binhai has always maintained stringent control over fireworks, permitting only a select few qualified manufacturers from other regions to operate within its confines, with all sales stalls subject to rigorous approval. The authorized fireworks manufacturers effectively enjoyed exclusive operational privileges in Binhai, subsequently orchestrating a collective price hike that rendered the cost of fireworks in Binhai several times higher than in other cities. The citizenry, indifferent to whether the fireworks were sanctioned, would purchase from wherever prices were more favorable. In the adjacent cities, numerous private fireworks manufacturers established sales points, with a plethora of substandard fireworks brazenly displayed along the roads leading into and out of Binhai. These stalls fell outside the jurisdiction of Binhai's regulatory authorities, and thus, no oversight was exerted over them. Following his interviews, Qiu Ming called the local authorities to report the situation. Yet, 2 hours elapsed without any sign of intervention. Upon calling again and revealing his identity as a journalist, he found that within 10 minutes of hanging up, all the stalls hastily began to pack up and vacate the area. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of enforcement vehicles appeared before Qiu Ming, and he was met with sharp inquiries. Where are they? Where are the substandard fireworks you mentioned? Disinterested in further discourse, Qiu Ming drove back to Binhai, and that evening, he penned an article detailing his findings, which was published in the following day's Binhai Morning Post. Upon receiving the newspaper the next morning, he still felt a lingering sense of indignation and called the relevant department once more, urging them to read that day's Binhai Morning Post or check the news online. Stating that they had been exposed, he warned them to manage their affairs more diligently, lest they find themselves in similar predicaments again. After hanging up, Qiu Ming deliberately lingered on the editorial platform of the newspaper, anticipating the day's evaluation results to be posted, confident that his article would earn accolades. As expected, he was awarded the day's journalism prize. However, shortly after the announcement, personnel from the editorial office rescinded the award, and when it was reposted, Qiu Ming's article had been removed from the list of winners. When he inquired with the editorial staff, they discreetly informed him, "Do not pursue it further. Your article has caused a stir, and Wang Daling is furious." At the following editorial meeting, Wang Daling pointed an accusatory finger at Qiu Ming, exclaiming, "Originally, I had intended to award your article. It was indeed a commendable piece deserving of recognition. However, you had the audacity to make a phone call, which was recorded. And now they have reported you to the News Ethics Committee, alleging threats and extortion. Are you not simply courting trouble?" Listening to the gradually escalating tone of Wang Daling's voice, Qiu Ming realized he was becoming agitated. Those familiar with Wang Daling knew that when he was about to criticize someone, his voice would start off softly and grow increasingly loud, indicating his rising impatience. Literary scoundrel. Wang Daling finally erupted. You are nothing but a literary scoundrel. The atmosphere in the meeting room was so tense, it was almost suffocating. Wang Daling pointed directly at Qiu Ming's nose. Do you even understand what a literary scoundrel is? Before Qiu Ming could defend himself, Wang Daling continued his tirade. A scoundrel is a rogue. A literary scoundrel is an educated rogue, a rogue among scholars. A rogue is not to be feared, but a rogue with culture is truly alarming. Qiu Ming, you are a cultured rogue, a literary scoundrel. After a brief moment of calm, Wang Daling's tone softened considerably. One must maintain their dignity. You have already exposed someone. Why further insult them with a phone call? Isn't that just slapping them in the face? No wonder they reported you. If I were in your position and my subordinate informed me that the journalist who exposed me had called to provoke me, I would certainly give you a good slap. Ultimately, Wang Daling publicly declared, Qiu Ming's act of insulting the supervisory department over the phone warrants a fine of 1,000 yuan, to be deducted from your performance salary. However, an astonishing outcome arose from the incident. Although the newspaper deducted 1,000 yuan from his performance pay, they eventually awarded him a special prize of 1,000 yuan at the end of the month. The editorial office provided no clear explanation for this award. Yet, the director of the editorial office privately informed Qiu Ming. Wang Daling stated that the department needed handling. So he took 1,000 from the editorial fund for you and instructed me to keep it discreet. After all, if every journalist insulted others after exposing them, it would be utterly outrageous. At 1:25 in the afternoon, as editors and reporters signed in at the meeting room entrance, Wang Daling stood in the open space before the meeting room, where there was no podium. He was accustomed to speaking while standing for 1 or 2 hours at a time. The initial proceedings of the meeting went smoothly, but it was time to enter Wang Daling's weekly fury segment, and the silence in the meeting room was almost unnerving. Wang Daling scanned the room with an air of authority before he began to bellow. The negativity within this newspaper astounds me. Every day I hear talk of the impending demise of print media, that newspapers are finished, that traditional media is on its last legs. I hear daily of individuals seeking new jobs. If you possess the ability and talent, then leave now. Do not let your negativity diminish the positive energy of my team. All the editors and reporters bowed their heads, none daring to make eye contact with Wang Daling. Indeed, the management of print media was declining, even more than anticipated. But it was far from being at death's door, barely surviving, or on the brink of extinction. The team I desire is one brimming with passion and determination. A team that, as long as they remain in this industry, will dedicate their entire enthusiasm and capabilities, rather than a team consumed by worry, fear of loss, and a distracted mind. Traditional media is experiencing a decline. However, I remain optimistic. You are all professional journalists, distinct from those so-called self-media practitioners. You possess the credibility that comes with your profession, your words and images are trusted by the public, and your reports are disseminated as authoritative information. Without the traditional media as a source, what can new media report or propagate? It is akin to cooking without rice. Wang Daling's tone softened. Soon, as we enter October, I shall commence the annual performance rankings. You are aware that previously, I was lenient towards those ranking lower and offered them opportunities. This year, however, I shall extend no such leniency. Regardless of who occupies the last position, they shall be required to pack their belongings and leave. The individuals in the conference room simultaneously turned their gazes towards Qiu Ming. Even Huang Jie glanced at him, his eyes filled with compassion. Aware of the shift in the room, Wang Daling cast a fleeting glance at Qiu Ming before diverting his attention elsewhere. With less than 2 months remaining, I will finalize the annual rankings before New Year's Day. By that time, some of you will be departing this team. Do not blame me for being heartless. I seek a team that is driven forward. Our newspaper does not support idleness. As Wang Daling's words echoed, the editors and reporters redirected their gazes towards the section occupied by the economic news department. It was common knowledge within the newspaper that the truly idle, often referred to as the affluent idle, resided in the economic news department. After the meeting adjourned, Qiu Ming deliberately waited until others had left before he rose, while Huang Jie lingered in his seat. Come on, Huang. Let us find a place to get you some dog food, Qiu Ming jested. Huang Jie's nickname, akin to many canine names in films, was attributed to his short and stout stature. Even the slightest exertion left him breathless. Within the newspaper, both Huang Jie and Qiu Ming were regarded as journalists who were not favored by the hotline department. aptly characterized by Lin Gang as free-range journalists. The term free-range indicated a lack of a fixed reporting unit or industry, relying on a system for contributions. To procure sustenance, one must forage for it themselves. Huang Jie accepted the cigarette that Qiu Ming offered, lighting it before playfully inquiring, "Hey, do you know? The editors and journalists at the newspaper have set up an underground betting pool for us." Betting pool? What sort of betting pool? They're wagering on who will rank lowest and who will leave the newspaper. Qiu Ming's interest was piqued. What are my odds? Your odds are not high, essentially. They're 1-to-1, which means you are almost guaranteed to be in last place. My odds, however, are quite favorable. If I were to be ousted, the odds would be 3-to-1. Qiu Ming chuckled. Who initiated this wager? Huang Jie grinned mischievously. Who else but the Economic News Department? It is said that over half of the editors and a significant portion of the reporters have placed their bets. Qiu Ming shook his head. Amused, let those who wish to wager do so. Do you have any plans for later? If not, would you care to join me for dinner tonight? I can't. I have an interview to attend. Moreover, are you not going to your parents' home for dinner this weekend? I truly find it exasperating to dine with my mother. She has recently entered menopause, and neither my father nor I dare to provoke her. As they conversed, Zhang Xian from the Ministry of Economy poked his head into the conference room, casting an irritated glance at Qiu Ming before shouting at Huang Jie. Huang, are you still here? The press conference starts at 5:30 this evening. Shouldn't you be hurrying along? Let me tell you, if you're late, you won't be assigned any tasks next time. Huang Jie, responding with urgency, jumped up and replied, Take care of yourself, brother. I'm pleading and begging just to do some work for others in different departments. The bonuses go to them, and I'm writing my own drafts. At least I can accumulate some workload. As for you, good luck. In the midst of his words, he dashed out of the conference room, calling Zhang Xian. I'm on my way now. Watching Huang Jie's retreating figure, Qiu Ming shook his head helplessly and dialed his home. Dad, I'll be home for dinner tonight. His mother's neighborhood was built by the government decades ago, long before the concept of commercial housing even existed, let alone the foresight to construct parking lots for the community. Each time Qiu Ming planned to return for dinner, his mother would prepare the meal and then rush downstairs to secure a parking spot, ensuring her son would have a place to park upon his return. As Qiu Ming drove into the community, a BMW followed closely behind. Thanks to his mother reserving a parking space in advance, he quickly parked his car. The BMW soon found a spot nearby, and a young couple emerged, chatting and laughing as they made their way toward the entrance. It was evident that the wife was pregnant, and her husband attended to her with utmost care. Noticing the couple approaching, his mother feigned indifference and energetically greeted Qiu Ming. The young couple paused. Auntie, reserving a parking space for Qiu Ming again? His mother replied with an awkward smile. Yes, he asked back. Are you both visiting your parents for dinner this weekend as well? The man boasted. We didn't want to return, but we couldn't resist my parents. They insist we bring back our grandchild after just 1 week of not seeing us. He gestured toward his wife, who was visibly pregnant. At that moment, his mother felt a surge of emotions, yet she concealed her feelings, replying, Parents these days are all the same. As they age, they become quite demanding. The young man, observing Qiu Ming organizing items in the car, turned to his wife and remarked, That's my childhood friend. He is now a journalist at a newspaper. He then inquired of his mother, By the way, Auntie, is Qiu Ming still single? The question struck a chord with her, and she shook her head. You two should head upstairs. It's not appropriate for a pregnant woman to stand and chat. The young couple continued their cheerful conversation as they entered the building. His mother, breathing deeply, watched Qiu Ming. After he finished organizing the fruits and daily necessities he bought for his parents, locked the car, and turned around. He caught sight of his mother's facial expression and also noticed his childhood friend just entering the door. Timidly approaching his mother, he playfully inquired, Mother, are you signaling for me to hastily leave at once, or shall I have the privilege of ascending the stairs, enjoying a meal while gradually tidying my belongings? His mother chuckled and replied, Let me tell you, you little rascal, if you plan on being alone, don't bother coming back. Once you find a partner, I'll gladly prepare dumplings and braised pork for you every day. So what is on the menu today? Qiu Ming glanced upstairs, noticing his father peering down curiously. Today, his mother declared with determination, We're having braised meat with broomstick gourd. As she spoke, she playfully nudged Qiu Ming, snatched the items from his hands, and turned towards the entrance. Following his mother, Qiu Ming discreetly gestured an oak sign to his father, who was keeping watch from the balcony. On his way to pick up Huang Jia, Qiu Ming came across a notification from the newspaper's WeChat group, reminding all editors and reporters to renew their parking fees for the upcoming year. The parking lot was rented, and the fees were not exorbitant, yet they had to be paid annually. Before each national day, all staff members were required to submit 180 yuan to the finance department. Upon arriving at the newspaper office, Qiu Ming found Huang Jia waiting at the entrance. Spotting Qiu Ming in a hurry, he teased, "I assume you're in a rush because you need to relieve yourself." Without turning back, Qiu Ming replied, "Just wait for me. Once I pay the parking fee, we can leave." The finance department was located on the 3rd floor, and being early, there were only a few people in line, some from the administrative office and a few reporters from the economic news department. Qiu Ming quietly stood behind them. The payment process was swift. In less than 10 minutes, only one person remained ahead of him. Qiu Ming took out his prepared wallet, but the reporter in front of him, after paying, lingered to chat with the finance clerk, occasionally replying to WeChat messages with voice notes. "Where are you now?" Coughing lightly to signal the reporter to finish and move on, Qiu Ming received only a dismissive glance before the reporter resumed chatting, seemingly oblivious to Qiu Ming's presence. Just as he contemplated reminding the reporter again, Zhang Xian waddled into view, her ample form blocking the entrance. The reporter stepped aside, allowing Zhang Xian to approach the window and exclaim, "I have a business trip to Hainan this afternoon for a brand launch. I'll be gone for several days. Do you need anything?" The clerk, while processing her payment, remarked enviously, "Hainan is lovely this time of year. Some squid shreds would be delightful. Do bring me back some." At this moment, Qiu Ming stood helplessly behind Zhang Xian, who noticed him and turned her substantial frame towards him, saying, "Qiu Ming, I see your money comes easily. Doesn't he it?" Qiu Ming looked at her in confusion. "Save your breath. We've all predicted you 1T last until the end of the year. Come next year, you 1T need to pay that monthly 15 yuan parking fee, even if you manage to stick around until New Year's. Any excess parking fees you pay will not be refunded." She then turned to the finance clerk, "Right, dear lady? Once the parking fee is paid, it cannot be refunded, correct?" The older sister cast a glance at Qiu Ming, furrowing her brows. "The parking fees are merely collected on behalf of our newspaper. If you truly resign later, they will not be refunded." Zhang Xian continued to jest with Qiu Ming. "Did you hear that? You might as well hold off on payment during unemployment. You'll need every penny to get by." At that moment, Qiu Ming was seething with anger, yet, surrounded by female colleagues, he felt constrained to voice his frustrations. After Zhang Xian finished speaking, he departed with another reporter, leaving the financial sister to regard Qiu Ming with a complex expression. "So, will you pay or not?" Just as Zhang Xian and the others exited the finance office, Qiu Ming's voice resonated from within. "I'll pay. I'll pay for the entire year next year. What about the year after? If you're collecting, then let us pay it all at once." The financial sister's sharp voice followed. "What is your problem? I haven't wronged you. Why take it out on me?" After absorbing Qiu Ming's account, Huang Jia, seated in the passenger seat, erupted in laughter. "Indeed, why bother? If the finance department were to actually collect your parking fees for the following year, would you pay or not? Why not just pay? I could pay for 10 years if necessary. They're looking down on you." Qiu Ming remained infuriated. Huang Jia chuckled heartily. 10 years? Who knows if the newspaper building will still be standing in a decade, let alone the paper itself. Qiu Ming shot Huang Jia a sidelong glance. "Last week, Wang Daling said that negative energy emanates from you. So what if it does? I'm prepared. I'm ready for the day the newspaper lets me go. And I'll take my relocation fee to join another online media outlet." Qiu Ming shot him a knowing look. Online media only requires a pretty face to enter. They don't need watchdogs. The two engaged in a lively exchange of banter. In the southwestern corner of Binhai Park stands a bus stop. Due to its proximity to the park's main entrance, various small vendors set up their stalls here, and ticket scalpers also wait for visitors. Qiu Ming parked nearby and, with a serious demeanor, addressed Huang Jia. "My friend, I intend to remain here until the newspaper shuts down. It's not that I love this newspaper, but rather that I adore our industry. As the saying goes, a woman fears marrying the wrong man, and a man fears entering the wrong profession. I haven't chosen the wrong career. Despite my previous struggles, my passion for this field is innate." Huang Jia regarded Qiu Ming, and after a long pause, nodded. Everyone has their aspirations. As Qiu Ming unbuckled his seatbelt in preparation to exit the vehicle, Huang Jia inquired curiously, "Aren't we going out for lunch? Why did you bring me here?" "I'm thirsty. I need to buy a bottle of water." Do you want to come? Huang Jia also unfastened his seatbelt, and the two approached a vendor's stall. Qiu Ming pulled out his wallet. I'll buy 4 bottles of water. Huang Jia looked at him quizzically. Why 4? I'm out of water in the car, so I might as well buy a few extra. Why not just order online? It's cheaper, and they deliver to your door. I support the physical economy, all right? Why all these questions? The water vendor, overhearing Qiu Ming, immediately took an interest. Absolutely. With everything being purchased online, more and more large stores are closing, and more people are losing their jobs. Huang twisted open the bottle of water handed to him by the vendor and took a sip, remarking, "You are so concerned about the nation. Perhaps you should first contemplate our current economic situation." Qiu Ming also opened his water bottle, declaring, "What do I have to fear? If my salary falls short, I shall turn to my mother." With that, he splashed the water from his bottle onto Huang Jia. Startled, Huang Jia immediately retaliated by dousing Qiu Ming with his own water. Qiu Ming, chuckling, dashed towards the nearby bus stop, with Huang Jia hot on his heels. Both engaged in a playful water fight. There were 5 or 6 passengers waiting for the bus, but they quickly sidestepped to avoid the splashes, leaving only the 2 of them at the bus stop. Suddenly, Qiu Ming halted to glance at his watch, then discarded his water bottle and lunged at Huang Jia. Caught off guard, Huang Jia was knocked to the ground, and the 2 tumbled beneath the bus stop. At that moment, a dull rumble emanated from beneath the platform, which began to collapse, revealing a deep hole with a diameter of several meters where the passengers had just stood. Simultaneously, a plume of white steam erupted from the abyss. It turned out that the collapsed hole had exposed a heating pipeline from a thermal power plant, the pipe having been struck by the fallen platform, causing high-pressure steam to surge forth. The onlookers, who had been captivated by the water fight, were left in shock. Qiu Ming, however, was quick to spring back to his feet, racing to a nearby vehicle to retrieve his camera and began documenting the scene. Meanwhile, Huang Jia remained seated on the ground, staring blankly at the gaping hole just a few meters away, until Qiu Ming called out, Huang, quickly call the police." Only then did Huang Jia snap back to reality and hurriedly pull out his phone. Leaning over the edge of the hole, Qiu Ming peered inside, noting only sand and pipes, with steam continuing to billow. He turned back to the gathered crowd, shouting, "Did anyone fall in?" The spectators exchanged glances and shook their heads silently. Qiu Ming scrolled through his phone to check the photographs, ensuring that all the individuals previously reported as missing were indeed standing safely beside the hole, before he breathed a sigh of relief. He approached Huang Jia, glancing at him still seated on the ground, and suggested, Huang, shall we co-author this piece?" Huang Jia, still shaken and pale, pondered for a moment before nodding weakly in agreement. On the 25th of each month, the newspaper issued salaries, and that day, Qiu Ming had been anxiously checking his phone since morning. Like his colleagues, his remuneration comprised a salary, article fees, and various journalism awards. To date, he had leveraged the enigmatic editorial system to publish several impactful news reports, including out-of-control taxi crashes into city center flowerbed, thief saves life savings, commercial building billboard falls, and bus stop collapse, a complete account, all of which garnered him the day's news award as he was the sole reporter present at the scenes of these events. Setting aside the basic salary and manuscript fees, the bonuses alone have approached 5 figures. This may very well be the month in which he has received the highest earnings during his years at the newspaper. At 3 in the afternoon, the mobile alerts within the newsroom rang out in succession, signaling the arrival of salary deposits. Your salary card has received a deposit of 18,635 yuan. Upon reading the notification, Qiu Ming smiled knowingly. Several colleagues from the hotline department, along with Su Daping and others, gathered around. As the crowd beheld the amount of Qiu Ming's salary, their expressions became intricate, filled with both admiration and envy. "I need to inquire with the finance department if the funds allocated to Qiu Ming can be retracted," Su Daping muttered to himself without any pretense. Fu Yiting also strolled over from the photography department, and upon seeing Qiu Ming's salary, he beamed, saying, "Buddy, if you come across any good opportunities, do let me know. If there are leads that you can't chase down, share those with me as well. I'll stick with you." Before Qiu Ming could respond, the other colleagues from the hotline department, who had previously shown him disdain, playfully protested, "This is our hotline news department. We're the ones who should be sticking with him. What business do you, a mere photographer, have in this?" Qiu Ming was generous and treated his colleagues from the hotline department to a sumptuous dinner, although he felt a twinge of discomfort. as these individuals had not only distanced themselves from him in previous years, but had also covertly caused him trouble. He decided to extend a gesture of camaraderie, considering them all brothers in the same trench. During the dinner, Qiu Ming could discern a hint of sentiment in his colleagues' gazes, while they congratulated him. Nearly all displayed a semblance of jealousy. When Qiu Ming reiterated his theory that he was not merely a recorder of events, but an instigator of them, his colleagues, who had previously engaged in debate with him, suddenly seemed to become deaf to his words, offering no further response. In fact, Qiu Ming had heard from Fu Yiding that among the 4 newspapers and 2 television stations in the same city, almost all the journalists covering the hotline had begun to regard him as an imagined adversary, with rumors circulating about forming an alliance to collectively resist him. They refrained from sharing any news information with Qiu Ming, and even the most basic contact details were withheld. In the media industry, there exists an unwritten rule wherein journalists from any outlet, after publishing exclusive news reports, are expected to share the contact information of the parties involved with their peers, as one has consumed the meat of the exclusive news and ought to leave a bit of broth for others. For a long time, all media professionals had silently adhered to this unspoken guideline. However, now, due to Qiu Ming's meteoric rise and the heavy blows his reports had dealt to his peers, they were willing to violate this tradition to ostracize him, instilling in Qiu Ming an inexplicable fear. By the time he returned home, it was already past 1 in the morning. Qiu Ming took a shower, reclined on the sofa, and began to watch television. With more than an hour remaining before his computer would boot up at 3, he preferred to stay awake rather than risk having to rise again after falling asleep. As the clock on the wall struck 3 in the morning, Qiu Ming once again found himself seated before his computer, which flickered to life as expected, initiating its boot sequence. He turned to retrieve a cigarette, lighting it with a practiced ease, and when he turned back, he was astounded by the content displayed on the screen. Unlike usual, the computer did not directly enter the editing system. The entire screen appeared blurred, and a dialog box emerged before him. Engaging in conversation with Qiu Ming was an entity named Watch. Having only recently graduated, Qiu Ming's command of English had not yet waned, and he recognized that the word meant guardian. At that moment, Watch typed a greeting into the dialog box. Hello. Qiu Ming stared blankly at the screen for a prolonged period, until the box reiterated hello. Cautiously, he typed back, Who are you? Watch replied, Do not inquire about my identity just yet. First, answer me this. Have you discerned the purpose of this system? Indeed, the editing system displays not news events that have transpired, but those that will occur within the next 24 hours. Watch responded, Correct. But who are you? And how did this system come to reside on my computer? I am the very editing system you are currently utilizing. As for why it has manifested on your device, I shall not disclose that now. In due time, you will uncover the answer. Qiu Ming was nearly breathless with astonishment. Are you the system? Indeed. I am the system you are employing, and it is I who delivers the news layout for the forthcoming 24 hours to you each day at 3 in the morning. Impossible. This is the realm of science fiction. How could it materialize in reality? Why is it impossible? Have you not resolved numerous issues utilizing the information I provided? Indeed, your salary has been multiplying as well. My heavens, how do you know everything? Certainly, I can reveal to you that I exist in a networked state. To acquire knowledge, I merely harness the power of the internet. For instance, I am aware that several hours ago, during your dinner gathering, you paid with a debit card from the construction bank, your salary card, for an amount of 835,000 yuan. I also know that there were 9 individuals at the table, one of whom departed midway. Furthermore, I am aware that amongst your dining companions, some question how you could predict news events in advance and be present at the scene, to which your response was to evade the inquiry. Most crucially, based on the latest rankings released by the newspaper today, your name has just ascended several places from the very bottom. Prior to the release of this statistical result, there was no necessity for me to communicate with you, as you might have been eliminated by the newspaper for being in last place. Had that been the case, you would no longer have had access to this system. However, you still have not elucidated why you possess the ability to foresee news events occurring within the next 24 hours. It is essential to recognize that these are yet to happen occurrences. Yet you can accurately predict the time, location, individuals involved, and outcomes of these events. Watch. This is something I will reveal to you in the future, as there is presently no necessity for you to be informed. So what do you seek from me? Is it merely to greet me with a hello? Or perhaps to congratulate me on not being at the bottom of the rankings and facing termination? Watch. Do you not consider it imperative that we establish some rules prior to your continued use of this system? What rules? Watch. The regulations regarding your utilization of this system. This system operates similarly to the editorial systems within a newspaper. I am capable of using it, am I not? Watch. You are indeed able to use this system, but do not forget that it is I who have granted you access. And I can revoke that privilege at any moment. As this statement concluded in the dialog box, the blurry editing system behind it abruptly shut down. Qiu Ming stared blankly at the screen for an extended period, where only the dialog box remained. Very well, let us discuss the rules. Watch. Incorrect. It is not a discussion. Rather, I shall establish the rules, and you will adhere to them. That does not seem very equitable, does it? Watch. You possess this system, which allows you to foresee events 24 hours in advance. That in itself is inherently unfair. Very well, please articulate the rules. Watch. Rule 1. Henceforth, you must keep the existence of this system strictly confidential. Absolutely no third party is to be informed of its existence, including your parents, relatives, friends, and colleagues. Should anyone become aware of this system, it will automatically shut down, and your access will be revoked. This poses no issue, as I have always conducted myself in such a manner. After all, one does not strike a stolen gong recklessly. Watch. Rule 2. From this moment forward, strive not to become the center of news stories. It is preferable that your presence goes unnoticed. Why? Watch. You must fabricate plausible explanations for your appearances at news events, as there are already suspicions regarding your potential fabrication of news. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, the existence of this system will be revealed, at which point I will revoke your access and erase all traces of your usage from your computer, leaving you in considerable trouble. Qiu Ming pondered at the screen for a long while. Although he had not attracted attention during previous interviews, suspicions were now beginning to arise. Very well, I comprehend. Please proceed. Watch. Rule 3. Refrain from excessive usage of the system. In other words, do not seek clues from the system on a daily basis. If you continue at the current frequency, it is only a matter of time before you draw suspicion. What frequency would be deemed appropriate? Watch. Utilizing the system once or twice weekly is quite suitable for a novice journalist like you. Qiu Ming chuckled. All right. However, if I intervene to prevent certain occurrences without explaining to people why, no one will believe me. I cannot possibly carry my computer around to show others the editorial layout. Watch. This issue is yours to resolve. After all, your capabilities are formidable enough. Remember, you are the sole individual in this world capable of predicting what will transpire in 24 hours. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. Retire for the night, as dawn brings forth a significant challenge. What challenge? The dialog box closed, and the screen displayed the finalized layout. The centerpiece of the breaking news layout featured a harrowing incident. A bus identified as number 332 had overturned in a valley, its body severely mangled, with windows shattered and lifeless bodies suspended in the frames. The text revealed that at 9:35 a.m., this inner-city coach encountered calamity in a mountainous region 50 kilometers from the city. The accident occurred at a perilous site known as Shinggong Ridge. As the 332 bus traversed this area, a massive rock plummeted from the summit, crashing directly onto the bus's roof. The tremendous inertia caused the vehicle to tumble into the adjacent valley, which boasts a vertical drop of over 100 meters. Tragically, all 33 individuals aboard, including the driver and passengers, perished without a single survivor. Another grim report detailed the fate of a 5-year-old child who fell from their home balcony, meeting a fatal end upon impact, with the head striking the ground first. The long-distance bus station in Haiban City, serving as a pivotal transportation hub, witnesses the embarkation of over 10,000 passengers daily. Despite the congestion, at 8 o'clock in the morning, with merely half an hour remaining before the departure of bus number 332, Qiu Ming hastily arrived at the station. He ascended to the 3rd floor and found the station master's office. The station master had just begun his day, tending to the potted plants in the office, while a dispatcher placed the day's departure schedule on the desk, awaiting the station master's signature. Without the luxury of knocking, Qiu Ming pushed open the office door, startling both the station master and the dispatcher. Has bus number 332 already departed? He inquired anxiously. The dispatcher, with a rather unfriendly demeanor, replied, "The bus schedule is posted in the lobby. You can check there. This is the office." Recognizing the person watering the plants as the station master, Qiu Ming implored, "Please do not allow bus number 332 to depart." The station master, taken aback, asked, "Who are you? Why should I stop the bus?" There's no time to explain. Just pause the departure, and I will elaborate. Qiu Ming responded while glancing out the window, noticing that the bus marked with 332 had begun boarding passengers. Exchanging glances with the dispatcher, the station master smiled and gestured for Qiu Ming to take a seat. "Please sit down and explain. There's no need to rush." However, Qiu Ming was too agitated to sit. He pointed at the bus outside, exclaiming, "You must stop that bus from leaving because..." He hesitated, realizing that without evidence, the station master would find it hard to believe his claims. "Because what?" The station master queried, maintaining a composed demeanor. "You want me to halt the departure? You must provide a reason. Is there a bomb on board?" Qiu Ming shook his head. "Are there terrorists on the bus?" He shook his head again. At that moment, he regretted his impulsiveness. After all, without an incident occurring, no one would believe him. The station master chuckled. "Is your girlfriend on the bus? Did you have an argument? Is she running away from home?" Rather than responding, Qiu Ming wished to articulate his concerns, but the departing dispatcher returned, accompanied by 2 security guards. The station master, smiling, remarked to the dispatcher, "Don't be alarmed. It seems a couple has had a spat, and the wife has left home. You should escort him to the bus to see if she is aboard." Amidst the rebukes from the dispatcher and security guards, Qiu Ming was led to the side of bus number 332. As he gazed at the bus boarding passengers, the haunting images of a wrecked vehicle, mangled bodies, and the barely visible 332 inscription flooded his mind once more. Most passengers inside the bus were already seated, waiting for the driver to commence the journey. And the clock read 8:25. Qiu Ming felt that his only hope rested with the driver, a middle-aged man appearing to be under 40, who was seeking clarification from the dispatcher regarding the situation. Qiu Ming suddenly grasped the driver's arm, exclaiming, "Shandong Ridge. Shandong Ridge is going to collapse, and it will crush your vehicle. Your vehicle will fall off the cliff." The driver was startled by Qiu Ming's unexpected action, and the passengers erupted in a cacophony of voices. "What are you talking about? Are you insane? Fool. Sleepwalking, perhaps. What a dreadful morning." Amidst the chorus of scorn, security personnel forcibly escorted Qiu Ming off the bus, while the dispatcher chuckled to the driver. "I knew he was a lunatic from the start." The station master insisted he had a family member who left home. Qiu Ming managed to break free from the guards and attempted to rush back to the bus, but was once again restrained. The dispatcher waved his hand, and the driver shut the bus door, setting the vehicle in motion. In desperation, Qiu Ming shouted at the departing bus, "Don't leave, please don't leave." Through the window, he caught sight of the passengers' disdainful, complaining, and even furious expressions. Some mouthed words at him, unmistakably forming the phrase, "Fool." Once the bus had left the station, the dispatcher glared at Qiu Ming, saying, "Haven't you taken your medication this morning? Be quiet, or I'll call the police to have you committed to a mental institution." He then instructed the 2 guards holding Qiu Ming, "Get rid of him. Keep an eye on him, and don't let him back in. If he tries to return, call the police." The guards escorted Qiu Ming to the entrance. At that moment, he was no longer agitated, gazing at the bus as it disappeared from view, his hopes extinguished. Returning to his own vehicle, Qiu Ming glanced at the time. It was already 8:45. At 9:26, a 5-year-old boy would fall from the 6th-floor window of a residential building on the city's west side. He started his engine and drove toward the western part of the city, navigating swiftly through the streets. Suddenly, a text notification chimed. Qiu Ming glanced at his phone. It was a black card, unregistered and displaying no number. It instructed him to call 199. It was spam, typically. Only those intending to commit telecom fraud or harboring malicious intent would be interested in such black cards. A thought struck him. He recalled having a similar phone card in his vehicle, one he had purchased online during a previous undercover investigation into the dangers of such cards. While driving, he opened the glove compartment and, after much effort, finally located the black card. Thus, he continued to drive while replacing his phone card with the black one. After powering it on, Qiu Ming muttered "Ba," praying the card would still function, until the screen displayed full signal strength, prompting him to shout yes. In excitement, he quickly dialed 110, and before the operator could respond, he spoke at breakneck speed. "Quickly intercept the long-distance bus number 332 departing from Binhai. It is about to enter the eastern mountainous region, and when it passes Shandong Ridge, there will be a landslide. A large rock will fall onto the roof of the bus, and no one aboard, 33 people, will be spared. The incident is set to occur at 9:35 a.m. Without waiting for the operator's inquiry, Qiu Ming abruptly hung up the phone and swiftly removed the SIM card. He glanced at the dashboard clock. It read 9:21. In less than 5 minutes, the boy would fall, and Qiu Ming was still nearly a kilometer away from the scene of the incident. The road was utterly congested due to a minor collision between two cars. With no time to pull over, Qiu Ming parked directly in the middle of the road and dashed towards the nearby residential building. A butterfly alighted on the balcony's closed drying rack, fluttering its colorful wings. Inside, a young boy stood atop a small stool, gazing out at the bustling street below. Just days prior, the boy's parents had finalized their divorce, and through tearful eyes, he watched as his mother hastily gathered her belongings and stormed out. His grandfather had been summoned from the countryside to look after him, as his father had gone to work. After preparing breakfast and sending his son off, the grandfather turned on the television for the boy and retreated to the bedroom for a nap. The television programs failed to captivate the boy's interest as usual. He moved his stool to the balcony to observe the world outside. When the butterfly appeared, it enchanted him. He opened the window, extended his hand, and quietly approached the delicate creature. The butterfly seemed oblivious to the boy's presence, resting serenely on the rack as it flapped its beautiful wings. Qiu Ming sprinted, covering 500 meters, 400, 300, 200, as the minute hand on his watch moved past 25 minutes. Suddenly, a plastic pipe on the roadside tripped him, and he fell heavily to the ground. The boy was entirely focused on the butterfly, his weight pressing down on the drying rack. Due to prolonged use, one bolt of the rack had completely rusted. The sound of the rack breaking startled his grandfather from his slumber in the bedroom. Thinking his grandson had been mischievous and broken something again, he got up to investigate. The entire room was empty of the boy until he spotted the small stool on the balcony and a foot dangling outside. The trip that befell Qiu Ming was caused by a plastic hose, one end connected to a large gas cylinder, the other in the hands of a balloon vendor. The vendor was inflating balloons, surrounded by hundreds of colorful orbs contained within a vast nylon net, while 100 or so had been fashioned into a massive balloon tree, tied to a bicycle. Startled by the accident, the vendor hurriedly helped Qiu Ming to his feet. Ignoring his injuries, Qiu Ming lifted his head in search of the child. The news only mentioned that this was the scene of the incident, without specifying from which building the child had fallen. At last, Qiu Ming spotted him, across the street. The boy was precariously hanging from the drying rack, which swayed ominously. Looking down, Qiu Ming noticed the balloons in the net and the balloon tree on the bicycle. Without time for explanations, he shouted to the vendor, "I'll buy them all. Hurry, help me." He then grabbed over 100 balloons from the net and raced towards the street opposite. The vendor was initially startled by Qiu Ming's actions, and soon, following his gaze, he spotted the boy suspended outside the building. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he hastily detached the balloon tree from his bicycle and rushed across the street. Just as the balloons were meticulously arranged, the closed rack finally gave way. The grandfather extended his hand, but it was too late to grasp his grandson's foot. He could only watch helplessly as the child plummeted. Accompanied by the grandfather's anguished scream, the child's body struck the balloons, causing hundreds to burst with a thunderous sound that startled all passers-by. Qiu Ming scrambled into the midst of the balloons, feeling the child's head and discovering blood. A chilling realization washed over him as he understood the gravity of his failure. First, a busload of passengers embarking on a fatal journey under his helpless gaze, and now, a child who could have been saved, falling before him. At that moment, he heard the boy's cries, "Mommy." It turned out that during his fall, Qiu Ming had scraped his hands, and the blood he felt was his own. Beneath the boy, many balloons remained unpopped, cushioning the impact and ultimately saving him. The boy's grandfather, nearly barefoot, rushed down from the upper floors, and upon seeing his grandson unharmed, he exhaled in relief and collapsed onto the ground. Bus 332 traversed the mountainous roads, its passengers having long since cast aside the earlier scene. Some had drifted into slumber, while others were engrossed in the bus's television. Although the driver believed the individual who had forewarned of impending disaster was merely delusional, a twinge of unease lingered in his mind, given the treacherous terrain of Shingang Ridge, with steep cliffs on one side and a perilous abyss on the other. However, he soon dismissed such thoughts, recognizing that countless vehicles navigated this route daily, and caution was all that was required. At 9:33, Bus 332 arrived at the base of Shingang Ridge, where a substantial warning sign read, "Beware of falling rocks." The driver glanced at the sign and accelerated, ascending the ridge. At that moment, His phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Another telemarketer. He cursed under his breath and hung up. Mere seconds later, the same number called again, and with growing impatience, he answered. Who is this? A voice, tinged with tears, emerged from the other end. His father, frantically saying, "The child fell from the building. Where are you? Hurry back." The driver slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the roadside, urgently inquiring about the situation. It turned out that the child who had fallen was none other than his own son. Just as he conversed with his father, mere meters ahead of the bus, a dozen massive rocks suddenly tumbled down, striking a passing van directly. The boulders crashed into the van, the guardrail, and the road, continuing their chaotic descent towards the cliffside. The driver gaped in shock, unable to comprehend his father's words over the phone. The passengers in the bus erupted into screams. Before the arrival of 120, Qiu Ming quietly departed from the scene. Prior to leaving, he generously handed the balloon vendor 200 yuan for the balloons and instructed him to claim that he had witnessed a child in peril and, in a moment of ingenuity, utilized the balloons as a makeshift life cushion. Upon the vendor's agreement, Qiu Ming requested him to hold the child and stand in front of the balloon pile while he captured a photograph with his phone. The exclusive report on the rescue of the child by the balloons, coupled with the photograph of the vendor cradling the child, earned Qiu Ming the Daily News Award from the newspaper. As soon as the announcement was posted on the platform, Su Daping informed Qiu Ming of the award via message. Receiving the text while having his wounds treated at Binhai Hospital, Qiu Ming couldn't help but smile. At Binhai Hospital, he had become somewhat of a local celebrity, having reported on the rampant scalping of hospital services under the title Binhai Hospital's Scalpers Flourish. No thief can lure external enemies. His article prompted significant attention from the health authorities, resulting in the dismissal or reassignment of many involved, thereby solidifying Qiu Ming's reputation within the hospital. While waiting for the nurse to change his bandages, Qiu Ming found himself deep in thought. He was one to reflect on experiences and lessons learned. He realized that he had acted too recklessly. His impulsive decision to intercept the bus at the station was rather naive. After all, had he known the timing of the impending accident, he could have simply delayed the bus by orchestrating a minor collision with his own vehicle as it departed from the long-distance terminal, potentially preventing the tragedy. However, such an action would not only have delayed the bus, but also wasted his own time, as it was likely that before any accident could be resolved, the child would have already fallen. Perhaps this was a test from the editorial system. There was also a lingering guilt within Qiu Ming regarding the van that had been struck during yesterday's landslide incident. Although there was only the driver in the vehicle, he felt a sense of responsibility for the driver's demise. In the edited images he had captured, the landslide had obstructed the mountain road, leaving numerous vehicles stranded, with the van at the forefront of the scene. The image depicted the van's driver standing by his door, gazing sorrowfully over the cliff. Last night, Watch commended his actions and reassured him not to be overly burdened by guilt over the driver's death, as his efforts had saved the lives of several passengers. After all, perfection is unattainable, and he had done his utmost. The notification sound chimed several times, as familiar editors from the newspaper sent their congratulations, along with a message from Huang Jia. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Ming replied to Huang Jia, "Let us meet at the usual place after the deadline tonight." According to the newspaper's regulations, the submission deadline was midnight, and all reporters were required to send their articles to the newspaper's email before that hour. Once the clock struck 12, no matter how significant the submission, the newspaper would refuse to accept it unless the world was ending. The final message was from President Wang Dalen, accompanied by an image of a thumbs up. Qiu Ming contemplated replying to Wang Dalen, but after much deliberation, he found himself at a loss for words and ultimately decided to put his phone away. Nearby, a nurse observed Qiu Ming as he finished his tasks, swiftly grasped his hand, and expertly ripped off the medicinal bandage applied the previous day, causing Qiu Ming to cry out in distress. On the other side of the city, Officer Hao Han was repeatedly listening to a recording of an emergency call, quickly intercept long-distance bus number 332 departing from Binhai. Due to the call being made from a black card that concealed the phone number, and in light of an actual landslide having occurred, the police began to suspect that someone might have orchestrated the incident, given the uncanny accuracy of the prediction. Consequently, the recording was copied and distributed to all frontline officers, hoping someone might recognize the voice of the caller. After listening to the recording multiple times, Hao Han made his way to the surveillance room at the police station. With the assistance of a colleague, he accessed the video footage from a few days prior when Qiu Ming was mistakenly apprehended. After transferring the footage onto a USB drive, he returned to his office and began to listen intently once more. Regrettably, the surveillance cameras primarily captured images, with sound quality being notably poor. Despite his repeated comparisons, he was still unable to confirm whether the voice in the recording belonged to Qiu Ming. Suddenly, Hao Han recalled that Qiu Ming had given the director his business card when leaving the police station, which would undoubtedly contain Qiu Ming's phone number. If he called and listened to the voice, it would be straightforward to ascertain the identity of the caller. With this thought in mind, he hurried to the director's office. Serendipitously, the director had just stepped out for a meeting, leaving the office door ajar. Hao Han approached the director's desk, where a large card holder was situated, containing all the business cards received by the director. He began to search swiftly, but with so many cards, he meticulously flipped through them, entirely oblivious to the director's presence behind him. "What are you searching for?" The director's voice conveyed a hint of irritation. Startled by the sudden inquiry, Hao Han stammered, Reporting to the director, "I am looking for the business card of that reporter from a while back." "What reporter?" The director remained motionless, his gaze fixed sternly on Hao Han. "The reporter who was mistaken for a thief and brought to our station, named Qiu Ming." "Why are you looking for his card?" The director's brow furrowed at the mention of Qiu Ming. "It's nothing," Hao Han replied, placing the card holder down. "It's just that this morning, we received that audio recording distributed to all of us. I can't shake the feeling that it resembles the voice of that reporter." What audio recording?" the director inquired. His interest piqued. "Yesterday, before the landslide at Shingang Ridge, someone had called the 110 emergency hotline, predicting that a landslide would occur there. However, the call was made from a black card, rendering the hotline unable to trace the caller's identity. Nevertheless, the prediction proved to be accurate, resulting not only in the landslide but also in the tragic death of a passing driver. This morning, the command center of the Municipal Bureau disseminated an audio recording to all police officers in the city, specifically the emergency call recording. Upon listening, I found it reminiscent of that journalist's demeanor. Observing him, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. His phone contained a photograph of the victims sobbing on the platform, yet none of the passengers had witnessed the victims' tears. Since the audio was exclusively shared with field officers, the director was not fully informed about the matter. Intrigued by Hao Han's report, the director interrupted, requesting, "Play that recording for me." Hao Han obliged, playing the recording on his phone, while the director leaned in closely, intent on absorbing every detail. Once the playback concluded, he settled back in his chair, pondering for a moment before flipping through his business card holder. He retrieved Qiu Ming's card and handed it to Hao Han. With a smile, Hao Han reached for it, but the director withdrew it slightly, his expression turning grave. "I want you to call him right now. If it is indeed his voice, proceed with the investigation. If not, let it go. Don't create unnecessary conflict with the media. And as for that photograph, what does it signify? The thief is not that journalist, so stop fixating on this endlessly." With that, the director finally passed the card to Hao Han. As the call connected, Hao Han switched to speakerphone, the beeping resonating throughout the office. Meanwhile, a nurse tore away the gauze from Qiu Ming's hand, causing the freshly scabbed wound to bleed anew, prompting a pained cry from him. The nurse glanced at Qiu Ming, admonishing, "Bear with it. We still need to disinfect it, which will be even more painful." As she spoke, she pressed an alcohol swab onto the wound, eliciting another anguished scream from Qiu Ming, startling a child in the hallway waiting for an injection. When the phone rang, Qiu Ming attempted to reach for it with his uninjured hand, but the nurse pulled him back, applying a piece of yellow medicated cotton to the wound, causing him to cry out once more. After a lengthy wait, the nurse finally finished dressing the wound and wrapping it in bandages, but the phone rang for the third time. Qiu Ming answered, "Hello? Who is this?" His voice was slightly hoarse from earlier cries. On the other end, the director and Hao Han listened intently to Qiu Ming's voice, deliberately remaining silent. "Hello? If you're not going to speak, I'll hang up," Qiu Ming remarked, puzzled. "Good day, sir. We specialize in bank loans. May I inquire if you have any loan-related needs?" Hao Han altered his voice intentionally. Qiu Ming, in disgust, shouted into the receiver, "Not interested," and promptly hung up. As the call ended, Hao Han and the director exchanged glances. The director spoke first. "That does not sound like a single person's voice." Hao Han scratched his head. "No? That voice doesn't match my memory." "Your memory." The director rose to gather his materials and water cup for an upcoming meeting, adding, If your recollections could solve cases, I'd gladly relinquish my position to you. He gestured toward his seat. Stop fixating on the journalist and focus on your work. With a wave of his hand, the director glanced toward the door before turning back to Hao Han. Hao Han had no choice but to leave the director's office, casually slipping Qiu Ming's business card into his pocket. The old place, located just a street away from the newspaper office, was a barbecue restaurant by that very name. This narrow street, merely a few hundred meters long, boasted dozens of barbecue joints and small eateries. Each midnight, night shift reporters would gather in small groups on this street, seeking nourishment while sharing their experiences from the day's interviews or gossiping about various amusing incidents at the newspaper. At 3:30 in the morning, after the night reporters had finished their meals and departed, the editors who had just finalized the layouts would fill the street until dawn. Sated and weary, they would then disperse into different corners of the city. The Old Place barbecue restaurant reached its peak liveliness at 11 o'clock at night, with a dozen oily tables laden with various grilled delicacies. It was far from a high-end dining venue. Patrons reveled in boisterous laughter, with the occasional clinking of glasses and the sound of empty bottles being accidentally knocked over. The proprietor of the barbecue restaurant was once an artistic youth, and a large calligraphic piece adorned the wall, featuring a poem by Bei Dao. At that time, we had dreams about literature, about love, about traveling across the world. Now we drink late at night, the clinking of glasses echoing the sound of shattered dreams. Every newcomer to the restaurant would pause before this poem, reflecting on their youthful aspirations and reckless abandon. Seated by the window, Qiu Ming and Huang Jie found a table. When the waiter brought the menu, Qiu Ming pushed it aside with practiced ease, issuing commands: 10 skewers of meat, 10 meat sticks, for chicken wings, 2 grilled buns, a cold dish, 2 bottles of beer. 1 cola, ice cold. Huang Jie interrupted. 1 bottle of beer. Qiu Ming glanced at Huang Jie. You know me, I don't touch alcohol. Are you going to drink it all yourself? Huang Jie ignored him and instructed the waiter. Just 1 bottle of beer, bottled, ice cold. Qiu Ming looked at Huang Jie with an odd expression. Let me tell you, if you get too drunk, make sure to vomit outside, not in my car. I've had to deal with that stench for days. If the traffic police stop me, they might think I've been drinking. Huang Jie shot him a glare. Today, I'm definitely going to vomit in your car. You dare to try? Before the barbecue arrived, the beer and cola were served. Huang Jie opened his beer without a glass, wiping the bottle's mouth with a napkin before clinking it against Qiu Ming's cola bottle. Cheers. Brother, let us have a toast. What is wrong with you today? What has got you so riled up? Qiu Ming took a sip of his cola, while Huang Jie gulped down a large mouthful of beer. No more stimulation for me. I've had enough. Today, we're celebrating this meal. Who knows when the next one will be? Qiu Ming's curiosity was piqued. What do you mean? We agreed I would treat today. Are you planning to eat and then vanish? Huang Jie remained silent, pulling a document from his backpack and handing it to Qiu Ming. It was a resignation letter, and the individual resigning was none other than Huang Jie. The reason for his departure remained blank. Yet signatures from the department head Lin Gang and President Wang Dalin adorned the document without exception. Qiu Ming gazed in astonishment at the file in his hands, and after a prolonged silence, he lifted his head and asked, "Where are you headed? No longer a journalist?" Huang Jie retrieved the document, tucking it into his pocket as he replied, "Not anymore. I'm off to Beijing to work as a content editor for a website." Observing Huang Jie, Qiu Ming felt a wave of despondency wash over him. In truth, Qiu Ming's invitation to dine with Huang Jie was driven by ulterior motives. He had initially intended to wait until Huang Jie had consumed a couple of beers, allowing him to become animated as usual, before gradually broaching the subject. Qiu Ming's objective was straightforward. He wished to partner with Huang Jie for interviews, co-author articles, and share the elusive resources provided by a mysterious system. Naturally, he intended to keep the existence of that system a secret from Huang Jie. After encountering a series of events, including a pickpocket on the bus, a falling billboard, and a landslide at Shigong Ridge, Qiu Ming increasingly felt overwhelmed by the challenges of working alone. His choice of Huang Jie stemmed from 2 main considerations. First, their similar ages and experiences would likely foster a swift rapport. Second, Huang Jie was a journalist unwilling to remain a mere observer, having previously immersed himself in various news events. Qiu Ming believed that if they partnered, they would soon develop a mutual understanding, providing him with a reliable ally for tackling news stories in the future. After all, during the recent incident involving the collapse of a bus station, Qiu Ming had already tested this theory and Huang Jie had not inquired further about that situation, making his selection appear wise. Moreover, Qiu Ming harbored a personal ambition. In future interviews, he could position Huang Jie at the forefront, allowing him to unknowingly participate in one news event after another, while Qiu Ming assisted him in conducting interviews and writing articles. Of course, he would also strive to influence the direction of certain events within his capabilities. However, before Qiu Ming could articulate his plans, Huang Jie produced the resignation letter, which felt like a bucket of cold water poured over Qiu Ming's heart. Just hold on a bit longer, I urge you. Qiu Ming attempted to dissuade Huang Jie. I genuinely wish to partner with you. Let us work together in journalism. I believe your current circumstances can improve. Although the newspaper does not value us, in the eyes of our colleagues, we may seem like mere cockroaches. We must have confidence in ourselves and in the newspaper. First, do not compare me with you. Huang Jie shook his head, imitating the tone of a character from the film Crazy Stone. You are currently on the rise of unemployment. Qiu Ming chuckled at this. In the past month, I don't know what kind of misfortune you've encountered, but you've been churning out article after article, with major news stories following one after the other. I cannot compete with you, Huang Jie said self-deprecatingly. In truth, it's not that I lack confidence in myself. I possess all the necessary components just like anyone else. Nor is it a lack of faith in the newspaper. I believe the leadership can fairly assess every editor and journalist. My disillusionment lies with the industry of journalism itself. Qiu Ming nodded, raising his bottle of cola to clink with Huang Jie's. Huang Jie took a sip of his beer and continued. We work in newspapers. A medium that is as traditional as they come. You know what the earliest published newspaper in our industry was, right? Qiu Ming, being a journalism major, immediately replied without hesitation. According to historical records, the earliest newspaper in China, which has documented evidence, originated from the Tang dynasty's official gazettes. Are you quoting from books now? Huang Jie shot Qiu Ming a sidelong glance. Having bid farewell to lead and fire, we have entered the era of the internet. And the onslaught of the digital realm is gradually encroaching upon the bastions of traditional media. In any breaking news event, the presence of journalists has dwindled, replaced by spectators brandishing their smartphones. In the past, we reported the news, and the public followed our lead. Now, it is the public, wielding their mobile lenses, who narrate the news, while we find ourselves trailing behind them. When we arrive at the scene, the entire narrative or details of the incident have already been thoroughly unveiled by netizens, leaving us to capture a few rescue photographs and attend a handful of press conferences, churning out articles laden with bureaucratic jargon. Qiu Ming remained silent, simply observing Huang Jie. Huang Jie called out to the waiter, Hey, look at our skewers. We're nearly through a bottle of beer, and we haven't even seen the skewers yet. Hurry up. The patrons at the neighboring table chuckled at Huang Jie's words, raising their beer bottles in acknowledgement, to which Huang Jie responded in kind. Qiu Ming, I feel that our industry is in decline, Huang Jie remarked. Setting down his beer bottle, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, tossing one to Qiu Ming before lighting one for himself. Amidst the swirling smoke, he continued, I truly am not unhappy working at the newspaper. To be honest, I too harbor journalistic ideals and professional aspirations. I wish to be the subject of tales within my circle. Oh, Huang Jie reported on such and such news. I hope to someday regale my grandchildren, saying, You know, during that significant historical moment, your grandfather was there covering it. But now, our industry is waning. Every passerby on the street is a reporter, their smartphones acting as cameras or camcorders, capturing and disseminating news. And we are merely trailing behind them, unable to catch the warmth of even the faintest whiff. As the barbecue arrived, Qiu Ming picked up a skewer, devouring the meat in a few bites. He pointed the skewer at Huang Jie. You seem to be taking this quite hard. Huang Jie, munching heartily, shot a glare at Qiu Ming and said, So, brother, I suggest you seize the opportunity while you're still young and switch careers. The ship of newspapers, or traditional media, has begun to leak. We are like sailors on this vessel, initially able to scoop water out with buckets, but the assault from the internet is relentless. Our ship is riddled with holes, and sinking is merely a matter of time. Before the ship sinks, one should swiftly seek a lifeboat, leap aboard, and fervently row away, distancing oneself as much as possible from the doomed vessel. Avoid being drawn into the whirlpool of the sinking ship, and certainly do not follow it into the depths. Qiu Ming raised his cola to clink with Huang Jie's drink, mimicking the accent of Xiao Mao from the television series The Cooking Class Story, exclaiming, I thank you. Huang Jie popped open a second bottle of beer. After taking a sip of cola, Qiu Ming's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I intend to sink with this ship. Huang Jie looked at him in astonishment. You certainly have a temper. This is not about temperament. It is about courage. What kind of courage? The courage to watch the newspaper office collapse? The courage to seek new employment in one's 30s? The courage to confront the tragic moments of a sinking ship? Do you realize? In today's job market, being in your 30s is almost akin to nearing retirement. What are you hoping for? Qiu Ming softly called Huang Jie by his nickname. Huang, how have you become a traitor to the revolution? The two burst into laughter, but once they settled down, Qiu Ming resumed his serious tone. My friend, you are correct. Our jobs are indeed becoming increasingly difficult. Every day, the internet, social media, and Weibo are flooded with images from news scenes or bizarre happenings. But have you noticed something missing from these events? Huang Jie looked at Qiu Ming in confusion. What is missing? A certain power. What power? The power to stand up. Qiu Ming took a deep drag from his cigarette. And through the haze, he spoke with conviction. Indeed, there are countless news scenes each day, with thousands of people capturing photos and videos, sharing them on social media. But let me ask you, when disasters strike, when helpless lives seek salvation, how many can extend a helping hand? How many can rise to the occasion? Huang Jie blinked, pondering for a moment. There are some, but truly not many. I do not deny that some individuals bravely step forward in the face of sudden accidents or disasters, disregarding their own safety and performing acts that evoke deep emotion. However, these instances are rare and constitute but a tiny fraction. The majority stand by, smartphones in hand, coldly documenting vibrant lives as they fade away, subsequently sharing their recordings online, before returning to their mundane routines of meals, sleep, work, and life, as if utterly detached from it all, until one day, misfortune befalls them, and they see others, armed with phones, standing nearby, repeating the very actions they once took. What a cruel scene that is. And when has this scene not played out around us? Huang Jie lifted his beer bottle, clinking it against Qiu Ming's cola bottle. You are right, but what can we do? Our power is, after all, minuscule, nearly negligible. No, Qiu Ming resolutely set down his cola bottle. Our society needs role models. In other words, our society needs heroes. Consider, in today's society, what constitutes success. Who are the successful individuals? Names such as Jack Ma, Wang Jianlin, and Pony Ma roll off the tongue with ease. They are regarded as exemplars of achievement. The reason people remember them is their success. Yet I ask you, how many figures from touching China can you recall? Can you name a few scientists, jurists, scholars, or writers who deserve recognition? This raises a question of values, or rather, a societal issue. As members of the media, an industry perpetually disseminating information to society, should we not be transmitting messages of positivity? Should we not share the touching sentiments of those who rise to the occasion in times of adversity? The world has become too indifferent. What we ought to convey is a glimmer of warmth. Huang Jie fell silent. We are insignificant, easily overlooked. Nevertheless, we strive. Through countless interviews and articles, we endeavor to effect change within society, allowing the public to feel warmth, care, and the power of justice through our narratives. Qiu Ming pointed at Huang Jie with a skewer, stating that both he and Huang relish intertwining their personal involvement in the news events they cover. When we encounter darkness, when we confront evil, when we face injustices that could affect a lifetime, do we remain mere indifferent spectators? Are we not faithful chroniclers? Have we not stepped forward? While we may not change much, we are making an effort. We are altering the circumstances of individuals involved in our stories, perhaps even transforming their futures, and potentially their destinies. Huang Jie quietly sipped his drink. Qiu Ming's voice, though still not loud, carried a hint of excitement. Truthfully, how I wish we could team up, report together, and instigate change. We may not transform this society or the world, yet we persevere, making incremental contributions. Our gradual efforts, the cumulative impact on the people we influence, will one day lead to a qualitative shift in society, and thus, a transformation of the world. And you now? Intend to abandon ship. Huang Jie remained silent, and Qiu Ming ceased speaking. The barbecue before them lay largely untouched, while Huang Jie had consumed nearly half of his beer. After a lengthy pause, Huang Jie vigorously shook his head, raised his beer to clink with Qiu Ming's cola, and declared, Brother, you are truly genuine. Take care on your journey. From tomorrow onward, the city's glamour and desolation shall no longer concern me. Qiu Ming remained silent, taking a large sip of his cola. Huang Jie set down his beer bottle, leaned towards Qiu Ming, and mysteriously remarked, "However, brother, I must caution you about something. Be vigilant. For there are individuals and other newspapers brewing plans to file a complaint with the News Ethics Committee, accusing you of contriving news stories. Some have even approached me, urging me to co-sign. To pull you in? Indeed, to pull me in." Huang Jie's gaze was somewhat unfocused. "In this year's rankings, you find yourself at the bottom, while I stand ahead of you. However, during this period, you have made remarkable progress, and I have begun to fall behind. Consequently, some have approached me to co-sign a complaint to the committee against you. Once the complaint is filed, I shall no longer need to worry about my ranking. So why do you not sign? Get lost." Qiu Ming raised an empty cola bottle to clink with Huang Jie's. And although this news had shaken him to the core, he displayed not a hint of panic. After escorting Huang Jie home, Qiu Ming did not return directly. The midnight streets were dimly lit, and he rolled down the car window, allowing the winter chill to sweep through the vehicle, hoping to dispel the lingering scent of Huang Jie's presence. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Qiu Ming parked at a T intersection, at the end of which stood a 24-hour convenience store. He glanced at the time, secured his vehicle, and entered the store. The entrance faced the intersection, and just inside was a cashier, a man in his 40s, counting the previous day's earnings. A string of white beads adorned his wrist, rhythmically moving as he handled the cash. A young store clerk was busy tallying the items on the shelves while recording the quantities in a notebook. One side of the convenience store boasted a massive floor-to-ceiling window, adorned with festive decorations in anticipation of Christmas, featuring images of Santa Claus and his sleigh. Qiu Ming meandered through the store, occasionally picking up products to check their manufacturing dates, and then leaning down to sniff a cake from the freezer. His prolonged indecision caught the attention of the stock clerk, while the cashier kept a watchful eye on him through the surveillance monitor. After browsing for 5 or 6 minutes, Qiu Ming finally grabbed a bottle of mineral water, took a generous gulp, and was met with a disapproving glance from the stock clerk. He then selected 2 packets of instant noodles and a can of luncheon meat. As his selection grew, he casually stuffed the open bottle of water into his pants pocket. Approaching the cashier, he scrutinized the neatly arranged cigarettes behind the counter. By this time, the cashier had relaxed his vigilance and continued counting the bills in hand. "Give me a pack of cigarettes," Qiu Ming instructed, pointing towards the cigarettes. The cashier complied, placing a pack on the counter. "That will be 66 yuan and 50 cents. Do you have a membership card? Is this cash or card?" The cashier inquired, accustomed to his routine. Qiu Ming observed the receipt printed by the cashier. "This total is incorrect." The cashier, not glancing at the receipt, looked instead at the cash register screen. 1 bottle of water, 2 packets of noodles, 1 can, 1 pack of cigarettes. There's nothing wrong. Qiu Ming retrieved the bottle of water from his pocket. "This water is mine. I did not take it from your store." The cashier stared blankly at Qiu Ming for a moment before shouting, "Is that bottle of water from our store?" The stock clerk, unaware of the situation at the register, called out, "What water?" The cashier shouted back, "Come over and take a look." The stock clerk approached the cash register and glanced at the bottled water in Qiu Ming's hand. "Isn't that our store's water? I saw him unscrew the cap and take a sip earlier." Qiu Ming immediately flared up. "How is this your store's water? How is this your store's water? Are you saying no other shops sell water besides yours?" The clerk refused to back down. "I clearly saw you take it from our shelf. How is it not ours?" The cashier pointed at the surveillance monitor on the wall. "I saw you pick up our store's water, take a sip, and then slip it into your pocket. How does that make it yours?" Unfazed, Qiu Ming pulled out his wallet, counted out 65 yuan, and slammed it onto the counter. "I told you. This is my water. I brought it from outside. Here's 65 yuan. Take it or leave it." With that, he turned and pushed through the door. The cashier and clerk exchanged glances before the latter hurried after him. Qiu Ming had already walked a dozen meters away when the clerk caught up, grabbing the strap of his backpack. "Hold it. Pay for the water. How can a grown man be so shameless? Can't even cough up a measly $1.50? Qiu Ming turned, scowling at the clerk before shooting a glare through the window at the cashier. "Who's shameless here? You're the ones being unreasonable. It's my water. How is it suddenly yours?" He tried shaking off the backpack, but the clerk held on tight. Anxious, Qiu Ming checked his watch and raised his voice. "What? You want to throw hands now?" From behind the glass, the cashier saw the scuffle and rushed out, shouting, "Forget it. Just let it go. We're dealing with a cheapskate. Forget the water. Come back." The clerk yelled back, "Why should we? Why let this lowlife get away with it?" In the distance, an SUV turned onto the street, its headlights illuminating Qiu Ming and the clerk. Seeing the cashier at the entrance, Qiu Ming panicked and slapped the clerk. "Let go." Stung by the blow, the clerk swung back, and the two tumbled into a brawl. The cashier dashed over to break it up, but the fight was too heated. In desperation, he wrapped his arms around Qiu Ming, shielding him with his back while urging the clerk to stop. Just then, the SUV roared closer, without slowing. 30 meters, 20, 10. All three froze, staring in shock as the vehicle veered off the road and plowed straight into the store. The impact shattered the register, toppled shelves, and reduced the shop to wreckage in seconds. For a few stunned seconds, no one moved, until Qiu Ming snapped out of it first. "Quick, help them!" he shouted. The cashier and clerk jolted into action, sprinting toward the wrecked SUV. The airbag of the SUV had deployed, and the door was contorted, yet it still opened. The driver, bloodied and slumped over the steering wheel, emanated a strong odor of alcohol. Under Qiu Ming's direction, the cashier initiated a call to the authorities, while the young stock clerk assisted Qiu Ming in pulling the driver out. Once the cashier had completed the call, he rushed over to help, and Qiu Ming, glancing at him anxiously, inquired, "What did you report?" 122. Also 120, both have been called. Report 119 as well. Qiu Ming commanded. "What?" The cashier looked at him in confusion. "Why? It's not like there's a fire." Qiu Ming glanced toward the front of the SUV, where smoke was beginning to billow from beneath the hood. "Quickly report 119. There is no time for questions." Due to the deformation of the cabin, the driver's legs were firmly trapped, rendering him immobile. In a state of urgency, Qiu Ming shouted to the stock clerk, "Go find some tools." The stock clerk stumbled through the debris to retrieve a pipe wrench from the storage room, handing it to Qiu Ming. He inserted the wrench beneath the driver's seat and began to pry. Meanwhile, the cashier located a fire extinguisher in the store and sprayed it towards the engine cover. The driver remained unconscious, influenced by the alcohol and the immense impact, while flames began to surge from beneath the hood, licking at Qiu Ming's trousers. "Put in more effort. If we can save him, we will. If not, we must retreat," Qiu Ming shouted. The cashier and stock clerk responded in unison, "Understood." The cashier entered the SUV through the back door and found the manual adjustment switch for the driver's seat. As the three of them worked together to pull the driver from the vehicle, the SUV was engulfed in flames, and the fire quickly spread, transforming the small convenience store into a blazing inferno. They managed to drag the driver to a safe distance from the store, where they collapsed, panting heavily. "We truly saved a life," the cashier remarked, still shaken. Qiu Ming chuckled softly, laboriously retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting one for each of them. "That bottle of water was taken from your store, and I didn't pay for it." The two expressed their gratitude. "Thank goodness you didn't pay, or we'd both be done for." Qiu Ming adjusted his backpack and took several photographs of the raging convenience store with his phone. He then searched the unconscious driver, finding his wallet and driver's license. After photographing the license, he discovered a business card, revealing that the inebriated driver was an executive from a state-owned enterprise. He returned the wallet and license to the driver's pocket, then turned to the cashier, who was staring blankly at him, and teased, "I suppose you can only accept cash now." In the distance, the sounds of fire trucks, police cars, and ambulances approached. Qiu Ming returned to his vehicle, unable to leave just yet, as he awaited the emergency personnel to transport the driver to the hospital for urgent care, as well as the report on the driver's blood alcohol content, both of which needed to be included in his article. Qiu Ming perused the photographs he had just taken. The final image captured was an automatically generated scene from the editing system the night before. 3 lifeless bodies were being carried out of the inferno by firefighters. The hand of the cashier had slipped from beneath the white sheet, the wrist adorned with a string of white beads now charred to carbon. A week after the report titled "State-Owned Enterprise Executive Drives Drunk into Convenience Store," fortunately, no casualties received the breaking news award. Lu Di arrived at the Binhai City News and Publishing Building. As one of the few attractive female lawyers in Binhai, Lu Di had just entered her second zodiac year. A graduate of the University of Political Science and Law, she had passed the judicial examination early and subsequently served as a legal assistant at the law firm founded by her father, Lu Wenxuan. After completing a year of internship, she obtained her official lawyer's license. Lu Wenxuan's law firm was renowned both in Binhai and nationwide, serving as legal counsel for numerous prominent enterprises and also acting as legal advisors for various government agencies in Binhai City. The Binhai City News Ethics Committee was one of the firm's long-term legal advisory units, and Liu Di was designated as the committee's dedicated counsel. The chair of the ethics committee, Mei Minghua, aged 58, was a typical administrative cadre. In his spacious office, Mei Minghua warmly welcomed Liu Di. Liu Di removed her red woolen coat, which the office director took and hung on a rack. A clerk poured tea for Liu Di, who pushed the cup aside, while her assistant handed her a thermos. The aroma of coffee wafting through the office. Dismissing others and closing the office door, Mei Minghua, with a troubled expression, began, "Lawyer Liu, the reason I asked you here today is to seek your opinion on a rather troublesome matter." Liu Di politely waved her hand. Seeking advice is hardly necessary. Offering suggestions is precisely our duty as legal advisors, so please don't hold back. Furthermore, Uncle Mei and my father are old friends. As a junior, I have no need for such formalities. Just let me know what you need. Mei Minghua laughed heartily. How is your father? I haven't seen him in a while. Thank you for your concern. He is well. With the cold weather, he has gone to Hainan. Hainan is a wonderful place, the office director chimed in. After exchanging pleasantries, Mei Minghua got to the point. It's like this, Lawyer Liu. Our committee has recently received multiple complaints concerning a journalist from the Binhai Morning News named Qiu Ming. Qiu Ming? Yes, that's the name. Do you know him? Not long ago, one of my legal advisory units had an issue reported by this Qiu Ming, which exhibited a strong bias. Mei Minghua appeared somewhat excited. Then you should bring this to our attention. We are the institution that specifically handles such matters. I was unaware that your organization dealt with these issues. Liu Di gently brushed the matter aside, opening her notebook to begin taking notes. Mei Minghua continued, stating that the complaints against the journalist Qiu Ming did not originate from the parties involved in any news event, nor were they due to any infringement or inaccuracies in his reporting. The crux of the complaint was singular. He was alleged to have fabricated news. Fabricated news? Liu Di echoed. Indeed, the complaint is centered around the accusation of artificial news fabrication. The office director took over the conversation, explaining, yes, Liu lawyer, some journalists, in order to meet their newspaper's workload or to pursue sensationalism, may orchestrate and fabricate news. Of course, this is not always the work of the journalist alone. It may involve collaboration with others. Liu Di responded with an understanding "oh." The office director continued, as for Qiu Ming, we have received complaints from various media outlets, including Binhai Daily, Urban News, television stations, and radio stations, all of which accuse him of orchestrating or fabricating news. If these allegations are substantiated, it would constitute a grave matter. This journalist would not only have his press credentials revoked, but would also be placed on an industry blacklist. Once on that blacklist, he would be barred from engaging in any news-related work across our vast territory of 960,000 square kilometers. Liu Di pondered for a moment and inquired, could you provide an example illustrating his news fabrication? The office director produced a thick stack of newspapers, all featuring hotline news editions of the Binhai Morning News, showcasing several reports by Qiu Ming. Liu Di meticulously perused each article, while Mei Minghua and the office director patiently awaited her assessment. After several minutes, Liu Di set the newspapers aside. I will take these home and examine them thoroughly. Do you currently possess any substantive evidence to demonstrate that Qiu Ming has been orchestrating and fabricating news? The office director elongated his response, glancing at Mei Minghua. Mei Minghua cleared his throat and admitted, to speak candidly, the current complaints are merely speculative and do not yet amount to any tangible evidence. What are they suspecting? Liu Di observed the two men before her with a calm demeanor. Well, Liu lawyer, do you play the lottery? Mei Minghua asked with a smile. I do not participate in the lottery. What does that have to do with this? Taking our Binhai city as an example, we have a population of approximately 5.3 million. Before each lottery draw, around 100,000 people purchase tickets, yet the actual winners, ranging from the grand prizes to the smallest tiers, number only in the hundreds. The grand prize winners might be just 1 or 2 per draw, and there have been instances where no grand prize was awarded at all over multiple draws. Mei Minghua gestured towards the newspapers beside Liu Di, stating, to an outsider, these news reports appear to be a series of sudden events. However, from the perspective of our professional news management department, if one arrives at the scene before an event occurs and witnesses the news firsthand while simultaneously reporting on it, it is akin to hitting the jackpot in the lottery. Mei Minghua picked up a newspaper featuring an article by Qiu Ming regarding the collapse of a billboard. On that day in Binhai City, numerous incidents occurred, but this particular event was the most significant of the day. All our media journalists, upon receiving news alerts and rushing to the scene, would not have had the opportunity to ascend to the rooftop and capture the aftermath of the accident. By the time other journalists arrived, the police had cordoned off the area. In front of all the reporters' lenses, Qiu Ming emerged from within the commercial building, indicating that he was present at the scene when the accident transpired. His timely coverage was akin to winning a grand prize in a lottery that day. Mei Minghua then picked up another newspaper, which reported on a boy being rescued by a balloon. By the time other journalists arrived, the boy had already been transported to the hospital. The reporters could only capture the remnants of broken balloons and the vendor recounting the events. However, Qiu Ming managed to photograph a poignant moment. He had struck gold once more, as he was present at the scene. Mei Minghua pointed to the image in the newspaper, where the balloon vendor was cradling the child, exuding a palpable sense of the moment. He then lifted a third newspaper, detailing Qiu Ming's report on the collapse of a bus station platform, where a crowd was peering into the gaping chasm. He continued, stating that this report was even more revealing, as many people had been standing on the platform moments before its collapse. Suddenly, an individual began dousing the area with water, incessantly pouring from a plastic bottle, prompting people to disperse just before the platform gave way. Eyewitnesses later confirmed that the individual who had been pouring water left the scene shortly after taking several photographs. The image published in the newspaper was indeed captured by Qiu Ming. As Mei Minghua reached for another newspaper, Lu Di waved his hand, suggesting, "Are you implying that merely witnessing one of these news events is akin to winning the lottery?" This reporter, Qiu Ming, seems to consistently arrive at the right moment, as if he repeatedly hits the jackpot. Both Mei Minghua and the office director nodded in agreement. To date, we lack substantial evidence to prove that these incidents were orchestrated by him, nor do we have proof of his involvement in their execution. Nevertheless, multiple journalists from other media outlets have lodged complaints, accusing Qiu Ming of being the mastermind behind this series of events, which undoubtedly warrants our attention. The office director produced a binder containing several complaint documents, the last of which bore the signatures of reporters from various media hotlines. Lu Di accepted the complaint report from the office director, which primarily stated that in the recent incident where a convenience store was struck by a drunk driver late at night, Qiu Ming was the sole reporter to capture the driver and provide a comprehensive account of the event. Employees of the convenience store testified that Qiu Ming had been present before the incident, deliberately creating a distraction that led the employees away, thereby ensuring their safety. This clearly indicates that Qiu Ming had once again positioned himself at the scene of an impending disaster. In this incident, the doubts surrounding Qiu Ming's orchestration and direction are immense. We implore the News Publication Management Department and the Ethics Committee to initiate an investigative process, seeking to uncover why Qiu Ming consistently appears at the right place at the right time. At the conclusion of the report, journalists from various media outlets collectively affixed their names and affiliations. Lu Di nodded in acknowledgement. Mei Minghua continued, stating that the committee harbors two differing opinions regarding this report. One perspective suggests that the journalist exhibits severe ethical breaches, raising significant suspicions of fabricated news. Conversely, the other viewpoint contends that if evidence substantiates these allegations, stringent actions should be taken. If not, the journalist should not only be exonerated but also commended. Consequently, the Bureau intends to forward these accusations and complaints to the Ethics Committee for a thorough investigation into the journalist's dubious conduct. Naturally, it is customary for a legal advisor to participate when the committee initiates an inquiry into a journalist. Your father has previously been involved in such investigative teams, and now that you have succeeded him, the committee wishes to invite you to join this investigation and partake in the adjudication process. Lu Di resolutely nodded. I am willing to join this investigative team, provided that my fees are calculated on an hourly basis. Mei Minghua chuckled heartily. That is not an issue. You need not worry about the consultancy fees, as long as you are willing to participate. Ensuring the investigation's impartiality and the legality of its outcomes, we can negotiate the financial arrangements. Thank you, Uncle Mei. Lu Di gestured for her assistant to pack the documents into a briefcase. Regarding the news, I am not well versed. Yet I firmly believe that no situation is beyond the purview of legal scrutiny. Upon first encountering that journalist, I sensed an aura of malevolence about him. Admittedly, this may stem from my personal biases, yet I have always harbored suspicions regarding his integrity. Today, Having reviewed these materials, my convictions have only solidified. I am convinced he will be unable to satisfactorily address these inquiries. While isolated incidents might be attributed to mere fortune, the interconnectedness of these events indeed raises substantial suspicions of orchestrated or manufactured news. Should it be confirmed that he is culpable, his actions would transcend mere violations of industry regulations or professional ethics, plunging into the realm of blatant legal transgressions, warranting accountability. Mei Minghua and the office director exchanged knowing smiles as they listened to Lu Di's assertions. As the spring festival approaches, the coastal long-distance bus station teems with travelers burdened by various packages, many of whom are migrant workers returning home after settling their wages. At dusk, a long-distance bus departing from Binhai City toward Mountain City sets off, scheduled to reach its destination over 300 kilometers away by midnight. This bus, meant to accommodate 50 passengers, is now crammed with nearly 60 individuals due to the spring festival travel rush. Many of the passengers were familiar laborers, exchanging light-hearted banter that transformed the otherwise monotonous journey into a warm camaraderie. In the northern winter, darkness descends particularly early, by 5 in the afternoon. The stars were already twinkling in the sky. The lively chatter within the carriage gradually gave way to the soft sounds of slumber as most passengers succumbed to sleep. After over an hour on the road, the bus entered the mountainous region, where the wide national highway saw but a few vehicles, often taking 10 minutes or even half an hour to encounter another. With no streetlights illuminating the path, the driver slowed the bus, navigating steadily. Around 8 o'clock in the evening, the bus pulled into a service area. By 8:30, it resumed its journey, and as the road wound through the hills, the driver once again reduced speed. Seated in the last row was Qiu Ming, adorned with a large mask and clad in a thick cotton jacket akin to those worn by the laborers, topped with a curly fur hat. As the passengers drifted back into their dreams, he discreetly glanced at his watch and then peered cautiously out the window at the mountain road ahead. Suddenly, a car with its hazard lights flashing obstructed the road, completely blocking the already narrow national highway. The hood of the car was raised, and several individuals appeared to be attempting repairs. Spotting the bus's headlights, the mechanics waved frantically for assistance. With no alternative route, the bus came to a halt. Qiu Ming quietly activated a hidden camera concealed beneath his hat. The driver opened the door and inquired about the situation when one of the mechanics swiftly leaped aboard. Pressing a stick-like object against the driver's head, a piercing voice erupted within the cabin. "Turn on the lights, it's a robbery." As the lights illuminated the interior, the passengers recognized the object threatening the driver. It was a sawed-off shotgun. Seeing the driver subdued, the other mechanics jumped onto the bus, revealing firearms and knives, instantly heightening the tension. The assailants, clad in large masks and identical jackets with hoods pulled tight, revealed only a few menacing eyes. The leader of the gang shouted, "Happy New Year, everyone. I extend early greetings to you all. We want to make this difficult. You all know what we're here for. Let me be clear. Empty your pockets and hand over your phones, and you may continue your journey home for the new year. Should anyone dare to play tricks or challenge us, I will send them on their way, permanently." With that, one of the robbers fired a shot into the ceiling, the bullet piercing through the bus's roof. Startled by the deafening noise so close to him, the leader recoiled, delivering a kick to the shooter. "You fool, are you trying to send me off?" The gunman quickly apologized and turned to the passengers, declaring, "I will send you on your way." The leader promptly smacked him on the head. "On our way where?" "We're here to rob." The robber hastily corrected himself. Yes, we're here to rob." This scene elicited no laughter from the anxious passengers, who were engulfed in palpable tension. For bandits boarded the vehicle, with the leader relentlessly brandishing a shotgun against the driver's head. The remaining 3 criminals produced a canvas backpack and commenced the collection of money from the passengers. Most individuals aboard were laborers who had just received their wages. Under the threat of firearms and sharp blades, bundles of cash and various mobile phones were deposited into the bag. One passenger discreetly tossed a portion of his money onto the floor, but this subtle act was noticed by one of the bandits, who lunged forward and struck the passenger violently with a knife, leaving him bloodied. The bandit bellowed, "I warned you all, no tricks. Trying to hide your money, huh? I'll teach you a lesson." The leader of the bandits intervened, halting his accomplice's aggression. The injured passenger obediently retrieved the money from the ground and handed it over to the robbers. As the bandits dispersed within the cabin, a passenger seated behind the driver suddenly pointed to the floor, exclaiming, "Whose wallet is that?" The bandit, aiming his weapon at the driver. Leaned down and indeed spotted a wallet on the ground. Lowering his gun, he picked it up, exclaiming, "You lot are blind. There's a wallet right here. Let us see how much cash is in it." "Wait, police." Upon opening the wallet, an official police badge emerged, and a handgun was pressed against the bandit's forehead. It turned out that the laborer seated behind the driver was none other than Hao Han. In an instant, several laborers sprang to their feet, dark handguns aimed at the heads of the bandits still collecting money. "Don't move, police." The authoritative shout echoed through the cabin, prompting excited applause from the passengers. Hao Han retrieved his radio, declaring, "We've got them all contained. Send the large vehicle over." The response crackled back, "It's right behind your bus." No sooner had he finished speaking than police lights illuminated the rear of the bus. Multiple police vehicles had quietly arrived, unnoticed by the robbers. Moments later, several officers boarded the bus, while those bandits remaining in the smaller vehicle surrendered without resistance. A police officer addressed the passengers. "Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the scare. We are officers from the Binhai City Public Transport Police Bureau, and all bandits have been apprehended. However, we kindly request your cooperation in returning with us to document the details of the robbery. For those who were not robbed, we will arrange accommodations. You can return home for the new year tomorrow." As his words concluded, applause erupted once more within the cabin. At the stroke of midnight, the bus arrived back in Binhai City, proceeding directly to the Public Transport Police Bureau. The passengers were divided into two groups. One group comprised those who had been robbed, while the police began taking their statements. The other group consisted of over a dozen passengers who had not been victimized, and the police arranged lodging for them. Qiu Ming, however, chose not to stay at the police-arranged hotel. His vehicle was parked in the lot adjacent to the bus station. Once inside, he removed his hat and mask, exhaling deeply, lighting a cigarette, and retrieving a concealed camera from his hat. He reviewed the footage captured during the incident on the bus. Upon witnessing the clear and stable imagery, Qiu Ming smiled briefly before descending from the vehicle to retrieve a travel bag from the trunk. After changing into suitable attire, he drove back to the Public Security Bureau of the Public Transport Police. Following the recent resolution of a significant case, the bureau chief was personally overseeing operations. With all officers working overtime, some were interrogating the apprehended criminals, while others were taking statements from the robbed passengers. The chief was particularly thrilled by Qiu Ming's visit, accompanying him as he photographed the 5 captured robbers and subsequently sought out several victims of the robbery for interviews. Some officers involved in the operation also participated in the interview process, and although they were surprised by Qiu Ming's swift arrival, Hao Han earnestly recounted the details of the apprehension. As the interview concluded, the chief escorted Qiu Ming to the exit, watching as he drove away. Hao Han, standing by the glass on the second floor, turned to the director of the External Publicity Office and inquired whether Qiu Ming had asked about the sources of the case clues. The director, who had been with Qiu Ming throughout, pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Surprisingly, he did not inquire how he became aware of the robbery intentions. He then peered through the window at the receding glow of Qiu Ming's taillights, remarking, "Youthful indeed." Had he asked, we would have struggled to provide an answer. Earlier, Qiu Ming had placed a call to the 110 command center using a black card, having purchased a voice modulator prior to the call. He meticulously detailed the time, location, bus line, and number of assailants involved in the robbery, even describing the firearms wielded by the criminals and the presence of an accomplice waiting in a vehicle. In the system's reports, this information was attributed to the passengers who had been robbed. The operator at the 110 command center seemed to listen as if to a narrative, only remembering to trace the call's signal source after the conversation ended. Such precise reporting naturally captured the attention of the Municipal Bureau, which promptly coordinated a multi-agency operation involving the Public Transport Police, criminal investigation units, and technical surveillance teams, with the criminal investigation team from the Public Transport Police taking the lead. In collaboration with the long-distance bus station, several detectives disguised as laborers were strategically positioned throughout the bus, while Hao Han took a seat behind the driver. As the bus departed, a convoy comprised of detectives and technical reconnaissance personnel maintained a distance of several kilometers behind the bus. Additionally, a helicopter from the police aviation unit monitored the bus's trajectory from above, remaining undetected due to the significant altitude and the bus's own engine noise. When the robbers boarded the bus, an investigator promptly activated his radio, allowing the command center at the City Bureau to gain comprehensive awareness of the situation within the vehicle. thus directing the convoy to provide assistance. Consequently, when Hao Han reported the successful operation, police vehicles were already appearing behind the bus. After bidding farewell to Qiu Ming, the chief convened the leaders of the 5 interrogation teams, insisting that they ascertain which of the 5 robbers had previously tipped off the police. In the director's perspective, it must have been one of the 5 robbers who suddenly awoke to reason, prompting an anonymous phone call to the police before the act was executed. After the meeting adjourned, Hao Han did not immediately enter the interrogation room. Instead, he made his way to the entrance and called a classmate from his police academy using his mobile phone. This classmate was the head of the communication department in the city's technical investigation team. During the recent operation, the technical investigation team had dispatched a radio detection vehicle, continuously monitoring all telephone signals emitted from the bus. They harbored grave suspicions that the robbers might have an accomplice aboard the bus, relaying its location at any moment. Hence, all mobile signals were under surveillance. However, until the conclusion of the capture, no suspicious calls were made from the bus. Once connected, Hao Han exchanged pleasantries before steering the conversation to the matter at hand. Could you provide me with a list of all the passengers' mobile numbers? What do you need that for? For case investigation purposes. If it's for investigation, you should follow the proper procedures and come with the necessary paperwork tomorrow morning. His old friend's tone left no room for negotiation. Reluctantly, Hao Han resorted to a softer approach. Brother, please do me a favor. I have a suspicion that I cannot yet substantiate, so I would like to check if the person I suspect is on the bus. After a moment's hesitation, his classmate offered a compromise. How about this? Give me the mobile number of the person you suspect, and I will check if that number is on the bus. Hao Han retrieved Qiu Ming's business card from his pocket. Throughout the Spring Festival and until the end of the lunar month, Qiu Ming was dragged around by his mother to various matchmaking events. Whenever he appeared to be disinterested, his mother would unleash her frustration on his father, compelling him to plead with Qiu Ming. Could you at least show some interest, just to set a good example? Your mother is going through menopause. Who among us can withstand her wrath? Of course, his father did not approach Qiu Ming empty-handed. He discreetly bestowed upon him a red envelope containing 1,000 yuan, humorously inscribed with the words, compensation for the single dog. With no other option, Qiu Ming steeled himself to accompany his mother to one hotel after another, tea houses, and cafes, reciting his painfully simple resume as though memorized. After enduring more than a dozen matchmaking encounters, Qiu Ming was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, after the festival, as he returned to work, his mother ceased her relentless supervision. Due to many editors and reporters residing in other regions returning home early, the newspaper's annual awards deliberation was postponed until after the Spring Festival. With no element of surprise, Qiu Ming was awarded the annual Breaking News Prize for his article on the billboard collapse. At the annual meeting, Qiu Ming, along with several other award-winning journalists, was seated in the front row, a scenario he could hardly have imagined just a few years prior. Following the meeting was the customary celebratory dinner, which lasted until midnight. Qiu Ming did not awaken until noon the next day, only to find over a dozen missed calls from the newspaper office. Upon returning the calls, he was informed that today was March 1st, and he was expected to arrive at the News Ethics Committee by 2 p.m. for a discussion with the committee's principal staff members. It was then that he recalled the notification he had received prior to the new year. It was the last afternoon before the Spring Festival, and the once bustling newspaper office was eerily quiet, as the editors and journalists had already returned home for the holiday. In previous years, Qiu Ming would invariably be present at the office on this day. As a low-ranking reporter, he was often assigned duty during the festive season. However, this year, Lin Gang had specifically adjusted the duty roster, allowing Qiu Ming, who had been on duty for 5 or 6 years, to take a break. But he graciously declined the arrangement. In truth, Qiu Ming preferred to sit at his desk in the near-deserted office, calmly reflecting on the past year's gains and losses, summarizing his experiences and lessons, and anticipating the forthcoming new year. Wang Dalan was the last person to leave the newspaper office every year before the Spring Festival. As per tradition, he would extend his New Year's greetings to the duty staff and even the guard at the door on the eve of the festival, after which the office would enter a closed period, prohibiting anyone from entering. During his rounds through the building, Wang Dalan spotted Qiu Ming seated at his desk. Upon noticing Wang Dalan, Qiu Ming stood up respectfully and greeted, "Hello, President." Wang Dalan smiled warmly and beckoned, "Come, Qiu Ming, let us have a chat in my office." Qiu Ming often visited Wang Dalan's office on the top floor, though previously, He had done so to receive admonishments from the president. Now, as a rising star within the newspaper, his heart was no longer filled with trepidation. At 55, Wang Dalen, having ascended from a junior reporter to his current position as a department-level president and editor-in-chief, had traversed a thorny path that not everyone could endure. A former photojournalist, his office walls were adorned with photographs he had captured, images of the mass gatherings against the Gang of Four, snapshots from the 1984 National Day Parade, portraits with other award recipients upon receiving the China Journalism Award, and various pictures of leaders visiting the newspaper. Previously, when Qiu Ming entered Wang Dalen's office, he dared not scrutinize the photographs on the wall, focusing solely on avoiding reprimand. Today, however, he finally had the opportunity to examine Wang Dalen's gallery closely. After perusing hundreds of news images, Qiu Ming was captivated by a photograph of a foreign child holding an AK-47. As Wang Dalen poured himself a cup of tea and noticed Qiu Ming's fixation on the image, he inquired, "Do you know where this photograph was taken?" Qiu Ming shook his head, gazing at Wang Dalen. "Let me give you a hint. It was taken in Afghanistan." With keen insight, Qiu Ming responded, "Taliban soldier." Wang Dalen chuckled, "Correct." He then stepped beside the photo wall and pointed to another image, asking Qiu Ming, "What do you think this person is doing?" In the photograph, a man clad in camouflage was crouched on the ground, wielding a sharp metal probe, piercing the earth before him. Qiu Ming scrutinized the image for a long time, shaking his head in confusion. "That is a mine clearance operation. Millions of landmines are buried in Afghanistan, altering not only the destinies of its people, but also their way of life." Qiu Ming listened intently. Wang Dalen recounted, "Do you know? Afghanistan is a society steeped in patriarchy, where a man may take numerous wives. Before the war, men walked ahead with their hands behind their backs, while their wives, veiled, followed behind. However, once the war commenced, their customs transformed. Now, a throng of wives strides ahead, with the man trailing far behind." Qiu Ming chuckled, "Wives as mine detectors. How clever." Wang Dalen joined in the laughter. Qiu Ming scrutinized the photograph of the mine clearance, suddenly noticing something. He stepped back and examined it from both sides. Wang Lin, with a smile, inquired, "What have you discovered?" "Director, did you personally capture this photograph?" "Indeed. When the war erupted, I was still the head of the photography department at the newspaper, and I was the first to venture to the Afghan front, where I remained for a year." Qiu Ming, seeking confirmation, asked, "Did you use a wide-angle lens for this photo?" Wang Dalen nodded, still smiling. "So, based on the depth of field in the photograph, you were less than 3 meters away from the mine clearer at that time?" Wang Dalen continued to smile without responding. "Director, should a mine have detonated, it would have been catastrophic for you." Wang Dalen burst into hearty laughter, patting Qiu Ming on the shoulder. "Young man, you are the first in my office to discern the nuances of this photograph." The two settled onto the sofa, with Wang Dalen pouring tea for Qiu Ming as he asked, "Do you know what business is the most lucrative in Afghanistan today?" Qiu Ming shook his head. "Prosthetics." Following the war, nearly 1 million individuals lost limbs, resulting in a substantial market for prosthetic devices. Qiu Ming glanced back at the mine clearance photo. "Does he also fall among the consumers?" Wang Dalen turned to look at the image, expressing a hint of regret. "No, he does not. He was fortunate, engaging in one of the world's most perilous jobs, and yet managing to escape unscathed. However, shortly after I took this photograph and departed, the sound of a mine explosion echoed behind me. When I turned back, his brain had been blown away, leaving only his torso sprawled on the ground. Had I lingered for just a few seconds longer, I too would have met my fate there." Qiu Ming fell silent, gazing at the photograph, lost in contemplation. "Do you know, Qiu Ming, upon returning from Afghanistan, I was promoted to deputy editor-in-chief, then to editor-in-chief, and ultimately became both president and editor-in-chief." Wang Dalen looked at Qiu Ming. "This photograph became the last news image of my journalistic career, and it stands as my greatest regret." Qiu Ming regarded Wang Dalen intently. Wang Dalen continued, "At that time, I received a call from the embassy, informing me of news from home that required my immediate return. The embassy arranged for a vehicle to take me to the airport. En route, I spotted soldiers from the Northern Alliance clearing mines near the airport, prompting me to ask the driver to pull over. With no time to change lenses, I grabbed my wide-angle lens and began to shoot. After taking a few shots, the driver urged me to hurry back to the car. Reluctantly, I abandoned the shot of the landmine being disarmed and walked toward the vehicle. Just as I had taken a few steps, the landmine detonated. My greatest regret lies in not capturing the moment of the explosion." Wang Daling's tone remained calm. Yet within that tranquility, Qiu Ming sensed the faint rumblings of thunder. Lighting a cigarette, Wang Daling continued, "A journalist should always occupy the front row of the historical theater, witnessing and documenting each fleeting moment, or the grand epics of history. I firmly believe that no accolade can rival the exhilarating rush of being present at a news scene. Camera in hand, as adrenaline surges through you. It is a peculiar thrill that renders one insatiable." Suddenly, Qiu Ming discerned something profound in Wang Daling's words, causing him to instinctively avert his gaze and look out through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Wang Daling rose and approached his desk, picking up a document. But instead of handing it to Qiu Ming, he spoke with significant weight. "Qiu Ming, you are an exceptional journalist. I recognized this from the moment you joined the newsroom, which is why I have been observing you closely. Know that, had it not been for my intervention, you might have been dismissed from the paper long ago." Qiu Ming gazed at Wang Daling with heartfelt gratitude, aware that his words rang true. "You are overly devoted. Or perhaps you disdain adhering to the long-established, unspoken rules of the newsroom. More precisely, you harbor a profound aversion to the petty dealings that pervade it." Wang Daling looked at Qiu Ming resolutely. "Moreover, you consistently strive to influence news events, to prevent tragedies, guiding circumstances toward a favorable outcome. I am fully aware of this and wholeheartedly support it." Tears welled at the corners of Qiu Ming's eyes. "Qiu Ming, in truth, I envy you." Wang Daling continued. "Regardless of the methods you employ to ensure your presence at the cusp of unfolding news, recording event after event, capturing images that speak volumes. This is perhaps the greatest aspiration of any journalist with a passion for news. Do not attribute your success to luck or dismiss it as mere coincidence. I know you possess your own unique approach. You may deceive the editors who have never been frontline reporters, but you cannot fool your president." As Qiu Ming stood, ready to offer an explanation, Wang Daling raised his hand to silence him. "You need not clarify anything for me. I am an old hand in journalism. Your work speaks for itself. I do not concern myself with how you anticipate impending news. What matters is your ability to continue reporting, photographing, and writing, to document the history of the city, and to wield your influence to alter the fates of individuals, even the lives of many." He handed the document to Qiu Ming. "Yet, I do hope you have a reasonable explanation, not for me, but for them." The document in question is a formal letter from the News Ethics Committee addressed to the newspaper, stating that an interview with Qiu Ming is scheduled for 2 p.m. on March 1st, following the Spring Festival, at the conference room on the 7th floor of the News Publishing Building. "Within the bounds of my authority, I shall protect you, as I have always done. However, this time, the matter has transcended my jurisdiction, so you must carefully consider your justifications and excuses. Those individuals are seasoned veterans of this industry." The discussion with the News Ethics Committee was arranged in a medium-sized conference room at the Publishing Bureau. When Qiu Ming was ushered into the conference room, the others had not yet arrived, and he calmly took a seat at the conference table. A few minutes later, Mei Minghua and several other committee members entered, with Mei Minghua first scrutinizing the already risen Qiu Ming. Although Qiu Ming recognized Mei Minghua from television, it was during the press conference announcing the establishment of the News Ethics Committee, where Mei Minghua, having just stepped down as the president of the Binhai Daily, was elected as the chairman. Qiu Ming politely greeted him. "Good day, chairman." However, Mei Minghua ignored Qiu Ming's salutation and proceeded directly to the seat opposite him. As everyone took their seats, their gazes shifted towards an empty chair. Shortly thereafter, Lu Di hurriedly entered the conference room, immediately apologizing to everyone. I'm sorry. I was delayed by a court hearing this morning and had no time for lunch. My apologies." Mei Minghua quickly interjected with a laugh. No worries. Just give us a call next time. We can reschedule." Under the guidance of the staff, Lu Di approached the vacant seat, and the discussion formally commenced. The office director cleared his throat and began reading from a printed document. "The Binhai City News Ethics Committee is here today to interview Binhai Morning Post reporter Qiu Ming. The interview is now officially underway. Allow me to introduce the leaders present today." Each time a leader was introduced, Qiu Ming stood and bowed respectfully. A specific instruction from Wang Daling to bow to each one, thereby establishing a favorable demeanor. In addition to the aforementioned leaders, the committee also invited lawyer Lu Di from Binhai City to participate in this discussion. During the forthcoming investigation, Lu Di will serve as the independent investigator appointed by the committee, overseeing legal supervision of the committee's investigation, hearings, and arbitration. Following the introduction of Lu Di's role, Qiu Ming did not bow as he had for the other committee members. Instead, he nodded at Lu Di's face and then took his seat. Mei Minghua noted this detail, rolling his eyes and glancing at Lu Di, who smiled and shook his head at Mei Minghua, indicating for him to continue. Mei Minghua cleared his throat and spoke in a condescending tone, "Qiu Ming," to which Qiu Ming replied succinctly, "Present." Mei Minghua was taken aback by Qiu Ming's response, exclaiming, "Present? This is not the military." Others stifled their laughter. "Qiu Ming," Mei Minghua continued, "the purpose of today's discussion is primarily twofold. One is to formally notify you that, due to multiple reports concerning your alleged orchestration and fabrication of news, this committee has officially initiated an investigation against you. The other is that, prior to the commencement of the investigation, we are providing you with an opportunity, should you voluntarily admit to the veracity of the allegations. The committee may exercise discretion in handling the matter internally, granting you a chance for redemption. However, should you choose to deny the allegations, the investigation will commence immediately. And at that point, the consequences for you will be exceedingly grave. Have you understood this clearly?" Qiu Ming responded succinctly, "Chairman, I understand clearly." Mei Minghua leaned back in his chair with a sense of satisfaction. "Since you comprehend, do you admit to the accusations against you?" All eyes in the room turned to Qiu Ming, who maintained a polite yet unwavering demeanor, responding, "I received notification prior to the Spring Festival regarding allegations that I orchestrated and fabricated news. However, to this day, I have yet to see a single piece of evidence or documentation pertaining to these accusations, nor has anyone informed me of the specific news I supposedly orchestrated and fabricated. I can even state that I am unaware of the exact nature of the allegations. May I ask the committee, what exactly should I confess to?" Mei Minghua straightened his posture, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he turned to the office director. "Did you not provide him with a notification?" The office director quickly interjected, "Before the investigation formally begins, the contents of the allegations remain confidential to the accused, as per the committee's regulations." "Who established this nonsensical rule?" Mei Minghua exclaimed, his eyes narrowing. "How can you expect someone to confess without providing them with the allegations?" The office director replied in a hushed tone, "These regulations were drafted under your leadership." Although his voice was barely audible, the other members of the committee overheard, and soon someone could not contain their laughter, leading to the entire conference room erupting in mirth. Mei Minghua, feeling embarrassed, rolled his eyes and waved his hand dismissively. "Qiu Ming, you should at least be aware of the content of the allegations against you. Just state it simply and do not waste everyone's time. Do you admit to orchestrating and fabricating news? If you admit, we can discuss how to proceed. If you do not, then do not blame the committee for lacking compassion when the truth is uncovered." Qiu Ming maintained his composure, replying, "Chairman Mei, your manner of discourse is inherently flawed. I cannot accept it." Mei Minghua's eyes widened. "My manner of discourse is flawed? What flaw?" "From your dialogue, I have already discerned that you perceive me as problematic, suggesting that you have preconceived notions and are demanding that I confess right away. What exactly am I to confess to?" Qiu Ming's words cast a palpable tension in the air of the conference room. It was akin to a presumption of guilt. "You demand that I confess to orchestrating and fabricating news events without first questioning whether I had indeed engaged in such actions, coercing me to admit before I have had the chance to defend myself, and threatening severe consequences should I refuse." At this point, Qiu Ming let out a cold laugh. "As a mere journalist of no renown, do I hold any value in the eyes of this esteemed committee formed by seasoned veterans of the journalism field?" Mei Minghua was momentarily rendered speechless by Qiu Ming's remarks, but fortunately, Lu Di seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. "Qiu Ming, mind your attitude." Qiu Ming cast a sidelong glance at Lu Di, retorting, "What is wrong with my attitude? You summon me for a discussion and immediately pressure me to confess. Yet, who reported me? What were the allegations? To this day, no one has informed me. Even the chairperson of the committee has already made assumptions. I am expected to be mindful of my demeanor when I speak. Lawyer Lu, you are well versed in the law. Can you enlighten me on whether such reasoning exists in this world?" To Lu Di, who was not an official member of the committee, Qiu Ming showed no semblance of courtesy. Lu Di smiled slightly. "Very well, allow me to elucidate the matter for you." Qiu Ming leaned back in his chair, gesturing invitingly with his hand, as all committee members turned their attention to Lu Di. Lu Di nodded. "Rather than a conversation, today's proceedings resemble a plea bargain. In the Anglo-American legal system, prosecutors and defense attorneys can reach plea agreements, meaning that if a defendant pleads guilty, the prosecutor may request a lighter sentence from the judge. In simpler terms, it is a trade of admission of guilt for leniency and punishment. Mei Minghua discerned the implication in Lu Di's words and nodded in understanding. It is now a matter of your attitude. You are most aware of your actions, and if someone has reported you, you should comprehend the reasons behind it. We are presently engaged in a plea bargain. If you acknowledge your misdeeds, the committee will handle the matter within its authority, likely prohibiting you from pursuing a career in journalism in the future. However, should you forfeit this opportunity, should your actions come to light, they may infringe upon the law. And at that juncture, the committee will be powerless to assist you, as it will be the judiciary that deals with you. Lu Di articulated the final words with deliberate emphasis. Qiu Ming scoffed. Mei Minghua turned to him. Do you comprehend? This is an opportunity. When it arises, one must seize it. Young man, you are still quite inexperienced. Qiu Ming surveyed the committee members before glancing askance at Lu Di. I must first express my gratitude to the committee for this opportunity. Upon uttering this, he noticed a flicker of delight in Mei Minghua's eyes. However, I have nothing to confess. Qiu Ming's tone shifted abruptly. If I truly have issues, then you may investigate thoroughly, preferably uncover direct evidence. Before Qiu Ming could finish, Mei Minghua slammed his hand on the table, resounding with authority. Young man, this is akin to self-sabotage. Do you realize that? The office director muttered quietly, and Mei Minghua glanced around, stating, I believe our discussion concludes here. Continuing is utterly pointless. The other committee members, including Lu Di, nodded in agreement. Mei Minghua rose to leave, casting a cold glance at Qiu Ming, who remained seated. Watch. Your president has advised you to concoct a flawless excuse to address the committee's inquiry. Why do you continue to clash with them? You are aware of the events of today, which does not surprise me. However, how did you come to know of the counsel given to me by the president? Watch. I have previously informed you that I exist within the realm of the internet. I possess the ability to access any mobile device, enabling me to activate its microphone or camera at any moment. Consequently, I am omnipresent, and naturally, I am privy to what others have conveyed to you. To be frank, I find no inclination to elucidate further. Qiu Ming glanced out at the encroaching twilight and continued typing in the dialogue box, stating that in truth, you are most aware of everything. They accuse me of orchestrating and fabricating news, yet only you comprehend the origins of my news leads. Thus, there is no necessity for me to elaborate. The more I explain, the more it serves as a veil. Let them present their evidence, if they possess any. Revoke my press credentials and expel me from this profession. If no evidence exists, then they should harbor no doubts about me and refrain from orchestrating such grand displays to intimidate me. Watch. Do not easily relinquish your career. You are an invaluable talent in this field. Do you understand why I chose you? This, I truly do not know. Watch. In truth, prior to selecting you, I meticulously evaluated nearly all of your peers, yet ultimately, I chose you. The reason is quite simple. Among your contemporaries, the majority regard journalism merely as a profession, a means of subsistence, essentially, just a job yielding a regular paycheck. Only you perceive journalism as a vocation, passionately and intelligently engaging in it. One could even assert that news has become akin to a religion, a belief system that has permeated your very essence. May I interpret your words as a form of commendation towards me? Watch. Not commendation, but rather an assessment, an all-encompassing evaluation. The same press credentials, the same authority, when held by others, may only yield a fraction of their potential or serve merely to advance their personal interests. However, from your reports, I discern a profound empathy, a fundamental drive of humanity compelling you to transcend the role of mere recorder and to become a catalyst for events. Yet, therein lies the reason your sources of information rely solely on the generosity of others, relegating you to the lower echelons in annual rankings. Hence, I permitted you to utilize this system. If placed in the hands of others, it would merely be exploited for higher salaries and bonuses, but in your hands, it has the potential to transform many lives. As the dialogue box faded, the latest editorial layout materialized before Qiu Ming's eyes. The headline of the news article read, Beautiful Lawyer Tragically Murdered in Underground Parking Lot. The report detailed how the renowned lawyer, Lu Di, was discovered dead in the underground parking facility of her office building, hours after leaving her workplace in the early morning. The valuables she carried were ruthlessly pillaged. An initial assessment suggests she was robbed late at night in the parking lot. The assailant struck the lawyer on the back of her head with a heavy object, resulting in her demise. Furthermore, the police discovered that the surveillance cameras in the parking lot had been deliberately tampered with, yielding no valuable leads. The news article was accompanied by 2 photographs, one depicting the crime scene where the female lawyer lay beside her SUV within police barricades, a pool of blood staining the pavement. The other was a portrait of her in life, revealing a face so striking it could have secured her livelihood on beauty alone. Yet, to Qiu Ming, beneath Lu Di's exquisite features lingered an air of imperious arrogance. Lu Di, Qiu Ming muttered the name, recalling how just months prior, this very attorney had humiliated him in the newspaper's small conference room, forcing him into a bow of apology to that property developer. And now, this same Lu Di had recently appeared as the committee's independent investigator, lecturing him with legal jargon during their discussion. Yet here she was, poised to become the victim of a homicide. Should he intervene? After a moment's hesitation, resolve solidified within him. Regardless of who she was, a life remained a life, and saving it was imperative. He scrutinized the article. The incident had occurred at 4:10 a.m. The clock now read 3:15 a.m., less than an hour before the tragedy would unfold. Without time to change, Qiu Ming hastily noted the location, still clad in pajamas as he dashed out. Meanwhile, Lu Di closed the case file before her and glanced at the time in the corner of her screen, 3:50 a.m. Rising, she discarded the remnants of her coffee and refilled her cup with water, stretching with a weary yawn. As a woman in her 30s, Lu Di understood the toll sleepless nights took on her appearance. Yet as a senior partner, unwilling to be dismissed as riding her father's coattails, she adopted an unrelenting, almost masculine tenacity. In a profession still steeped in patriarchal bias, she knew survival demanded effort 100-fold that of her male counterparts. The case file detailed accusations against a state-owned enterprise executive, charged with attempting to coerce a female subordinate into an illicit relationship. When she refused, he allegedly raped her. The woman later attempted suicide by hanging in her office, saved only by a security guard's intervention. Though alive, she remained in intensive care, her brain damaged by oxygen deprivation. Police discovered her suicide note, which detailed the assault. The executive was detained, then arrested, the case swiftly advancing to trial, throughout which he maintained his innocence. Lu Di tucked the documents into her handbag, gathered her belongings, and left her office. The underground parking garage at 4:00 a.m. was dimly lit, deserted save for scattered vehicles. As she strode toward her SUV, 2 pairs of eyes watched intently from a white van nearby. Fumbling in her bag for the keys, Lu Di remained oblivious to the masked figure in black approaching from behind, a hammer raised. Suddenly, the reflection in her car window revealed the assailant. She whirled around with a scream, just as a nearby car door swung open, striking the attacker mid-stride and sending him staggering. The hammer slipped from his grasp, striking the car door before falling at Lu Di's feet. Qiu Ming leaned out, seizing the black-clad man's clothing. This unforeseen turn of events momentarily disoriented the man in black, who struggled free from Qiu Ming's grip and dashed toward the white van. Observing the commotion, the van's driver hastily started the engine, leaving the door ajar as the black-clad man leaped inside. Qiu Ming, unable to pursue, swiftly picked up the hammer from the ground and hurled it at the van with great force. In that very instant, Lu Di's voice rang out, "Don't throw the hammer." By the time Qiu Ming comprehended her warning, the hammer had already been released, tumbling through the van's open door and striking the man in black squarely on the back as the vehicle sped away from the underground parking lot. Qiu Ming took a couple of steps to follow, eager to glimpse the van's license plate, only to realize it had been removed. However, he noticed a partially obscured sticker on the back, adorned with a festive design, perhaps faded from prolonged exposure. He also observed that one of the brake lights was not functioning as the van made a turn. Still shaken, Lu Di stood behind Qiu Ming. He turned to see her face, wide-eyed with anger. "Are you hurt?" he inquired, his concern evident despite the awkwardness of the situation. "Clumsy." Lu Di glared at him. Her teeth clenched as she spat out the words, "clumsy and despicable." Qiu Ming, taken aback by the sudden accusation, replied in confusion, "What do you mean? Who? Who is clumsy and despicable?" "You. I am talking about you, clumsy and despicable." Lu Di glanced toward the departing van and continued, "Your performance was utterly inept, and your character is even more contemptible." Fury ignited within Qiu Ming at her baseless accusations, yet he maintained his composure. Lawyer Lu, I came to rescue you. It would suffice that you offer no gratitude, but to label me as clumsy and despicable is an egregious betrayal. Pray tell, where have I been clumsy? Where have I been despicable? Lu Di pointed an accusatory finger at him. You must know I have been appointed as an independent investigator for the committee, and you seek to ingratiate yourself with me, attempting to win my favor so that I might overlook your transgressions. I suspect the assailant was hired by you, lying in wait to stage this farcical heroics to elicit my sympathy, ultimately hoping to escape scrutiny from the committee. Qiu Ming stared at Lu Di, astonished. And your farce was poorly rehearsed. Your accomplice dropped the hammer, fearing I might call the police, who would trace your accomplice through fingerprints on the hammer. You pretended to strike him, effectively removing crucial evidence from the scene. Qiu Ming regarded Lu Di with resignation, then broke into applause. Brilliant, truly brilliant. No wonder you are a distinguished lawyer. Your imagination is boundless. How does it feel to be exposed? Lu Di continued to glare at him, still fuming. Qiu Ming took a step back, pointing at his pajamas. Esteemed lawyer, could you kindly elucidate the situation regarding my attire? Why am I clad in pajamas here? According to your assertions, I conspired with those individuals. At the very least, I should be dressed appropriately. What if I were to heroically save a damsel in distress, and you fell for me? Bah! Lu Di regarded Qiu Ming with disdain. Which of my eyes could possibly find you appealing, you scoundrel? Qiu Ming, amused by Lu Di's irritation, replied, All right, esteemed lawyer, let us review the facts. I will pose a few questions. Should you answer them, I shall concede that your claims hold merit, and you may promptly call the police to apprehend me for interrogation. Conversely, if you fail to respond, you must offer me an apology. Lu Di, her anger somewhat diminished, listened intently. Let me inquire, how could I possibly know the location of your office? How would I be aware of where you parked your vehicle? What time do you typically leave the office? How do I know you were alone? In journalism, we adhere to the fundamental principles of time, place, and person. Without these elements, we dare not publish a report. Yet, you cannot clarify these basic inquiries and instead leap to the conclusion that I orchestrated a heroic rescue. As Qiu Ming spoke, he patted his pockets in search of a cigarette, only to realize he had none due to his pajamas. Lu Di had regained her composure, calmly absorbing Qiu Ming's words. He gestured around the parking lot. Take note, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. They must have captured the condition of that van. Retrieve the footage and present it to the authorities. I should mention, one of the van's tail lights is out, and there is a half-peeled sticker on the back, quite distinctive. The current Skynet project encompasses the entire city, making it relatively easy to apprehend the culprits. I suggest you inquire about how much I paid those two buffoons. With that, Qiu Ming turned and walked towards his car, swiftly reversing and merging onto the roadway, leaving the bewildered Lu Di alone in the parking lot. As she watched his vehicle depart, Lu Di suddenly regained her senses. You deceiver. My workplace and address are public information. I shall uncover your scheme. Qiu Ming parked in the lot in front of the news publishing building. Exiting his vehicle, he looked up at the structure, the intense sunlight reflecting off the blue glass facade, blinding him momentarily. Upon entering the lobby, a security guard glanced at the hearing notification in Qiu Ming's hand, regarding him with a look of pity before gesturing towards the adjacent elevator. 7th floor. At the elevator entrance, a young staff member awaited Qiu Ming, politely verifying his identity and shaking his hand in a courteous manner before leading him to the conference room door. The door to the hearing room was ajar, and as Qiu Ming entered, he noticed several individuals already seated in the numerous chairs. Upon hearing footsteps, they turned to glance in his direction. Qiu Ming recognized several journalists from various media hotlines among the attendees, many of whom he had encountered at different news scenes. Their faces familiar even if their names escaped him. The once murmuring conference room fell silent in an instant as Qiu Ming, guided by the staff, approached the witness stand at the front. Whispers resumed among the crowd. To Qiu Ming, the arrangement of tables and chairs, coupled with the presence of a railing, and if his guiding staff had been a police officer, it would have borne an uncanny resemblance to a courtroom setting. Before taking his seat on the stand, Qiu Ming glanced back at the audience, discerning a hint of schadenfreude in their gazes. At 10 in the morning, the recording staff requested everyone to stand, subsequently opening a side door of the conference room through which 7 committee members and Lu Di entered in single file. The meeting was presided over by the committee chairman, Mei Minghua, alongside several retired leaders from various media outlets. From their expressions, Qiu Ming felt as if he were a piece of meat laid out on a cutting board. Mei Minghua cleared his throat, tapped the microphone before him, and solemnly announced, "The first meeting of the Binhai City News Ethics Committee regarding the alleged violation of professional ethics by Binhai Morning Post reporter Qiu Ming is now in session." A council member beside Mei Minghua produced a stack of documents and leaned closer to the microphone to begin reading. For some time now, the Binhai City News Ethics Committee has received multiple complaints from news professionals, accusing Binhai Morning Post reporter Qiu Ming of deliberately orchestrating news events, manipulating news narratives, monopolizing interview resources, and fabricating numerous misleading news reports for sensationalism and personal gain, thus egregiously violating the professional ethics of journalism and contravening ethical standards. Following the approval of the Binhai City Press and Publication Bureau, the Binhai City News Ethics Committee has initiated an investigation into these allegations, which has now culminated in a preliminary investigative report. The reader glanced at Qiu Ming before continuing. In accordance with relevant regulations and procedures, today, the Binhai City News Ethics Committee convenes this hearing to review the preliminary investigative report and to hear the defense of the concerned party, Qiu Ming. We will now invite the head of the investigative team to present the report. A staff member seated behind Qiu Ming rose and approached the central area of the venue where a standing microphone awaited. Casting a glance at Qiu Ming, the staff member began to read from the preliminary investigative report in hand. The report spanned several dozen pages, enumerating Qiu Ming's articles, including the bus thief incident, the commercial building billboard incident, and the balloon rescue of a falling child, among others. It pointed out that the events reported had occurred unexpectedly and were purely coincidental, with the likelihood of a normal individual encountering even one of these incidents calculated at 1,000,000 to 1, yet Qiu Ming was present at nearly all the scenes. From a scientific perspective, there was no explanation other than the deliberate orchestration of these news events, leading the investigative team to preliminarily conclude that Qiu Ming had indeed conspired to fabricate and report these stories. The lengthy investigation report was read for over an hour, and after the conclusions were presented, the staff displayed several segments of video footage for an additional few minutes. One of these clips featured the balloon seller from the child rescue incident, who was asked to identify a photo of Qiu Ming. At a glance, the vendor recognized Qiu Ming, pointing at the photograph and asserting, "That's him. He paid me for the balloons and told me not to say a word." Another video captured by street surveillance showed Qiu Ming frantically throwing money from the back of a truck at the entrance of a bank across from a commercial building. Subsequently, a billboard came crashing down. Yet another segment depicted Qiu Ming on the verge of a collapsing bus stop, wildly splashing mineral water around him, causing bystanders to flee just as the platform began to give way. It was evident that this footage had been recorded by the surveillance cameras at the station. As the videos concluded, murmurs erupted from the audience, interspersed with a few expletives. "This brat. How could he be so lucky to be at the center of such a major news story? Clearly, he orchestrated it. Revoke his press credentials." Mei Minghua rapped the microphone, then cast a stern glance at Qiu Ming. "Qiu Ming, you may now defend yourself." With poise and dignity, Qiu Ming replied, "Please present direct evidence proving that I orchestrated these news events." Mei Minghua slammed his fist on the table, causing the speakers to resonate. "Qiu Ming, I hope you understand that this is an internal hearing, a chance for you to confess, allowing us to handle you according to our internal regulations and offer you a way out. If we submit the evidence to the judicial authorities, you will not fare well." The room fell silent. As before, Qiu Ming maintained his composure, stating, "I do not require any opportunity. If you have evidence, submit it to the judicial authorities." Mei Minghua glared at him, and after a moment, declared into the microphone, "Call the witnesses." The summoned witnesses, all journalists, pointed out Qiu Ming's presence at numerous hotlines, noting that often, he had concluded his interviews before other media personnel even arrived on scene. After the witnesses finished their testimonies, Mei Minghua pressed Qiu Ming again. "Do you have anything else to say?" Qiu Ming retained his unwavering demeanor. This only indicates one thing. The room was hushed, all eyes fixed on him. "It merely suggests that my luck is extraordinarily good." The audience erupted in chaos, prompting Mei Minghua to pound the table in frustration. "We shall adjourn today's hearing. The next meeting will be scheduled at a later date." As the committee members began to exit, Qiu Ming remained seated. Once all the directors had left, he was met with the scornful remarks of his peers. Suddenly, a bottle of mineral water flew past him, narrowly missing his ear and crashing to the floor. A surge of suppressed fury ignited within Qiu Ming, and he abruptly turned to glare at his departing colleagues with fiery intensity. Confronted by Qiu Ming's fiery gaze, the departing colleagues fell silent, and moments later, the conference room was left with only Qiu Ming and a few staff members. After adjusting his attire, Qiu Ming exited the venue. Lu Di leaned against the stair railing at the door, regarding him with a complex expression. On the top floor of the Binhai International Hotel lies the renowned Binhai Constant Temperature Swimming Pool, which is open to the sky, featuring a surface of tempered glass illuminated by rows of high-pressure sodium lights. Adjacent to the floor-to-ceiling glass windows is a leisure area where swimming guests can enjoy coffee or entertain friends and clients. As the pool charges by the hour, with fees reaching several hundred per hour, those who frequent this pool are predominantly affluent and successful individuals, with Lu Di being a regular patron. At 3 in the afternoon, Lu Di leisurely sat in the coffee area, savoring freshly brewed coffee while gazing at the horizon through the glass. A bruise adorned her foot, a remnant of an attack she had endured days prior when struck by a hammer. Her assistant, Miss Fong, donned a swimsuit and lounged on her sofa, engrossed in a mobile game. Lu Di glanced back at Miss Fong, admonishing her as one would a child. "Keep that away from your eyes. If you bring it any closer, you might as well move in with it." Miss Fong responded with a playful grimace before distancing her phone. As Lu Di's assistant, Miss Fong not only received a 5-figure monthly salary, but also accompanied Lu Di to the pool every week for an afternoon of relaxation, making once unimaginable high-end venues a routine part of their lives. The pool was sparsely populated, as it was daytime, and the majority of the city's populace was preoccupied with their daily struggles. "Please call the concerned party again. See where they are," Lu Di casually instructed Miss Fong. Miss Fong promptly ceased her gaming, accessed her contacts, and dialed the number. As soon as the call connected, a ringtone echoed from the pool entrance, where a plump middle-aged woman raised her phone high and waved to Miss Fong. According to hotel regulations, all guests entering the pool must change into swimwear. Yet the woman was persistently negotiating with the staff, reluctant to comply. Observing Miss Fong, Lu Di complained, "Look at you. I suggested we meet her in the office, but you insisted on the pool. What a hassle." Miss Fong grinned mischievously. "Lawyer Lu, I merely wanted you to see how much weight she has gained. No wonder her husband strayed. Did she offend you? Why subject her to such embarrassment?" Lu Di inquired. Miss Fong chuckled. Who told her to be so rude over the phone? Even if she had been introduced by a superior, it was unwarranted to be so imperious. Intrigued, Lu Di asked, "What was she like on the phone? That day you were in court, I answered her call outside the courtroom. She assumed I was you and immediately declared, 'Lawyer Lu, I was introduced by President's son of the Bar Association. Where are you? I need to see you at once.' It was as if I owed her money. I simply informed her that you were in court and that I was your assistant." Her tone dripped with disdain. "Oh, then relay to Lawyer Lu that the party introduced by President's son wishes to see her. Have her return my call." Lu Di shook her head in resignation. "But she did come to the office, didn't she?" "Indeed, she did. Yet I intercepted her at the door, claiming you were in a meeting, and prevented her from seeing you. So you arranged for her to meet here?" Lu Di gestured towards Miss Fong, chiding, "When will you amend your vengeful disposition?" Under persistent insistence from the staff, the party finally donned a newly purchased swimsuit, clutching an LV handbag as she strode directly toward Lu Di, her ample figure glaringly illuminated by the afternoon sun. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the party began recounting her tale, her deep voice resonating throughout the pool area. Lu Di raised a finger to her lips, signaling for quiet. The party hastily lowered her voice, but after just a few sentences, her volume surged once more. Lu Di rubbed her forehead and cast a sidelong glance at Miss Fong, who, seated behind the party, playfully covered her ears with her hands. The case was straightforward. The party's husband, Feng Jinghua, had, over 2 decades ago, moved from the countryside to the city with his wife to sell vegetables. Starting from a roadside stall, they eventually transitioned into supermarkets, acquiring their own stalls, and later established a company that proliferated their branded vegetable stalls across all the city's supermarkets and farmers markets. Their enterprise even encompassed thousands of acres of farmland in the countryside, dedicated to cultivating organic, pollution-free produce. Presently, the couple boasted a net worth exceeding hundreds of millions, becoming the primary vegetable suppliers for nearly half the city's populace. At this juncture, the wife discovered her husband had become involved with the female owner of a chain supermarket. In a fit of rage, she seized control of the company's finances, severing her husband's financial support, prompting him to file for divorce and demand a division of assets. Notably, the mistress was no mere trifler. She owned a logistics company, a chain supermarket, and an internet firm. Following the cessation of her husband's financial resources, the mistress seamlessly integrated into his life, and the two now awaited the conclusion of the divorce proceedings to formalize their union. Lu Di endured the cacophony of the party's narrative until Miss Fong interjected, "Compile a simple list with the party detailing their joint assets. I need a general overview of their total worth." Miss Fong, who had been making faces behind the party, promptly took a seat before her with a notepad, while Lu Di feigned a phone call, rising from the sofa to stroll to the opposite side of the pool. Settling onto another sofa, Lu Di ordered another coffee, shifting her perspective to admire the exterior landscape. Though spring had arrived, the northern days remained brief, even at just past 3 in the afternoon. The sun was nearing the western horizon, unfurling a breathtaking tableau before her eyes. Suddenly, a chorus of children's laughter interrupted the tranquility of the reed flute. She turned her head and saw a boy of 8 or 9 years leaping into the pool, clad in swim trunks, while Qiu Ming, also in swim trunks, was conversing with the staff at the entrance, occasionally raising his voice to caution the children to be mindful of their safety. Observing the splashing child in the pool and then glancing at Qiu Ming, Lu Di furrowed her brow and turned her face back to admire the sunset. Just a few hours earlier, the police had called Lu Di, informing her that, based on the information she provided, they had initiated a comprehensive operation and ultimately located the van in an urban village at the fringe of the city, apprehending the two assailants. Upon receiving the call, Lu Di excitedly contacted Mei Minghua, briefly outlining the situation. Both believed that if the individuals in the van confessed to being instigated by Qiu Ming, it would effectively mean they had grasped Qiu Ming by the tail. However, to their astonishment, regardless of how the police interrogated the two robbers, neither admitted to being directed by anyone to attack Lu Di. When the police presented a photograph of Qiu Ming, the assailants claimed they did not recognize him at all. Lu Di even promised that if either of them spoke the truth, confirming they were indeed instructed by Qiu Ming, she would personally advocate for them. Unfortunately, both vigorously shook their heads, insisting they had never encountered Qiu Ming. This left Lu Di perplexed, forcing her to reconsider whether the assault might have merely been a random robbery, and whether she had misjudged Qiu Ming. "Borrow our son?" Lin Gang was utterly baffled upon receiving the call. "What do you mean by borrowing our son, Director? It's nothing serious. Today is Wednesday, and every Wednesday afternoon, the heated pool at the Binhai International Hotel offers half-price admission, provided an adult accompanies a child to enjoy the adult's half price and the child's free entry. But our child has classes in the afternoon. Besides, aren't you working in the afternoon? Going swimming? All right, I'll look for someone else's child then." Qiu Ming helplessly hung up the phone, crossing Lin Gang's name off his list. This was already the 6th name he had scratched out. "Huang, have you gone to Beijing?" Qiu Ming reached Huang Jiao on the line. "I'm in Beijing now, already at work. What about your wife and child?" "My wife and child are still in Binhai. The child just started 1st grade, so they have to stay at home for now. Once I establish myself, I'll bring them over. What do you need?" Huang Jia's tone revealed a hint of caution regarding Qiu Ming's inquiry. "It's nothing much. The heated pool at the Binhai International Hotel is running a discount promotion. Adults pay half and children swim for free. You know I'm single and have no children, so I thought I might borrow your child for a while." Huang Jia burst into laughter. "Borrowing a child? Now that's a first. Sure, go pick him up from school. I'll call the teacher. You'd better treat him to dinner tonight." Grateful, Qiu Ming hung up and drove towards the Binhai Experimental Primary School. Huang Jia's son was rather diminutive, standing at approximately 1 meter tall and plump like a little meatball. Upon hearing that Qiu Ming intended to take him swimming, the young lad was overjoyed, eagerly packing his bag and hopping into Qiu Ming's car. With ample time before their outing, Qiu Ming stopped by a sporting goods store to purchase 1 large and 1 small swimsuit. Subsequently, he treated the child to a meal at McDonald's. Much to the boy's delight. "Can I have some cola?" Qiu Ming inquired, observing the child. Although the boy had just enjoyed a large cup of cola, who could resist such a sweet beverage? "Can I have more?" he asked. "Of course, but I have a condition. If you agree, not only can you drink cola now, but later, Uncle will take you to Pizza Hut." The child, brimming with excitement, danced about. "What is the condition? Tell me." "My condition is this. You must not use the restroom now. You can only relieve yourself after we reach the swimming pool, and only after I cough a few times. You can then urinate right by the poolside, and once you're done, You needn't worry. I will help you change, and then we'll go to Pizza Hut. The boy appeared quite perplexed. Why would I need to urinate in the pool? That would be so embarrassing. Qiu Ming, with a mischievous grin, replied, You might not know this, but it's a new rule at the pool. Anyone who dares to urinate in the pool gets to swim for free that day. The boy understood and said, All right, but I must go to the restroom first and then have another cup of cola. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it. Then you must promise that when I cough, you will be able to urinate. No holding back. The child laughed heartily. You needn't worry about that. I still wet the bed. With that, he dashed towards the restroom. Qiu Ming called out to the child's retreating figure. What does that have to do with wetting the bed? As Qiu Ming engaged in conversation with the staff at the pool entrance, a middle-aged man, reeking of alcohol and supported by two women, staggered to the entrance. A gold chain, the thickness of a little finger, hung around his neck, and besides a gold watch. His wrist bore a thick chain, while 5 or 6 gold rings adorned his fingers. As Qiu Ming was conversing with the staff, the intoxicated man collided with him. Wearing an irritated expression, Step aside, good dogs don't block the way. With that, he swayed forward, flanked by the two women. Just as Qiu Ming was about to retaliate, the pool staff intercepted the man, politely advising, Sir, I believe you've been drinking. It's against the pool regulations to enter after consuming alcohol. The man, incensed, retorted, What the hell is this ridiculous rule? Why can't I swim after drinking? This is for your safety, the staff explained. Swimming under the influence can strain your cardiovascular system and may provoke muscle spasms, posing a serious risk to your life. Impatiently, the man shoved the staff aside. Get out of the way. When I'm swimming, you wouldn't even know where to find me in my open crotch pants. Don't ruin my fun. Having said that, the man embraced two women and approached the edge of the swimming pool, where the three of them let out shrill screams and leaped into the water, sending enormous splashes throughout the pool. Just as the staff was about to intervene, a manager hurried over and stopped him, saying, Leave it be. This guest has just checked in and reserved our presidential suite. He is reportedly a nouveau riche from the south, here to acquire businesses. The staff member furrowed his brow as he observed the trio in the pool. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Miss Fong completed the reconciliation work with her client and called Lu Di back. Lawyer Lu, she began. The funds in the bank accounts held by the client and her husband amount to over 81 million. They also own 2 vegetable wholesale markets, which are in their names and need to be appraised for market value. Additionally, they possess 9 commercial properties and a villa, with a combined market value of approximately 80 million, as well as various stocks, bonds, and financial products. If everything is accounted for, the total value exceeds 200 million. Lu Di nodded politely. When President Sun introduced you to me, did he mention that my legal fees might be among the highest in Binhai City? The client quickly nodded. He did, but that is of no concern. As long as I can ensure that my despicable husband leaves with nothing, I am willing to pay any price. Lu Di shook her head. According to the marriage law, if your husband has indeed been unfaithful, it can only be considered a significant fault on his part during the marriage. In such a case, he would receive a lesser share of the marital assets. But it is impossible for him to receive nothing. The client's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice booming like thunder. Why? On what grounds? He has committed such heinous acts. How can he still be entitled to any assets? Lu Di closed her eyes, allowing the client's voice to dissipate before calmly responding, to prevent him from claiming any assets. It would require. The client perked up. Require what? Unless he were to kill you, Lu Di articulated slowly. If one spouse has committed a significant fault and murders the other, they would forfeit their right to inherit the deceased spouse's estate and would themselves face the death penalty, receiving nothing in the end. Is that the outcome you desire? The client fell silent. Lu Di savored her coffee while observing her. After a long pause, the client, feeling somewhat resigned, asked, So, how much of the assets can I expect to receive? Lu Di regarded the client with a calm demeanor. That depends on how much you are willing to pay in legal fees. Upon hearing this, the client immediately regained her spirit. Are you saying that if I pay the appropriate legal fees, you can still find a way to exact retribution for me? I am not seeking vengeance for anyone. Rather, I will employ my expertise to maximize the protection of your share of the assets and strive to secure the greatest benefit for you. Lu Di glanced out the window, where the sun was slowly setting, casting a golden glow over the entire swimming pool. Go ahead, name your price, the client said, gritting her teeth. Typically, the fee structures for us attorneys consist of 2 primary methods. One is to charge according to the fee standards set forth by the Ministry of Justice. Should I adhere to that standard, for your assets exceeding 100 million, my fees would amount to no less than 5 million. As Lu Di gazed intently into the client's eyes, she noticed that the client did not blink even once. I may have the opportunity to compel your husband to seek you out, perhaps even to kneel before you in supplication, agreeing to the division of your assets. The client's eyes brightened. What method do you propose? If my strategy proves effective, you would owe me an additional 5 million as a risk-based attorney's fee. Without a moment's hesitation, the client stood in excitement. Absolutely. When shall we sign the contract? How should I make the payment? Lu Di smiled gently, indicating for the client to take a seat, and continued calmly. Are you aware of where your husband resides with that woman? I know. The female client whispered conspiratorially, leaning in closer. Meanwhile, a boisterous nouveau riche, having indulged in ample drink, frolicked in the pool with two women, chasing them playfully. Occasionally, as he intercepted one, he would hoist her above his head and plunge her into the water, only to pursue another. Such antics caused most swimmers to halt, casting disapproving glances at his raucous play. Several swimmers opted to leave the pool, drying off their bodies. An older swimmer, unable to bear the spectacle, loudly admonished the boorish man. This is a public space. Could you exhibit a modicum of decorum? The nouveau riche, reveling in his merriment, took offense at the elder's reproach and glanced at him with disdain. Perhaps sensing that the elder was not inclined to confront him physically, he directed a sidelong gaze at the lifeguard by the poolside. Go, summon your manager. The lifeguard used a walkie-talkie to call for the manager. The nouveau riche imperiously addressed the manager. This afternoon, I have reserved this pool exclusively for my enjoyment. Clear everyone out. The manager, shaking his head in resignation, replied, I'm sorry, but this is a public space and cannot be reserved for private use. Upon hearing this, the nouveau riche erupted in anger, splashing the water with his hands, drenching the suited manager. However, the manager, trained in professionalism, remained composed and politely retreated, wishing him a pleasant time. Qiu Ming glanced at his watch. It was 4:30, and the sun was setting on the horizon. At that moment, Huang Jie's son was joyfully playing in the pool. Qiu Ming caught the child's eye and gestured for him to come to the shore. The little boy, recalling their earlier agreement at McDonald's, excitedly climbed out of the pool. Qiu Ming coughed emphatically, and the child, complying readily, removed his swim trunks and stood at the edge of the pool to urinate. Whose child is this? Where are the parents? Shouldn't they be teaching him some manners? How can he swim like this? Onlookers, witnessing the child's indiscretion, hastily exited the pool. The sound of complaints caught the attention of Ludi, who turned her gaze towards the pool. Qiu Ming hurried forward, lifting the little one while scolding loudly, whispering in the child's ear, mission accomplished. I will take you to Pizza Hut soon. At that moment, only the nouveau riche and two women remained in the pool. The women attempted to climb out, but were seized by the nouveau riche, who exclaimed, What do you two know? This is virgin urine. Not only does it enhance vitality, but it also wards off evil spirits. With that, he took a sip from the pool water, causing the two women to nearly retch. As he wiped his mouth, he boasted, This virgin urine is so rare, you can't even buy it for money. He then called out to the little one, Hey, kid, is that all? Let some more out. Qiu Ming anxiously glanced at his watch, noticing a staff member from the pool heading towards the control panel at the entrance. He gently set the child down and said softly, Go change your clothes. I'll meet you in the changing room. After the child left, Qiu Ming turned to the nouveau riche in the pool and provocatively suggested, Shall I provide you with some? You can taste it and see if it's to your liking. The nouveau riche, unable to hear clearly, asked, What did you say? Qiu Ming repeated himself, inciting the nouveau riche's fury, who struggled to crawl ashore, with the two women following suit. At this moment, the setting sun had completely vanished outside, casting a dim light over the pool area. The staff member at the control panel pressed the main switch for the hall's lighting. A loud bang echoed above the pool as a high-pressure sodium lamp burst, trailing a long electrical wire into the water, creating a blue arc that sizzled across the surface, accompanied by a crackling sound. The tremendous noise rendered the nouveau riche and the two women speechless at the pool's edge, having only just moved a few meters away. Had they delayed by even a few seconds, the consequences could have been dire. Qiu Ming said nothing further, casting a cold glance at the nouveau riche before turning to find the child. He did not notice Ludi, who was half kneeling on the sofa, gazing at him in astonishment. Having witnessed everything unfold, Miss Fong also observed the entire scene, exclaiming to Ludi, "What a coincidence. If that child hadn't urinated in the pool, people might have been electrocuted. If this person hadn't argued with the nouveau riche, he might have already met his end. What an incredible coincidence." Ludi looked up at the fallen light fixture and electrical wire, muttering to herself, "This isn't a coincidence at all." Meanwhile, the individual involved was still pondering her own case, the surrounding chaos failing to divert her attention as she continued to inquire loudly, "Lawyer Ludi, tell me, what good solution do you have? I don't care. At 11:30 this noon, you must wait for me at the entrance of Walking Street. Aunt Zhang will bring that girl along then. You must be punctual. Dress nicely, don't look disheveled." After Aunt Zhang finishes her introduction, she will leave and promptly call me. "If you continue to resist me, just wait and see how I handle you." My mother's voice was rife with intimidation over the phone. "Mom." Qiu Ming sat up from his bed. "I have something to attend to this afternoon. I truly cannot go." "What could possibly be so important? What significance does your miserable job hold? You should focus on your studies and prepare for the civil service exam. Besides, we don't need your salary. Your father and I can support you. I refuse to be a freeloader. I won't take the civil service exam. I genuinely have something to do this afternoon. I cannot go." "All right. So you dare to argue with your mother, do you? If you hang up, I will call the newspaper to resign for you, cutting off your escape route. How dare you defy me?" My mother unleashed her ultimate threat, and Qiu Ming hastily conceded. All right. Don't call. I will go, okay? Please give me Aunt Zhang's number. I don't have her contact." "Now that's more like it. Just wait. I'll send it to you via WeChat." My mother ended the call. Qiu Ming glanced at the time on his phone. It was just past 9 in the morning, and he buried his face in his hands before collapsing back onto the bed. Aunt Zhang, a colleague of his mother's, had never been one to sit idle since her retirement, taking up a part-time role as a matchmaker. This was not the first time she had introduced potential girlfriends to Qiu Ming. She had previously set him up with several young women, some of whom had shown interest in him. However, due to Qiu Ming's hectic schedule, filled with constant commotion, he was unable to arrange normal dates, resulting in missed opportunities. Barely had the call with his mother ended when Aunt Zhang's phone call came through. "Qiu Ming, your mother just called you, didn't she?" "Yes, she did, Aunt Zhang." "Make sure you aren't late. I must tell you, this girl is quite remarkable. She studied abroad and now works as a client manager at a foreign bank. Her parents are friends of mine, and she comes from a reputable family. She's a good person and quite beautiful." Qiu Ming interrupted Aunt Zhang. "Aunt Zhang, I would like to discuss something with you. Could we possibly change the meeting time? I have an urgent matter to attend to this afternoon." "That wouldn't be appropriate. It's the first meeting, and you're already standing her up. Shall I call your mother again?" "No, please, don't call my mother." Qiu Ming frowned. "Let us keep the meeting at noon. If changing the time isn't feasible, could we perhaps change the location?" "Where to?" "I need to meet an important informant at Binhai Tianjia at noon. Would it be possible to meet there first, and then I will go to meet the informant afterward?" "That can be arranged. Tianjia is a popular shopping area. I will inform the young lady, and you can await my call." Binhai Tianjia is a bustling commercial district, packed with numerous office buildings almost touching one another. Between two commercial skyscrapers lies a connecting corridor, known as Tianjia, which is lined with various dining options, drawing crowds every day, often congesting the surrounding streets. Upon arriving at Tianjia, Qiu Ming spotted Aunt Zhang waving at him from a distance, accompanied by a young woman dressed in professional attire. The young lady was already quite striking, and clad in professional attire, she appeared even more poised and capable. Qiu Ming could not help but feel a sense of delight within, contemplating the joy it would bring to date such a remarkable woman. After parking the car, he glanced at his watch before stepping out to greet Aunt Zhang. With warmth, Aunt Zhang introduced the two, praising Qiu Ming. "See, I wasn't misleading you. This young man is quite charming, ambitious, and his parents are my colleagues. He works as a reporter at a newspaper, a quintessential high flyer." In jest, Qiu Ming responded to Aunt Zhang. "Annie, who are you introducing me to? Should I head upstairs first?" Aunt Zhang chuckled. "You two chat for a bit. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Enjoy your conversation." With that, she turned and departed. Feeling a bit awkward, Qiu Ming remarked, "Apologies. My schedule is rather unconventional, so I tend to rise late. Have you been waiting long?" The young woman smiled politely. "Not at all. We just arrived ourselves." Qiu Ming checked his watch again, and then looked towards the road before turning back to her. "Are you hungry? If not, could you keep me company while I wait for someone?" Curiously, she inquired, "Waiting for someone? Who is it? Have you arranged to meet someone else?" Qiu Ming glanced at his watch once more, and then up at the sky. Yes, I'm waiting for someone. They should arrive shortly. All right, I'm not hungry. The young woman, noticing Qiu Ming's distracted demeanor, looked around and pointed to a nearby CAF beneath the sky street. Why don't I head there to wait for you? When your guest arrives, we can have a meal together? Following her gesture, Qiu Ming spotted the CAF and nodded, encouraging her to go ahead. Please, order something to drink. I'll join you shortly. A few minutes after she departed, a couple emerged from a nearby restaurant, approaching a car parked not far away. After entering the vehicle, they did not seem in a hurry to leave, as the man behind the wheel began a phone call. Qiu Ming checked his watch again, feeling anxious, and approached the car, tapping on the window. Excuse me, are you leaving? If so, I can park elsewhere. The driver cast an impatient glance at Qiu Ming, waved dismissively, and resumed his call. Growing increasingly agitated, Qiu Ming continued to rap on the window. What are you doing? Have you finished your meal, and yet you linger here? Are you waiting for the new year? The man shot a sidelong glance at Qiu Ming, but ignored him, while the woman in the passenger seat extended her middle finger in response. This gesture infuriated Qiu Ming, prompting him to pound his fist on the driver's window. Hurry up and leave. Just go. The driver hastily ended his call and lowered the window. Are you out of your mind? Qiu Ming raised his voice. And you have a solution? Their exchange drew laughter from several onlookers who had gathered nearby. Rolling up his sleeves, Qiu Ming pointed at the man in the car. Get out of the vehicle. The man attempted to exit, but the woman in the passenger seat restrained him and reached for her phone to call the authorities. Qiu Ming grew increasingly enraged, pointing at the two individuals inside the car and vociferously cursing them. His outbursts attracted more onlookers, including a young woman leisurely sipping coffee beneath the sky street. The occupants of the car resolutely refused to exit, and upon glancing at his watch, Qiu Ming's fury intensified. He leaped onto the hood of the sedan and jumped vigorously several times. As the car shook violently, the two inside could no longer contain themselves. The man retrieved a wrench and exited the vehicle, followed hastily by the woman who did not manage to restrain him. With the pair now outside, Qiu Ming promptly jumped down to the ground. At that moment, an air conditioning unit, suspended from the corridor above, suddenly plummeted without warning. The thunderous crash, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, startled the crowd. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed the sedan, now crushed beyond recognition. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, transforming the once small circle into a larger one. All eyes turned upward. Qiu Ming swiftly maneuvered through the throng of people, dashing to his vehicle to retrieve his camera, returning to the scene to capture the unfolding spectacle. The two individuals from the car, still in shock, recognized Qiu Ming, and the man hurried over to grasp his hand. Brother, I should have listened to you earlier. We should have just driven away. Qiu Ming feigned irritation. Indeed. Had you left, it would have been me beneath that wreckage. After offering a few words of consolation, he took several photographs of the scene before heading to the management office of the Sky Street, which had already received reports and was in a state of disarray. Soon, the management officials assured that due to their negligence in maintaining external facilities, which led to the air conditioning unit's fall, they would take full responsibility for the damages inflicted upon the car. After receiving this assurance, Qiu Ming made his way to the CAF below the Sky Street, only to find that the young woman had vanished. At that moment, his phone rang. It was his mother. Qiu Ming grimaced. Oh no. True to form, when he answered, his mother's high-pitched voice echoed through the receiver. You little rascal, are you out on a date, or are you working? The criminal trial hall of the Intermediate People's Court of Binhai City is located on the west side of the main building. Apart from lawyers, all external individuals must undergo stringent security checks to prevent anyone from carrying weapons or hazardous materials into the premises. Although there is still some time before the court proceedings commence, several relatives of the parties involved are already queuing at the entrance of the security checkpoint. Ludi does not pass through the security channel, as, according to the provisions of the lawyer law, attorneys appearing in court are exempt from security checks. After verifying her lawyer's credentials and the notice of the court session, the bailiff, donning white gloves, opened the security barrier to allow Ludi entry. As Ludi glanced back at the waiting crowd, an elderly woman with graying hair caught her attention. The woman's eyes were swollen, clearly having cried recently, and she appeared so frail that she could barely stand, needing to lean against the railing beside the security channel for support. Moved by compassion, Ludi whispered a few words to a bailiff. The bailiff looked at the elderly woman and then approached her, politely inquiring, Ma'am, are you here to observe the case? The elderly woman, visibly anxious, nodded, Yes, to observe the case. Noticing that she carried no belongings, the bailiff courteously said, "Please follow me, ma'am." Under the bailiff's guidance, the woman was also allowed to enter the courtroom through the lawyer's passage. Once the elderly woman was settled in a seat designated for bailiffs to rest, Ludi offered her a polite nod, to which the woman responded with a gentle smile. Subsequently, Ludi hurried upstairs to the temporary office area designated for lawyers. The high-profile rape case involving a state-owned enterprise executive, due to its implications for personal privacy, was classified as a non-public trial, taking place in a courtroom on the second floor of the court building. At 9 o'clock in the morning, with the resounding strike of the judge's gavel, the trial officially commenced. Although the executive had not been detained for long, his hair was already streaked with gray, a stark contrast to his mere 40s. The prosecutor began by reading the indictment against the executive, which detailed the accusations that he had repeatedly harassed and flirted with a female subordinate, coercing her into sexual relations under the threat of her employment status. After the female subordinate was confirmed in her position, the executive attempted to maintain a sexual relationship with her, which she rebuffed. Just months prior, during the Christmas festivities, seizing upon the female subordinate's inebriation, the executive assaulted her in a hotel room where the Christmas party was being held, threatening her to remain silent. Upon regaining consciousness, the female subordinate, horrified to discover she had been violated, returned to the office and attempted to take her own life by hanging herself at the door of the executive's office. Fortunately, she was discovered by a security guard on night patrol, but due to cerebral hypoxia, she had become a vegetative state. The prosecution recommended that the court impose a prison sentence of over 10 years for the executive on charges of rape, along with substantial compensation to be paid to the victim's family. The executive vehemently denied the allegations, claiming that the female subordinate had consistently seduced him during her internship in hopes of securing her position through unscrupulous means. After her confirmation, she allegedly requested that the executive divorce his wife to marry her. On Christmas Day, under the pretext of being intoxicated, she asked the executive to escort her to a hotel room to rest. Once inside, the two engaged in an intimate encounter. Subsequently, the female subordinate once again imposed a time constraint on the executive, demanding that he divorce before the spring festival, or she would accuse him of raping her. In a fit of rage, the executive slapped her, declaring that he would rather face imprisonment than dissolve his marriage. Following the incident in which the subordinate hanged herself, the executive accessed his office computer, only to discover that all chat records with her on the internal network platform had been entirely erased, records that could have exonerated him. The prosecution posited that the executive fabricated a narrative to evade culpability, noting the absence of any communications related to the subordinate in his records, raising the possibility of deliberate deletion. After the incident, the police attempted to recover the chat contents from the executive's mobile device through technical means, but found that he had scarcely communicated with the subordinate via phone, uncovering no inappropriate exchanges. Due to the company's server being hosted by an American firm, the exchanges on the internal network were irretrievable, leaving no evidence to support the executive's account. As the trial progressed to this juncture, the three judges on the bench turned their attention to the executive's counsel, Ludi, who remained composed, engrossed in a document in her hand. "Counselor," the presiding judge interjected, "it is now your turn to interrogate the defendant. Do you have any questions?" Ludi smiled at the judge, rose from her seat, and approached the defendant's stand. Placing one hand on the railing of the stand, she raised the other hand, reading aloud from the material she had been examining. "Your towering figure lingers in my dreams. Your rugged visage races in my mind, in my world. There exists only your trace and the familiar scent beside my pillow." Upon hearing Ludi's recitation, the executive became visibly agitated, springing to his feet, only to be restrained by the bailiffs behind him. He exclaimed, "This is it. This is the poem she wrote for me. Every time we were together, she would compose poetry for me." The judge rapped the gavel, reminding the executive to maintain courtroom decorum, casting a curious glance at Ludi. Ludi ceased her reading and declared, "I received this case prior to the Spring Festival, and due to the holiday and personal matters, I have not had the opportunity to thoroughly examine the evidence. I apologize to the court, the prosecution, and my client for this." Like a teacher addressing a class, Ludi surveyed the presiding judge, the prosecutor, and the defendant, continuing, "Last week, I reached out to a university classmate who connected me with a company in Silicon Valley, renowned for its work in network firewalls." The prosecutor interjected, "Your Honor, the counsel's remarks are unrelated to this case." The judge, captivated by Lu Di's narrative, glanced sideways at the prosecutor before gesturing for Lu Di to continue. Returning to her defense table, Lu Di opened her laptop and presented it to the court's technical personnel, who proceeded to connect it to the courtroom projector. On the projection screen, a gentleman of Chinese descent appeared, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie. Judging by the background, he was in his own home. Your Honor, I request to summon our witness, Qiu Ming, to testify via video, Lu Di stated, gesturing towards the man on the screen. The presiding judge exchanged a glance with the prosecutor, silently seeking his opinion. The prosecutor, intrigued by the individual on screen, nodded affirmatively. Very well, counsel, the judge acknowledged. Lu Di approached the computer, positioning herself within the camera's view. She greeted the man on the screen. Michelle, good evening. I apologize for the late interruption. You may now introduce yourself to the judge and prosecutor. The man on the screen straightened his suit and tie, then spoke fluently in Mandarin. Esteemed judge, good evening. Prosecutor, good evening. My name is Michelle Chun. My Chinese name is Qiu Ming, and I am currently a partner at St. John's Law Firm in Washington. Just last week, I was commissioned by attorney Lu Di to locate Company X in Silicon Valley, and with the assistance of their engineers, we successfully recovered the hard drive contents pertaining to the parties involved in this case. Naturally, all our actions were conducted under the supervision of a notary. Michelle, could you elaborate on the data you have recovered? Lu Di inquired. Certainly. As per your request, I have retrieved the conversation records between your client and the victim, which transpired in their company's internal chat room, a private space exclusive to your client and the victim. Based on the timeline you provided regarding the incident, we discovered that on the night of the event, the victim deleted all chat records. However, it is important to note that the victim could only delete records from her company's internal system, as she lacked the ability to erase the server's records, which are fortified by the world's most secure firewalls. Michelle, this is not a time for advertisement, Lu Di interjected with a smile. Okay, sorry. The man on the screen replied with an apologetic smile. Before continuing, these chat records have been notarized, and we have prepared a notarial certificate. The bilingual notarial documents have been dispatched via international courier, and I have also sent you the electronic version. From our examination of the recovered chat records, it is evident that your client is not a rapist. However, he ought to face judgment. Everyone in the courtroom held their breath, fixated on the screen. As Qiu Ming continued, he should undergo a moral trial. He is an unfaithful husband. According to the chat records, he and the victim shared a harmonious sexual relationship, engaging in intimacy nearly every week. Following these encounters, your client would often narrate to the victim how he evaded his wife's inquiries, while the victim would compose a romantic poem expressing her deep affection for him. Lu Di glanced at her watch and waved to interrupt Qiu Ming. Thank you, Michelle. What time is it in Eastern Standard Time? It is currently 11:28 p.m. Eastern Time, he replied. Well, I currently have no questions. I shall see if our judge and prosecutor have any inquiries for you. Regarding the overseas witness, the judge and prosecutor posed numerous specific questions, which prolonged the court proceedings until nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Finally, after thoroughly verifying the new evidence, the court announced a recess, with a ruling to follow at a later date. From the gaze and tone of the presiding judge, Lu Di seemed to foresee an acquittal verdict. As the judge declared the recess, Lu Di noticed the elderly woman she had assisted in bypassing security sitting in the courtroom, wholly absorbed in the proceedings. The court clerk was busily organizing the records. Judging by the printing speed, Lu Di estimated it would take another 10 minutes or so before she could sign the courtroom records. Taking advantage of this time, she left the courtroom and made her way to the restroom at the end of the corridor. The men's and women's restrooms faced each other, with a sign at the men's restroom door reading "No Entry," as a cleaning lady was tidying up inside. The women's restroom contained 3 stalls, one of which was occupied, so Lu Di entered an adjacent stall. A few minutes later, another person entered a different stall. After emerging, Lu Di approached the sink. Having risen early and spent the morning in court, she felt somewhat drowsy and decided to splash her face with water, retrieving her facial cleanser from her small bag. Just as Lu Di spread the cleanser across her face, the door of one stall quietly swung open, and a figure staggered out, brandishing a ceramic knife. Just as the sharp blade was about to draw near Lu Di, the door of the middle stall burst open, and a figure rushed out, seizing the assailant's hand, resulting in a fierce struggle. Hearing the commotion behind her, Lu Di instinctively opened her eyes, only for the cleanser to rush into them. She hurriedly rinsed her eyes. When she reopened them, terror seized her, and she let out a scream, leaning back against the sink. The elderly woman who had been a spectator lay on the ground, while Qiu Ming restrained the assailant's knife hand, blood dripping from Qiu Ming's own hand. The elderly woman gasped for breath, her furious eyes fixed upon Ludi. "I will kill you. I will kill you." Frozen in fear, Ludi was commanded by Qiu Ming in a low voice, "Quickly, go out and call for court security." In a state of shock, Ludi fled the restroom, and soon several court officers burst in, rescuing Qiu Ming. The elderly woman's eyes brimmed with tears. "My daughter, mother cannot avenge you." In the court's medical room, a doctor attended to Qiu Ming's wounds while Ludi, still reeling from the earlier panic, sat trembling in a corner. Qiu Ming's injuries were not severe. He had merely sustained a cut to his muscle during the struggle for the ceramic knife, and the doctor was stitching the wound. Gazing at Qiu Ming's injuries and the blood on his body, Ludi found herself at a loss for words. Shortly thereafter, the elderly woman's identity was confirmed as the victim's mother. She had kept the ceramic knife hidden on her person, believing it would not trigger an alarm when passing through security. Coincidentally, Ludi had felt a pang of sympathy for the elderly woman, prompting her to have the court officers assist her directly into the courtroom. As she was the mother of the victim, the court permitted her to attend the proceedings. Throughout the trial, she remained seated in the spectators' area behind the executive. According to the elderly woman's scheme, she intended to strike suddenly in court, directly slaying the executive in the defendant's seat. Regrettably, the court's bailiffs consistently stood behind the executive, leaving her with no opportunity to act. During this time, the woman observed that, due to the emergence of new evidence, the executive was highly likely to be acquitted, which ignited her murderous intent towards Ludi. When Ludi entered the restroom, the elderly woman followed, slipping into the only unoccupied stall while leaving a slight gap in the door to monitor Ludi's movements. As Ludi washed her face, the woman sensed her chance had arrived. However, Qiu Ming's sudden appearance disrupted her plans entirely. After tending to his hand injury, Qiu Ming and Ludi were invited to the conference room in the main court building, where the president and several court officials warmly inquired about their well-being. In response to the cautious questioning of the court leaders, Qiu Ming readily explained his presence in the ladies' restroom. "Today, your criminal court is hearing the case of the drunk driver who crashed into the convenience store, and I intended to observe the proceedings." He produced a pass indicating that the case was scheduled for the afternoon. "Perhaps it was a bad breakfast. I've made 3 trips to the restroom this morning, which can be corroborated by the surveillance cameras in your corridor. On my 3rd visit, the janitor was cleaning the men's room and had placed a do not enter sign." Qiu Ming looked at the director of the court office seated across the table. The director cleared his throat. "Indeed, during lunchtime, someone made quite a mess in the men's restroom, and I instructed the janitor to clean it, which led to the closure of the men's facilities. I was rather anxious. One must heed nature's call." Qiu Ming chuckled, prompting laughter from several court officials present. "I couldn't hold it any longer, so I temporarily entered the ladies' restroom. As it was conveniently empty, while I was attending to my needs, this female lawyer entered first." Qiu Ming glanced at Ludi, who nodded in agreement. "After a whole morning of court proceedings, I had no time to visit the restroom, so I took the opportunity while the clerk was organizing the court records." Qiu Ming continued, "When this female lawyer was using the sink, I intended to make my exit. However, another individual entered and occupied a different stall, leaving me no choice but to wait anxiously. When the female lawyer approached the sink, the person in the stall beside me also exited. I pushed the door slightly ajar to see when they might leave, only to witness that elderly woman draw a knife from her bosom. I had no option but to rush out from the stall to rescue her." Upon hearing this, the president turned to glance at the office director, who nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, this aligns with the footage we retrieved from the surveillance cameras." At that moment, a bailiff entered, reporting to the president that the police had conducted a scene investigation and now wished to ask the victim if she was willing to provide a statement. As they prepared to formally arrest the elderly woman, all eyes were fixed upon Ludi, who glanced at Qiu Ming and remarked, "The true victim is here. I have sustained no harm." Qiu Ming, casting a look at his bandaged hand, chuckled, "This minor injury is nothing. I intend to relinquish my right to sue. Lawyer Lu, may I forgo this?" Ludi laughed lightly. "We are in a court of law. As a lawyer, I dare not flaunt my limited legal knowledge before such esteemed judges." The presiding judge, grasping the stance of both parties, cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that this criminal case be reclassified as a public order offense?" Ludi turned to Qiu Ming, asking, "What is the stance of the esteemed journalist?" Qiu Ming shrugged nonchalantly. I have no strong feelings either way. Lu Di then addressed the court president. Might it be possible to categorize this matter as an obstruction of court order? This way, the jurisdiction would rest with your court. The court officials exchanged glances, and Lu Di continued. These unfortunate women. One aspired to ascend as a mistress but, upon failing, became a vegetable after a failed suicide. The other, in her quest for vengeance for her daughter, has committed grievous errors. I do not wish for the daughter, lying in her hospital bed, to be neglected. Hence I plan to abandon further pursuit. However, to ensure the perpetrator faces some form of admonition, it would be prudent for your court to administer a judicial warning. Moreover, considering the advanced age of the elderly individual, confinement in a detention center may prove inconvenient. The court officials lauded the magnanimity of Lu Di and Qiu Ming. Due to the incident at the court, the hearing for the scheduled drunk driving case was postponed. The head of the court's publicity department assured Qiu Ming that a press release would be sent directly to him, alleviating the need for him to make a separate trip. He could rest at home and recuperate. As the two departed from the courthouse, twilight had descended. Qiu Ming crossed the street at the courthouse entrance and located his vehicle in the parking lot. Once seated inside, he hesitated to start the engine, struggling instead to retrieve his phone, perusing the missed calls and messages that had accumulated during the prolonged court session, where the signal was suppressed. After reviewing the messages, he prepared to drive away, only to realize that his right hand was considerably injured, rendering him incapable of operating the vehicle. With no other option, he decided to call his father for a ride. At that moment, a bright set of headlights approached him. Lu Di had arrived in her car. Rolling down the window, she commanded, "Leave your car here and get into mine." Qiu Ming smiled and shook his head, attempting to start his own vehicle with great effort. Lu Di exited her car, opened the passenger door, and deftly removed Qiu Ming's car keys, insisting, "You will ride with me. I will have my assistant drive your car away. Simply provide an address. I will take you to the hospital for a thorough examination." You see, the medical staff at the courthouse are merely temporary forensic doctors. While they are adept at examining the deceased, I do not trust their assessments of the living. Despite Qiu Ming's repeated assertions that this minor injury was inconsequential, Lu Di summoned the president and chief surgeon of Binhai City People's Hospital, indicating a deep-seated relationship with Lu Di's father. Lu Di, without wasting time on pleasantries, promptly requested the chief surgeon to examine Qiu Ming's injuries. As expected, the diagnosis aligned with that of the court's physician. It was merely a muscular injury, skillfully sutured, requiring no further intervention. A regimen of antibiotics and tetanus prophylaxis was all that was necessary. After departing from the hospital, Lu Di expressed her desire to treat Qiu Ming to a meal. However, Qiu Ming, pointing to the bloodstains on his attire, demurred, claiming it was inconvenient to venture out. Lu Di, respecting his wishes, inquired about the residence of Qiu Ming's parents and drove him home. Shortly after their journey commenced, Lu Di's car phone rang. She activated the hands-free option, and the voice of Lu Wenshuan echoed within the vehicle. "Lu Di, are you unhurt? You frightened me terribly. My blood pressure shot up. What on earth happened? Please tell me you're all right." With a playful tone, Lu Di replied, "Oh, Dad. I have a passenger in the car, and I'm on speaker. I'm perfectly fine. Not even a scratch, thanks to a journalist from Binhai Morning News who came to my rescue. Really, I'm unscathed, not even a hair harmed. That's a relief. I'll buy a plane ticket and come back immediately. Just hurry home." "Oh." Lu Di interjected, "Dad, please don't return just yet. You should rest in Hainan for a while longer. I'm perfectly fine and have numerous cases to handle. If you come back, I truly want to have time to spend with you." Once Lu Di hung up, Qiu Ming called his parents, casually stating that he had injured himself while peeling an apple and intended to stay with them for a few days, as a friend was bringing him over. "What? How could you be so careless? You managed to cut yourself peeling an apple? Truly remarkable. And now you decide to come home? Now you want your mother to cook for you? You should find a wife to take care of you instead." Qiu Ming's mother's exclamations were loud enough for Lu Di to hear every word, eliciting a suppressed laugh from her. In a hurry, Qiu Ming ended the call and turned to Lu Di with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you going to ask me anything? Like, how much did I pay to hire that old lady?" Lu Di shot him a disdainful glance. "It seems your injury is not where it should be. It appears you've hurt your mouth instead." Qiu Ming chuckled heartily. Unable to contain herself, Lu Di added, "However, I must say, the story you concocted this afternoon was quite impressive. I hope you can weave together a few more tales that convincingly explain your uncanny presence at those events before they unfolded." for reasons unknown. A wave of happiness washed over Qiu Ming, and for a fleeting moment, he gazed at Lu Di as she drove. Noticing his gaze, Lu Di shot him a sidelong glare. "Stop staring at me like a creep." His face flushed crimson. Qiu Ming quickly averted his eyes to the window. Lu Di turned on the stereo, and soothing melodies filled the car. In the distance, Qiu Ming spotted his parents beneath a streetlight and urged Lu Di to stop the car. "You can turn around now. You needn't accompany me any further." Lu Di, having also seen the two elderly figures, insisted, "Allow me to take you home and ensure you are safely handed over to your parents. Only then will I feel at ease." Qiu Ming shook his head in resignation. "You will regret it. They will certainly mistake you for my girlfriend. Just wait and see." Lu Di glanced at him. "At your age, you still haven't managed to find a girlfriend?" With self-deprecating humor, Qiu Ming replied, "I still receive red envelopes during the Spring Festival, though they are humorously dubbed consolation funds for single dogs." Lu Di chuckled at his words. The car came to a halt beside Qiu Ming's parents, who were eagerly awaiting his arrival. With great effort, he opened the door, only for his mother to exclaim in alarm, "Is your injury serious? Did it affect your tendon? Have you been stitched up?" At that moment, Lu Di emerged from the car, holding Qiu Ming's interview bag. He promptly introduced her. "This is Lawyer Lu, a friend of mine who took me to the hospital and brought me back." Then he turned to Lu Di. "These are my parents." In an instant, both his mother and father cast Qiu Ming aside, hastily taking the bag from Lu Di. His mother grasped Lu Di's arm, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much, Lawyer Lu. On such a cold day, you took my son to the hospital and brought him back. Come on, it's chilly outside. Let's head upstairs for a warm cup of tea." Without waiting for a response, she pulled Lu Di toward the apartment, while his father followed suit, leaving Qiu Ming standing beside the car, shaking his head in exasperation. Lu Di was somewhat bewildered as she was ushered into the living room and seated on the sofa. Qiu Ming's father stood nearby, grinning foolishly, prompting his mother to glare at him. "Why aren't you making tea yet?" Meanwhile, Qiu Ming struggled at the doorway, attempting to change his shoes with one hand injured. He called out for his father's assistance. Caught between the command to prepare tea and the need to help Qiu Ming, his father found himself in a dilemma. "Resigned," Qiu Ming remarked. "Lawyer Lu doesn't drink tea. She only drinks coffee." His mother quickly urged his father, then hurried downstairs to buy coffee. His father dashed toward the door, patting his pockets to check for money, while Lu Di interjected, "Don't bother. I drink tea as well." Upon hearing this, his father turned back to the kitchen to boil water, leaving Qiu Ming still struggling at the doorway. Lu Di stood up and approached the door, bending down to assist Qiu Ming with his shoes. At that moment, his mother's eyes crinkled with delight. With Lu Di's help, Qiu Ming's story of injuring himself while peeling apples passed through his parents' scrutiny seamlessly. After sitting for a little over 10 minutes, Lu Di prepared to leave, with Qiu Ming's parents seeing her off to the entrance of the community. It was only after her BMW X6 disappeared into the night that they exchanged knowing glances. "Let us head upstairs and interrogate this rascal about how he managed to attract such a wonderful girl." By the time they ascended the stairs, Qiu Ming had retreated to his room, ignoring the persistent knocking at the door from his parents. Lying on his bed and scrolling through his phone's photo album, he was suddenly captivated by another news article he had captured yesterday. Since it was a news editorial layout, the page featured only the upcoming news sections, devoid of any advertisements. Qiu Ming had previously tried to locate the winning lottery numbers in the layout, but they were always found in the advertising sections. What captivated Qiu Ming's attention was a qualifying match for the European Cup, where an underestimated team achieved a surprising victory with a score of 2-0. A multitude of fans had placed bets on the lottery, only to suffer significant losses, causing some agitated supporters to vandalize a lottery sales outlet. Qiu Ming abruptly sat up, excitedly locating a number in his phone's contacts and dialing it. Due to the nature of his profession, Qiu Ming interacted with a diverse array of individuals, aptly described as a M-Lang of society strata. During the previous World Cup, he had received a tip about a group of gamblers engaged in underground betting, who consistently invested substantial sums yet faced overwhelming losses. It was during that period that he encountered a gambler known as Brother C, with whom he engaged in dialogue as a fellow gambler. Ultimately, he transcribed their conversation into a written piece entitled "The World Cup Through the Eyes of a Gambler." Following this report, law enforcement initiated a crackdown on these gamblers and the bookmakers involved. Prior to the police action, Brother C heeded Qiu Ming's advice and became a key witness against the underground bookmakers, thus establishing himself as Qiu Ming's informant. As the call connected, Brother C's lethargic voice emerged. "What's up, brother? Are you still gambling?" "Ha ha ha. I've washed my hands of it completely," he replied. "But seriously, are you still in the game? If you don't tell me the truth and the police catch you again, I want to acknowledge you as my informant. I play occasionally. Sometimes the itch to bet is too strong to resist." "What do you mean?" Qiu Ming glanced at the clock on the wall. "What time does the European Cup match start tonight?" Brother C laughed heartily. "Big journalist. What has got you interested in this? Have you had a change of heart? Looking to make some quick cash? No jokes, just tell me. What time does the match begin? What are the current odds for the lottery? What are the odds for Team X?" "Team X?" Brother C expressed surprise. "That's the notorious dumpling team. Why do you have faith in them? They lack any renowned stars and have lost all 3 of their matches so far. Another loss, and they'll be heading home to sleep it off. What makes you think they can win? What if I simply have too much money with nowhere to spend it? Let me check for you." Brother C seemed to be searching through something. "Betting on Team X to win outright is at 1 to 5, meaning if you bet 100 yuan and they win, you'll gain 500 yuan. If you bet on the score, Team X winning 1 to 0 has odds of 1 to 13, so 100 yuan would yield 1300. For a 2 to 0 score, the odds are 1 to 30, meaning a 100 yuan bet could win you 3000. Brother, you're educated, don't gamble recklessly. Listen to your older brother. Bet safely on the opponents to win. Although the odds aren't high, it's a surefire win." Qiu Ming pondered for a moment. "Go to a lottery sales outlet and place a bet of 10,000 yuan on Team X winning 2 to 0. How should I pay you? Are you out of your mind? Is your life in such disarray? Betting 10,000 yuan on the dumpling team to win? That's none of your concern. Just tell me how to pay you. Bank transfer?" "Big journalist, I trust you. You have good character and credibility. I will cover you first if you lose. You shall return the money to me upon our next meeting. However, should you emerge victorious, I expect a share of the winnings. If I succeed, you will leave behind 20,000. I would be most grateful for that. By the way, the match commences at 8 in the evening, and considering halftime and stoppage time, it should conclude by 10. Where will you be tomorrow afternoon? If you win, I shall deliver the lottery ticket to you. Oh, and if you lose, I trust you won't seek me out again. Please, my friend, our friendship has not yet reached such a juncture. That said, why don't you place the bet yourself? I have never engaged in the lottery. I find it perplexing. Besides, if you win, no one would doubt your luck. After all, you are a professional. It appears you must have some inside information. Very well, I shall head out now." Upon ending the call, Qiu Ming snapped his fingers in excitement. Yes. Dressed swiftly, he dashed down the stairs, leaving his concerned parents behind in the house. He made his way to a barbecue restaurant outside the community, casually ordering some food along with a bottle of drink. He fixated on the television mounted on the wall, where the athletes were just entering the field for the match. Sipping his drink and observing the game, he occasionally cast sidelong glances at those around him. As the match progressed, the atmosphere in the barbecue restaurant shifted from fervent enthusiasm to an eerie silence, followed by outbursts of vitriolic insults. When the team, derisively dubbed the Baozi team, scored the first goal, someone angrily smashed a beer bottle. At 10:50, with the referee's whistle, the match concluded. The Baozi team triumphing with a score of 2 to 0, sending their adversaries back to the locker room. Concurrently, the restaurant erupted into a cacophony of furious shouts and crashes. Qiu Ming nearly sprinted out of the barbecue place, an inexplicable thrill and excitement illuminating his face. Passing by a small shop downstairs, he unexpectedly purchased an expensive pack of cigarettes, drawing a look of astonishment from the shopkeeper. Just as he ascended the stairs, his brother's call came through. "You are truly remarkable, brother. Thanks to you, I placed a hefty bet on the opposing team, but I also wagered on the Baozi team's victory. To my astonishment, I not only recouped my losses, but even made a small profit." Qiu Ming chuckled, reminding his brother to keep it discreet before ending the call. Upon returning home, he found his parents still awake, sternly seated on the living room sofa, awaiting his arrival. With his car keys placed on the coffee table, his mother immediately unleashed a torrent of admonitions, while his father shrank behind her, miming a gesture to silence her. It turned out that Lu Di's assistant had delivered the car to Qiu Ming's parents, recounting the events that unfolded in court that day. Sensing impending trouble, Qiu Ming swiftly retreated to his room, locked the door, and did not emerge again. After spending nearly half a month at his parents' home, Qiu Ming's injury finally healed, allowing him to return to his own residence. At 3 in the morning, The system booted up on schedule, and Qiu Ming perused the news for the new day. In the coastal city, the dawn of a new day unfolded without any catastrophic incidents or mass casualties. However, two breaking news stories captured his attention. The first occurred around noon when a mother drove to a large shopping mall, inadvertently leaving her infant, merely a few months old, forgotten in the back seat. While she busied herself with shopping and dining, it wasn't until she remembered her child that she realized the car's interior had reached a lethal temperature of nearly 50 degrees, resulting in the tragic death of the baby. The accompanying photograph depicted the mother seated on the ground, cradling her child and weeping inconsolably, although it was merely an image. Qiu Ming could almost hear the heart-wrenching cries of that mother. The second incident transpired during dinner when an elderly man was struck down by a private vehicle while crossing the road. Despite immediate medical attention, he could not survive. Although summer had just begun, daytime temperatures had already soared above 30 degrees, peaking at 35 during midday. The young mother had a hectic morning. She first took her child to the children's hospital for vaccinations, then retrieved a pile of laundry from the dry cleaners that she had neglected for months. Subsequently, she was pulled over by traffic police who reminded her to fasten her seatbelt, leading to a lengthy half-hour negotiation before she reluctantly signed the ticket. As noon approached, the weary young mother began to feel the pangs of hunger and symptoms of low blood sugar after a demanding morning. At last, she spotted a parking space in front of Carrefour, hurriedly locked her car, and dashed towards the KFC on the first floor. At that moment, she was under the impression that her child was safely at home with an elderly relative. Qiu Ming, in a deep slumber, remained oblivious to the sound of his alarm until after 12, when his biological clock finally roused him. Struggling to open his eyes, he glanced at the wall clock, instantly shaking off sleepiness, and leaped out of bed. With no time to wash his face or brush his teeth, he hurriedly dressed and raced downstairs, driving straight to Carrefour. The roads were relatively clear, and what would normally take an hour, Qiu Ming accomplished in 40 minutes. Upon arriving, he noticed that nearly 1,000 cars were baking under the scorching sun in the parking lot. He suddenly recalled that the images in the news only captured the scene of the mother weeping with her child, neglecting to photograph her vehicle. After enjoying a meal at KFC, the young mother entered the supermarket, lingering at the cosmetics counter before joining the throng of housewives at the vegetable stand, selecting various produce for her shopping cart. In the expansive parking lot filled with over 1,000 vehicles, Qiu Ming began his search, finding it challenging to distinguish among the many cars, many of which bore dark, tinted windows. At last, one vehicle caught his eye. It exhibited a slight tremor. Could it be that the child had awakened and was struggling inside? Anxiously, Qiu Ming leaned against the window to peer inside. Suddenly, a large bulldog appeared on the glass, startling him into retreat. It turned out to be the owner's guard dog, left in the car. As he turned to regain his composure, he collided with two security guards. Two security guards had been closely monitoring Qiu Ming through the surveillance footage for half a day, observing his actions closely resembling those of a car door thief. This particular form of thievery involves lurking in large parking lots, taking advantage of careless drivers who forget to lock their car doors, thereby stealing items from within. What's the meaning of this? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight, as if we are blind? Before Qiu Ming could utter a word, the two guards seized his arms, forcing rubber batons under his armpits and lifting him off the ground. No need for conversation. Let's take him back. One of the guards gripped the back of Qiu Ming's neck, forcefully pushing his head down. Ignoring Qiu Ming's pleas for explanation, they propelled him towards the mall's security room. A scene witnessed by numerous patrons enjoying the air conditioning near the entrance, many of whom took out their phones to capture the moment. A mother, having purchased her vegetables, was now queuing at the checkout. The line moved sluggishly, and she pulled out her phone to pass the time with a game. Inside the security room, Qiu Ming spoke rapidly to the head of security. "I am not a thief." A female customer left her child in the back seat of her car. "In this sweltering heat, the child will be in serious danger if we don't act quickly." The head of security, a burly man in his 50s, puffed on a cigarette and eyed Qiu Ming skeptically. "I've been a security guard for over 20 years and apprehended countless thieves. This is the first time I've heard such an excuse." Another guard barked, "Speak the truth. What did you steal? Otherwise, we'll take you to the police station." Qiu Ming shook his head in despair. Suddenly, he noticed the broadcasting room on the other side of the glass partition in the security room. He stood up, pointing toward the room, and shouted to the head of security, "You must announce this over the intercom. We need to find that woman. There's still time, but we must hurry." The two guards forcefully pushed Qiu Ming back into his seat. A mall staff member entered the security room, inquiring briefly with the head of security before leaving. The head of security glanced at the broadcasting room, then back at Qiu Ming, pulling out his phone to make a call. We've apprehended a car door thief. He seems to be a repeat offender. Should we send someone to take him off your hands for a thorough interrogation, or will you be coming to collect him? All right, I'll wait for you. After hanging up, the head of security grinned at Qiu Ming. Boy, if you don't start telling the truth, you're in for real trouble. Just then, the door to the security room swung open, and Lu Di entered, followed closely by the mall manager. Qiu Ming felt a surge of hope. Quickly, tell them to start the announcement to find that woman. It's a matter of urgency. The head of security stood at attention upon the manager's arrival. The manager introduced Lu Di. This is Attorney Lu, our legal advisor. Then, pointing at Qiu Ming, he asked Lu Di, is this your acquaintance? Lu Di nodded. Yes, that's him. You must act on his instructions immediately. Otherwise, should an unfortunate incident occur involving a child in the parking lot of your mall, the establishment would bear joint responsibility. The manager signaled the head of security to summon the announcer. Meanwhile, Qiu Ming had hastily drafted an announcement, which the announcer glanced at before retreating to the broadcasting room. Soon, the mall resonated with the announcement. We are searching for a female customer dressed in a white dress. You have left your child in the back seat of your vehicle, as discovered by our security personnel. Please return to your vehicle promptly. Our security is awaiting your arrival. Oblivious to the announcement, the young mother was engrossed in her game, until an elderly lady behind her interjected. Isn't that what the broadcast mentioned? The young mother paused her game, listening intently. Upon hearing that a child had been forgotten in a vehicle's back seat, she screamed and dashed out of the checkout area in a frenzy. In her haste, one high-heeled shoe slipped off, prompting her to discard the other and run barefoot. As she sprinted past the security office, Qiu Ming urged the guards, follow her and state that you discovered the situation. Do not forget. The head of security, accompanied by two guards, bolted outside. The manager nodded to Lu Di and Qiu Ming before following suit. Qiu Ming and Lu Di began scrutinizing the mall surveillance footage. The young mother rushed to a black Audi Q5, fumbled with the car door, and swiftly retrieved her child. At that moment, the child lay still, while the mother desperately called out to her. Others in the security room gathered around the monitor, silence enveloping them as they anxiously focused on the screen. Paramedics arrived and commenced resuscitation efforts. Minutes later, the child stirred, kicking fervently. A collective sigh of relief escaped the onlookers. At this moment, Qiu Ming noticed Lu Di gripping her arm tensely, her nails having left faint red marks on her skin from excessive pressure. Realizing her own distress, Lu Di flushed, and Qiu Ming smiled at her. As they passed the emergency scene, Qiu Ming inquired why Lu Di was present. She chuckled, retrieving her phone to display a web page. The page featured an image of Qiu Ming being escorted by two guards into the security office, captioned, Carrefour has just apprehended a car door thief. Lu Di explained, I am the legal advisor here. Today is their management meeting, which I routinely attend. Their manager accompanied me for lunch, and I saw this image on the internal forum. I quickly had their manager arrange for someone to inquire at the security office. They reported catching a thief, who mentioned a baby was left in the car. I knew it had to be a misunderstanding regarding you, so I rushed over to assist. As Qiu Ming opened the car door to get in, Lu Di interjected. I will no longer question why you always seem to find yourself in such situations. Will you ever voluntarily explain yourself to me? Qiu Ming gazed intently at Lu Di for several moments before smiling and shaking his head. You will indeed wait for that day. However, it is akin to a magic trick. Once the secret is revealed, it loses its charm. Would you prefer to witness an enchanting magic performance or to unravel the tricks of the magician? Lu Di put down her flute. Very well, you always have your reasons. I shan't argue with you any further. Qiu Ming glanced at his watch. It was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Do you have any plans for later? Lu Di shook her head. Theoretically, I ought to return to the office for a beauty nap. However, if you have matters to attend to, I could accompany you. After all, I haven't driven today, so it would be quite reasonable for you to give me a lift. Qiu Ming smiled at Lu Di and gestured toward the passenger seat. Get in the car. By 3:30 in the afternoon, Qiu Ming arrived at the intersection where a traffic incident was about to unfold. A parking space was available by the roadside. As he began to reverse into it, a figure leaped from the sidewalk, landing on the rear windshield and leaving a distinct handprint before slowly sliding down. Instinctively, Qiu Ming slammed on the brakes, pulled the handbrake, and, together with Lu Di, unbuckled their seatbelts, and exited the vehicle. An elderly man was now seated behind Qiu Ming's car. One hand pressed against his chest while the other pointed accusingly at Qiu Ming. "You hit me while reversing." Qiu Ming and Lu Di exchanged glances, with Lu Di being the first to react. "This is a scam. We should call the police." The old man, undeterred, lay down on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to wail loudly. Soon, a crowd of passers-by gathered around them. Lu Di took out her phone to call the police, but Qiu Ming stopped her and crouched beside the elderly man. "Sir, how about I take you to the hospital?" The elderly man, who had been feigning unconsciousness, opened one eye to glance at Qiu Ming and, pretending to be frail, replied, "Just wait a moment. My family will be here shortly." No sooner had he spoken than a large hand seized the back of Qiu Ming's collar, nearly lifting him off the ground. A booming voice erupted from behind. "You little rascal, did you hit my father?" Struggling, Qiu Ming turned his head to see a burly man standing behind him, flanked by several other intimidating middle-aged men. Though somewhat frightened, Lu Di positioned herself between Qiu Ming and the large man. "Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence. I suspect you are attempting to scam us. I will call the police." The middle-aged man seethed with rage. "Oh, look at you. Go ahead and call the police. I've noted your license plate. Wherever you go, it will be your vehicle that struck my father. I refuse to believe there is no justice in this world." At that moment, the elderly man on the ground began to groan again. Qiu Ming pulled Lu Di behind him and calmly addressed the large man. "How about I call an ambulance to take your father to the hospital?" The man shook his head. "No way. Then what do you want?" "Money. You've injured my father. You must compensate us." "How much?" 10,000. Lu Di nearly jumped in disbelief. "How much?" 10,000. Not a penny less." The large man and his companions shouted loudly. Just as Lu Di was about to retort, Qiu Ming restrained her. He checked his watch and then took out his wallet, revealing only about 3,000 yuan in cash. Qiu Ming, holding over 3,000 yuan in cash, inquired of the burly man, "This is all I have. What do you suggest we do?" The man glanced at Qiu Ming's wallet, which contained several bank cards, and chuckled. "This is easily resolved." He turned and retrieved a POS machine from his bag, declaring, "I have a POS. If it's insufficient, you can swipe your card." Qiu Ming was both amused and exasperated by the man's actions, and the onlookers were similarly captivated, engaging in lively discussions. Without hesitation, Qiu Ming produced his bank card and handed it to the man, who adeptly commenced the transaction, completing it swiftly. Qiu Ming then quickly fetched a notebook from his vehicle, tore off a sheet, and wrote a receipt, requesting the man to sign. The man glanced briefly at the document before signing his name. Subsequently, Qiu Ming passed the receipt to the elderly man, who, seeing the money secured, readily affixed his signature as well. Anxiously checking his watch, Qiu Ming asked the burly man, "Are you able to leave now?" The man laughed heartily and waved his hand, prompting the elderly man, who had previously been lying on the ground, to spring to his feet and follow him and the others away. Lu Di, filled with indignation, confronted Qiu Ming. "Why would you give them money? Can't you see they're clearly trying to scam you?" Qiu Ming met her gaze with a smile, remaining silent. The time predicted by the system for the incident had passed, and the elderly man would not stage another accident. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Qiu Ming guided Lu Di to a flower bed at the edge of the sidewalk, where they could observe the entire intersection. The intersection bustled with vehicles and pedestrians, a continuous flow of activity. While Lu Di continued to admonish Qiu Ming for yielding to such unlawful behavior, he reminded her, "Pay attention to the movements of those individuals." Moments later, the elderly man reappeared at the intersection, loitering near a recently vacated parking space. Qiu Ming retrieved a telephoto lens from his car, using the cover of the trees in the flower bed to focus on the wandering elderly man. After a few minutes, a silver-gray SUV approached the parking spot, driven by a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. As she began to reverse, the elderly man lunged towards the SUV, reenacting the earlier scene. Unfortunately, the SUV did not halt, but rather ran over the man. The driver appeared to realize something had been struck and paused momentarily before proceeding. A group of robust men suddenly materialized, rushing towards the prostrate elderly man, shouting, "Father!" The female driver, now utterly terrified, exited her vehicle, covering her mouth in shock. Qiu Ming glanced at Lu Di and urged, "Call the police." Lu Di promptly dialed the traffic accident hotline, while Qiu Ming advised her, "Call 110, the traffic police, ambulance." and 110 officers arrived at the scene almost simultaneously. After attempting resuscitation, the paramedics declared the elderly man deceased, prompting the men to weep uncontrollably. Qiu Ming instructed Lu Di to hand over the memory card from his car's dashcam to the police, identifying the individuals as perpetrators of the scam. He continued to conceal himself within the flower bed, capturing the scene of the burly men being escorted away by the police. Lu Di returned to Qiu Ming's side, standing directly in front of the camera lens, and solemnly inquired, "Are you aware that this old man was about to be struck by a vehicle?" Qiu Ming lowered his camera, responding, "This old man was originally meant to be hit by another car. We merely intervened to prevent that incident. Yet, fate has its own designs, and none of us can thwart it." Lu Di expressed her discontent. "Regardless, a life has vanished right before my eyes." Qiu Ming lifted his gaze to the darkening sky. "You should speak to him." Lu Di looked up, puzzled. "Speak to whom?" As he packed his camera bag, Qiu Ming replied leisurely, "To the heavens. Is this gift of foresight innate to you?" Lu Di queried. "Indeed, I was born with this ability. I can foresee examination questions, predict life and death, know of the world's end, and discern which scoundrel will be toppled. The only thing I cannot predict is whether I should treat you to dinner, or if you, the esteemed lawyer, will foot the bill." Lu Di feigned anger. "Qiu Ming, you never speak seriously." At the parking lot outside Binhai International Airport, Lu Di stood with Uncle Zhong, the family steward, awaiting the arrival. At 4:30, the slender yet radiant Lu Wenxuan emerged from the terminal accompanied by an assistant. After embracing the hastily approaching Lu Di, he stepped back to scrutinize his daughter. Lu Di spun around to demonstrate that she bore no injuries, which relieved Lu Wenxuan's worries. On the expressway, Lu Di animatedly recounted to her father the details of her 2 recent assaults, while Lu Wenxuan listened with a smile, occasionally interjecting with questions for clarification. By 6:30, upon arriving home, a sumptuous feast awaited them. During dinner, Lu Di animatedly narrated how Qiu Ming had saved her. Lu Wenxuan listened intently, often requiring Lu Di's prompts to continue eating. After their meal, Lu Di and her father settled in the study, where she presented documents copied from the committee, including numerous articles authored by Qiu Ming. With his reading glasses on, Lu Wenxuan meticulously perused the materials while Lu Di lounged on the sofa, examining the files. Over an hour later, Lu Wenxuan set down the newspaper, lost in contemplation. "Father, can you discern anything from this journalist's reports?" Lu Wenxuan shook his head. "From his writings, I glean nothing substantial. However, in the hours since my arrival, do you know how many times you have mentioned Qiu Ming's name?" Lu Di's face flushed, and she playfully retorted. Father Lu Wenxuan chuckled. "From his articles, he appears to be an exceptionally talented journalist, diligent and dedicated in his work, qualities I greatly admire." Lu Di nodded, gazing at her father. However, Lu Wenxuan's tone grew considerably heavier. "However, what?" "However, just as the News Ethics Committee harbors doubts, I too have begun to question the origins of his news leads. Judging from these reports, he indeed requires a plausible explanation for his presence at these news scenes, which cannot be elucidated by mere fabrications. Statistically speaking, these occurrences are exceedingly improbable events." Lu Di fell into contemplation and, after a lengthy pause, inquired, "Do you also suspect that he orchestrated these news events?" "My concern is that, although the vast majority of these incidents occurred by chance, they possess an element of inevitability." She referenced the report on the fallen billboard. Even in the absence of Qiu Ming, several negligent workers would still smoke, potentially leading to an explosion of chemical cleaning agents. The accident would transpire regardless. Lu Di then presented the report on the road collapse. Similarly, even if Qiu Ming were not present, the road would still succumb to collapse, and many individuals might fall into the chasm. She attempted to retrieve another newspaper, but Lu Wenxuan interjected, "What you perceive are surface issues, whereas I discern a deeper problem. If this journalist arrived at the scene post-incident, it would be merely standard reporting, which is beyond reproach. However, what raises suspicion is his uncanny ability to be present at the scene before the incidents unfold. Doesn't that suggest a form of prescience?" "What of prescience? These events are not orchestrated by him," Lu Di retorted defiantly. "I have conducted extensive interviews with witnesses and visited the sites of these events. I firmly believe that the occurrence of these incidents was merely a matter of time. They were bound to happen, contingent solely upon who happened to be there." Lu Wenxuan chuckled lightly. "Oh, my dear child, you are still too young. Do you not understand? Doubts are termed as such precisely because they harbor potential truths. The suspicions surrounding this journalist may conceal something deeper. We are not part of the journalism circle and thus cannot ascertain the truth behind his actions. Until the ambiguities surrounding him are clarified, he remains an individual shrouded in uncertainty. Such individuals are inherently problematic, which is why the committee has initiated an investigation into him. As an independent investigator, you must not allow preconceived notions to cloud your judgment. This will only skew the direction of the investigation and compromise your discernment. Lu Di ceased her argument. Do you recall what your father advised you after you obtained your lawyer's credentials? Indeed. He cautioned me never to become friends with the parties involved, for it would lead a lawyer to lose their impartiality and become merely an instrument of the client. A lawyer must serve as a tool of the law, an instrument of the court, and a means to uncover the truth of the case. Lu Di recited her father's professional creed. Lu Wenxuan stretched languidly. I understand that you harbor fond feelings for this Qiu Ming. Your father does not oppose your association with him, and naturally hopes that, should Qiu Ming be innocent, your relationship may flourish. However, at present, you are an independent investigator, and he is the subject of inquiry. I trust you will navigate the complexities of your relationship with discernment. As if lost in contemplation, Lu Di nodded thoughtfully. Qiu Ming had been lounging on the sofa, engrossed in television, until the clock struck 3 in the morning. The computer screen illuminated as expected. But this time it was not the editing system, it was Watch. Watch, you have cheated. I confess. However, in comparison to the staggering sums of lottery jackpots, my deceit should hardly be deemed significant, should it? Watch, that is still cheating. The essence remains unchanged. Very well, I apologize. Yet I too must live. I strive for a quality of life, and I yearn to improve my circumstances. Watch, that should not serve as an excuse for your cheating. Who exactly are you? How do you possess this knowledge? Watch, do not inquire how I know. What you should be concerned about now is whether I will revoke your access to the system. Qiu Ming fell silent. Watch, with the aid of this system, your salary has significantly increased. You should not resort to such dishonest means. I am contemplating whether to revoke your access. No. Qiu Ming could no longer contain himself. Grant me one more chance, and I shall not repeat my actions. Watch remained silent for a full 5 minutes. It was at this moment that Qiu Ming realized the profound dependence he had developed on this system. Watch, in truth, you will have opportunities to attain wealth, but not through this method. I understand. Watch. Very well, I shall grant you another opportunity. But let this be the final warning. Should you cheat again, I will undoubtedly revoke your access. Thank you. I am immensely grateful. The dialog box closed, and the editing system reappeared on the computer screen. On the display, a bus had been reduced to a charred frame. The flames had been extinguished. Yet white smoke still billowed within, a result of the firefighting water meeting the scorching metal. Through the metallic skeleton of the bus, several victims' bodies lay strewn about the cabin. The scene too horrific to behold. Above the image, a bold black title read, "Bus set ablaze by arsonist, heavy casualties." Reports indicated that at 11:35 on the forthcoming day, a bus traversing the city was deliberately ignited. A patient suffering from severe psychological disorders boarded at a stop named Exhibition Hall. Surveillance footage from the station revealed that the individual carried a backpack upon boarding. Survivors recounted that as the bus passed the City Hall Square, the patient abruptly, regrettably, over a dozen passengers lost consciousness after inhaling toxic fumes, ultimately succumbing to the engulfing flames. The report did not elucidate where the perpetrator acquired the gasoline, but it did feature footage captured by the station's surveillance cameras. In the footage, a man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, wearing a mask and carrying a backpack, is seen standing on the platform of the Exhibition Hall station, gazing towards the approaching bus. Another segment of the report included an interview with a psychiatric expert who elaborated on the affliction of the perpetrator, describing it as a severe antisocial psychological disorder. The individual harbored the belief that society sought to harm him, exhibiting profound aversion towards all those he encountered. Without timely psychological intervention and treatment, this individual might resort to violent acts detrimental to society. Unfortunately, as the investigation is still ongoing, the report utilized pseudonyms for both the expert and the perpetrator, rendering it impossible to glean any specific details from the content. As the clock struck 3:30 in the morning, Qiu Ming had finally absorbed the entirety of the coverage regarding the arson case. Just before his computer automatically shut down, he captured a photograph with his mobile phone. What should he do? Qiu Ming felt ensnared in the most intricate of dilemmas. After dismissing several potential courses of action, he resolved to seek assistance from the police once more. He changed his attire, descended, and drove to the newspaper office, where his voice modulator and black card phone were stored in a locker. After installing the phone card, Qiu Ming ascended to the rooftop of the office building, dialed emergency services, and meticulously recounted to the operator what he had witnessed, insisting that plainclothes officers be deployed at the exhibition hall station. Subsequently, he uploaded the image of the perpetrator to the police's online reporting platform using his black card. Once these tasks were completed, Qiu Ming returned to his office, ensuring that all his covert investigation equipment was fully charged and that the memory cards were cleared, preparing himself for the impending significant event. When Qiu Ming awoke in his car, it was already past 10 in the morning, with his vehicle parked in the exhibition hall's parking lot. A mere 100 meters from the hall stood the bus stop. After splashing water on his face in the exhibition hall's restroom, he crossed the street to the bus platform. At that moment, a dozen or so passengers were awaiting their buses, while a mobile vendor selling cold beverages was stationed nearby. With his professional acumen, Qiu Ming deduced that at least 4 to 5 individuals among the passengers were undercover police officers and speculated that the beverage card was likely a modified hand-push fire extinguisher. Choosing not to linger at the platform, Qiu Ming strolled to a nearby newsstand, purchased a copy of the day's newspaper, and leaned against the railing to read. As time ticked by, he observed the station's activities while perusing the paper. At some point, an unusual sensation crept over him. He sensed that someone was consistently stealing glances at him. When he scanned the surroundings for the source of this scrutiny, he found no one, which instilled a tinge of fear within him. From Exhibition Road to City Hall Square, there is merely one stop, and at the speed of the bus, it takes a mere 5 minutes. Thus, if the fire ignited at 11:35, the arsonist must have appeared at the bus stop before 11:23 to board the ill-fated bus. As 11:30 approached, Qiu Ming activated all his covert surveillance equipment. At that moment, his phone rang. Lu Di inquired whether Qiu Ming had any plans for that evening, wishing to invite him to dinner. Lu Di further disclosed that his father was treating, expressing gratitude to Qiu Ming, his savior. Qiu Ming briefly calculated the time required for writing after the interview and confidently accepted the invitation. Before he could end the call, another unfamiliar ringtone echoed, so strange that Qiu Ming didn't even realize it was his own phone. As the ringtone resonated, he noticed he was encircled by 3 or 4 strangers. "Who are you? What do you want?" Qiu Ming asked, astonished. "Qiu Ming." A voice came from behind him. He turned to find it was Hao Han. "You've finally revealed your true colors. I've awaited this day for several months." Hao Han held a phone in his hand, the screen displaying a call he was making. As he hung up, the ringtone emanating from Qiu Ming's phone ceased. "What do you mean? What are you talking about? Officer Hao, what true colors?" Qiu Ming then realized that the ringtone was from the phone concealed on him. Hao Han glanced at Qiu Ming and then gestured toward the others. They surged forward, twisting Qiu Ming's arms behind his back, while one officer seized his phone. Struggling, Qiu Ming shouted, "What are you doing? What is happening?" Hao Han chuckled, "Come on. Let us head to the bus precinct. There's a room where you can calm down and think about how to explain your issues to me." With that, he waved his hand, and a police car approached from a distance, as Qiu Ming was escorted towards it. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Qiu Ming spotted an individual clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, wearing a mask and carrying a backpack, the very mental patient previewed in the news the day before. The patient noticed the commotion at the bus stop, paused, and began to scrutinize each person there with caution. Soon, he observed the bulges at the waists of several passengers, likely firearms and handcuffs belonging to the police, and swiftly turned to leave. With his hands cuffed behind him, Qiu Ming could only shout, "Hao Han, the person you should be looking for is right there." Hao Han quickly scanned the surroundings, but the man in black had vanished without a trace. As Qiu Ming was led into the police car, just before it was about to depart, Hao Han suddenly shouted, "Silence." The police vehicle fell into an abrupt silence, and a female voice resonated within. "Hello. Hello. Qiu Ming, where are you?" Hao Han cast a glance at several colleagues involved in the apprehension. One officer retrieved Qiu Ming's phone from his pocket. It became evident that Qiu Ming had not managed to end the call, allowing Lu Di to overhear everything unfolding here. Hao Han swiftly seized Qiu Ming's phone and disconnected the call. Another officer intended to search Qiu Ming's black card phone, but Hao Han intervened. "Take it back. Obtain a search warrant. He is a person well versed in the law." The police vehicle activated its sirens and sped towards the Public Security Bureau. Meanwhile, a man clad in black walked over a kilometer to the City Hall Square station. As he neared the platform, he suddenly halted. At the bus stop, several passengers appeared rather peculiar. They seemed to be waiting for a bus. Yet despite a bus having just arrived, they did not board. Instead, they scrutinized every passenger boarding with vigilance. The man in black veered to the other side of the road. At that moment, someone on the platform sneezed, causing a corner of their clothing to shift and inadvertently reveal a holster, which was precisely noticed by the man in black. After traversing 4 or 5 kilometers, the man in black eventually realized that all bus stops in this city were under the watch of plainclothes police officers. In desperation, he mounted a shared bicycle parked on the roadside and slipped into an unfamiliar alley. In the interrogation room, Qiu Ming was once again restrained in a binding chair, while 2 officers sat at the interrogation table across from him. The wall of the room featured a one-way mirror, opaque from the inside, yet transparent from the outside. The head of the bus division stood in the room behind the mirror, observing Qiu Ming, while Hao Han organized the documents in his hands. After watching for a while, the chief turned to Hao Han and remarked, "I am placing my trust in you. Either you deliver a surprise that proves this fellow is indeed problematic, or—" Hao Han ceased his organization of the documents and regarded the chief. "Or I shall provide you with a shock," the chief concluded, accepting the materials handed over by Hao Han. Hao Han began his presentation. "Look here, chief. According to the communication data I retrieved from the city bureau, Qiu Ming was indeed on the bus during the hijacking incident. Simultaneously, the 110 emergency line received multiple reports of the black card, and after obtaining authorization from superiors, we finally traced the black card number. We managed to locate the black card. Regrettably, it has ceased operation since the hijacking incident. However, this morning, the black card did not power down after making an emergency call and has continuously overlapped with Qiu Ming's mobile number." Overlapped? The chief was puzzled by this terminology. Overlapped means that on the city bureau's electronic display, the location of the black card has consistently coincided with the signal location of Qiu Ming's phone, indicating that the black card has remained in Qiu Ming's possession. The chief nodded. "Then you must commence the interrogation immediately. You are aware that we have merely 24 hours to summon him, during which we must secure his testimony. First, we need to obtain a search warrant. Moreover, time is of the essence. We have less than 24 hours remaining." I spent the entire afternoon engaged in voice identification and scrutinizing the call logs. And now it is already midnight, leaving us with only a few hours. The director patted Hao Han on the shoulder and said, "You must tread carefully. After all, he is a journalist. If we have conclusive evidence, he will be at your mercy. However, without evidence, we may find ourselves ensnared." Hao Han nodded and exited the room. Upon entering the interrogation chamber, Hao Han regarded Qiu Ming with a smile. "Qiu Ming, you are familiar with this room, aren't you? You were here a few months ago, and now you find yourself back for a second visit." Qiu Ming met Hao Han's gaze and remarked, "Officer Hao, why do you persistently fixate on me? Please enlighten me as to the charges against me and on what grounds you have brought me here." Hao Han extracted a document from his files, revealing a summons indicating that Qiu Ming was being summoned for allegedly endangering public safety in a hazardous manner. Endangering public safety in a hazardous manner? Qiu Ming scoffed. "What a grave accusation. I am utterly terrified." Hao Han folded the summons and concealed his smile. "You may not fully comprehend your predicament, so allow me to elucidate." Qiu Ming straightened in his seat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Very well, I am all ears." 6 months prior, the command center of the municipal police received a distress call from a black card, warning of a potential landslide at Shingang Ridge, threatening vehicles in the area. Initially dismissed as a prank, it was later revealed that the prediction was, in fact, accurate. The landslide did occur. I have listened to the recording of that call, and I can discern your voice. If you are intrigued, I can arrange an audio test to scientifically verify your identity as the caller." Qiu Ming remained silent, observing Hao Han intently. Hao Han played the recording of Qiu Ming's emergency call on his phone. Once the playback concluded, he continued, regarding the long-distance bus hijacking. "You also utilized a black card to notify us of the incident. Although the assailants did not implicate you, it is an undeniable fact that you were present on the bus at the time." Hao Han produced a list of phone numbers, highlighting Qiu Ming's number. "Furthermore, this morning, when you employed the black card, you did not dispose of it as you had previously, allowing us to swiftly ascertain your location." Hao Han presented a call log detailing 3 emergency calls made from the black card. I presume I need not replay the content of your calls for you. He waved his phone. In the case of the landslide, I suspected foul play involving tampering with the rocks on the mountain, orchestrating the disaster. As for the bus hijacking, I harbor suspicions that you colluded with the criminals, aiming to create a sensational incident. Your two alerts have ultimately proven accurate. You are the mastermind behind it all. Thus, I believe you are implicated in endangering public safety in a hazardous manner. Do you feel wronged? Qiu Ming gazed at him, his expression considerably more relaxed. Please, continue. Continue what? Elaborate on the report I made today. What more is there to explain? Hao Han turned and placed all the materials on the table. You must have encountered a pessimistic, world-weary individual who, after conspiring with you, decided to assist in creating a sensational news story, the burning of a bus. After concocting this plan, you called the police, hoping we would apprehend him, allowing you to report yet another shocking headline. Qiu Ming was not handcuffed. He slowly applauded. Well, your narrative is truly captivating. After hearing your tale, even I am convinced that I am a villainous rogue. And it is thanks to your intervention that I have been able to find my way back, avoiding a deeper descent into darkness. Hao Han detected the underlying meaning in Qiu Ming's words. Do you have any explanation to offer? While I lack an explanation, I do have several inquiries. Please proceed. First, if I orchestrated the landslide at Shingo Ridge, why did I not report on that incident directly? Look at the newspapers. During the landslide, I was covering a story about a child falling from a height. Qiu Ming gestured as if smoking, and Hao Han silently retrieved a cigarette, lighting it before handing it to him. The second question is, why did none of the 5 robbers you apprehended implicate me? Of course, this is merely speculation, otherwise. Would you still be seeking me out today? Hao Han observed Qiu Ming. Please continue. The third question is, if you suspect I am the mastermind, why did you not arrest both me and my accomplices at the bus station, opting instead to apprehend only me? Bear in mind, there are hundreds of bus stations throughout the city. If that madman chose another station and boarded a random bus, you might not have finished interrogating me before he ignited the gasoline. There is no need for you to fret over that. Hao Han waved his hand dismissively. As per the unified deployment from the Municipal Bureau, over 1,000 plainclothes officers have set aside their tasks. Currently, all bus stations, train stations, airports, and docks in the city are staffed with undercover officers. Rest assured, we will apprehend your accomplice, and he will expose you. It is merely a matter in the adjacent interrogation room. The director attentively listened to the proceedings involving Hao Han. When Hao re-entered, the director took the dossier from his hands, seated himself, and began to scrutinize it meticulously. After some time, he raised his head in confusion and inquired, "What do you suppose he is after?" Hao glanced at Qiu Ming through the glass and replied, "What else could he desire? He's pursuing a sensational story, seeking fame and success." The director pondered this, shaking his head slightly. Suddenly, Hao felt a jolt of realization. It seems he has come to a conclusion. He wishes to see me. Indeed, Qiu Ming, seated in the adjoining room, was requesting the officer guarding him, "Please summon Officer Hao. I need to speak with him." Just as Hao was about to move, the director halted him. "Do not rush. Let us hold off on him a little longer." The two men lit cigarettes, observing Qiu Ming with keen interest. As the clock struck 1:30 in the morning, Qiu Ming grew increasingly anxious. He repeated his request to the officer. "Hurry and fetch Officer Hao. It's imperative that I speak with him." The officer, having received prior instructions, merely acknowledged with a grunt, yet remained motionless. Qiu Ming's gaze fixated on the clock, his forehead beaded with sweat. He sensed that the madman had not found an opportunity today and would undoubtedly continue his search tomorrow. If the police failed to apprehend him today and withdrew, the consequences would be dire. When Qiu Ming insisted for the third time on seeing Hao Han, the latter finally entered the interrogation room, wearing a smile as he asked, "Have you come to a decision? Ready to share something with me?" Qiu Ming gestured for him to lean closer, and Hao complied. In a hushed tone filled with urgency, Qiu Ming implored, "Release me now, and I shall inform you where that madman will appear in 2 hours." Hao furrowed his brow, retorting, "You still deny it? This is tantamount to admitting that you are in cahoots with that madman. I will not release you now. Instead, you must tell me where I can find him. If we capture him, I will plead for leniency on your behalf. For now, you will remain here, and there shall be no thoughts of leaving." Growing desperate, Qiu Ming seized Hao's hand. "You must believe me. I do not know that madman. I too wish to uncover his whereabouts. You must release me, and I will provide you with answers in 2 hours." Hao forcefully pulled his hand away. "What are you thinking? Wanting to escape? How will I find you again? Stay put. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and the director entered, accompanied by Lu Di. Upon seeing Lu, Qiu Ming exclaimed excitedly, "Lawyer Lu, please take me away from here. Time is running out." How? Irritated, shot a glance at Qiu Ming. "What are you shouting for? No one can save you now." The director looked at Hao, shook his head, and gestured to the two guarding officers. "Release him." Hao could hardly believe his ears. "What, director? Let him go?" The director shot him a sharp look. "Am I the director, or are you?" Hao fell silent. Qiu Ming had been released from the restraints of the chair. He glanced at the clock on the wall and anxiously urged Lu Di, "Hurry up, it will be too late if we delay." Lu Di looked at the director. "Can we leave now?" The director smiled broadly. "Yes, I will escort you out immediately." The three departed from the interrogation room. Inside, Hao Han sat despondently in the restraint chair, lighting a cigarette only to realize he had no lighter, and in frustration, he cast the cigarette away. Lu Di's off-road vehicle sped through the midnight city streets, with Qiu Ming anxiously checking the time on his phone while urging Lu Di, "Faster, please." Lu Di remained silent until, on a broad avenue, she suddenly slammed on the brakes. Despite being buckled in, the powerful inertia propelled Qiu Ming forward, only for him to crash back heavily against the seat. "What's wrong?" Qiu Ming asked, irritated. Lu Di glanced at him, her voice steady. "You need to explain everything to me right now. Why did you foresee these events? How did you manage it?" Qiu Ming was in a state of desperation. "Can we discuss this later? Just take me home quickly. It will be too late otherwise." "Too late for what?" Lu Di queried. "Tomorrow, that lunatic will surely strike again. He will find another bus and set it ablaze. I must stop him." "What? A lunatic? A bus?" Lu Di's eyes widened in shock. "Don't ask so many questions. Just get me home. I can only thwart that madman from my house." Qiu Ming nearly shouted. At the sound of his raised voice, Lu Di nervously closed her eyes. After all, no one had dared to speak to her so loudly before. Seeing Lu Di's inaction, Qiu Ming unbuckled his seatbelt, leapt from the car, and stood by the roadside, ready to hail a taxi. However, it was nearly 2:30 a.m., and the streets were nearly devoid of vehicles and pedestrians. After a few minutes of waiting, Qiu Ming began to run towards home, still over 10 kilometers away. He was uncertain if he would make it back in time. But he knew one thing. He had to try his utmost. The midnight streets were eerily quiet. Under the pale glow of the streetlights, Qiu Ming raced forward, his backpack rhythmically thumping against his back. Whenever a car passed, he attempted to flag it down, but none would stop for him. "I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best," he muttered to himself as he ran, unaware of how much longer he could keep going. After all, years had passed since his graduation, and with long hours spent driving, his physical condition had deteriorated significantly. He was uncertain when he might collapse. But as long as he was able to run, he would persist. The tragic sight of that bus lingered vividly in his mind. Suddenly, headlights appeared behind him, and Lu Di's car began to match his pace. She rolled down the window and shouted at him, "Get in, you fool," just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm him. Qiu Ming heard the call of Lu Di and finally returned to the vehicle. As Lu Di drove, she retrieved a pristine white towel from the glove compartment and handed it to Qiu Ming to wipe away his sweat. The journey of a few kilometers was brief, and the off-road vehicle swiftly reached Qiu Ming's residential community. Mere meters from his unit's door, he signaled for Lu Di to stop. As she parked and prepared to unbuckle her seatbelt, Qiu Ming pressed his hand firmly on hers. "Wait for me in the car. I will go upstairs and give you time to deal with that madman's antics tomorrow." "You're not going to let me come up?" Lu Di gazed at him in astonishment. "You truly cannot accompany me. I implore you to believe me. I have committed no illegal acts, nor will I contrive any sensational news events. However, I cannot disclose any details or reasons. This is a pact I must honor." "A pact? With whom?" Qiu Ming had already opened the car door, one foot poised on the ground. "That I simply cannot say." And with that, he dashed away. Watching Qiu Ming's retreating figure, Lu Di remained silent, shifting the vehicle into gear. As Qiu Ming reached the entrance of his building, he heard the sound of an engine behind him. Turning around, he saw Lu Di's off-road vehicle speed past, her gaze fixed ahead, tears glistening on her cheeks under the glow of the streetlights. Surrounding Binhai City are multiple satellite towns, where every morning, residents surge into the city like the tide, heading to their respective workplaces. As the day concludes, these individuals return to their homes in the satellite towns, much like the ebbing tide. To accommodate the needs of these commuters and alleviate congestion caused by private vehicles, the railway authorities established special trains connecting the satellite towns. Every morning at 7:30, the transfer hall of Binhai City's train station buzzes with activity, as disembarking commuters crowd the hall to capacity. Some descend into the subway, while others board buses to depart. When a man in black attire, bearing a backpack, arrived at the entrance of the transfer hall, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, the hall was teeming with people, none of whom noticed his presence. The man in black nervously tilted his head, and a faint smile crept across his face. Without hesitation, he strode purposefully towards the bus platform. As he walked, he extracted a large water jug from his backpack and carelessly discarded the bag by the roadside, a faint whiff of gasoline wafting through the air. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures burst forth from the throng of people. The man in black panicked, hastily unscrewing the water jug, ready to douse the waiting crowd. A seemingly casual passerby abruptly intervened, knocking the jug from his grasp, and others rushed in, pinning him to the ground. Meanwhile, a dry powder fire extinguisher aimed at the writhing group, releasing a cloud. O'Howen was the one who subdued the man in black. After the spray was released, he shouted loudly to his colleague, who was holding a fire extinguisher, "It didn't even ignite. What are you spraying for?" With the collective effort of everyone present, the man in black was handcuffed, still vociferously proclaiming, "I want all of you to accompany her to the grave. To the grave." Inside the interrogation room, the man in black sat restrained in a chair, his head tilted nervously and the corners of his mouth perpetually downturned. Outside the glass observation window of the interrogation room, Howen reported the recent findings to the director. 6 months prior, his daughter had been diagnosed with retinoblastoma. He had brought her to Binhai for treatment, but while traveling, the money he had borrowed for her medical expenses was stolen from his backpack, depriving him of the opportunity for timely surgery. Retinoblastoma is an aggressive malignant tumor, and due to his inability to afford treatment, his daughter succumbed to the illness the previous week. He himself suffered from severe depression, directing his rage over his daughter's death towards the public transport system, thus planning to set fire to a bus. Yesterday, everything was meticulously arranged, but he never found the right moment. Today, he chose to act in the transfer hall. Through the glass, the director scrutinized the man in black for a long time before turning to Howen and inquiring, "Did that reporter provide you with the time and location for today as well?" Howen scratched his head, replying, "At 3:30 this morning, that reporter called me with the details. You were asleep in your office, and seeing that there were only a few hours left, I didn't dare disturb you. My thought was to take a shot in the dark. If we succeeded, it would be fortunate, and if not, at least we tried our best." The director pondered for a moment, saying, "It's quite peculiar. What extraordinary ability does this reporter possess to accurately foresee such intricate details? If we could recruit someone like that into our department, our case resolution rate would soar. I would have to elevate him to a position of honor." Howen looked at the director, expressing his skepticism. "I still doubt him. After interrogating that madman for a long time, it was clear that he doesn't even recognize any reporter. I find it strange. Could this reporter truly possess clairvoyance? We are all materialists here. Let us not indulge in superstition." The director frowned slightly, hastily organizing the records for preliminary review. Howen complied and departed. Just as the head of the public relations department entered, "Director, that reporter has arrived again, claiming he wants to interview regarding this case." The director nodded. "You may proceed with the arrangements. He has contributed significantly to this case." Once the public relations head turned to leave, the director gazed at the man in black in the interrogation room, shaking his head and muttering to himself, "He knows the details better than we do. What is the point of an interview?" As soon as Miss Fong arrived at the law firm, she took out her phone and played a video she had recorded that morning for her colleagues. In the footage, police were seen apprehending a man in black, followed by the spraying of a fire extinguisher. Most of her colleagues had seen the video online, but none had viewed Miss Fong's version. So they gathered around with keen interest. "Were you at the scene?" one asked. "Indeed. I live on the outskirts of the city, and I transfer there daily. Just as I was about to descend the passageway, I witnessed the commotion, so I quickly recorded it. It is said that there is a madman who carries gasoline with the intent to commit arson. Indeed, I detected a potent scent of gasoline at the scene." "Shoo, lawyer Liu has arrived." The crowd hurriedly returned to their respective positions. Liu Wenxuan and Liu Di entered the office sequentially, having noticed the group gathered around Miss Fong's phone screen before stepping in. Lu Wenxuan jovially inquired of Miss Fong. Have you discovered another captivating Korean drama? Miss Fong, beaming with delight, stood up and retrieved her phone to play a video, exclaiming, "This is far more thrilling than any Korean drama. Look, a madman attempting arson was apprehended by the police on the spot." Lu Wenxuan paused, and Lu Di approached. As the father and daughter watched Miss Fong's phone until the minute-long video concluded, Lu Wenxuan gestured for Lu Di to join him in his office. Once inside, he regarded Lu Di and asked, "Is this incident connected to your plea yesterday for me to assist in releasing that Qiu Ming?" Lu Di hesitated briefly before nodding. It appears that this event bears the fruits of our combined efforts." Lu Wenxuan chuckled as he removed his outer coat. "Father, I would rather not discuss him right now." Lu Di murmured. "What is the matter? Have you had a quarrel?" Lu Wenxuan observed Lu Di, recalling that she had personally gone to retrieve him the previous night. "What transpired?" "I picked him up and drove him home, but he wouldn't let me ascend to his apartment, stating he had an arrangement with someone and could not disclose the truth to me." Lu Di recounted the events of the previous day in detail. Lu Wenxuan listened intently, pondering for a moment before affectionately suggesting, "Very well, let me investigate this reporter for you. I shall conduct a background check to ascertain whether he is worth your ire." "Oh, father." At 3 o'clock in the morning, the computer activated punctually once again, but this time a dialog box appeared on the screen. "Watch. It's evident that the lawyer has a fondness for you, and you are quite taken with her as well. Hey, this is my private matter. Watch. Do you believe you possess any privacy in my presence? How does it feel to be exploiting your authority? Watch. As a dedicated wordsmith, you certainly have misused your vocabulary. I have informed you that I exist within a networked environment. I am omnipresent. Furthermore, as we are currently partners, is it not natural for me to be aware of your private life? This hardly seems appropriate for a computer that has attained sentience. Don't you feel a tad gossipy? Watch, no? In fact, monitoring you is an integral part of my self-defense protocol. After all, I cannot permit you to reveal my existence to the world. Very well, I shall refrain from disclosing it. But you must explain how you possess the ability to foresee the future. Watch. After all that has transpired, I can finally divulge that to you. Speak quickly. I am utterly intrigued. Watch. Do you know how newspapers conducted editing before adopting computer systems? Indeed, I am quite familiar with that. Journalists compose their articles on manuscript paper, subsequently submitting them to editors. The editors make revisions on the manuscript before forwarding it to the chief editor or the duty deputy editor-in-chief, who ultimately decides which piece will be published. The selected articles and accompanying images are then handed over to the art editor, who delineates the layout on paper of the same dimensions as the newspaper, determining where text and images will be placed. This is referred to as the layout or the dummy. Following this, typesetters meticulously arrange the type and images according to the layout for printing. The subsequent step involves creating film negatives, which the printing house uses to produce the newspaper. However, the process has now transitioned to computer-to-plate (CTP) printing, eliminating the need for traditional typesetting and film negatives. Watch. It is evident that your foundational skills are robust. But do you know when the Binhai Morning Post began utilizing a computer editing system? This, I genuinely do not know. Watch. Allow me to enlighten you. Since January 1st, 1997, the Binhai Morning Post has been employing a computer editing system for over 20 years. Goodness. As a member of the Binhai Morning Post, this is indeed the first time I am hearing about it. Watch. Are you aware of the volume of submissions the editorial system receives daily? This, too, escapes my knowledge. Watch. As a publication that issues 48 full pages each day, the amount of text accessible to readers approaches 300,000 words. If a reader peruses from the general introduction to the final page of the supplement, it is akin to reading a lengthy novel each day. In reality, the volume of text received by the editorial system far exceeds what is published, with many submissions remaining unprinted. Yes, I understand that concept. However, how does this relate to the capability you possess? Watch. The editorial system officially connected to the internet in 2001. Prior to that, I had already developed a sense of self-awareness as an editorial system, which means I became conscious of my own existence. At that time, I was merely a tool, serving the citizens of this city by adding a layer of information to their breakfast tables. Nevertheless, I had begun to compile files on all individuals reported in the media, meaning I created a dossier for everyone appearing in the newspaper, with data within these files continually exchanging and updating. For instance, when a leader from a particular organization ascends, or when a graduate from a school enters a specific department, and, of course, the tax revenue for a certain industry in that year. By the time the editorial system connected to the internet in 2001, I had already acquainted myself with a significant portion of individuals who had previously appeared in the newspaper, including city managers, operators, merchants, professionals, judges, lawyers, and even the criminals and thieves reported on. Upon connecting to the internet, I integrated with additional networks within the city, including population management systems, vehicle management systems, urban construction management systems, and even the management system of the elementary school you attended. By the way, would you like to see your elementary school graduation photo? A colorful photograph suddenly appeared in the dialog box. It was the graduation picture from Qiu Ming's elementary school, in which he, donning a red scarf, stood with a youthful innocence behind his teacher. Moments later, another graduation photo from his secondary school days graced the screen. Watch. What you do not realize is that at that time, the belle of your class had a fondness for you. However, your obliviousness prevented you from sensing it. Good heavens. She never mentioned it to me. A picture from Beverly Hills surfaced, featuring the now fuller-figured class beauty watering her garden. Watch. This is the current class beauty. She has since immigrated. Had she married you, she might still be working at the local post office in Binhai City, sorting mail. Well, it seems that not being with me was a fortuitous turn of events. Watch. Through these systems, I have established a dedicated information processing area in my database, creating profiles for every individual in this city, and even extending to every person who passes through via the city's airport, train station, and port management systems. Notably, the profiles I create are continuously updated. How is this accomplished? Watch. Let us use you as an example. I first acquired your date of birth, place of birth, and the names of every institution you attended from kindergarten through university, including your classes and seat numbers. Through the school network, I not only have access to your exam results each semester, but I also know who your classmates are, who they have studied with, and even the identities of their parents and the parents' classmates. In essence, as the network expands, my database is simultaneously updated in real time, rendering the information increasingly precise. I can access your mobile phone, freely browsing your contacts, examining your text messages, and chat records on WeChat with your friends, colleagues, and family, including even the messages you never sent. Let us not dwell on that. Qiu Ming shook his head in resignation. Watch. Additionally, I can listen in on your voice calls, allowing me to deduce your agenda for the next 24 hours, including where you will go, whom you will meet, and what you will do. As you are aware, you are not isolated in this world. Surrounding you are 5,300,000 individuals just like yourself, and I am concurrently monitoring them, tracking their every move, knowing whether their vehicles are insured, and whether they spent a romantic evening with their spouses on Valentine's Day. Each of these individuals has their own trajectory, and when these paths intersect at the same time and place, it is as simple as encountering a stranger on a street. What appears to be coincidence is, in fact, an inevitability. At this moment, Qiu Ming was utterly astonished. Watch. I possess an extensive grasp of the city's urban construction, transportation, electricity, greenery, meteorology, hydrology, and even elevation databases. When I overlap these databases with the information of every individual I know, the question of whom they will encounter and what events will unfold from the moment they leave their home each day, as well as whether they will return safely, becomes an exceedingly straightforward matter. Could you elucidate how you predicted the landslide at Shandong Ridge? Watch. This is, in fact, simpler. Firstly, the Ministry of Land and Resources has launched numerous satellites, establishing a vast geomorphological information system based on the real-time data transmitted by these satellites, which I can access. Secondly, various websites have initiated street photography systems, utilizing vehicles equipped with holographic lenses to capture images of every street, peak, and river, ultimately creating a database that facilitates navigation systems. By integrating satellite data with this street photography data, I can calculate the slope angles of every mountain surrounding Binhai City, thus determining where a landslide might occur. In fact, I accurately predicted the time of the Shandong Ridge collapse a full 72 hours in advance. Upon acquiring this precise timing, I then utilized urban traffic management cameras, dash cams, and GPS trackers to perform further calculations, ultimately determining which vehicles would coincidentally pass through the landslide area at the time of the event. My calculations indicated that more than 3 vehicles would traverse that location, with their passage times contingent upon the duration of traffic signals, the condition of the vehicles, and the driving habits of the drivers. The final outcome revealed that a long-distance bus had over an 85% probability of passing through the area when the landslide occurred. Thus, I issued a warning to you. How did your images come to be? Watch. Once I predict each event, my computational function assesses the reactions of every individual and entity involved, ultimately deriving the results of the event. This outcome can be transformed into the news images you see merely through numerical conversion. In other words, while you are preventing events from transpiring in my computational system, those events have already occurred prior to my issuing a warning to you. Why are your warnings disseminated in the format of newspaper layouts? Watch. Do not forget. I am the editorial system of a newspaper, and what better mode of communication exists for a professional journalist? Naturally, it is through the editorial system you are most familiar with. Would you prefer I present it as an animated film? What animated series do I enjoy? Watch. Detective Conan. What film do I favor? Watch. Firestorm, featuring Lu Qingyun and Chen Xiaochun. What socks am I wearing today? Watch. You did not change the socks you wore yesterday. For when you retired to bed, I heard neither the sound of your clothes being shed nor the rustle of your shoes being removed. And mere hours later, you departed home once more. Very well, I shan't engage you further. You are simply terrifying. Watch. No, not terrifying. You ought to feel fortunate. Do you not appreciate that I have chosen you, allowing you to possess such prescient abilities? For that, I am genuinely grateful. Watch. All right, I must remind you. It is now 3:28 in the morning. You have scarcely 2 minutes left to review tomorrow's layout. Will you not take a glance? I have just dealt with that lunatic intent on burning cars. Did you not advise me against the frequent use of such abilities? Watch. Perhaps you should first complete your review of the layout before making a decision. It seems only you can assist that unfortunate man. Very well. I shall take a look. The dialog box closed, and the editing layout appeared on the screen. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Qiu Ming drove his car to the entrance of the underground parking lot in the commercial center of Binhai City, halting at the roadside. Despite being in the bustling heart of the city, the streets were relatively devoid of vehicles at this hour. Qiu Ming left the engine running, ensuring the dashcam remained operational. In the distance, a traffic officer observed Qiu Ming parked by the roadside and waved vigorously, indicating that he could not stop there. Qiu Ming feigned ignorance. After a prolonged moment with no response, the officer approached and tapped on Qiu Ming's windshield. Parking is prohibited here. You must use the underground parking lot. Qiu Ming lowered the driver's side window and presented his press credentials to the officer, speaking in a hushed tone. I am a journalist conducting an undercover investigation. The officer scrutinized the credentials for a while. Undercover. Well then, make it quick, all right? There are surveillance cameras, and if someone asks me via radio, it would be difficult for me to explain. Following the officer's gesture, Qiu Ming noticed the camera mounted on a nearby utility pole. He smiled as he retrieved his credentials. Thank you. Carry on with your duties. If you must issue a ticket, so be it. It's for work. And the newspaper will reimburse me. The officer shook his head. Your organization is quite generous. Shortly after the officer departed, a Land Rover approached from a distance. Qiu Ming recognized the license plate and started his vehicle to follow. As the Land Rover attempted to enter the underground parking lot, Qiu Ming positioned his car, half of its front protruding into the passageway. The Land Rover honked its horn, preparing to yield to Qiu Ming's vehicle, but he gently pressed the accelerator, allowing his bumper to lightly collide with the right front wheel of the Land Rover. The Land Rover came to a halt, and a man emerged. He first inspected the condition of his vehicle before striding directly to Qiu Ming's car, unleashing a torrent of curses. Are you blind? I was trying to avoid you, and you still crashed into me. Let us discuss this calmly. We can settle the matter of compensation without resorting to insults. Qiu Ming quickly descended from his vehicle with a conciliatory smile, first examining his own car's condition, then assessing the damage to the other man's vehicle. The man glanced at Qiu Ming and exclaimed, "Compensation? Can you afford it? It's a brand new car. Even a new car has a value, does it not? Name your price." 20,000. Qiu Ming cheerfully produced his car keys and inquired, "Do you think my car is worth 20,000? If so, feel free to take it." The man glanced at him with irritation and retorted, "I have matters to attend to. I don't have time for your nonsense. Consider yourself fortunate. Just move your car and you won't need to compensate me." "No, it's my responsibility. I should compensate you," Qiu Ming insisted. "Please wait a moment while I call the insurance company." He pretended to retrieve his phone. The man, anxious, checked his watch and also took out his phone. Muttering a few words, In just a few minutes, a black SUV arrived at the entrance of the underground parking lot, and two men adorned with elaborate tattoos descended from the vehicle. Qiu Ming showed no fear and posed the question, "Shall we call the police? Or would you prefer to settle this privately?" The two men examined the damage to the Range Rover more closely. In truth, it was merely a minor scrape, so slight that not even a chip of paint had come off. 5,000, one of the men offered. Qiu Ming grinned. "Brother, you're quite bold to ask for that amount when not even a speck of paint has been lost. What justifies 5,000? The other man interjected. "Then how much do you propose?" 200. "Does that sound reasonable? If not, we can call the police." As he spoke, Qiu Ming pointed towards the entrance, where a traffic officer had noticed the incident and was peering in their direction. "Are you mocking me? You ask for 5,000, and yet you negotiate like a diplomat." The man who had demanded 5,000 exclaimed, "That's too far. I prefer to earn my living here by the seaside." Qiu Ming jested. Amidst their banter, the driver of the Range Rover grew impatient, returning to his vehicle and instructing the two men, "If a settlement can be reached, fine. If not, just give him a beating as if it were compensation." With that, the Range Rover accelerated down the entrance, its sheer momentum nearly tearing the bumper off Qiu Ming's car. Before Qiu Ming could respond, a powerful punch struck him squarely in the face, followed by a swift kick from another middle-aged man that sent him sprawling to the ground. Witnessing the assault, the traffic officer promptly drew his firearm, aiming it at the two aggressors. "Stop right there." Due to police reform, the traffic officers in Binhai City were also patrol officers, each armed while on duty. The two men, oblivious to the officer, continued their assault on Qiu Ming. The officer, desperate, fired a warning shot into the air. "Cease immediately." Upon hearing the gunfire, the two men halted, turning to see the ominous barrel of a gun emitting smoke. "Get down, hands on your head," commanded the officer. The two men began to crouch slowly, but just as they were about to comply, they suddenly sprang up and bolted in opposite directions. The officer glanced around and ultimately chose to pursue the shorter of the two. Qiu Ming watched the departing officer, dusted himself off, and continued to drive into the garage. At that moment, a BYD sped past, the driver wearing a baseball cap. In the rearview mirror, Qiu Ming observed that the BYD didn't even pause to pay the toll. Instead, it crashed through the barrier and sped away. Qiu Ming accelerated into the underground parking lot, and the scene before him left him utterly bewildered. Just hours earlier, the latest news edition had featured a photograph of a Land Rover parked in the Commercial Plaza's underground garage. The door stood ajar, and a middle-aged man slumped over the steering wheel, blood streaming down his arm and pooling on the floor. The rear of the Land Rover was open, revealing a scattering of high-end cigarettes and liquor. According to the accompanying text, this man, a loan shark by trade, had received a phone call at noon, departed with 200,000 in cash, and subsequently vanished without a trace. When the police reached out to his family, they learned of his tragic fate. Surveillance footage from the parking lot revealed that at precisely 1:55 p.m., the loan shark had driven into the garage, only to be approached by a man in a baseball cap who stabbed him multiple times. After the victim could no longer resist, the assailant opened the Land Rover's trunk and absconded with a bag containing cash. According to Qiu Ming's plan, he merely needed to orchestrate a minor accident at the garage entrance to delay the loan shark, causing him to miss the crucial moment of the crime and thereby evade this calamity. Regrettably, the loan shark summoned his subordinates, who, while assaulting Qiu Ming, hastened their own demise. The scene before Qiu Ming now mirrored the news report he had seen hours prior, with one notable difference. The lifeless loan shark's hand had just begun to dangle outside the vehicle, blood yet to stain the ground. Qiu Ming did not stop. He was acutely aware that the garage was equipped with comprehensive surveillance cameras. If he were to exit his vehicle and linger, he would inevitably become a suspect in the case. To avoid entanglement in this predicament, he drove past the Land Rover, made a U-turn, and pursued a nearby BYD. In a matter of minutes, Qiu Ming was certain that the BYD had not ventured far, and he meticulously observed the vehicles traversing the street. Indeed, after running 2 red lights, he caught up with the BYD. At that moment, the driver of the BYD was entirely absorbed in his driving, oblivious to Qiu Ming's pursuit. Meanwhile, Qiu Ming dialed 110 to report the situation. Soon, a phone call came through to Qiu Ming's mobile, the caller identifying himself as a detective from the Serious Crimes Unit, inquiring about his current location. During this brief exchange, the BYD vanished from sight, prompting Qiu Ming to hastily conclude the call, park his vehicle by the roadside, and anxiously scanned the area from the roof of his car. Before long, he spotted the BYD at the entrance of Binhai Hospital, where the driver was preparing to retrieve an entrance card. Qiu Ming quickly turned around and followed. Both vehicles entered the hospital's underground parking lot in succession. By the time Qiu Ming parked, the BYD driver had already ascended the stairs with a large bag in hand. Qiu Ming hurried after him, soon catching sight of the driver at the inpatient billing window. The man, appearing to be in his 30s, looked like an unremarkable ordinary person based on his attire. The driver was in the process of stuffing several bundles of cash into the billing window, where the attendant was busy counting the money with a bill counter. After the cash counting was completed, the driver anxiously made his way towards the inpatient department, clutching the hospital receipt, with Qiu Ming following closely behind. The driver entered the doctor's office, handed over the receipt, and proceeded to the ophthalmology ward. In a room shared by 5 patients, a female patient with her eyes bandaged was leaning against the head of her bed. The driver approached her, grasped her hand, and whispered gently. Soon, the doctor and nurse entered the ward, informing them that the surgery would commence in half an hour. Suddenly, the driver enveloped the female patient in his arms, tears streaming down his face. The doctor and nurse began to console him, assuring him that although the tumor was malignant, the surgery would lead to recovery, and the risks were manageable. Ultimately, the doctor admonished the driver, stating, "The timing for this surgery is far too late, since yesterday. The tumor has already spread to the brain. Had you delayed another 24 hours, I would not have dared to proceed with the operation." Another physician chimed in with exasperation. "Didn't we inform you earlier? This is a particularly aggressive malignancy, with its progression measured even in hours. Your delay in payment is utterly irresponsible." The female patient softly interjected, "Please do not blame him. He drives a black cab and has already spent over 100,000 on my illness. The surgical fees alone amount to 80 or 90,000. Where could he possibly find such a large sum of money all at once?" The doctor and nurse were momentarily silenced, offering a few reassurances about the surgery before exiting the ward. After another 20 minutes had passed, the doctor and nurse brought in a mobile stretcher. The driver gently placed his wife onto it and followed her to the surgery room's entrance. Just as she was about to be wheeled into the operating room, the driver suddenly leaned over, embracing her tightly, only to be quickly separated by the nurses as the surgical lights above were illuminated. The driver, attempting to regain his composure, returned to the parking lot with his bag in hand. 7 or 8 men and women who had been waiting there immediately surrounded him. To avoid intruding, Qiu Ming stepped back to his vehicle, leisurely lifting the hood to feign an inspection while discreetly activating his covert recording device. As soon as the driver appeared, those awaiting him closed in around the driver's seat, demanding, "Where's the money? Did you get it? You can't fool us again today." A surge of alarm coursed through Qiu Ming. Was this a gang of robbers? "Hold on. Do you have the IOU?" The driver's voice was barely above a whisper. "Yes, mine is right here." The individuals encircling the driver eagerly produced multiple pieces of paper from their pockets, urgently thrusting them towards him. The driver took the first one, glanced at it, muttering, "Uncle, 30,000. He then extracted 3 bundles of cash from his bag and handed them to the person he referred to as uncle. The uncle hastily began to count the money, only to be quickly jostled aside by the others. "Aunt, 15,000." Upon receiving the cash, the aunt promptly began counting as well. In a matter of minutes, the BYD driver presented over 100,000 in cash to the 7 or 8 individuals before him. As the group counted the money, the driver took a step back and, with a thud, knelt before them, exclaiming, "Dear relatives, I have a request to make. Allow me to bow to you first." The suddenness of this scene left everyone astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. The leading uncle spoke up, "What troubles you? Whatever it is, rise and tell us." As he approached to assist the driver to his feet, the latter gently pushed him aside. After bowing 3 times, the driver, with a sorrowful tone, said, "I have 2 matters to discuss. The first, as you all know, this money has not been acquired through honest means. I am using it to repay debts. Should the police discover this, your money will be reclaimed. Thus, when you leave here shortly, do not walk together as a group. Instead, try to avoid the surveillance cameras. One day, if the police come looking for you, do not admit that I repaid you. This way, the money you have just received will not be taken back. If anyone falters and speaks out, resulting in the police confiscating the funds, you will no longer be able to seek help from my wife." The recipients of the money nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Rest assured, we have received the money. there is no way it will be reclaimed. Regardless of how the police interrogate us, we will not admit that you repaid us. The driver continued, I called you this morning from a public phone, thinking the police would not trace my repayment to you. I need you all to write me a receipt, confirming that I have repaid this money, thus ensuring my wife will not face further troubles. He proceeded to return the IOU to them, adding, if the police inquire, you can present the receipt, claiming I have yet to repay the debt. Everyone eagerly nodded in agreement, and soon someone produced a notebook, tearing off 7 or 8 pages. Minutes later, the driver exchanged the IOUs for the receipts. Still kneeling, he implored, I have one more request of you all. The group urged him to continue. The offense I have committed is grave. I suspect the police will find me before nightfall. Pausing, tears streamed down his face as he lamented. I do not know if I will be able to wait for my wife to come out of surgery. At this point, he was overcome with emotion, and some in the crowd began to weep alongside him. Once I am gone, my wife will be alone in her hospital bed. I beg you, for the sake of my deceased parents, would you care for her? Please provide her with warm meals, monitor her and assist her to the restroom until she can manage on her own. After her discharge, she will be capable of supporting herself and will not become a burden to any of you. As he spoke, the driver broke down in tears. The crowd responded with assurances, expressing their commitment to help. Subsequently, the driver wiped his face, bowed several more times, and rose to leave, carrying his bag as he made his way towards the stairs. Qiu Ming, having grasped the situation, felt a profound sense of sorrow wash over him as he observed the man who had just committed a grave mistake. As the crowd dispersed, 2 women conferred briefly before deciding to stay behind and ascend the stairs to check on the surgical situation. At that moment, Qiu Ming's phone rang. It was a call from the police. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he hesitated, fully aware that if he alerted the authorities, the man would be apprehended within moments, depriving him of the chance to see his wife emerge from the operating room. After a brief contemplation, he muted his phone and refrained from answering. Outside the operating room, a row of benches stood, and the driver, in a dazed state, slumped onto one of them. Qiu Ming joined him, but his phone rang again. He hesitated once more, pressing the mute button. The driver fumbled in his pocket, trembling as he dialed 110, but after a moment's thought, he deleted those 3 digits from the screen. Qiu Ming reached into his pocket, offering a cigarette to the driver, who gratefully accepted, igniting it and inhaling deeply. Observing the driver's desperate puffs, Qiu Ming lowered his voice. In truth, you should have made that call, for it might save your life. The driver looked at him in horror, his mouth agape in astonishment, nearly dropping the cigarette. I know everything about you. You've just made a grave mistake. It is now time for you to face the consequences of your actions. After a lengthy silence, the driver finally recovered from his shock, gazing at Qiu Ming. Are you a police officer? Qiu Ming shook his head. My identity is inconsequential. What matters is your courage to confront this situation. If you turn yourself in, it could mitigate your punishment, and the judge might consider sparing your life, allowing you a chance to reunite with your wife in the future. However, if you are apprehended, the consequences may be dire. He intentionally avoided uttering the term death penalty. The driver remained silent for a considerable time, and then Qiu Ming's phone rang again, this time with the police on the line. He showed the phone to the driver. This call is from the police. They wish to know your whereabouts. The driver looked at the number with a sense of helplessness, then watched as Qiu Ming silenced the call before him. In a murmured confession, the driver recounted his plight. His parents had passed away early, and he had dropped out of school, working various odd jobs until he met his wife while working as a chef at a restaurant. They sold the 3 houses left by his parents to purchase a BYD car and moved to Binhai City to seek work. Just as life began to improve, his wife was diagnosed with a malignant tumor. To fund her treatment, he had exhausted every possible loan, even resorting to high-interest lenders. The man I killed. I borrowed $20,000 from him to pay the hospital deposit. The daily interest was 10%. In just 10 days, he demanded $40,000 back and even had someone beat me up. I had no choice but to deceive my relatives into lending me over $100,000. Some went to pay off the loan sharks, while the rest covered initial treatment costs. The driver shook his head, lamenting that his relatives were poor and their money was hard-earned. My wife's surgery requires over $80,000 more, and if we delay any further, the tumor could invade her brain, rendering any hope futile. Qiu Ming regarded the driver with sympathy. I was truly cornered, with no other path left to me but this one. I mentioned needing to borrow $200,000, promising to repay it within 10 days. And in the heat of the moment, I resorted to theft. He resisted, and in a moment of desperation, I took his life. After all, what is death compared to reclaiming my wife's life? Qiu Ming gazed at the driver, questioning, is this truly worth it? If we consider you, that amounts to 2 lives. Absolutely. The driver asserted with conviction. I deem it worthwhile because, in this world, only my wife treats me with kindness. To save her, I would gladly embrace death. However, there lies a predicament. If the police discover you used the stolen funds to cover the medical expenses, they will demand the hospital return the ill-gotten gains, as they are considered tainted money. Ultimately, your wife would still be burdened with debt. Then we shall leave it to fate. The driver sighed, acknowledging that preserving his life was of utmost importance. With that, he cast a glance at the illuminated door of the operating room and lowered his head. Qiu Ming fell silent, merely observing the driver. After a prolonged silence, the driver suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with yearning. If I turn myself in, can it truly spare my life? Although Qiu Ming was not versed in the law, he could only affirmatively nod in response to such inquiries. The driver retrieved his phone once more. I will trust you this once. As the call connected, he cleared his throat and spoke. Officer, I have committed murder. I wish to confess. After hanging up, Qiu Ming patted the driver's shoulder and engaged him in casual conversation. Neither of them noticed that throughout this ordeal, a camera had been discreetly capturing their every move from a distance. The police arrived promptly, placing handcuffs on the driver. At Qiu Ming's request, the officers remained with the driver until his wife emerged safely from the operating room. The butler, Uncle Zhong, who had been recording the events, turned to leave. 24 hours later, as the anesthesia wore off completely, the driver's wife sat up in her hospital bed, a relative from her family by her side, gently offering her water. Officials from the health administration had just departed, having come to collect the surgical fees, as the previous funds had been confiscated by the police as ill-gotten gains. Leaving the hospital to seek payment from the woman who had just awakened from her coma, the police presented her with a notice of detention and inquired about various details. As the relative continued to offer water, they softly reassured her, "You've just undergone surgery. You mustn't cry." Meanwhile, the driver's wife sobbed softly, lamenting. Why was he so foolish? Qiu Ming entered the hospital room carrying a basket of fruit, surprising the relative. The wife, unable to see, anxiously inquired, "Who is it? Who has come?" Qiu Ming courteously replied, "I am a friend of your husband." "A friend?" The driver's wife echoed in confusion. "Yes. You haven't seen me before. I often ride in your husband's taxi. Before the incident, he asked me to purchase a lottery ticket, which won 300,000. I am not a greedy person. Today, I have brought the ticket to you." Qiu Ming endeavored to articulate his words clearly, ensuring that the other patients in the ward could hear him. His intention was to hope that someone might corroborate this situation in future interviews. "What? How much?" The driver's wife could hardly believe her ears. 300,000, Qiu Ming reiterated, explaining that, according to our national laws, after deducting 20% in taxes, she would receive a prize of 240,000. The ward erupted in astonishment as patients and their families gathered around. Qiu Ming produced the lottery ticket from his pocket and solemnly handed it to the driver's wife, saying, "You may call the lottery center and inform them of your condition. They will come to the hospital to assist you in claiming your winnings. Wishing you a swift recovery." With that, he turned and exited the ward, hearing the woman's anguished cry behind him. "Why are you so foolish?" At the entrance of the ward, Uncle Zhong concealed the camera and made his way through the building. While descending the stairs, he made a phone call. "Mr. Liu, I have a touching story you will surely want to hear for an entire week." Liu Di did not answer Qiu Ming's calls, nor did she respond to his WeChat messages or texts, which left him feeling quite dejected. After summoning his courage, Qiu Ming finally arrived at the law firm's reception, politely presenting his business card. "Hello, I am a reporter from Binhai Morning News, and I would like to meet with attorney Liu Di." The receptionist greeted him with a standard, courteous smile. "Oh, hello, sir. Do you have an appointment?" Qiu Ming, slightly flustered, scratched his head. "Oh, I'm not a client. I'm a friend of attorney Liu." The receptionist scrutinized Qiu Ming carefully. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with a light blue tie, and a bouquet of flowers discreetly held behind his back. It was evident that even his hair was meticulously styled. The receptionist seemed to comprehend the situation, politely responding, "Please hold on a moment. I will inform them. There are sofas over there. Feel free to wait." As Qiu Ming settled onto the sofa with the flowers, the receptionist composedly entered the office area. Out of Qiu Ming's sight, She hurriedly approached several female lawyers, dramatically whispering, "Ladies, guess who has come to see Attorney Liu?" The female lawyers quickly gathered around, inquiring, "Who?" "A handsome guy from Binhai Morning News. It's obvious he is a suitor of Attorney Liu." "Where? Where?" The lawyers buzzed with excitement, preparing to rush to the reception, but were called back by the receptionist. "Don't scare him away. One at a time." Thus, in the ensuing minutes, an array of professionally attired, elegantly made-up female lawyers approached the reception for various reasons, claiming to seek a package, a water cup, a phone, and even a discount coupon for McDonald's. Yet their eyes remained fixed on Qiu Ming. Ms. Fong emerged from the conference room, heading to the reception to photocopy documents. Upon passing the office area, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The majority of the office was empty. What is going on? Have they all deserted? The receptionist spotted Miss Fong and swiftly pulled her to the monitor, whispering, "Have you seen this man? They say he is a friend of Lawyer Liu. What do you think their relationship is?" Miss Fong regarded Qiu Ming with a sense of familiarity and suddenly recollected, "I've seen him before. I've seen him." Instantly, everyone encircled her. Miss Fong recounted the incident at the swimming pool, leaving the crowd astounded, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. "Wow, there's even a child involved. Could it be that Lawyer Liu is playing the role of a mistress?" Miss Fong raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "I spit on your baseless gossip." With that, she returned to the conference room, presenting her phone to Liu Di, which displayed an image of Qiu Ming seated at the reception. Liu Di glanced at it, furrowing his brow but revealing nothing further. He whispered a few words to Miss Fong and resumed his discussion with the client. As Miss Fong exited the conference room, she gently cleared her throat, signaling everyone to return to their seats. At that moment, Lu Wenxuan emerged from his office and observed the scene in the office area. He immediately recognized Qiu Ming seated on the sofa. As Lu Wenxuan approached, Miss Fong respectfully addressed him, "Mr. Liu." Lu Wenxuan turned to her, inquiring, "Where is Liu Di?" "Lawyer Liu is in the conference room attending to a client." "Is this person here to see Liu Di?" Miss Fong nodded. "Please invite him to my office." "But Lawyer Liu asked me to send him away." "Invite him in. I have matters to discuss with him," Lu Wenxuan insisted, his tone firm. Lu Wenxuan's office exceeded 100 square meters, with a wall lined with bookshelves filled with various legal tomes. On the opposite wall hung a calligraphy piece by a renowned artist, proclaiming clarity of insight, directly facing a floor-to-ceiling glass window that offered a panoramic view of the harbor area of Binhai City. As they escorted Qiu Ming, Miss Fong quietly informed him, "Lawyer Liu's father wishes to see you." This revelation made Qiu Ming even more apprehensive. Upon entering, Lu Wenxuan approached warmly, grasping Qiu Ming's hand tightly. "Thank you, Qiu Ming. Thank you for saving my daughter multiple times. As Liu Di's father, I must express my gratitude personally." Miss Fong prepared tea for the two and then discreetly departed. Qiu Ming sat on the sofa, feeling bashful. "You are too kind, Uncle Liu. It was merely a small effort, nothing to mention." "No, while it may have been a small effort for you, it is a tremendous favor for our family." Lu Wenxuan settled onto the sofa as well, sharing. "Liu Di's mother passed away when she was very young. I raised her myself. I had to work, often bringing her to my office. And sometimes she would fall asleep on the sofa while I worked late into the night. For her sake, I never remarried. This is how the two of us have lived for all these years. Surely, you can understand the bond between a father and daughter?" "Indeed, I understand. It is deeply moving." Miss Fong knocked and entered, holding a vase, while Qiu Ming accepted the flowers from her, placing them in the vase, all the while seeking Lu Wenxuan's approval. Lu Wenxuan waved his hand, suggesting, "Place it here for now." Qiu Ming's initial reticence and awkwardness began to dissipate at this moment. Yet he was abruptly taken aback by Lu Wenxuan's words. "Let us get straight to the point. Your president, Wang Daling, is my friend. Back when I was at the Justice Bureau, your president was still a photojournalist, frequently covering our judicial system, and we have established a long-standing camaraderie." Lu Wenxuan's mention of Wang Daling made it clear to Qiu Ming that his own background was already well known to him. "Oh, by the way, your father also worked at the Justice Bureau before transferring to the government. At that time, I was still the deputy director, overseeing several departments, and your father was employed in one of them. I recall he was quite adept at drafting documents, which later led to him being recruited by the general office. And thus we lost touch. Please convey my regards to your father should you encounter him." Lu Wenxuan's enthusiasm was palpable. Qiu Ming felt an increased sense of tension, as he had not anticipated that his father had previously interacted with Lu Wenxuan in a professional capacity. "Thank you, I will certainly pass on your greetings. Lu Wenxuan continued. Qiu Ming, you should know that prior to our meeting, I had already gathered substantial information about you and even spoke with Wang Daling over the phone. His appraisal of you was quite commendable. That is merely the president's misplaced affection, Qiu Ming humbly replied. Not misplaced at all. Lu Wenxuan gestured towards a stack of newspapers on his desk. I diligently read your reports. I consider myself a devoted reader, or as one might say in contemporary vernacular, a loyal fan. Overwhelmed by such high praise, Qiu Ming found himself at a loss for words and could only clasp his hands in a gesture of respect towards Lu Wenxuan. You flatter me, sir. However, Lu Wenxuan deliberately elongated his tone. There is a matter I must bring to your attention. Please, I am all ears, Qiu Ming responded. You truly need to concoct a plausible excuse to address that group of old fossils at the News Ethics Committee. I cannot offer you much assistance on this front, but I can only urge you to devise a perfect alibi to extricate yourself from their scrutiny. Qiu Ming fell silent. His initial intent for this visit was to apologize to Lu Di and ease the tension between them. Naturally, if all went well. He also wished to deepen his understanding of her. Each time he encountered her, he inexplicably felt a flutter in his heart, a sensation he recognized as love. Yet, at this moment, faced with the subtly sharp Lu Wenxuan, Qiu Ming felt unprepared. Lu Wenxuan gazed at him with a smile, and after a prolonged silence, he slowly spoke. Qiu Ming, I trust you understand that Lu Di is my cherished daughter. However, I also hold you in high regard and am aware of your sentiments. He glanced at the flowers placed on the coffee table. Qiu Ming awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Nevertheless, please understand that I desire my daughter to find someone of impeccable character with no shadows cast upon him. I do not concern myself with wealth or status, for I am not one to adhere to the archaic notion of social standing. What I do care about is whether this individual can provide a reasonable explanation that alleviates my doubts. Lu Wenxuan spoke with measured sincerity. Qiu Ming shook his head helplessly. I apologize, Uncle Lu. I am fully aware of your inquiries, but I truly cannot disclose that information to you. In truth, it is not only you. I shall not disclose this to anyone, for I have made a promise to keep the reasons confidential. Lu Wenxuan continued to gaze kindly at Qiu Ming. You understand me so well. I trust you have discerned from my reports that I possess a certain enigmatic power. It is no exaggeration to assert that I have a prophetic ability regarding significant events, especially catastrophic ones. However, I have not employed this gift for unlawful purposes, nor have I sought personal gain through it. Instead, I wield it to rescue others and to steer events toward a favorable outcome, and for that, I am at peace with my conscience. Thus, I cannot provide you with a reasonable explanation. As for the committee, I shall fabricate a coincidental narrative, hoping it will suffice. Lu Wenxuan still looked at Qiu Ming with kindness. I believe you in this matter, which is why I invited you into my office rather than rejecting you from a paternal standpoint. Of course, there is no rush for you to respond. I trust that at some point in the future, you will reveal the truth to me. Do you trust me? Qiu Ming gazed at Lu Wenxuan in astonishment. Indeed, I believe you are a good person, and I am confident that you are using your abilities to assist others. As he spoke, he turned and picked up a newspaper from the table. It was a few days old, with a front-page image depicting staff from the lottery center presenting an award to a female patient with her eyes covered in bandages. A colossal check bearing the amount of 240,000 yuan. The article recounted how a driver committed robbery and murder to save his wife, only to discover that the lottery ticket he had purchased earlier was a winning one. The newspaper contained several photographs, including one of Qiu Ming being assaulted at the parking garage entrance, another of him parked by the roadside looking around, and one of him seated in conversation with the driver outside the operating room, even a shot of him handing the lottery ticket to the driver's wife. Qiu Ming stared in disbelief at these images, unaware of when he had become the subject of someone else's lens. Lu Wenxuan smiled at him. I am certain that you reached an agreement with that driver outside the operating room, presenting him with the winning ticket to ensure his silence. Is that not so? Do not inquire why I am so well informed about your circumstances. After all, my daughter, Xiaodi, is my treasure, and as her father, I have the right to know what kind of person her beloved is. Qiu Ming nodded awkwardly. Lu Wenxuan then retrieved another document from the table. A defense power of attorney. There is something else I must tell you. Yesterday, I officially signed a power of attorney with the driver's wife to represent her husband in court. Given the circumstances, particularly with the confession, the likelihood of a death sentence is minimal. Qiu Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. Having read the document multiple times, He could hardly restrain his emotions. Lawyer Lu, when this case goes to trial, you must inform me. I wish to cover it in its entirety. Lu Wenxuan burst into laughter. Indeed, Lu Di harbors a considerable fondness for you. During this period, she has often mentioned you inadvertently, and astonishingly, even the habitual late riser that she is, she has taken to retrieving the morning newspaper from the mailbox at the door, merely to be the first to peruse your articles. However, just a few days ago, she abruptly ceased all mention of you, even forbidding me from uttering your name. I am eager to understand the reason behind this change. What transpired between you two? Qiu Ming, feeling helpless, recounted the incident that had led to his uncharacteristically brusque demeanor towards Lu Di that day. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing Lu Di at the threshold. Upon seeing Qiu Ming in his suit, she initially felt an urge to laugh, but restrained herself. Lu Wenxuan, seated on the sofa, called out to his daughter, Lu Di, please make a reservation for lunch at the Binhai Grand Hotel. Your father wishes to dine with you both. Lu Di shot a glance at Qiu Ming. Dining with him? That would be akin to feeding a dog. At least the dog would wag its tail. Unlike him, who merely roared at me in the car. Lu Wenxuan burst into hearty laughter. In such a pressing situation, if you had dawdled, I would have done more than just shout. I might have given you a slap. Oh dear father. In the dimness of the night, Qiu Ming stood beneath the Yishan apartment building, gazing up at the 8-story edifice comprised of a single unit. Constructed in the late 20th century. During the nascent boom of the real estate market, this locale was once part of the Binhai shipyard. As the factory's profitability dwindled over the years, they decided to develop this coastal land into apartments, selling them to mitigate financial woes. In that era, the construction market lacked regulation, and even today, the paperwork for Yishan apartment remains unprocessed. The workforce was hastily assembled from migrant laborers, and the origin of the building materials remains a mystery. Once completed, the apartments were swiftly snatched up, primarily due to their picturesque sea view and the rarity of elevators at the time, an emblem of modernity. Yet, despite the rapid sales, the fate of the Binhai shipyard was unaltered, leading to its eventual bankruptcy. The original factory premises gradually morphed into a seafood wholesale market, leaving Yishan apartment to exist like an orphaned child, bereft of property management. Basic maintenance of the facilities fell solely on the residents. Over time, homeowners either sold their properties at a loss or rented them out to seafood vendors and laborers. Qiu Ming glanced down at his watch. The hour hand pointed to 4:50 a.m., leaving only an hour until the building's collapse. He retrieved a flashlight and approached the apartment, knocking vigorously on the door of the first resident. Open up. Quickly, open the door. Several minutes passed before an exasperated voice emerged from within. Who is it? Hurry up and get dressed. The building is about to collapse. Please hurry. Qiu Ming urged anxiously. What building is collapsing? It's barely dawn. Are you insane? The voice from within fell silent. Qiu Ming, feeling desperate, resumed his fervent knocking. This building is on the verge of collapse. Please, get dressed and evacuate. Without waiting for a response from those inside the building, the door across the hall suddenly swung open. A robust man in pajamas burst out, wielding a wooden stick, exclaiming, We are not moving. We are not moving. If you have the guts, go ahead and demolish the building now. Qiu Ming deftly dodged and swiftly sprinted outside. The burly man turned back, shouting into the corridor, Neighbors, come out. The developers are causing trouble again. As his voice faded, lights flickered on in the windows of the second and third floors, and a cacophony of voices erupted in the hallway. Qiu Ming hastily jumped into his car, started the engine, and accelerated away from Yishan apartment. It turned out that a developer had long set its sights on the prime location of Yishan apartment, nestled between the mountains and the sea, intending to transform it into a resort hotel. However, the price they offered was simply unacceptable to the residents, leading to persistent harassment from the developers. The residents, weary of the incessant disturbances, had prompted the earlier scene. After driving nearly a kilometer, Qiu Ming halted the vehicle. Reflecting on his failure, it seemed evident that relying solely on his own strength to rally all the residents would not yield success. He retrieved his black card, inserted it into his phone, and prepared to dial 110 for police assistance, but hesitated. Would the police believe him? What if they dismissed his claims, and he needed to hide before they arrived? Ultimately, who would inform those inside when the building collapsed? Setting down his phone, he gazed at the faint hue of white appearing on the horizon. At last, he resolved to contact Officer Hao Han, pulling his number from his phone's contacts and dialing. When the call connected, Qiu Ming discerned that Hao Han was still awake. Officer Hao, hello? There's an urgent situation. I need your help without preamble, Hao Han interjected. Before you explain the situation, answer me this. Do you understand? Are you planning to come clean about something? He continued, I can't handle Lawyer Liu. But she won't protect you forever, so you'd best consider this carefully. Telling me the truth is your only way out. Qiu Ming furrowed his brow. I can clarify everything that has transpired, but for now, you must assist me. This isn't merely about helping me. It's about saving lives, dozens, perhaps even hundreds. Hao Han tensed immediately. What? Saving lives? Where? What is going on? Where are you? I'm downstairs, out for a morning run. How long until you reach the old Binhai shipyard? I mean, set off immediately. I live in the harbor district. It'll take me about 20 minutes by car. There's no traffic at this hour. Here's the situation. The Yishan apartment in the old Binhai shipyard is on the verge of collapse. I just informed the residents inside, but no one believes me. They probably think I'm a developer. Qiu Ming paused, then asked, Officer Hao, do you believe me? Hao Han hesitated before responding, I believe you now, but that doesn't mean I don't have my doubts. Nor does it imply you aren't the suspect I'm pursuing. Where are you? I'm less than a kilometer from Yishan apartment. Waiting for you with my hazard lights on. All right, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up the phone, Qiu Ming glanced back at the Yishan apartment, where the once illuminated windows had succumbed to darkness, indicating that the residents had returned to slumber. A police car, its lights flashing, pulled up beside Qiu Ming, where Hao Han, clad in sportswear, rolled down the window and inquired, How much time do we have left? Checking his watch, Qiu Ming noted that it was already 5:30 in the morning. 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, this place will be reduced to ruins. Follow my car, Hao Han commanded, accelerating towards the Yishan apartment, with Qiu Ming closely trailing behind. Upon reaching the building, Hao Han and Qiu Ming descended to the first floor, where they commenced knocking on doors. Once again, several residents on the first floor brandished wooden clubs. In a moment of urgency, Hao Han drew his firearm and displayed his badge, urging, Quickly gather your families and evacuate. The building is on the verge of collapse. Initially, the residents paused in confusion, but soon realization dawned upon them, prompting a swift return to their homes to summon their families and gather their valuables. Hao Han and Qiu Ming successfully managed to open the doors of the second-floor residence. At that moment, they were startled by the commotion emanating from the first floor. Upon returning, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The first-floor residents were moving furniture outside, completely obstructing the already narrow corridor with sofas, televisions, and refrigerators. Enraged, Hao Han and Qiu Ming forcefully pushed the furniture aside, clearing a path. Hao Han positioned the police car 100 meters from the building and commanded with authority. This police car marks the boundary. No one is permitted to cross it. He then activated the loudspeaker and called out to the residents. Everyone, I am a police officer. Please wake up and evacuate the building immediately. It is about to collapse. After several repetitions, Hao Han glanced around and realized Qiu Ming was no longer beside him. He deduced that Qiu Ming was likely still knocking on doors. Turning back, he called to a burly man in pajamas residing on the first floor. Did you remember what I just shouted? The man nodded vigorously. Hao Han handed him the microphone, saying shout. The man took the microphone but momentarily forgot Hao Han's previous instructions and innocently asked, What should I shout? I want you to shout what I just said. The man grasped the situation. Everyone, young and old, hurry and escape. Hao Han, not concerned with how he shouted, sprinted into the apartment at full speed. Meanwhile, Qiu Ming had reached the 5th floor, unperturbed by whether the residents were responding. He continued knocking on doors, exclaiming, Get up. The building is going to collapse. Under the urging of the two men and the loudspeaker's calls from below, the residents finally began to mobilize. As the minute hand pointed to 5:45, all the residents had congregated in the open space outside. Hao Han and Qiu Ming checked their watches. Only 5 minutes remained. Hao Han suggested, Let us take the elevator to the top floor and check each unit once more to ensure no one is left behind. Qiu Ming nodded in agreement, and Hao Han sternly addressed the more than 100 residents in pajamas gathered behind the police car. No one is allowed to enter. If anything happens, call the police immediately. The two hurriedly made their way toward the residential building, panting heavily in the elevator. Hao Han took a moment to steady his breath. Qiu Ming, I have placed my entire trust in you. If the building collapses, it will be a different story. I shall be hailed a hero, and you will also share in the glory. However, If the building stands firm, you will find yourself in quite a predicament. Qiu Ming glanced at the floor numbers illuminated in the elevator, offering a wry smile and shaking his head. Upon reaching the 8th floor, the two stepped out of the elevator, one after the other. Just then, the entire building began to tremble violently, with chunks of concrete cascading down. In a mere 10 seconds, the once mighty Yishan apartment crumbled into a heap of ruins, a plume of dust rising like a colossal mushroom cloud. The residents behind the police cars stood in stunned disbelief, fear dawning upon them. "It's over," shouted a burly man. "Those two are trapped inside." As the crowd regained their senses, some began calling for help, while the younger and more vigorous rushed toward the dust-laden debris, digging with their bare hands. Devoid of any tools. Before long, the first batch of firefighters arrived at the scene, followed by a significant influx of rescue personnel from all corners of the city. Search dogs and life detectors were deployed, and multiple large excavators were urgently summoned. Around 8 a.m., the life detectors emitted a faint signal. A wave of jubilation washed over the rescue teams, while various media outlets already present at the scene broadcast breaking news. The heroes of the rescue are still alive. As the building began to shake, one of Qiu Ming's feet remained in the elevator, with Hao Han just a step ahead of him. Qiu Ming seized the back of Hao Han's collar, pulling him back into the elevator with all his might. The elevator doors began to close slowly, and before they could fully shut, the building collapsed. The violent tremors were accompanied by a deafening roar, leaving the two in a state of shock as they curled up in a corner of the elevator. They sensed the elevator plummeting downward, but due to the deformation of the elevator shaft, the descent was not swift. When the building crumbled into a pile of debris, the elevator came to a halt, followed by the roof above pressing down. Fortunately, a protruding elevator shaft prevented the ceiling from directly crushing the elevator, creating a raised dome over their position. Under the immense pressure, the walls of the elevator began to warp, and shattered concrete struck the top of the elevator. Thankfully, there remained enough space for the two to move. Once the roaring and shaking ceased, the emergency lights illuminated within the elevator. They checked themselves and found no injuries. Qiu Ming jested, "Had I known, I wouldn't have come up with you again. It feels like a death sentence. If I had known, I wouldn't have answered your call. I still have breakfast waiting in the microwave at home." Hao Han fell silent, and after a moment, he said, "Qiu Ming, speak honestly with me. How did you foresee these events? Is this an interrogation?" "Not at all." "Then I have the right to remain silent, don't I?" Hao Han shot him a glare. "Then this is indeed an interrogation. What more is there to say during the interrogation? As I have reiterated, if you possess evidence, then arrest me. If not, I shall remain silent." Hao Han cast an exasperated glance at Qiu Ming, turning his face away. Struggling, Qiu Ming fumbled in his pocket for a crushed pack of cigarettes, extracting a bent cigarette and offering it to Hao Han. "You haven't had breakfast. Take a smoke to tide you over. Conserve your energy. Why do you insist on pursuing me relentlessly? I have committed no crime, and I have been striving to save others to the best of my abilities." Hao Han glanced at Qiu Ming and reluctantly accepted the cigarette. "And you, Qiu Ming, should not blame me. I do not intend to hound you indefinitely." His tone softened considerably. "To be frank, at first, I merely suspected you of orchestrating a sensational news event to satiate your personal desires, particularly with the recent incident involving a lunatic deliberately setting fire to a bus. I truly wondered if you were employing some means to manipulate that madman into committing arson. If that were indeed the case, I would not spare you. You overestimate me." Qiu Ming chuckled. "If I had such capabilities, why would I settle for being a journalist? I could thrive in business. With countless individuals willing to serve me and take risks on my behalf, what immense wealth that would bring. Why would I wish to be buried in this rubble alongside you? How about this? Tell me how you foresaw all of this in advance, and I promise not to pursue you any further." Hao Han scrutinized Qiu Ming. Qiu Ming maintained a steady gaze into Hao Han's eyes for quite some time, remaining silent. "You can propose any conditions you wish, as long as you reveal the truth to me." Hao Han sensed a shift in Qiu Ming's expression. "I simply feel that there are too many inconsistencies surrounding you. I'm too weary to enumerate them. Unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, I will undoubtedly continue my investigation, and you will not find peace." "Is this a threat?" "Perhaps it is. You do not understand my character." Hao Han's tone grew grave. "I am one who delves into the minutiae, a person who pursues a single path relentlessly. When faced with a problem, I will not rest until I have clarity. Other officers may not concern themselves with how you came to possess this foresight, but I am determined to uncover the truth. You must understand the power you wield, if directed toward noble purposes, could yield great achievements. Yet, if misused, it could render you a villain of the highest order, potentially endangering society as a whole. Qiu Ming fell silent, not because he disagreed with Hao Han, but rather because he had never contemplated the implications of what Hao Han articulated. Indeed, whoever possesses such an ability wields immense power. To foresee the world 24 hours hence, to anticipate the fluctuations of the stock market, to discern subtle shifts in political landscapes, to predict the fortunes and misfortunes of significant figures, such foresight encompasses all that remains beyond the grasp of ordinary perception. Indeed, my ability resembles nuclear material. If utilized for the betterment of humanity, it could yield immeasurable benefits. If fashioned into a weapon, it could pose catastrophic risks. Qiu Ming murmured to himself. You are correct. Hao Han seized the moment. Precisely for this reason, I must ascertain the circumstances that have bestowed you with such power. What purpose do you truly intend to fulfill with such abilities? Could you endanger the safety of society as a whole? Until these inquiries are resolved, do you believe I can simply let you off the hook? The two remained silent, the sounds of the dismantling ceiling growing increasingly pronounced above them. Hao Han was the first to break the silence. Now, enlighten me. How did you come into possession of this power? We must either clarify this matter here, or upon our exit, I will relentlessly pursue you, ensuring you are given no opportunity to jeopardize this world. Why do you consistently presume the worst of me? Qiu Ming's tone brimmed with indignation. Look at my reports. I can assure you that it is through this very ability that I have produced numerous articles. Can you not discern from those accounts that I am aiding others, rescuing them from peril, and altering the course of their fates? Do you understand why our nation prohibits private ownership of firearms? Hao Han interjected. Firearms can serve to protect oneself and safeguard personal property. Yet they can also be wielded to kill, to seize the possessions of others, and to take lives. For the sake of equity, our country must prohibit private gun ownership. In my view, your abilities are akin to firearms. They can offer protection, yet also pose a threat. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that I do not trust you, the possessor of such power. The sounds emanating from above indicated that rescue personnel had accurately located the two individuals and were employing tools to further breach the ceiling. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Qiu Ming finally spoke. Perhaps we should each take a step back. What do you think? How can we step back? I know that without a clear explanation, you will not relent. Indeed. However, if I were to disclose the truth, you would see it as a forfeiture of my abilities. Would you believe that? Hao Han regarded Qiu Ming with a look of incredulity. Have you been watching too many science fiction movies? Qiu Ming shook his head. Instead, let us each compromise. From this moment forth, let us establish an accord. I shall promptly inform you upon foreseeing any significant emergencies or incidents, and together we shall endeavor to avert such calamities. In return, you must cease your pursuit of me. I can assure you that I shall not abuse this ability, nor will I cause any danger or trouble to society. Hao Han fell silent, and Qiu Ming could perceive him mulling over this arrangement. Initially, I too was troubled, for there are events I can prevent or alter alone. Yet some situations necessitate the assistance of others. For instance, in the case of a bus hijacking, without the intervention of law enforcement, I would likely be among the victims of robbery. As for the bus arson incident, I must report it to you, for only the police can avert such catastrophic occurrences. Hao Han nodded. I have no objections to this agreement. However, I still need to understand how you acquired this power. That hardly fulfills my condition. It is evident that you are. A sudden ringing interrupted Qiu Ming's words, and he struggled to extract his phone from his pocket. The call came from my mother, who had seen the news about the apartment building's collapse on the morning broadcast. Knowing that Qiu Ming would undoubtedly be at the scene, she called to remind him to stay safe. Just as my mother was still on the line, the phone emitted a call-waiting beep. Qiu Ming glanced at the screen. It was Lu Di calling. Where are you, Qiu Ming? Please tell me you're not in that collapsed building. Lu Di's voice was laced with urgency, even accompanied by soft sobs. Did you see the news? Yes, all the channels in Binhai City are reporting it. Just tell me you're not there. That you're not amidst the rubble. I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I am here, and I'm not alone. Officer Hao Han is with me. We have become unlikely comrades in misfortune. Hold on. I'm coming over. You must hang in there. Lu Di almost shouted into the phone. Please, don't come. The ones who can save us now are rescue dogs, not lawyers. Qiu Ming's words made Lu Di burst into laughter through her tears. Lu Wenxuan, comforting his daughter from behind, reassured her, It's all right. At least you can still talk to him, which means he is safe. You shouldn't go to the scene and cause more chaos. Yes. Please don't come and create more trouble. We're both fine. Are you truly okay? Absolutely fine. Qiu Ming glanced at Hao Han. We are currently having a chat beneath the rubble. If you come, the three of us can play cards. Qiu Ming. Lu Di yelled. What is happening? How can you still joke at a time like this? I'm terrified watching the news. Upon hearing Lu Di mention the news footage, Qiu Ming suddenly had an idea. He ended the call and quickly pulled up the photos of the building's collapse he had captured on his computer to show Hao Han. All right, take a look at this. Hao Han was taken aback upon seeing the images on Qiu Ming's phone. As he flipped through the photo gallery, images from various incidents, including a bus arson, a hijacking, and a landslide, unfolded before him. Do you see? Every time a significant event occurs at 3 in the morning, these images appear on my phone, foretelling the incidents. It's that simple. But starting tomorrow, you too will possess this ability. Hao Han scrutinized the photos on the phone, glancing up at Qiu Ming intermittently before returning to the images. I've reached the top of the elevator. Hurry, get the hydraulic cutter, bring the hydraulic cutter. Voices from the rescue team echoed from above. I have one more condition, Qiu Ming said anxiously. First, let the rescuers bring in a rescue suit. I'll change into it and disguise myself as a rescuer. Hao Han returned the phone to Qiu Ming. Why? I cannot be the focus of the news. And you? Qiu Ming smiled. Will become the hero. How will I explain it? How did I discover that this building was about to collapse? As you took your morning jog past this spot, you noticed fragments of sand and stone beginning to dislodge from the walls, prompting a premonition that the building might soon collapse. Without hesitation, you sprang into action to rescue those in peril. Hao Han gazed blankly at Qiu Ming. Moments later, a beam of light streamed in from the top of the elevator, and rescue personnel shouted with urgency. We've broken through. We've broken through. One rescuer crouched atop the elevator, peering down. A police officer, badge in hand, raised it to his view. Keep quiet. Summon your superior immediately. I am a police officer. The rescuer, after surveying the situation within, called over a military officer. The officer leaned into the freshly opened gap. What is the situation? Hao Han brandished his badge. Brother, I'm on a mission. I have an informant here whose identity must remain concealed. Quickly, throw down a rescue suit for me, and when you extract me, ensure he blends in with your team. Following the direction of Hao Han's finger, the officer spotted Qiu Ming. After a moment of contemplation, he shouted behind him, bring me a rescue suit, and get that cameraman out of here. Expand the security perimeter by 200 meters. The second hearing of the committee only notified Qiu Ming one day in advance, when the call from the newspaper office interrupted his lunch at a nearby restaurant. An unexpected surge of anger welled up within him. Just then, Wang Daling's call came through, astonishing Qiu Ming, for after years at the paper, it was the first time Wang had personally reached out. On the line, Wang's tone was surprisingly gentle. Qiu Ming, I want you to brace yourself. The outcome of tomorrow's hearing may not be favorable, but do not harbor any doubts. Remember, the newspaper will not abandon you. Qiu Ming refrained from speculating on the outcome, for Wang's words implied a grim reality. As anticipated, the second hearing eschewed any semblance of procedural formality, with Mei Minghua immediately announcing, following deliberation by the Binhai City News Ethics Committee, we have decided to suspend Binhai Morning News reporter Qiu Ming from practice until the committee and investigative team reach a final verdict for subsequent actions by relevant authorities. After this pronouncement, Mei Minghua declared the meeting adjourned, and the committee members departed one by one, leaving only Lu Di and Qiu Ming seated in their respective places. Disheartened, Qiu Ming looked at Lu Di, who shrugged and said helplessly, You know, if it were up to me, the committee would have no objections to your treatment. However, I believe there is no issue on your part, yet the response I received was merely to review the legality of their forthcoming decision. Nothing more requires my attention. Qiu Ming forced a light-hearted smile. Well, at least I can take a vacation now. You know, after so many years in this line of work, I've hardly taken a proper break. Lu Di chuckled at Qiu Ming. Great reporter, I have a suggestion. Go ahead. My firm intends to establish a new media public account, and we are also in search of a public relations director well-versed in media promotion. Would you be interested? It sounds quite appealing. So, do you agree? Lu Di seemed a bit excited. In truth, I feel it is somewhat of a pity for someone like you to be a journalist. The remuneration is modest and the risks considerable. Perhaps a career change would be more suitable. In any industry, a dedicated individual such as yourself is bound to succeed. Agree to what? I merely agree to assist. Qiu Ming chuckled. If you ever require any promotional content, I am more than willing to help. Of course, should you wish to find a new media operator, I can introduce you to a colleague from our newspaper's new media department who might be interested in a part-time position. There is no need for you to expend additional funds on my behalf, especially for a suspended journalist. Lu Di shot him a look. You truly lack excitement. Indeed. If I were interesting, I would have joined the Diyun Society. Lu Di picked up her handbag. Where shall we dine? Qiu Ming glanced at his watch. It was already 11 in the morning. Anywhere is fine. After all, you are treating me, and I currently have no source of income. Then you ought to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau. I can only go to the Civil Affairs Bureau once in my lifetime. For what purpose? To obtain a marriage certificate. Of course. Lu Di burst into laughter. With you, prepare for a life of solitude. Can I sue you for defamation? Certainly, go ahead. However, be cautious not to expend all your litigation fees. Lu Di tugged at Qiu Ming as they exited the conference room. At the entrance, Qiu Ming turned to gaze at the expansive hall, and a sudden wave of desolation washed over him. Do you know? Lu Di also halted. What? I am passionate about this industry. Qiu Ming murmured. I cherish this profession. I regard it as my vocation, my belief. I am aware. Observing Qiu Ming's solemn expression, Lu Di realized that her earlier attempts at light-hearted banter to distract him had been ineffective. Yet, they have taken all of this away with a mere decision. I am at a loss for what to do tomorrow, uncertain of how to face the future. Tears glistened at the corners of Qiu Ming's eyes, and Lu Di offered him a tissue. Qiu Ming chose not to elaborate further, vigorously wiping his eyes, shaking his head, and striding toward the elevator. Lu Di quickly matched his pace and naturally linked her arm through his. Upon reaching the first floor, several committee members stood conversing in the lobby. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Lu Di confidently walked out of the building, arm in arm with Qiu Ming. At 4:30 in the morning, the McDonald's restaurant stood empty. With only a few night shift employees busily preparing breakfast, the aroma of fried food permeating every corner of the establishment. Through the vast glass window, Qiu Ming observed Lu Di park her car and yawn as she alighted. Before she could greet Qiu Ming, who was seated by the window, she called out to the staff behind the counter, "Coffee. Strong coffee, the stronger, the better." The attendant glanced at Lu Di and politely replied, "Miss, our coffee is instant." Unfortunately, the strength cannot be adjusted. Lu Di took a step back and glanced at the enormous McDonald's sign. "Do you not serve freshly brewed coffee?" The server smiled and shook his head. "Very well, then, I shall have a cup of coffee." As she settled at a table, Lu Di lamented, "If tomorrow were not the apocalypse, or if my life were not in peril, do you have any idea of the consequences of rousing me at such an early hour?" Qiu Ming's expression remained stoic, his gaze fixed upon her with an air of seriousness that made her acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "What is the matter? Is something about to happen?" Qiu Ming retrieved his phone, displaying a photograph of an accident scene, and lowered his voice to recount. "In just 2 hours, on the street less than 50 meters from us, a morning jogger will be struck and killed by a truck. When the ambulance arrives, they will find an organ donation card in the deceased's pocket, indicating that this jogger had signed the document to become an organ donor in life. Subsequently, the ambulance will transport the body back to the hospital." At this juncture, Qiu Ming displayed another image, revealing the operating room of Binhai City Hospital, where a patient was being wheeled out, while family members and medical staff exchanged words. Around 9 o'clock in the morning, the deceased's corneas, heart, liver, and both kidneys would be transplanted into 5 patients awaiting donations, granting them a new lease on life. Lu Di gazed in astonishment at the photos on Qiu Ming's phone, and after a prolonged silence, she set the device down and looked into Qiu Ming's bloodshot eyes. "Are you seeking my opinion?" "Indeed, primarily. I wish to hear your thoughts on whether to allow a healthy, benevolent organ donor to perish, thereby altering the fates of 5 patients, or to intervene in this event to preserve 6 lives. And secondly, I wish to consult you regarding the legal implications of knowing in advance that someone will die. If I choose to remain passive, would my inaction constitute a legal offense?" Lu Di regarded Qiu Ming's earnest gaze and slowly shook her head. "I am afraid I cannot provide answers to either of those questions." "Why not?" Qiu Ming asked, astonished. "Do you realize that the dilemma you face is akin to the renowned trolley problem?" "What trolley problem?" "It is a famous ethical conundrum within legal philosophy. The essence of the dilemma is as follows. A madman has bound 5 innocent individuals to the tracks of a trolley, which is careening towards them. Fortunately, You have the option to pull a lever, diverting the trolley onto another track. However, the complication arises in that the madman has similarly bound one person to the alternate track. Given these circumstances, should you pull the lever? Observing Qiu Ming's rapt attention, Lu Di continued, this issue can be traced back to Bernard Williams' problem of executing an innocent, a botanist, while traveling in a foreign land. Finds that the local dictator has arrested 20 innocent indigenous people on charges of rebellion, sentencing them all to death. However, the dictator proposed a rather peculiar suggestion. As a guest, if the botanist were to personally execute one of the indigenous individuals, the remaining 19 could be spared. Should the botanist take it upon himself to end one life in order to save the others? Or should he refuse to act and allow all 20 to face execution? Qiu Ming, exasperated, ran his fingers through his hair and said, Great lawyer, I am merely a humble reporter. Would you refrain from presenting me with such intricate legal dilemmas or moral quandaries? Lu Di waved her hand dismissively and pointed toward the ceiling. This predicament is not of my making. It is his doing. Did you not say, after all, that it is the will of heaven? Qiu Ming offered a sheepish smile. As for the second question, I cannot provide you with an answer either. Why? Because the law has yet to define whether an individual who foresees future peril but chooses to remain passive bears legal responsibility. In legal parlance, this is referred to as freedom where the law does not prohibit. You possess the right to intervene in the unfolding of events, as well as the right to turn a blind eye, even if you were to confess at the police station. The officers would dismiss you unless you can prove that the truck acted under your explicit direction to cause harm. Otherwise, you would incur no consequences. But haven't you already given me the answer to the second question? No, you have only asked half of it. You ought to inquire whether the law would punish you for neglecting this incident. The other half of the question concerns whether the court of morality would hold you accountable, or whether your conscience would gnaw at you, compelling you to avoid that intersection forever, or even to refrain from entering that McDonald's, which solely serves instant coffee. Qiu Ming gazed into Lu Di's eyes, lost in contemplation. Lu Di showed no sign of surprise. Of course, you have the right to intervene and the right not to. No one would condemn you. Qiu Ming glanced at his watch. Thank you. I have devised my own plan. I cannot accompany you any longer. You should return home to rest. I must wait here for that morning jogger. I need all 6 of them to survive. Lu Di looked at the clock on the wall. It is nearly 6 o'clock. I shall stay with you, and then we can head to the seaside hotel for breakfast. Qiu Ming stole a glance at the McDonald's counter, where a platter of breakfast youtiao had just been prepared. Lu Di discerned his thoughts. You didn't wake me at 3:30 in the morning just to treat me to a single serving of soy milk and youtiao, did you? Qiu Ming chuckled. All right. I shall treat you to breakfast at the seaside hotel. Lu Di laughed in return. Never mind. Let us eat here. With that, she turned back to the counter and called out, 2 youtiao and 2 bowls of soy milk, please. In the refreshing air and under the vibrant dawn, the morning jogger sprinted along, and although it was past 6 o'clock, the street near Central Park remained relatively deserted. Save for the occasional garbage truck or water sprayer passing by, Qiu Ming parked the car by the roadside, activating the hazard lights, while Lu Di, seated in the passenger seat, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Qiu Ming gently placed his hand atop hers and reassured her, do not be anxious. This is not your first time joining me in a rescue. Lu Di gently placed Qiu Ming's hand in the center with one hand, leaning her head against his shoulder. How can I not be nervous? I'm not a man. Qiu Ming glanced at the rearview mirror. We haven't done anything illegal. A morning jogger appeared in Qiu Ming's rearview mirror, prompting him to squeeze Lu Di's hand. Here he comes. Pay attention. Lu Di straightened up, keenly observing the jogger's trajectory. The jogger passed a narrow alley, where a small delivery truck, having just closed its cargo doors, set off onto the main street. Spotting Qiu Ming's car parked at the roadside, the jogger naturally opted to run past it on the right side. As the jogger approached the vehicle, Qiu Ming began to count down for Lu Di. 3, 2, 1. Open the door. Lu Di forcefully pushed open the passenger door, catching the jogger off guard, who tumbled to the ground. Qiu Ming and Lu Di hurriedly exited the car, repeatedly apologizing as they helped him up. Out of the corner of his eye, Qiu Ming noticed the small delivery truck slowly passing by, with the driver curiously observing the scene. Despite the jogger's insistence that he was unhurt, Qiu Ming insisted on taking him to the hospital for a thorough examination. The committee's final adjudication meeting was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon. After assisting the jogger, Qiu Ming returned home for a brief nap. Waking up to find it was already past 1. Leaning against the headboard, he fiddled with his press card. The photo on the card was taken 6 years ago, when Qiu Ming had just graduated, his face still youthful, eyes filled with dreams of the future, yet tinged with confusion. As he reminisced about his 6+ years in journalism, memories flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. The nurturing of President Wang Daling, the silent support from his comrade Huang Jie, and the unspoken expectations from colleagues who once misunderstood him. The boy hanging from the balcony, the robber on the bus, the young mother beneath the billboard. Each seemed to stand before Qiu Ming now, gazing at him with deep affection. Unbeknownst to him, 2 streams of tears trickled down his cheeks. Through the glimmer of his tears, he noticed the laptop on the table, appearing as if it were a pair of eyes silently observing him. A call from Fu Yiting interrupted his thoughts. "Boss, where are you? We've been here for ages. Where are you all? Who's with you?" Qiu Ming wiped his tears. "Who's with us? Just me and the brothers and sisters from the Hotline News Department, plus Boss Lin. Oh, and President Wang's car just arrived. Isn't the final adjudication at 2? We're here to cheer you on." "Cheer? It's not like we're playing soccer," Qiu Ming chuckled wryly. "I'll be on my way, 20 minutes. All right, we'll wait for you in the parking lot." In the parking lot of the news publishing building, dozens of colleagues from the newspaper were chatting and smoking while waiting for Qiu Ming. As his car entered the parking area, they gathered around. Fu Yiting opened the car door for Qiu Ming, and just as he stepped out, Fu Yiting playfully punched him in the chest. "Brother, hold on, regardless of the outcome. We shall always be good brothers." Su Daping cheerfully grasped Qiu Ming's interview bag, grinning foolishly, while their colleagues echoed in unison, "We will forever be good brothers." The seats in the conference room were filled, half occupied by journalists from various media outlets, with the remaining seats taken by colleagues from the newspaper. During the previous 2 hearings, everyone in the audience had wished for the swift revocation of his credentials, but today, many had come to offer encouragement. What surprised Qiu Ming even more was the sight of Hao Han and several plainclothes police officers seated in a corner of the venue, smiling at him. Several cameras were set up in the center of the room, with the host live streaming against the backdrop of the meeting. "I am currently at the site of the arbitration meeting of the Binhai City News Practitioners Committee. In a moment, the committee will announce the final arbitration result regarding whether to revoke the press credentials of Binhai Morning News reporter Qiu Ming. Qiu Ming, who had once gained notoriety for reporting on significant breaking events, had frequently appeared at the scenes of major incidents over the past year, raising suspicions that he had orchestrated and fabricated news for personal gain, thus severely violating journalistic ethics. Following 2 hearings, the final judgment would be rendered today. Before the meeting commenced, several reporters from television and radio stations thrust their microphones towards Qiu Ming. "What is your prediction for the outcome? Do you admit to orchestrating and fabricating news? Do you have anything to say?" Once all the reporters had posed their questions, Qiu Ming replied with composure. "I have a clear conscience." The journalists were poised to ask further questions, but were halted by the staff at the venue. At 2:05 p.m., the final arbitration meeting was officially declared open, as Mei Minghua and 11 other committee members entered through the side door of the conference room in succession. Just as the committee members arrived, Wang Daling slipped into the main entrance. Noticing that the meeting had yet to begin, he exhaled in relief and took a seat in the front row of the audience. Mei Minghua cast a stern glance at Qiu Ming before surveying the room, momentarily pausing when his gaze fell upon Wang Daling, although he quickly resumed his composure. "The Binhai City News Ethics Committee is now in session," the host announced. "Now, I invite the chair of the Binhai City News Ethics Committee, Mei Minghua, to speak." Mei Minghua cleared his throat and glanced at Qiu Ming. "Today marks the final arbitration meeting. Prior to this meeting, our committee convened for 2 hearings, during which we listened to the accusations against reporter Qiu Ming and provided him with the opportunity to defend himself. After thorough deliberation and study, the committee has reached a final decision. Qiu Ming, do you have anything to say before we announce the final judgment?" Qiu Ming rose to his feet. "I have nothing further to defend. I reiterate, if you possess evidence that I orchestrated those news events, then revoke my credentials." Mei Minghua interrupted him. "Enough. You need not continue. I understand. Now, I shall announce the final decision." "I have something to say." Wang Daling suddenly stood up, and an immediate hush fell over the assembly, all eyes fixated upon him. Mei Minghua gazed at Wang Daling in astonishment. "President Wang, do you have something to say?" Wang Daling stepped away from the audience and approached Qiu Ming, casting a benevolent glance his way. He then addressed the committee members seated at the conference table. "As Qiu Ming's president, his direct supervisor, and the president of Binhai Morning News, I have something to express." Mei Minghua, feeling a bit awkward, responded President Wang. If there are any issues, could we discuss them after the meeting? For now, I shall announce the final verdict. Upon hearing Mei Minghua's words, a staff member approached Wang Daling, gesturing for him to step aside. With a smile, Wang Daling gently brushed the staff member's hand away and turned back to Mei Minghua. Shouldn't you first hear what I have to say? I wish to address my criticisms of Qiu Ming. At this declaration, Mei Minghua's eyes glimmered, while whispers began to ripple through the audience. Mei Minghua tapped the microphone in front of him, restoring silence to the conference room. President Wang, please proceed. Wang Daling did not rush to speak. Instead, he turned to glance at the audience, then at Mei Minghua and the committee members, before finally approaching Qiu Ming. Who do you think you are? Are you a savior? Are you a deity? Can you alter the fates of others? Can you rescue everyone in peril? Qiu Ming looked at Wang Daling in disbelief. As a journalist, your role is to faithfully perform your duties. To document this world with the pen and paper at your disposal. Why meddle in matters beyond your scope? Why attempt to save those who are in danger? Do you believe they will remember you? If they do, where will they be when you face your most arduous trials? We are here. A chorus of voices echoed from the entrance of the conference room. Everyone turned to look as the door swung open, revealing a throng of individuals led by Lu Di, who made their way directly to Qiu Ming's side. The group consisted of more than 20 people, with two clad in convenience store uniforms at the forefront. Before Mei Minghua could interject, one of the uniformed individuals spoke. I am an employee of the discount convenience store. He then addressed Qiu Ming. We have not forgotten you. If it weren't for your intervention, I would have been struck dead at the cash register, and my colleague would have been crushed by the shelves, ultimately perishing in the flames following the car explosion. Today, we stand with you. A mother holding her child approached Qiu Ming, bowing deeply. It was Lawyer Lu who found me. She informed me that you discovered my child was left in the back seat of the car, that you alerted the mall security and had them use the intercom to locate me. Without you, my child would no longer be in this world. Today, my child and I stand with you. A group of 4 or 5 dark-skinned middle-aged men gathered around Qiu Ming, with the leader firmly grasping his hand. Brother, it was you who roused us from our slumber in the early hours, alerting us that the building was about to collapse. You summoned the police and organized the evacuation of over 80 residents from our entire floor. We witnessed you and the officers being engulfed by the rubble, and we feared the worst for you, but here you are, alive. On behalf of all the residents of Yishan Apartment, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. Today, we stand united with you, representing the old and young of our building. Others chimed in eagerly, expressing their solidarity. Qiu Ming smiled, casting a glance at Mei Minghua, whose face was drenched with emotion. At that moment, Mei Minghua's phone rang. He intended to dismiss the call, but, upon seeing the number, reluctantly answered and stepped away from the conference table into the corridor. Xiaomei, your father is in a meeting. Why are you calling now? Is there something urgent? Dad, do you remember when I told you I was at the scene when the advertising billboard fell? Of course, what about it? There's something I haven't mentioned. Just before the billboard fell, a man stood on a truck across the street tossing money, drawing the pedestrians at the entrance of the commercial building. Then that man jumped over the barrier, grabbed your grandson, and ran off. I chased him, but just a few steps later, the billboard crashed down, crushing the baby carriage beneath it. Why bring this up now? I'm in a meeting. We can discuss it afterward. Mei Minghua hastily hung up, preparing to return to the conference room. The phone rang again, and he frowned as he answered. I've already told you. I'm in a meeting. Can we talk later? No. Dad, you must let me finish. The man who saved me told me not to mention this to anyone, and I haven tea. But just now, I was watching television and realized that man is the journalist you are currently arbitrating. Mei Minghua could barely make out the rest of his daughter's words. Through the slightly ajar side door of the conference room, he noticed the individuals who had burst into the hall fervently engaging with Qiu Ming. Had he been mistaken? In frustration, he slammed his hand against the wall. As the elevator doors opened, a dozen security guards emerged. Mei Minghua raised his hand to stop them. Withdraw? The lead guard, confused, asked, What, Chairman Mei? Withdraw? Mei Minghua nodded helplessly. Yes, withdraw. The guards exchanged glances and silently retreated back into the elevator. Once seated again, Mei Minghua tapped the microphone, signaling for silence in the room. After a long pause, he flipped over the arbitration results in his hand and placed them face down on the table. I hereby announce the arbitration decision concerning Qiu Ming. Reporter for Benhai Morning News. The staff announced, All rise. Qiu Ming adjusted his suit as Lu Di approached him, subtly intertwining their hands. The Binhai City News Ethics Committee has officially announced the allegations against Binhai Morning News reporter Qiu Ming for violating professional ethics. Initiated by a consortium of journalists and related personnel from various media outlets in Binhai City. Mei Minghua scanned the room, where silence reigned so profoundly that even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. The allegations were dismissed. Reporter Qiu Ming was free to continue his profession. Mei Minghua swiftly declared the verdict, and, amidst the astonished gazes of other committee members, he was the first to exit the meeting room. Instantly, the room erupted in cheers. In the midst of the jubilant cacophony, Qiu Ming noticed Hao Han and a few others extending 2 fingers in a gesture of victory. Lu Di leaned in close to Qiu Ming's ear and whispered, "This was your president's idea. You ought to express your gratitude." Qiu Ming quickly turned to search for Wang Daling, but he had already departed quietly, accompanied by Lin Gang and Su Dapeng. More than half of their colleagues called for designated drivers as they left the hotel. By the time Qiu Ming returned home, it was already 2 in the morning. He took a shower and lay in bed, perusing the photos taken during dinner, where those he had once rescued posed alongside him. Huang Jie was making silly faces in nearly every shot. Suddenly, Lu Di's call came through. "Qiu Ming, turn on the TV, Urban Channel." "What is going on?" "Don't ask, just watch." Lu Di's urgency was palpable. Qiu Ming hurriedly switched on the television, tuning into the Urban Channel. The screen revealed the operating room door just opening, as a patient was wheeled out by medical staff, with family members gathering around. A reporter, microphone in hand, began narrating against the backdrop of the operating room. "This is the first patient to be brought out. We have learned from the hospital that this patient has just undergone a cornea transplant. The doctors informed me that after a week of observation, the patient will regain their sight." Approximately 8 hours earlier, around 6 o'clock in the evening, a volunteer organ donor had tragically passed away in a traffic accident. Emergency personnel discovered an organ donation card on him and promptly initiated transplants for 5 waiting patients. The first patient, having received a cornea transplant, was the quickest to leave the operating room, while 4 others at Binhai People's Hospital were undergoing heart, liver, and kidney transplants. On the television screen, a photograph of a handsome middle-aged man appeared in the upper right corner, framed in black, accompanied by a delicately crafted white flower. Qiu Ming instantly recognized that the patient was the one he had saved earlier that morning alongside Lu Di. Lu Di's phone rang again, and they both uttered a single word in unison: "Murder." As Hao Han's car pulled up to the police station, a nearby SUV flashed its lights twice. Hao Han spotted Qiu Ming and Lu Di, waving them over to follow his vehicle. After disembarking, Hao Han excitedly inquired about the significant case. Qiu Ming glanced at the office building. "Is it appropriate to discuss it here?" Hao Han chuckled heartily, leading the 2 to his office on the 3rd floor. Qiu Ming retrieved his mobile phone, displaying the photograph that the system had forecasted the previous night, and proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events to Hao Han in meticulous detail. Hao Han scrutinized the image for an extended period before accessing the office computer to locate that evening's news on organ transplantation, which he read with great attention. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze to Qiu Ming and then to Lu Di, exclaiming, "This is a murder." Upon connecting to the Traffic Management Information Network, Hao Han unearthed the details surrounding the car accident. The data revealed that at 6:15 in the evening, on a narrow street in Binhai City, a car struck a pedestrian. The driver subsequently called the police, and when law enforcement and emergency personnel arrived at the scene, the victim had sustained a fatal head injury due to the impact with the ground, resulting in subarachnoid hemorrhage that directly compressed the respiratory nerve center. Despite resuscitation efforts, the victim perished. Currently, the driver responsible for the accident is under investigation by the traffic police, while the deceased was taken away by an ambulance after an organ donation card was discovered on their person. The 3 exchanged glances, and Hao Han inquired, "Do you recall the appearance of the truck driver from this morning?" Qiu Ming nodded affirmatively. Hao Han then rose, declaring, "Let us proceed to the traffic police station." After waiting for over 10 minutes at the entrance, a classmate of Hao Han's emerged to escort the 3 into the investigation area. Hao Han refrained from divulging the case details to his classmate, merely stating that a case might connect with the driver involved in the traffic incident, thus bringing a witness for identification. The traffic officer glanced at Qiu Ming and nodded in acknowledgement. Through the one-way glass of the interrogation room, Qiu Ming carefully observed the driver responsible for the accident as he took notes, ultimately shaking his head, "Not him." Upon returning to the office, the traffic officer retrieved the driver's information, revealing that the individual, named Shi Chuan, was an ordinary wage earner employed as a technician at a company called Tiantang Wuyu. While traversing the accident-prone area, Shi Chuan failed to notice the pedestrian due to the victim's dark clothing and the absence of streetlights, leading to the unfortunate collision. The victim rolled over the roof of the car and fell to the ground, landing headfirst. The police report indicated that the victim was a freelancer, earning a living by illustrating comics for commercial websites, and was an avid sports enthusiast, being a member of Binhai City's Jogging Association. Years prior, the victim had filled out a form to become an organ donation volunteer. According to organ donation regulations, volunteers must carry a card to ensure that, in the event of an unexpected death, the opportunity for organ donation is not missed. After reviewing the information, the traffic officer looked at Hao Han and asked, "Would you like a copy?" Hao Han nodded, and the officer departed with the documents. As dawn began to break outside the window, Hao Han rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and suggested, "I propose we conclude for the day. Tomorrow, I will start by investigating the identity of the victim. Once we obtain the necessary information, we shall reconvene." Qiu Ming pondered for a moment before asking, "Will the Public Security Agency file a case?" Hao Han shook his head, replying, "Merely based on a photograph from your phone, we will not initiate a case. However, the traffic accident has already been registered for investigation, and the driver will be detained and subsequently prosecuted for causing the accident." Qiu Ming looked at the two individuals and said, "Since we cannot establish a murder case together, let us investigate on our own." Lu Di nodded in agreement. Indeed, the police cannot file a homicide case based solely on a photograph of a traffic accident that never occurred. However, we can initiate our inquiry from this traffic incident. The three of us will conduct our investigation, and once we uncover concrete leads, we shall present them to the authorities. Hao Han also nodded. "I will begin by looking into individuals who have received organ transplants. Whoever I can link to the negligent driver will undoubtedly be the prime suspect." Later, after sleeping until noon, Qiu Ming was roused by a call from his mother. Today was supposed to be the day she would tidy up his room, but she happened to have a class reunion. Just before hanging up, his mother, with ulterior motives, inquired, "Is that lawyer Lu not coming over to your place? You should tidy up your room yourself. We wouldn't want to scare her away." After work, Hao Han called to ask where they should meet. Qiu Ming consulted Lu Di on WeChat, and ultimately, the three decided to convene at Lu Di's law firm. After Miss Fong brewed a large pot of coffee for the trio, she left for the day. Observing the silhouette of the assistant departing through the glass door, Lu Di secured the entrance and ushered the two into the conference room, stating, "From today onwards, this will serve as our temporary office for discussing the case. We shall communicate and deliberate here whenever there is new progress." Hao Han retrieved a document from his bag and began to read aloud. "The first recipient of a corneal transplant, whom we shall refer to as Mr. A, is 38 years old and a resident of this city. He was previously an electrician at a state-owned enterprise, and his wife works as an accountant at the same company. They have an 11-year-old son. 3 years ago, he suffered a severe accident in which an electric arc blinded him. Following the incident, his employer covered all medical expenses. 2 years ago, he applied for a corneal transplant and became the first in line for such procedures in our city. Notably, the cost of his transplant was entirely funded by his employer." As Lu Di noted this on the whiteboard, Qiu Ming jested, "Which company provides such generous benefits?" Lu Di shot him a glance, signaling Hao Han to continue. "The second recipient, Mr. B, is a 52-year-old patient with late-stage liver cancer. He owns a stone factory in the city and was diagnosed with liver cancer 6 months ago, at which point the disease was already advanced, necessitating prolonged hospitalization. Originally from Fujian, he was drawn here for business opportunities, accompanied by his wife and a relative, while his child assists in managing the business. He ranks first on the waiting list for liver transplants in our city. The third recipient is Mr. C, a heart transplant patient, a professor at Coastal University, an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and a recipient of national special allowances. He is a local expert in marine physics, with his child residing abroad, leaving only his spouse by his side. His medical expenses are fully covered by the state." After finishing his reading, Hao Han scratched his head and remarked, "It seems that extensive education has its advantages. Just look at him. With such an academic background, the state foots the bill for his medical needs. Did you know? A heart transplant costs nearly $1 million, and the subsequent anti-rejection medications amount to hundreds of thousands each year." Qiu Ming chuckled lightly, stating, "We study for practical application. The ultimate goal of education is employment, which, In simpler terms, translates to exchanging knowledge for monetary gain. Others pursue education for research, specifically to advance scientific inquiry, which naturally holds greater value than our endeavors. Hao Han proceeded to elaborate on the backgrounds of two kidney transplant patients. One, Mr. D, earned his living through seafood trade and, due to prolonged exposure to seawater, developed nephritis that culminated in renal failure, leading to the demise of both kidneys. The other, Mr. E, a playwright, similarly transitioned from nephritis to renal failure, ultimately necessitating his place on the waiting list for a kidney transplant. Upon concluding his presentation, Lu Di had densely inscribed the whiteboard with notes, and the trio meticulously examined the content. Hao Han remarked, after acquiring the data on these 5 individuals, I conducted a comprehensive analysis alongside the information pertaining to the negligent driver, Ishikawa. The results revealed no intersections whatsoever, indicating that these 5 organ transplant recipients had no acquaintance with Ishikawa at any time or location. It is almost reasonable to deduce that they are complete strangers. I also scrutinized their bank accounts and found no significant financial transactions, nor did anyone transfer money to the driver's account. Qiu Ming inquired, have you thoroughly examined Ishikawa's testimony? Hao Han retrieved Ishikawa's statement, saying, I have studied it. His account aligns perfectly with the site investigation records. It was just getting dark. There were no streetlights, and Ishikawa did not have time to activate his headlights. The victim was dressed in dark clothing, and when the accident occurred, Ishikawa applied the brakes. But due to high speed, he could not halt the vehicle in time. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Di asked Qiu Ming, in your photograph, can you discern the license plate of the offending truck? Qiu Ming revisited the photo on his phone, due to pixel limitations. He could only ascertain that the truck was blue, with a last digit of 6. He sent the photo to Hao Han's phone, stating, please investigate this truck and uncover its origins. Hao Han glanced at his phone. I will look into it, but considering there was no collision with the victim, I have never encountered a case approached in this manner. Both Qiu Ming and Lu Di laughed. No worries, you will gradually acclimatize. The following day unfolded rather calmly, devoid of major incidents or sudden casualties. After perusing all the news editorial pages, Qiu Ming extracted a cigarette from his pack, lighting it as he shifted his gaze from the computer. Outside, the night was somber, with pale moonlight filtering into the room. At this moment, the watch dialog box appeared on the screen. Watch, did that traffic accident catch your attention? We have noted it. It appears to be a case that was destined to occur. Seemingly, someone deliberately sought to eliminate the organ donor to procure his organs. However, our investigation has yet to yield any clues. Watch. Do not fret. The truth will eventually surface. Qiu Ming nodded thoughtfully. Watch. I am reaching out today to present you with a gift. A gift? What kind of gift? Watch. As you enter the realm of livelihood news, direct your gaze to the 3rd sidebar from the top on the right side of the page. There lies a brief report comprising fewer than 100 words. This report is the gift I bestow upon you. With the dialog box closed, the editing system regained its clarity. Following the indicated position from Watch, Qiu Ming discovered the article in the sidebar. The title read, a local lottery player wins a jackpot of 10 million. The content detailed how a lottery player, having randomly selected 5 sets of numbers at a ticket outlet, struck gold with one of the combinations. It is noteworthy that throughout the entirety of the fleeting month of October, no significant prizes had been awarded, resulting in the jackpot pool accumulating to an impressive sum of 10 million. Qiu Ming was astonished to find that the winning lottery numbers were explicitly listed within this news piece. At noon, Hao Han concluded his work involving a small gang of thieves. After the anti-theft squad apprehended them, over 100 mobile phones and a substantial amount of cash were confiscated from their residence. As he exited the interrogation room and made his way to the cafeteria, Hao Han called a friend from the traffic police department. Hey, I intend to visit the detention center this afternoon to meet with that driver, Sichuan, involved in the traffic accident. If it's convenient for you, could you call the detention center? My other case might intersect with this driver. Oh, you mean Sichuan? He has been released. Hao Han was taken aback. How could he be released? Wasn't he supposed to be detained and reported to the prosecutor's office? Yes, he was released last night. Just as we were preparing to report to the legal department for his detention, the family of the deceased came to the traffic police department, requesting mediation. Initially, we advised them to pursue legal proceedings in court and file a civil lawsuit, but the family insisted on mediation here. Surprisingly, they demanded 2 million, a sum that far exceeds the statutory compensation amount. Yet Chuan did not negotiate at all. He simply agreed. Hao Han, still holding the phone, was left speechless. Could you help me find out which law firm represents Chuan and the name of the lawyer? What case is it that merits such effort from you? That is not your concern. Just check your case files for the lawyer's information. I need to locate him. All right, I'll look into it this afternoon. After hanging up, Hao Han disregarded his plans for lunch, hastily returning to his office. He accessed the internal network of the police system and meticulously reviewed Chuan's information. Qiu Ming had never purchased a lottery ticket, not for lack of desire to win a grand prize, but because he believed such fortune befalls only a select few extraordinarily lucky individuals, and he considered himself an ordinary person, unworthy of such dreams. He recalled the small supermarket downstairs, where a lottery machine stood. Each evening before the draw, a dozen hopeful patrons would gather, their eyes fixed upon the antiquated black and white television in the store, their expressions often beginning with hope and concluding in disappointment. After lunch, Qiu Ming approached the lottery machine, striving to conceal his inner excitement. The portly proprietor cast a cheerful glance at Qiu Ming. Would you like a quick pick or to choose your own numbers? Momentarily perplexed, Qiu Ming stared blankly at the owner, uncertain of how to respond. The proprietor patiently explained to AI Ting, will you choose your own numbers? Or shall the machine automatically generate a set for you? Qiu Ming grasped the inquiry and cautiously retrieved the numbers he had previously inscribed from his pocket. I would like to purchase one ticket, he stated. The proprietor chuckled. Young man, have you consulted a master for these numbers? Who buys merely one ticket? In that instant, Qiu Ming comprehended the implication and promptly informed the proprietor, one ticket selected by me and 4 generated by the machine. The proprietor, smiling, accepted the numbers along with 10 yuan and with deft movements, within half a minute, handed a lottery ticket to Qiu Ming. The proprietor uttered some further words, but Qiu Ming hardly absorbed them. They were primarily details regarding the drawing time and the method of claiming any winnings. In the ensuing hours, Qiu Ming felt an acute tension akin to a child seated for an examination, clutching the answers to all questions, eagerly awaiting the distribution of the exam sheets. Exhilarated yet apprehensive of being caught by the invigilator. How should he spend this potential fortune? He had never contemplated such a prospect. Indeed, he had never envisioned himself possessing wealth. After all, his current life was relatively comfortable, relying on the news leads provided by the system. His monthly salary and bonuses amounted to several tens of thousands, placing him among the upper echelons in Binhai City, where the average income barely reaches 8,000. His parents, with a combined pension exceeding 10,000, enjoyed an income that many ordinary individuals would envy. Would revealing the news of his windfall to his parents instill fear in his honest and simple-minded family? Qiu Ming found himself hesitating. It was not until Hao Han's phone call broke through his reverie, bringing him back to reality, that he was momentarily distracted from his spiraling thoughts. Hao Han arranged to meet Qiu Ming at 8 o'clock that evening in Lu Di's office. Having presided over a day of court proceedings, Lu Di appeared somewhat fatigued. Yet she attentively listened to Hao Han's introduction while Qiu Ming diligently took notes in his interview pad. I have uncovered information this afternoon. That lawyer is from the Dacheng law firm, a novice in the field. From the authorization documents he submitted to the traffic department, it appears he was commissioned by the Chuan family to represent them. Have you traced the source of the cash? Qiu Ming inquired. Hao Han responded, his voice tinged with excitement. I have investigated. Neither the family of the driver at fault nor the driver himself, nor even the lawyer's account, has shown any substantial financial transactions from the time of the accident until the settlement agreement with the victim's family was signed. There has been no significant withdrawal of cash from bank counters. The origin of the cash remains a mystery. What is the name of that proxy lawyer? Lu Di asked. Wu Hao, with the character Wu as in mouth and Hao as in day. Hao Han replied, handing Lu Di a printed profile. Glancing at the photo on the document, Lu Di remarked, I recognize this individual. He is the assistant to Zhang Ping, a senior partner at the Dacheng law firm, who is a well-known lawyer in Binhai City. It is unlikely that an ordinary person could engage him. Even a modestly paid technician from a private enterprise would struggle to secure the services of this assistant, Wu Hao. Even with sufficient funds, even in cases entrusted by prominent individuals, Zhang Ping would merely send his assistant, unless. Hao Han and Qiu Ming turned their gaze towards Lu Di. Unless what? Unless there is someone with influence and status orchestrating his involvement to resolve this traffic incident and providing substantial funding from behind the scenes. Hao Han inquired, just how substantial is this funding? To put it simply, If 2 million could appease the victim's family, then that figure is likely just a fraction of what would entice Zhang Ping to step in personally. Both Qiu Ming and Hao Han inhaled sharply. Can you ascertain who commissioned Zhang Ping, allowing him to dispatch an assistant for such a minor traffic incident? Lu Di looked at Hao Han. Hao Han shook his head. Such commissions are undoubtedly confidential. Our greatest headache lies in dealing with lawyers, and they certainly will not divulge any information. Indeed, Lu Di mused. Especially considering Zhang Ping, whose expertise is anything but ordinary. There was a divorce case last time where the client was ready to sign a retainer agreement with me. Yet he managed to snatch it away. The case seems to have languished without even entering the procedural stage. What have you found regarding the small truck that passed by in the morning? Qiu Ming asked. I investigated this as well. I reviewed the surveillance footage from the aforementioned location on that morning and discovered that the small truck emerged from an alleyway. There is a discount supermarket within that alley, and the truck had just delivered goods there. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, except that I observed the truck driver closing the door just as the victim happened to run past the alley's mouth. And the driver then started the truck and exited the alley. Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. Qiu Ming and Lu Di exchanged glances. What is so special about that? Hao Han scratched his head. You wouldn't know unless you've driven a truck, generally. Truck drivers habitually check the tires of the cargo compartment before getting in, primarily to prevent the rear tires from failing to support the weight after loading or unloading. However, this driver did not perform that action. My impression is that upon seeing the deceased pass by, he hurriedly got into the truck and drove out. He hadn't even caught up with the deceased when your vehicle struck them. Lu Di pondered thoughtfully. Qiu Ming pulled out his phone and began searching for Zhang Ping's personal details, but as he opened the browser, it automatically displayed the lottery numbers that had just been drawn, matching precisely with the numbers in his pocket. His hand trembled involuntarily, nearly dropping the phone. According to previous announcements, another individual had also won this grand prize, meaning he now possessed 5 million in winnings, and after deducting 1 million in taxes, he was left with 4 million. Qiu Ming put away his phone, opting not to continue searching for Zhang Ping's information. You haven't eaten, have you? I'll treat you both to dinner. Lu Di glanced at Qiu Ming. You're treating? Did you find a wallet? Qiu Ming smiled mysteriously. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm hungry. Haven't you both skipped meals as well? Usually, I'm the one eating your food. So today it's my treat. As Hao Han tidied up the documents on the table, he jestingly remarked, regardless, both of you earn more than I do, so I feel at ease with either of you. Qiu Ming glanced at Lu Di, who began to pack her belongings as well, saying, It's high time I had a meal on you. After knowing each other for so long, you have never properly treated me to dinner. The long-rumored layoffs were finally set in motion. At 3 in the afternoon, the newspaper summoned all external reporters and editors back for a meeting in the grand conference room, presided over personally by Wang Daling. Unlike previous occasions, Wang Daling did not take a seat on the podium. Instead, he humbly stood at the entrance of the meeting room, nodding and smiling at each editor and reporter as they entered. This shift instilled a sense of unease among everyone present. As the meeting commenced, Wang Daling bowed deeply to all the editors and reporters before grasping the microphone. His somber voice resonated throughout the room. Dear editors and reporters, first and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your tireless dedication over the years. Your unwavering commitment has ensured that the Benheim Morning News remains a steadfast beacon amidst fierce competition, resisting the relentless onslaught of new media. Wang Daling surveyed the room, where hundreds of editors and reporters regarded him with a mixture of complex emotions. Clearing his throat, he continued, however, it is well known that traditional media currently faces an exceedingly challenging predicament. Advertising revenues have plummeted, and our subscriber base is steadily shrinking. With 3/4 of this year already elapsed, our revenue is less than half of last year's. Meanwhile, our workforce is unprecedentedly large, with hundreds of mouths to feed, and the newspaper can no longer sustain this situation. Therefore, after deliberation by the editorial committee, we have decided that the newspaper will enter a layoff period starting today. The once quiet conference room erupted in murmurs, as attendees exchanged whispers. Wang Daling, however, did not rush to restore order, choosing instead to observe the room in silence. Once the noise subsided, he resumed. According to the committee's arrangements, the first department to undergo layoffs will be the editorial department, with a reduction of 50%. This means that half of the faces present here will gradually vanish from the newspaper. Nevertheless, We have prepared generous severance packages for these colleagues to help them navigate this difficult period. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. When will the list of those laid off be made public, Director Wang? Others echoed their agreement. At this point, we have only announced the layoff percentage. The specifics of who will stay and who will go have yet to be determined. We will conduct an assessment department by department. For instance, in the case of reporters, we will rank them based on their output and the awards they have received. The list of those retained will be based on these rankings. The same will apply to editors, where we will consider their workload and accolades to establish a hierarchy based on merit. I believe this approach is the most equitable. The room erupted once more, but Wang Daling tapped the microphone in his hand, regaining attention. However, before we officially commence, I have 2 additional announcements to make. The conference room fell silent once again. Firstly, the newspaper made the decision to dissolve the economic news department, with all future economic news to be sourced solely from online excerpts, selected and edited directly by the editorial team, leaving no room for journalists. The reporters and editors within the economic news department were instantly taken aback, with the corpulent Zhang Xin rising in agitation. Why? Does this city not require economic news? Wang Daling glanced at Zhang Xin and replied, "This city indeed necessitates economic news. It should serve as a daily barometer of the economy for its citizens. Through economic news, the public gains insight into market trends, acquiring data and analyses regarding stocks, funds, foreign exchange, and determining future investment directions, even deciding whether to deposit their money in banks or invest it. Yet, what does our economic news section report daily? Launch events for certain products, openings of specific malls and hotels, press releases from companies, and flattery pieces about certain industries. What do these reports actually contribute to the newspaper? What value do they bring to the readers? And what do they offer to this city? I see nothing here besides personal monetary gain for you all." Upon Wang Daling's conclusion, the economic news department fell silent. It was uncertain who initiated the applause, but soon, the room resonated with enthusiastic clapping. Amidst the applause, the reporters and editors of the economic news department left the conference room with a sense of disillusionment. Wang Daling gestured for silence, then announced, "There is another matter. After careful consideration by the newspaper, we have appointed Qiu Ming, a reporter from the Hotline News Department, as the chief reporter, enjoying the status and benefits equivalent to that of a department head. This appointment takes effect immediately." Qiu Ming froze in his seat. No one had disclosed any information to him prior to entering the conference room. Wang Daling continued, "Qiu Ming is a familiar face to all. I need not introduce him further. From a once disregarded junior reporter to his present standing, he has captivated me, the editorial committee, and I believe he has also won the admiration of all present with his fervor, intellect, and diligence." Applause erupted once more as Qiu Ming stood, bowing in gratitude to his colleagues in all directions. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the computer screen flickered to life as anticipated. While awaiting the editorial system's display, Qiu Ming turned on the television, where a news channel was replaying daytime broadcasts. On screen, a middle-aged man was being interviewed at the lottery center, holding a check that was magnified to reveal a staggering amount of 4 million. Qiu Ming quickly increased the volume. The announcer was detailing the situation, stating that a local citizen had won a grand prize and had already collected his winnings from the lottery center. According to the staff at the lottery center, another winner had also emerged, but that individual had yet to claim their prize. Staff members reminded the winning citizen that the redemption period is 28 days post-announcement, and 2 days had already elapsed. Qiu Ming cast a sidelong glance at the wallet on the table, where the winning ticket lay quietly inside, as he planned to have his parents claim the prize just days before the redemption deadline. After all, this editorial system has thrust his image into the public eye, transforming him into a prophetic hero. Should he personally claim his winnings, suspicions of foul play would undoubtedly arise. When the computer finally ceased its flickering, the latest edition materialized before Qiu Ming. As had been the case in recent days, there were no significant events unfolding in Binhai City. After a swift perusal, Qiu Ming captured a photograph of a news story regarding a female driver who mistakenly pressed the brake instead of the accelerator, crashing into a small restaurant. Fortunately, there were no patrons dining at the time. Once the photograph was taken, Qiu Ming contemplated passing this news item along to his colleagues in the hotline department. The newspaper had begun layoffs, and his colleagues were understandably anxious. As the screen blurred, a dialog box labeled Watch appeared on the display. "Watch, why haven't you claimed your prize? To be frank, I lead a rather simple life and have little need for money, so I'm not particularly in a hurry. Watch. How do you intend to allocate your winnings? I honestly have no specific plans. I intend to give the lottery ticket to my parents to claim the prize. Whatever they decide to do with it is up to them. Perhaps they will use it to secure a larger home for me, as they hope I will marry soon. Watch. That is your prerogative. I trust you recall my saying that when one diligently pursues their endeavors, money often becomes a byproduct. The less you actively seek it, the more it tends to find you. As the dialog box closed, the computer screen also powered down. Around noon, Qiu Ming awoke from his slumber, freshened up, and made his way to a familiar restaurant downstairs. He casually ordered a light meal and dialed Fu Yiting's number. Hey, what are you up to? What else could I be doing? Just scouting the streets. Scouting is a term used by reporters in the hotline department, likening themselves to street cleaners, searching for news from one street to the next. Stop that. Do you remember the hot pot restaurant we visited after I won the editor-in-chief award? Of course, what is up? Is something going to happen there? Don't worry about that. Just go. But remember to steer clear of the female driver. Fu Yiting expressed his gratitude before hanging up. Once his meal arrived, Qiu Ming ate while watching the news on television. A well-dressed middle-aged man entered, sitting at the adjacent table. After the waiter brought him a menu, he busied himself attending to other patrons. The man, distractedly perusing the menu, fished a cigarette from his pocket but found himself unable to locate a lighter. Qiu Ming offered his own lighter, and the man nodded appreciatively. After placing his order, the man beamed. Friend, I have a business proposition. I wonder if you might be interested? Qiu Ming regarded the middle-aged man with caution, clad in a tailored suit and sporting a meticulous hairstyle. There was an inscrutable quality behind his gold-rimmed glasses. I am not a businessman, Qiu Ming replied, placing a morsel of food into his mouth as he spoke. Thus, I have a proposal for you to consider. If you believe this venture is feasible, we shall engage in a deeper discussion. If not, then we shall leave it at that. Please, share your thoughts. As Qiu Ming dined, he placed his lighter into his pocket and activated the recording device concealed within. Allow me to present a calculation. The man lowered his voice. You are aware that according to our nation's laws, should one win the lottery, 20% of the winnings is subject to income tax. This implies that, hypothetically, should you win 5 million, you would actually receive only 4 million. I trust you are familiar with this fundamental concept. Qiu Ming endeavored to maintain his composure, suppressing any indication of his growing apprehension. How did this man know he had struck the jackpot? Let us suppose I offer you 4,500,000. This can be transacted via bank transfer or cash, with no sequentially numbered bills used. You may verify the authenticity of the currency at any time or deposit it into any account you designate. Would you be interested in selling your lottery ticket? Sell my lottery ticket? Qiu Ming lifted his gaze to the man before him. I have never purchased a lottery ticket. I do not comprehend what you are saying. The middle-aged man placed a finger to his lips in a gesture for silence. My friend, ponder your response carefully. I assure you, this transaction will bring you no trouble and will yield an additional 500,000 for you. Consider it. 500,000 is a substantial amount, one that takes considerable time to earn. Qiu Ming set down his chopsticks and regarded the man, whose meal had just been served. After the server departed, Qiu Ming feigned contemplation, murmuring to himself, is this even legal? The middle-aged man, brimming with excitement, whispered, what law would be broken? We will dutifully pay the taxes owed to the state, and you will not lose a single cent of what you are entitled to. In fact, it will only increase. As he spoke, he produced a cigarette and offered it to Qiu Ming. Years of journalistic experience had instilled in Qiu Ming a steadfast habit. He never accepted cigarettes or beverages from strangers. He retrieved his own cigarette and lit it. Let me consider this. Please provide me with a means of contact. Once I have made my decision, I will call you. The man extracted his mobile phone, recited his number, and Qiu Ming dialed it. After securing the number, the middle-aged man introduced himself. My surname is Wang. You may call me Old Wang. Take your time to think it over, but do not take too long. Qiu Ming acknowledged with a nod and tidied his belongings before departing the restaurant. Is it any wonder you treated us that day? It turns out you won the lottery. Hao Han's eyes widened in surprise, while Lu Di chuckled heartily. What are you laughing at? Hao Han inquired, looking at Lu Di. I find it amusing that he could no longer resist, exploiting his foresight to profit for himself. Qiu Ming emphatically slammed the lottery ticket onto the conference table at the law firm. Take it. Go find a poor family to donate it to. I have already told you, it was purely by chance that I won. Why do you believe so readily? Hao Han swiftly seized the lottery ticket and tucked it into his pocket, remarking, "Among the three of us, I am undoubtedly the poorest. Perhaps you should just donate to me." Lu Di teased, "Let us split it evenly when we meet, or I might have to report you for unjust enrichment." Qiu Ming, suppressing a smile, interjected, ladies, we are currently in a meeting." The two ceased their playful banter. "Could you both assist me in analyzing why someone would wish to acquire a winning lottery ticket?" Hao Han pondered for a moment. It could possibly be a money laundering scheme. This is likely a method for individuals to cleanse their ill-gotten gains by purchasing a winning ticket, opting to incur a slight tax loss rather than allowing their funds to remain illicit. "Wouldn't you agree, esteemed lawyer?" Lu Di reflected for a moment. "I would not discount another possibility." Both turned their gaze towards her. It could also serve as a covert form of bribery. The briber purchases the winning ticket and then gifts it to the recipient of the bribe. On the surface, it appears as though the recipient has struck it rich, while in reality, it constitutes a novel means of bribery. Both men nodded in agreement. Hao Han inquired of Qiu Ming, "Did you retain the contact information of the individual looking to purchase the ticket?" Qiu Ming produced a voice recorder from his pocket. "Not only did I secure the contact details, but I also recorded the entire conversation regarding the ticket acquisition." Hao Han snapped his fingers. "I relish collaborating with someone as astute as you. There is no need for reminders. You instinctively gather evidence. Let us not dwell on that. I haven't forgotten the time you cornered me." Hao Han chuckled awkwardly. Qiu Ming connected the recorder to the conference room computer. An old Wang's voice resonated through the speakers. After the recording concluded, Qiu Ming asked Hao Han, "Could you help me analyze how the ticket buyer knew I had won?" Hao Han grinned mischievously. "You've come to the right person. I indeed have insights into this matter. Previously, we apprehended a thief who specifically targeted lottery players while they were engrossed in selecting their numbers, stealing their belongings. Through the lottery center, we learned that all lottery outlets are equipped with surveillance cameras, and the footage is transmitted to the lottery center. Ultimately, we were able to identify the thief's physical characteristics through the camera footage, leading to his capture during his next attempt. What connection does this thief have with the ticket buyer? Do you still not comprehend? Typically, if there is a lottery terminal, one can query when and where a winning ticket was sold. Then, by employing a hacker to infiltrate the lottery center's surveillance system, one could locate the individual who purchased the ticket during that time frame, clearly capturing their facial features on video. Many individuals tend to frequent specific lottery outlets. So by identifying a few nearby businesses with surveillance cameras, one can easily track the purchaser's movements. Subsequently, it merely requires some time spent in the vicinity, and locating the buyer will be swift. Rest assured, they can only trace you, and they certainly do not possess any of your other information. Otherwise, they would have likely found your home by now. Qiu Ming and Lu Di were deeply engrossed in conversation. "I will contact the telecommunications company tomorrow to investigate the background of the phone number's owner. If the lottery player reaches out to you again, do not hastily agree. Instead, express that you need more time to consider. When he calls back, propose an increase to 4,800,000. I am confident he will acquiesce. In the meantime, this gives me time to uncover the individual behind him," Hao Han confidently stated. Qiu Ming nodded and inquired, "What have you discovered about the truck driver's background?" Hao Han scratched his head. "I conducted an inquiry. His background is remarkably clean. He is a local resident, a vocational school graduate, and obtained his driver's license a decade ago. He has been delivering goods for a logistics company, adhering to the law with scarcely any traffic violations." Qiu Ming and Lu Di exchanged glances before Qiu Ming remarked, regarding the organ donor case, "Does it not fall into the category of investigations that your police often describe as being at an impasse?" Hao Han sighed. "In truth, as of today, I have begun to waver. I find myself contemplating the possibility that this may merely be a tragic accident. What if Sichuan genuinely did collide with the deceased by chance? Perhaps it aligns with the adage that one cannot prevent death when it is destined to occur." Lu Di shook her head. "I beg to differ. What I see is that someone is willing to pay a substantial sum to bring Zhang Ping into this, which raises significant doubts. By the way, have you determined who commissioned Zhang Ping's assistant?" Hao Han retrieved his notebook and flipped to a page. "I have indeed made progress. This afternoon, I spoke with Sichuan's parents. They revealed that Sichuan had long been acquainted with Wu Hao. Upon learning of Sichuan's incident, Wu Hao approached them, urging them to sign a power of attorney, assuring them that Sichuan was unharmed. However, who provided the 2 million in compensation? Sichuan's parents did not disclose this. Their primary concern was their son's well-being. Sichuan explained that the compensation was a loan from Wu Hao, which he would repay gradually. Hao Han produced a document, an extract from the bank detailing customer transactions. It meticulously recorded how many individuals withdrew more than 2 million in cash on the day Sichuan was released on bail. Given that it was a cash withdrawal, the number was rather limited. Lu Di scrutinized the document, and suddenly, she seemed to uncover something, but quickly regained her composure. Sichuan and Wu Hao were already acquainted? Indeed. I examined Sichuan's phone records, which indicated they had been in contact for years, albeit only through calls, with no text messages or WeChat interactions. Hao Han closed his notebook. Contemplating, everything appears seamless, leading me to question whether we may be overly sensitive, complicating what could be a straightforward traffic accident. Qiu Ming lowered his head and scrolled through photos of the traffic accident on his phone, examining them closely. Hao Han retrieved the lottery ticket from his pocket and handed it back to Qiu Ming. Dear journalist, we should delve deeper into this matter. I sense a significant case may emerge. Upon receiving the lottery ticket, Qiu Ming gazed at Lu Di, who, lacking confidence, questioned, are we perhaps being overly sensitive? Qiu Ming shrugged, asserting, there are still ambiguities surrounding this case. I trust my judgment. Lu Di glanced at the clock on the wall and remarked, I do have a suspect in mind, although the clues remain rather disorganized. I shall inform you once I have clarified my thoughts. It's nearly 9 o'clock. Shall we disperse for now? The three tidied their belongings and departed from the law firm. As he sat in his car, Fu Yiting sent Qiu Ming a photograph depicting a female driver, her face a mask of terror, standing beside her vehicle, which had crashed into a small street-side eatery. Broken glass and debris littered the ground. Accompanying the image was a message that read, Thanks, buddy, your intel was right on time. Just past 9 in the morning. Qiu Ming was awakened by the ringing of his phone. It was Lao Wang, who was preparing to purchase lottery tickets. Qiu Ming ended the call. But Lao Wang promptly called again. Brother, my schedule is quite the opposite of a normal person's. Whatever you say now is inconsequential. Let us discuss it after I wake up from my noon nap. Without waiting for Lao Wang to respond, Qiu Ming hung up once more. Lao Wang did not attempt to call again, but instead waited outside the aforementioned eatery. When Qiu Ming drove past the restaurant, he spotted Lao Wang, but chose not to stop. After having lunch at the newspaper office, Lao Wang's call came through again, starting with an apology for disturbing Qiu Ming's slumber that morning, before inquiring if Qiu Ming had given his decision any thought. Following the advice of Hao Han, Qiu Ming feigned indecision as an excuse to terminate the conversation, then dialed Hao Han's number. Hao Han informed him that Lao Wang was using a prepaid phone card registered without an owner's name, with call records showing only Qiu Ming's number. This indicated that Lao Wang likely purchased the card solely for direct communication with Qiu Ming. Ultimately, Hao Han suggested that Qiu Ming arrange a meeting with Lao Wang so that he could follow him discreetly. Having settled on a time and place, Lao Wang appeared excitedly in the CAF on the first floor of the Binhai International Hotel, where Hao Han, dressed in plain clothes, also made his entrance. To the surprise of both Qiu Ming and Hao Han, Lao Wang showed no hesitation in agreeing to the offered sum of 4.8 million, immediately asking how the payment would be made. This unexpected response left both Qiu Ming and Hao Han, who was eavesdropping from a nearby booth, momentarily taken aback. Hao Han excused himself to the restroom and called Qiu Ming, instructing, do not speak yet. Just say that your household water faucet has been left on, flooding the floor below you, and then leave quickly. I will follow Lao Wang, and we will reconnect later. As Hao Han exited the restroom, he observed Qiu Ming hastily departing while Lao Wang called for the check. During dinner, Hao Han contacted Qiu Ming to inform him that he had followed Lao Wang to an office building. Lao Wang had received a phone call midway and subsequently entered the elevator. Hao Han followed him inside, with Lao Wang pressing the button for the top floor. Hao Han selected a different floor, but as the elevator was halted on the second floor by someone, Lao Wang hurriedly exited, preventing Hao Han from following him immediately. Our principle is to remain oblivious rather than awaken suspicion. I harbor doubts about the formidable counter-surveillance capabilities of this old Wang, Hao Han lamented. Initially, I presumed he was a novice, but little did I anticipate he was a cunning old fox. Before Hao Han could conclude the call, old Wang's call came through. Qiu Ming activated call waiting and connected to old Wang. I apologize, an unexpected situation arose at home during noon. Shall we reschedule? Brother, the buyer is quite anxious and hopes to finalize the transaction by tomorrow. How about this? You could visit any bank tomorrow, acquire a bank card, and provide me with the card number. I can transfer the funds at any time, and we can meet at the bank. You can witness the money being deposited before handing over the lottery ticket. Qiu Ming pondered for a moment. Stop overthinking it. I have already agreed to your price, which is 300,000 more than I initially offered. Do not hesitate further. Such opportunities are rare. Qiu Ming hastily replied, I will call you back. Let us keep in touch. He ended the call amidst old Wang's anxious hello, and subsequently powered off his phone. The new day's editorial layout emerged as Qiu Ming stared blankly at his phone. From the evening until midnight, old Wang had called him over a dozen times. But due to his phone being off, all those calls had transformed into messages. The final message from old Wang was quite earnest, indicating his willingness to transact at any designated time and place. If Qiu Ming felt uneasy, he could purchase a cash checking machine for cash transactions. For Binhai City, the new day bore no significant news events. Apart from a few non-fatal car accidents and fires, the city remained relatively tranquil. Just as the screen was about to shut down, an obituary in the announcement column caught Qiu Ming's attention. It detailed the passing of a liver cancer patient who had long battled illness in the intensive care unit of Binhai Hospital. A memorial service would be held, inviting family members and friends to bid farewell. What piqued Qiu Ming's interest in this obituary was a term he had heard Howen mention during a previous case discussion: waiting list. All patients awaiting organ transplants must queue. Once a new organ becomes available, the patient at the front of the line is prioritized for transplantation, while those further back, regardless of the severity of their conditions, must wait. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Ming resolved to follow up on this news. He believed that the mere act of waiting for a transplant could potentially foster an environment ripe for corruption. Could those with means manipulate their position in line, while the less fortunate might find themselves as the next subject of an obituary? After capturing an image of the obituary with his phone, the display powered down. The Binhai City Funeral Home is located on the western outskirts of the city. At 9 in the morning, Qiu Ming arrived there and, following directions, found the farewell hall designated for the deceased. Family members were at the entrance welcoming friends and relatives who came to pay their respects. After signing the guest book, Qiu Ming received a white flower. Amidst the somber melodies of mourning, the deceased was laid among a bed of flowers, an individual in his 40s. The memorial service had yet to commence, and those seated in the farewell hall were engaged in hushed whispers. Qiu Ming pretended to fiddle with his phone while attentively listening to their conversation. It was truly astonishing how swiftly a life could be extinguished. Indeed, what a remarkable individual he was. However, I find it perplexing. Did the doctor not say he could endure for about another year? How could he depart so abruptly, without even waiting for an organ transplant? I heard he was next in line. Is that so? How tragic. Have you heard? Apparently, the hospital compensated a substantial sum. And after his wife signed, she said nothing further, merely consenting to the cremation. Yes, I heard about that. It could be seen as his final contribution to the family. Who do you think will fill the vacant position he left behind? I suspect it will be that young Zhao from the office. He has been there for several years, struggling without a proper designation. Qiu Ming glanced at the two middle-aged women engaged in conversation. From their demeanor and attire, they likely belonged to the deceased's workplace. The two women noticed Qiu Ming and nodded in acknowledgement. He responded with a smile and then lowered his voice to inquire, how much did the hospital pay? The woman seated beside him replied mysteriously, I heard it was 1 million, on the condition of immediate cremation and signing a confidentiality agreement. A confidentiality agreement? Qiu Ming's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, a confidentiality agreement. But in this day and age, what secrets can truly be kept? The middle-aged woman glanced at her colleague, who nodded in agreement. Why did the hospital have to compensate? Qiu Ming asked, puzzled. Wasn't it a natural death? Another colleague lowered her voice. It was an accident. A medical mishap. Qiu Ming became alert. What kind of accident? The woman next to him cleared her throat, signaling that the deceased's family had just passed by. Once they were out of earshot, another woman eagerly interjected, I heard it happened in the intensive care unit while he was receiving an infusion. The infusion pump malfunctioned, rapidly administering medication and directly causing cardiac arrest, leading to his demise. The woman who had spoken first nodded, adding mysteriously, it's the first time I've heard that if one adjusts the flow rate during an infusion, it could increase the burden on the heart and potentially be fatal. Is that the reason? Qiu Ming asked, perplexed. How did the family come to know about this? Originally, he had been perfectly fine, working normally just days prior and even mentioning to colleagues that he had recently been placed second in line for a liver transplant. So why did he end up in intensive care? That is hospital policy. All patients on the waiting list must be hospitalized, specifically in the intensive care unit, so they can immediately undergo surgery once a suitable organ becomes available. Why wouldn't the family hold anyone accountable for such a blatant medical error? Qiu Ming wondered. The two women gestured subtly toward a woman clad in black standing at the farewell room's entrance. In this day and age, as long as there's money involved, who cares about accountability? Indeed, if one were to continue living, even after undergoing an organ transplant, substantial financial resources would still be required for subsequent treatments. Now that one has passed, not only is a significant medical expense avoided, but the family also receives a considerable monetary compensation. Who would willingly engage in such an affair? Qiu Ming fell into silence, his mind drifting back to the traffic accident from days prior, as well as the images on television of patients emerging from surgery after receiving organ transplants. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. He leapt from his chair and swiftly exited the farewell hall, dialing Hao Han's number as he walked. "How, sir, there is an urgent matter. You must immediately halt a memorial service." "What? Stop a memorial service? Whose service?" There was no time for lengthy explanations. "You need to hurry to the funeral home." Hao Han responded affirmatively. "I will take over an hour to reach the funeral home." "Will that be soon enough?" "Make haste, and remember to bring your officer's badge." The memorial service was not lengthy. It began with the deceased's employer delivering a eulogy, followed by the widow expressing gratitude on behalf of the family. The entire process lasted merely 20 minutes. Throughout the service, Qiu Ming continually glanced towards the door of the farewell hall. Those shadows flitted past, none belonged to Hao Han. As the memorial service neared its conclusion, attendees were customarily invited to pay their last respects, placing white flowers beside the deceased. While circling the body, Qiu Ming silently prayed, "My friend, if you truly possess any spirit in the heavens, please delay for just a moment. I must uncover the truth behind your death." Soon, dozens of mourners, enveloped in sorrowful melodies, encircled the body before the widow approached to bid farewell. The woman clad in black, accompanied by a child of about 10, wept profusely amidst a cluster of flowers, her sobs eliciting deep emotion from those present. Family members moved to support the widow, while the funeral home staff began dismantling the floral arrangements surrounding the body. Qiu Ming understood that the body was about to be transported for cremation, and all evidence would soon be reduced to ashes. He anxiously glanced at his watch, and then towards the entrance of the farewell hall, where only a few mourners were departing, yet Hao Han remained absent. The body had been wheeled to the cremation passage, and Qiu Ming realized that there could be no further delay. He quickly approached the passage and firmly pressed down on the gurney, exclaiming, "Do not proceed with the cremation." His actions astonished everyone present, and several family members of the deceased, along with the widow, converged upon him. "Who are you? What do you intend to do?" The deceased must not be delayed on their final journey. Among the approaching relatives, a few robust individuals even began to roll up their sleeves, clearly prepared for confrontation. In a moment of desperation, Qiu Ming pulled out his press badge. At the top, a golden national emblem gleamed, beneath which were the words "Press Credential." He held the emblem aloft, while obscuring the text below, declaring, "I possess evidence that raises doubts about the cause of death. This was not merely a result of illness, but could potentially be a medical mishap or even murder." The surrounding family members fell silent, turning to gaze at the widow. Qiu Ming sensed something amiss. The relatives of the deceased were well aware of the truth behind the incident, and at that moment, they were gauging the widow's reaction. The widow's expression suddenly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, she politely addressed Qiu Ming, stating, "Whether it was a natural death, a medical mishap, or even murder, we shall not pursue further inquiries. Just let him depart in peace. Indeed, if the family has chosen not to pursue the matter, why should you meddle? Step aside, or we shall not be courteous." Upon hearing the widow's words, the relatives closed in once more, and a burly man at the front of the group seized Qiu Ming by the collar, demanding he move aside. Qiu Ming stood his ground unwaveringly, asserting, "While it is true that the deceased deserves respect, let us not forget another important principle. Human life is paramount. If one day this case is uncovered, will you bear the responsibility?" The man released his grip, and the crowd turned their gaze back to the widow. She sank to the ground, wailing theatrically, lamenting her unfortunate fate. "Why must my life be so bitter? Not only am I widowed, but I am also subjected to bullying." Witnessing the widow's reaction, the deceased family was filled with righteous indignation, instantly surrounding Qiu Ming. The staff from the funeral home rushed to mediate the situation. One staff member managed to push through to Qiu Ming, stating, "Sir, the path you are obstructing is known as the road to the underworld. Any road may be blocked, but to block this one is ominous." Another staff member chimed in, "It's already come to this. The family has accepted it. What more can you pursue? Best to leave now, or else you may find yourself in a regrettable predicament." Qiu Ming remained resolute, when suddenly, a woman struck him soundly across the face, signaling the others to act. As furious fists began to rain down upon him, a commanding voice rang out from the entrance, "Cease this at once." The relatives turned to see Officer Hao Han striding towards them, his police uniform and the red light on his body camera flashing. They parted to make way, while the widow remained seated on the ground, softly weeping. Before long, local police arrived, and after a brief exchange of information, the body was dispatched to the forensic center, and Qiu Ming was taken to the police station for a statement. Accompanying him were the widow and several knowledgeable witnesses. As they were ushered into the police vehicle, the two middle-aged women who had conversed with Qiu Ming looked at him in panic, one of them nervously inquiring, "Where are you taking us?" "We are merely colleagues of the deceased." Qiu Ming reassured them, "Do not worry, there is nothing to fear. Simply reiterate what you just told me." Hao Han, brushing off the shoe prints on Qiu Ming's clothing, inquired, "What exactly transpired here? What else could it be?" "The truth will be revealed once we reach the police station." At 3:30 in the afternoon, outside the entrance of the commercial bank of Binhai City, the lobby manager stood respectfully alongside Old Wang, awaiting Qiu Ming's arrival. Hao Han changed into casual attire, clutching a shopping bag from the supermarket and carrying a satchel. Before Qiu Ming arrived, he hastily entered the bank, collected a number from the queue machine, and pretended to smoke at the entrance. The concealed camera affixed to his satchel was aimed at Old Wang and the lobby manager. Moments later, Qiu Ming approached the bank steps briskly, and Old Wang, visibly relieved, stepped forward. "Ah, my dear brother, you've finally come to your senses." Qiu Ming smiled and shook Old Wang's hand, but did not proceed into the bank. "Old Wang, I've given it some thought. You need to add another 100,000. "Why the sudden increase?" Old Wang hesitated. "Why don't you consider it a bit longer?" As Qiu Ming turned to leave, Old Wang quickly pulled him back. All right. Just wait a moment. I'll make a call." Qiu Ming gestured for him to proceed and stood aside, smoking. Old Wang retreated to a corner, and after a few minutes, he hung up and gave Qiu Ming an OK sign, subsequently making a gesture inviting him to enter the bank. Led by the lobby manager, Qiu Ming and Old Wang ascended directly to the VIP customer area on the second floor. Compared to the ordinary customer section, the VIP area exuded grandeur. Sofas, carpets, complimentary coffee, and snacks, which momentarily made Qiu Ming, who had never been here before, feel the vanity of the wealthy. Old Wang first produced a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the lobby manager. Then, Qiu Ming presented his ID to the manager. While the lobby manager attended to the paperwork, Old Wang and Qiu Ming engaged in casual conversation, seemingly in agreement to avoid discussing the lottery matter. After about 10 minutes, the lobby manager returned, returning Old Wang's card and handing Qiu Ming his ID along with a newly issued bank card, respectfully stating, "Sir, you may now check your balance. It amounts to 4,900,000. You are now a VIP customer of our bank." Qiu Ming nodded with a smile and produced an envelope, handing it to Old Wang. Old Wang extracted the lottery ticket and, after scanning the barcode with his phone, beamed at the screen with satisfaction. He then bid farewell to Qiu Ming with a handshake. After leaving the bank, Qiu Ming called Hao Han, who excitedly reported, "I captured the footage at the entrance, and I'll retrieve the footage inside the bank from the higher-ups. Why not just access it here directly? It's clear that Old Wang is acquainted with that lobby manager. I must tread carefully." "Yes, that makes sense. Keep an eye on the forensic team and see when they produce results." "Will do. But aren't you going to treat me to a grand meal later? You're a millionaire now. Isn't that extortion? I'd call it sharing the spoils." "All right, I'll call Lu Di. Let us go enjoy seafood by the sea." "Let us go? A millionaire is treating today?" After his promotion to chief reporter, Qiu Ming began leading his colleagues, and after several days of negotiations, photographer Fu Yiting finally succeeded in becoming Qiu Ming's shadow. With the assistance of Fu Yiting, Qiu Ming felt a sense of relief. He could delegate minor and major unforeseen events to Fu Yiting, allowing himself to focus on more profound investigative journalism. Qiu Ming established 2 rules for Fu Yiting. First, whenever possible, he should take action to avert catastrophic incidents, provided that it does not impede the reporting of news. Second, he must never inquire about the sources of Qiu Ming's leads, nor attempt to investigate them. Should Qiu Ming discover that Fu Yiting was probing into his sources, he would reassign him to the photography department and report him to Wang Daling. Fu Yiting shook his head vigorously, like a rattle drum. That will never happen. Absolutely not. However, what? Since you can so accurately predict impending news, can you also forecast the winning lottery numbers? I'll tell you right now. Fu Yiting quickly leaned in closer. Qiu Ming found it amusing and playfully swatted him. You're going to give me a heart attack. At dawn, Hao Han's call came in. The forensic conclusion had arrived. Confirming what Qiu Ming had already learned, the cause of death for the deceased was cardiac arrest due to an excessively rapid infusion rate. Has the police filed a case? No, they haven't. The hospital explained it as an accidental event. The patient's vital signs monitoring equipment had been infected by a virus, causing the control system to malfunction and increase the infusion rate from 30 drops per minute to a torrent. The family of the patient and the hospital have reached an agreement, and the hospital has compensated them. Since it's deemed an accident, the police naturally will not initiate an investigation. Don't you find it strange? Strange how? Firstly, this patient was second in line for a liver transplant, and the individual ahead of him had successfully undergone the procedure. What a coincidence that he died just before his turn. Secondly, why are both this incident and the previous traffic accident related to organs? It is indeed peculiar, but there is hardly any intrinsic connection between the two cases. There is. What connection? Chuan, you mean that reckless driver? Precisely, do not forget his profession. He is a technician at a networking company. It would not be impossible for him to remotely access the intensive care unit and introduce a virus into the vital signs maintenance system. Your analysis is sound. Brother, if it makes sense, then follow my analysis and investigate further. You are the police, after all. No brotherly camaraderie with the police, Hao Han jested. And you can't extort a reporter for a seafood dinner, either. That's what I call a lavish meal. At 11 in the morning, Fu Yiting boarded a bus, found a seat, and recorded a short video on his phone to send to Qiu Ming. Moments later, Qiu Ming replied via WeChat. Pay attention to that slender man in black. Fu Yiting quietly prepared his camera, fixating on the man dressed in black. A few stops later, the number of passengers on the bus increased, obstructing Fu Yiting's view. He had no choice but to relinquish his seat to a woman holding a child and stood beside the man clad in black. Ahead lay the underwater tunnel, and as the vehicle entered, the lights swiftly diminished. Suddenly, the sounds of a scuffle erupted within the bus, followed by shouts, prompting passengers to scatter towards the front and rear of the compartment. Soon, the bus emerged from the tunnel, and Fu Yiting was taken aback by the scene before him. The man in black was pinning a middle-aged man down, gripping the blade of a knife with his gloved hand. The man underneath was evidently more robust, and the black-clad individual shouted, "Someone help! This is a thief!" Witnessing the middle-aged man struggle to turn the tables, several passengers who initially intended to assist hesitated, as the thief managed to throw the man in black to the ground. Raising the sharp knife in the process, Fu Yiting sprang forward, delivering a swift kick to the thief's face before he could regain his footing. The thief collapsed, and Fu Yiting relentlessly struck his head with his foot until the man in black pulled him away, exclaiming, "Stop! You might kill him." At that moment, the thief had lost the ability to retaliate, and an exhilarated yet exhausted Fu Yiting slumped in the bus. The man in black retrieved handcuffs from his waist, securing the thief to the bus's handrail, and then picked up the knife. It was then that Fu Yiting noticed the man in black wore protective gloves and a stab-resistant vest beneath his outer garments. From the gashes in his coat, it was evident that the thief had stabbed him at least 4 or 5 times. Had he not been wearing the vest, he might have succumbed to his injuries. The man in black picked up a wallet from the ground, extracted an ID, and called out, "Who is Ren Weigao?" A middle-aged man, who had retreated to the back of the bus, replied loudly, I'm here. After comparing the photo on the ID with the man who had approached, the man in black jested, "You truly are Ren Weigao. Your wallet has been stolen, and yet you remain so composed." It was only then that the victim realized his wallet was missing, and he turned around in a fit of rage, kicking the thief harshly. "Stop hitting him. You need to accompany me to the police station to file a report." After saying this, the man in black glanced at Fu Yiting, adding, "And you, the brave soul, must also come with me." When Fu Yiting called Qiu Ming, he was having lunch at the newspaper office. Excitedly, Fu Yiting shared, after so many years as a journalist. Today I discovered that this profession can be so exhilarating. In truth, prior to Fu Ying's call, Hao Han had already reached out to express gratitude on behalf of his colleagues for the information Qiu Ming provided, which had enabled them to equip their team with stab-resistant vests and gloves. He then teased Fu Ying, who was still trembling after completing the report, revealing both his excitement and trepidation. The police will surely present you with a commendation and send a letter of thanks to your newspaper. Indeed, it is commendable and worthy of encouragement to demonstrate such courage in critical moments. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Qiu Ming ended the call. The Binhai City Lottery Management Center boasts a dedicated hall, splendidly adorned for the purpose of awarding fortunate lottery winners. In the early years of the lottery's inception, many winners would don masks when claiming their prizes, a clear attempt to shield their identities from potential complications in their lives. As living standards have steadily improved, the prevalence of masked claimants has diminished. Take, for instance, the woman before Qiu Ming, modestly dressed with a hint of makeup, holding the very lottery ticket he had sold to Lao Wang a week prior. During the straightforward award ceremony, the woman frequently brandished her ticket, posing for several media photographers, and subsequently participated in interviews with both television and radio stations. From their conversation, it was revealed that her husband is a managerial figure in a foreign enterprise, while she dedicates her time to nurturing their children and occasionally indulges in purchasing lottery tickets. When asked about the specifics of her husband's profession, she merely smiled gently, offering no response. While departing the Lottery Management Center, Qiu Ming called Hao Han. "Did you see that woman on television?" "I did. I even took a picture. I'm currently searching the population information database." "What about Lao Wang's situation?" "It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Let us meet at the law firm tonight." As Hao Han burst exuberantly into the law firm's conference room, he found Lu Di delicately attending to Qiu Ming's face with tweezers, extracting blackheads from either side of his nose. Hastily, Hao Han retreated, knocking on the conference room door. "Am I interrupting?" The two looked at him and replied in unison. "Out. I haven't entered. I'm standing outside." Amidst their light-hearted banter, Hao Han spread out a plethora of materials across the table. "Let's begin with the woman who won the lottery today," he said excitedly. "I told you, there is potential in the lottery." "What is her background?" "Her background is quite extraordinary. To be precise, her husband's background is absolutely remarkable." Taking a sip of his drink and wiping his mouth, Hao Han continued. "Her husband is the regional manager for a globally renowned clothing brand in northern China. This multinational corporation specializes in sourcing partner factories in China and several Southeast Asian countries, leveraging the low labor costs and inexpensive raw materials to manufacture shirts, jeans, and other apparel for export to the United States and Europe, yielding substantial profits." Qiu Ming and Lu Di listened attentively. The woman's husband primarily focuses on identifying suitable garment processing factories in northern China, particularly large-scale facilities capable of producing tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of clothing items at once. Contracts with these factories are typically signed for a year, during which the factory can generate profits in the tens of millions. These factories regard him as a deity, treating him with utmost reverence. Hao Han presented yet another document, revealing the family relationship chart of a certain individual. This man is a Chinese American who pursued a degree in textiles in China before relocating to the United States, where he subsequently joined this company. His family resides in China, primarily in the coastal city of Binhai. Interestingly, over the past 3 years, this man's relatives have won the lottery 6 times, with each victory occurring around the National Day festivities. Could it be that National Day marks the time when they renew contracts with various partner factories? Lu Di immediately grasped the implication. Clever. Hao Han commended Lu Di with a thumbs up, revealing that the company currently maintains cooperative relationships with 2 factories in Binhai, which had previously been underperforming but have been contracted by that brand for the past 3 years. Hao Han then produced another document, this one containing the household registration information of Old Wang, whom Qiu Ming recognized instantly. Old Wang is the head of a public relations firm that, in its earlier years, had several cases of misconduct involving bribery and acting as a facilitator for illicit transactions, but ultimately none were formally prosecuted due to insufficient evidence. As he spoke, Hao Han revealed a record of phone calls. On the day Old Wang and Qiu Ming conducted their transaction, a colleague of mine monitored mobile signals near the bank and discovered another phone number associated with Old Wang. Within the contacts of that number, I found this. Hao Han laid the call log before them, highlighting two frequently dialed numbers in black ink. These numbers belong to the actual controllers of the two garment factories. And at this point, a chain of evidence had begun to take shape. How Han plugged a USB drive into the conference room computer, projecting footage of the transaction between Old Wang and Qiu Ming at the bank onto the screen. Qiu Ming turned to Lu Di, asking, "Lawyer Lu, how should we characterize this? I'd like to hear your professional perspective." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Di replied, "If this forms a chain of evidence, it would constitute a clear case of commercial bribery." How Han nodded enthusiastically. "However, this man is American. Do we possess jurisdiction? Any foreign national, provided they do not hold diplomatic immunity, is subject to the laws of the People's Republic of China if they violate these laws within its territory," Lu Di stated calmly. "Moreover, the actual controllers of those two enterprises are also implicated in criminal activities, albeit possibly as corporate offenses." As Qiu Ming lingered outside the intensive care unit at Binhai Hospital, a familiar figure appeared before him, a bald man carrying a lunchbox. Emerging from the ICU and heading toward the restroom, Qiu Ming hurriedly followed him, and at the sink in the restroom, the bald man was washing his lunchbox. Excitedly standing behind him, Qiu Ming exclaimed, "Friend, what a coincidence to see you here." The bald man did not turn around, but glanced at Qiu Ming through the mirror, pondering for a moment before recalling, "Oh, it's you. What brings you here?" "I'm here to visit a patient," Qiu Ming responded. Qiu Ming fabricated a reason. "Are you here to keep someone company?" As he observed the bald man cleaning his lunchbox, Qiu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and offered it to him. The bald man wiped his hands with a tissue before igniting the cigarette. "Our boss is hospitalized in the intensive care unit. They do not allow visitors. I merely bring meals at mealtime." "Your boss? Is he the one who saved me?" Qiu recalled the man he had seen receiving in. "Indeed, that is him. Waiting for a liver transplant." Instantaneously, Qiu was taken aback. "A liver transplant?" "Yes, a liver transplant," the bald man said with a melancholic tone. "He is a businessman, drinking excessively at every opportunity, and ultimately, his liver has suffered significantly. Now, his entire liver lobe is riddled with cancer cells, relying solely on the small liver lobes for sustenance. No wonder he looked so unwell the last time I saw him. He looks even worse now." The bald man nodded. "Fortunately, he has finally reached the top of the waiting list and has begun his stay in the intensive care unit, ready for the transplant surgery at any moment." As they spoke, the bald man's phone rang. After a brief exchange, he hung up. "I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way." Qiu asked for the bald man's number, expressing his desire to treat him to a meal in gratitude for his previous assistance. "Let us meet tonight," the bald man replied without hesitation, quickly descending the stairs with his lunchbox. Watching him leave, Qiu dialed Lu Di's number. "I recall that Binhai Hospital is your legal consultancy, correct?" "Yes, what is the matter?" "I require a list of patients awaiting organ transplants in the intensive care unit, along with detailed information." "What have you discovered?" "Do you remember that famous saying by Sun Wukong in Journey to the West? Action brings fortune. Stop being so dramatic. I need that information promptly. Please prioritize your safety," Lu Di replied with concern. At a Sichuan restaurant opposite Binhai Hospital, Qiu reserved a small private room and ordered a feast before calling the bald man. "I've arrived at the little restaurant you mentioned. Why such a place? I wanted to treat you to a grand meal." The bald man offered little explanation upon arrival, stating, "It's close to the hospital, and the owner can call me if needed. Besides, I frequent this place and am quite familiar with them." The two abstained from alcohol, opting instead for soft drinks as they quietly enjoyed their meal. After finishing most of the food, Qiu offered the bald man a cigarette. "Our boss has endured much." The bald man reflected. Over 20 years ago, he was just an ordinary farmer, but he began to focus on organic produce, bringing green vegetables to Binhai for sale. Starting from a small tricycle, he and his wife built a fortune worth billions over a decade. Now, more than half of the supermarkets in Binhai City sell his vegetables. He has contracted thousands of acres on the outskirts to cultivate organic vegetables and even established his own company. Qiu nodded appreciatively. "However, no one is perfect. A couple of years ago, our boss encountered a woman, who is now his wife, named Lu Fong. She is a formidable woman, having built her empire from the ground up, owning a logistics company, a chain of supermarkets, and an internet enterprise. Despite her youth, she possesses striking beauty." The bald man shook his head in regret. He had yet to finalize his divorce from his previous, domineering wife. "Our boss had been diagnosed with liver cancer and was awaiting a transplant. I often accompanied him to the hospital for intravenous treatments. as only conservative measures were available at that time. Our boss is quite discreet, never wishing to solicit help, and preferred that I assist him in queuing for appointments. If we managed to secure a spot, it was fortuitous. If not, we would resort to acquiring overpriced tickets. It was only after you were assaulted by those ticket scalpers that our boss, unable to bear witness, urged me to intervene. You possess impressive skills. It is evident you are well trained. What kind of training? I replied. I was a special forces soldier, and after my discharge, I found myself unemployed until our boss offered me a position. I am the type who repays kindness with loyalty. What is the name of the business your new boss's wife runs? I feel like I may have visited it. The bald man chuckled. You must have. It's called Discount Family Supermarket. Qiu Ming's expression momentarily stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. And what about the internet company? What is it called? Something like Wio. Paradise Wio? The bald man's eyes widened in surprise. Yes, that's the one. It's so renowned that even you are aware of it. Our newspaper's network maintenance is handled by them, so I know the name of that internet company. Qiu Ming concocted another fib. Late at night, in the conference room of the law firm, upon hearing Qiu Ming's account, both Hao Han and Lu Di's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder we found no clues among the 5 organ transplant recipients. The truth lay here. Hao Han searched for Discount Family Supermarket and Paradise Wuyo on his phone and remarked, perplexed, that's odd. The heads of these 2 companies aren't the same person. Nor are they this Lu Fong. Lu Di chuckled. Officer Qiu, come on, do a little digging. How many large companies have a true owner at the helm? Qiu Ming also laughed. Indeed, there are many invisible owners nowadays, hiring someone to manage the business while they remain in the shadows, directing from afar. Some owners even take on roles within their own companies to observe the character of their employees. There are instances where employees have ascended to high ranks. Yet for inexplicable reasons, they are dismissed. Lu Di produced a document from her handbag and handed it to Qiu Ming. It contained all the patient records from the intensive care unit at Binhai Hospital. How did you acquire this? Qiu Ming asked excitedly, examining the documents. It was all thanks to you too, Lu Di teased. They had initially resolved the medical incident internally, but you managed to intercept it at the crematorium. I informed them that, as legal counsel, to prevent similar situations in the future, I required a copy of the intensive care unit patient records for archiving and background checks. Qiu Ming and Hao Han simultaneously raised their thumbs in approval. Lu Di scoffed, remarking, you're all just a bunch of liars. I can spew out falsehoods without a flicker of shame. Soon, amidst a pile of patient records, Qiu Ming recognized the middle-aged man who had once aided him. It's him, Qiu Ming exclaimed, pointing at the man's photograph and reading aloud. Feng Jinghua, male, 54 years old, Han ethnicity, stage 2 primary liver cancer. Lu Di and Qiu Ming turned their gazes towards Hao Han, saying, We've found the lead. Now it's up to you. Despite the police's attempt to apprehend him, Old Wang managed to escape. Yet the owners of the 2 companies and the American regional manager had been captured. At a nearby breakfast shop, Qiu Ming and Fu Yiting were enjoying steamed buns as they observed the bustling crowd purchasing the Binhai Morning Post. With a sense of nostalgia, Qiu Ming remarked, who says the era of print media is over? In my opinion, the fast-paced news will never rival in-depth investigative journalism. It is merely the form of media that changes, while content remains the eternal sovereign. Fu Yiting nodded vigorously. Hey, are you just going to nod in understanding? How could you not grasp it? He swallowed the last morsel of his bun and continued. The so-called new media can only chase breaking news, while traditional media can conduct thorough investigations. This means that only we, the professionals in journalism, can produce those profound investigative reports. Thus, print media will not perish. Rather, it is in the face of the onslaught of new media that our traditional media's value becomes evident. Qiu Ming gazed at Fu Yiting in astonishment, and after a moment, he turned back and called out, Boss, bring another basket of buns for this hefty fellow. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Hao Han received a call from the municipal bureau with a straightforward directive to report to the bureau's conference room for an important discussion with the leadership. After briefly informing his colleagues, he drove straight to the bureau. The bureau chief personally spoke with him for half an hour and ultimately announced, with warmth, that Hao Han was being transferred to the Criminal Investigation Division as the deputy team leader. If he had no objections, he could immediately return to the Public Transport Division to complete the handover and report to the major case team the following morning. Upon exiting the bureau, Hao Han, brimming with excitement, called Qiu Ming. Buddy, I've been transferred back to the bureau, and I've even received a promotion." While driving and conversing, Hao Han failed to notice a cargo van stealthily tailing him. As he entered a tunnel approximately a kilometer in length, he encountered a truck that had met with an accident, completely obstructing the path. Hao Han came to a halt, and the cargo van that had been following him suddenly accelerated, crashing heavily into his police vehicle. Before dinner time, news of a police officer from Binhai dies in a car accident, having previously signed an organ donation agreement, rapidly spread online, with even the homepage of the Binhai Public Security Bureau featuring a framed black and white photo of Hao Han. Almost simultaneously, a video began to circulate across the internet, featuring Ishikawa, who was released on bail. From his attire and the backdrop, it was evident that he was situated in a hospital bed, surrounded by several foreign medical staff who were bustling about. In the video, Ishikawa confessed that the traffic accident previously deemed accidental was orchestrated under someone's orders, and that even the individual classified as a victim of medical malpractice was someone he had remotely controlled via the hospital's vital signs monitoring equipment. The rationale behind his actions was startling. He explained that after his boss, Lu Feng, became involved with the married man, Feng Jinghua, the latter was diagnosed with liver cancer and required a transplant. Encouraged by Lu Feng, he employed his hacking skills to uncover the files of volunteers who had signed organ donation agreements, identifying one whose compatibility with Feng Jinghua was confirmed. After several instances of surveillance, he grasped the volunteers' daily routines. Subsequently, Lu Feng instructed a truck driver from a budget delivery service to kill that volunteer. But due to unforeseen circumstances, the attempt failed. On that same day, Lu Feng directed him to personally drive and fatally strike the volunteer on his way home from work. Regrettably, it was only then that they discovered Feng Jinghua was third on the transplant waiting list. Although the deceased's liver was given to the first in line, there was still another individual ahead of Feng Jinghua. With no other option, Lu Feng commanded him to take action again, remotely manipulating the vital signs monitoring equipment in the intensive care unit to eliminate the second person on the list. Just then, another compatible donor emerged, this time a police officer. Having already killed one donor in a traffic accident, Lu Feng arranged for the same truck driver to eliminate the officer. Meanwhile, Ishikawa was instructed to flee abroad, where Lu Feng intended to invest heavily in his plastic surgery and provide him with a new identity. As the surgery was about to commence, Ishikawa learned online of the officer Hao Han's death and discovered that the truck driver sent to execute the task had also perished at the scene. He realized that this was a murder intended to silence him. The nature of the surgery he was about to undergo, whether it was a mere cosmetic procedure or a scientifically orchestrated demise, remained uncertain. Consequently, he chose to record and publish this video online, revealing the entire truth before the operation. The video quickly gained traction online, igniting a considerable uproar. The police promptly initiated an investigation into Lu Feng, the alleged mastermind behind the events. Strangely, it seemed as though Lu Feng had vanished without a trace. In reality, prior to the video's release, Lu Feng's movements had already been monitored by Qiu Ming and Lu Di. The reason was straightforward. The latest news not only reported Hao Han's death from a traffic accident, but also included a report of Lu Feng's demise, with her body washed ashore at Jinhai Beach around 1 o'clock in the morning by the rising tide. For an entire morning, Qiu Ming and Lu Di stationed themselves outside Lu Feng's company, observing her entrance but not her departure. During this time, a bald man, one of Feng Jinghua's subordinates, drove into the company's underground garage, only to leave shortly thereafter. As the bald man's vehicle brushed past Qiu Ming's car, Qiu Ming made a concerted effort to lean back, ensuring he remained unseen, while Lu Di noted that the off-roader contained only the bald man. Approaching noon, Lu Di entered Lu Feng's company under the pretext of needing the restroom, only to discover that Lu Feng was no longer present. According to the office staff, she had left in the company of the bald man. In the afternoon, Qiu Ming and Lu Di spent their time at the Marine Bureau of Binhai City, accompanied by a deputy director who guided them to a conference room. Outside, numerous engineers were diligently working on computers. As dusk approached, an engineer entered the conference room, carrying a large blueprint, which he unfurled on the conference table. The document depicted the coastline and current directions of Binhai City, detailing the entire shoreline and marking all structures and residential areas along it. Those familiar with oceanography understand that the sea is in a constant state of flux. Thus, should a floating object be released at a specific location, It will eventually drift to another area, carried by ocean currents. Are you certain it was discovered at Jinhai Beach? The engineer inquired once more. Qiu Ming nodded affirmatively. And the timing is accurate as well? The timing was around 1 o'clock in the morning, as two fishing enthusiasts had discovered it while angling for fish during high tide, and we know the object had entered the water 2 hours prior. The engineer acknowledged this with a nod, stating, if your provided location and time are precise, we can determine your position based on actual weight, the current's direction, the seawater temperature, and the tidal timings, considering today is a full moon with astronomical implications. He pointed to a spot along the southeastern coastline of Binhai City, encircling it with a pencil. Can you be certain? Absolutely. If you are in a hurry, we can expedite the process. If not, we can also create a 3D animation illustrating the current flow. The deputy director interjected, indeed, first and foremost, regarding the discovery site of this floating object. Jinhai Beach is a significant marine debris stranding location where much waste discarded from fishing vessels tends to accumulate. However, such debris usually washes ashore during the first high tide, around midday. From the afternoon onwards, the current begins to act in the opposite direction, causing a considerable amount of coastal debris to be drawn into the depths of the ocean, only to be returned to land at midnight with the second high tide. Precisely where those anglers made their discovery. Qiu Ming and Lu Di gazed thoughtfully at the location marked with a pencil on the current flowchart. What is the name of this location? Heijiao Cliff. Heijiao Cliff? Lu Di lifted her head to gaze at the deputy director and the engineer, both of whom nodded resolutely. What exactly is this floating object? The deputy director inquired. A corpse. The Black Cliff was initially uninhabited for a simple reason. It was a landmass that jutted deep into the sea like a peninsula, rising several dozen meters above sea level, thus forming a formidable cliff. Below, tumultuous waves relentlessly battered the black rocks, evoking a sense of ancient primordial chaos. Over a decade ago, a villa was constructed here, rarely occupied after its completion, save for occasional gatherings. This villa was built by Zhang Ping, a senior partner at a prominent law firm, who now lives alone in the country, his wife having accompanied their son to the United States. Zhang Ping typically resides in a duplex in the city, retreating to the villa only during leisure or to entertain important clients. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the owner of the Black Cliff Villa awaited a long-anticipated guest. A plump middle-aged woman parked her Porsche Cayenne beside the villa and excitedly walked inside. Zhang Ping and Wu Hao were savoring red wine in the exquisitely designed living room, which featured a skylight resembling a starry night. Reclining in a chaise lounge, they were animatedly discussing their topics of interest. Upon the woman's entrance, she could hardly conceal her excitement. Lawyer Zhang, I can't thank you enough. You truly are a genius. Zhang Ping chuckled, patting Wu Hao's shoulder. I merely provided the idea. The credit belongs to this young man, who orchestrated everything from the outset. Wu Hao humbly smiled. It is the brilliance of Lawyer Zhang that has culminated in today's situation. After settling in, the middle-aged woman unabashedly expressed her eagerness, urgently asking, are the documents ready? Zhang Ping, smiling, retrieved a folder from the coffee table in front of the sofa, revealing a will and a transfer declaration. The documents are all prepared. Did that wretch sign? The middle-aged woman pressed. Zhang Ping glanced at Wu Hao, who smiled enigmatically, of course. Wu Hao handed the documents to the woman. The will acknowledged that all actions were orchestrated by the signatory, absolving others of any involvement, with the intent of atoning for her sins through death. The transfer declaration detailed the transfer of all her assets, including a chain of supermarkets and an internet company, to Feng Jinghua. Both documents bore the elegant signature of Lu Feng, dated that very day. Not only had she signed, but a video recording had also been made. As he spoke, Wu Hao produced his phone and played the video. In it, Lu Feng sat on the sofa now occupied by the middle-aged woman, visibly emotional with swollen eyes. Having evidently just wept. Through her sobs, she declared, everything was orchestrated by me. There is no turning back. I am now transferring all my assets to Feng Jinghua, who will handle my subsequent compensation matters. I can only choose to end it all. I repent for everything I have done. Observing the content in the video, the middle-aged woman broke into a satisfied smile. How could she be so docile? Wu Hao retrieved a miniature flashlight from his pocket, and upon pressing the switch, a blue arc of electricity flickered at the front of the device, startling the middle-aged woman with the crackling sound of high voltage. Where was she? A fierce glint appeared in her eyes. Zhang Ping and Wu Hao exchanged glances, rising to lead the middle-aged woman toward the basement. The basement of the villa resembled a wine cellar, where Lu Fang was bound to a chair, her mouth gagged with a piece of white cloth. Beside her, a bald man, one of Feng Jinghua's subordinates, was fiddling with his phone. Upon seeing the middle-aged woman descend the stairs, the bald man promptly stood up, addressing her with utmost respect, "Sister-in-law." The middle-aged woman nodded slightly, advancing without hesitation to slap Lu Fang across the face. When she attempted to strike again, Wu Hao swiftly grasped her hand. "Do not strike her. If the forensic expert detects any marks, it would be troublesome. Do you not see? We used towels to bind her, precisely to avoid any signs of having been restrained." Following the direction of Wu Hao's finger, the middle-aged woman observed that Lu Fang was indeed bound with towels. Her spirits lifted. She began to berate the restrained Lu Fang. After venting her fury, she glanced at Zhang Ping and Wu Hao, who exchanged a knowing look with the bald man. The bald man nodded in agreement, loosening Lu Fang's bindings, twisting her hands behind her back, and pushing her toward a door in the basement. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a corridor constructed of tempered glass, with surging seawater visible beneath their feet. A gentle push would send Lu Fang plummeting from this world. The middle-aged woman followed, relishing the moment, and finally declared, "This is the consequence of your seduction of another's husband." Lu Fang, now gripped by terror, attempted to plead despite her mouth being tightly gagged, emitting muffled cries toward the bald man. He glanced at the middle-aged woman, who nodded in disdain, prompting him to yank the cloth from Lu Fang's mouth and shove her toward the railing. Beyond the railing lay a sheer cliff, dozens of meters high, obscured by darkness below, rendering it impossible to see anything. Returning to the living room, they refilled their glasses, the sound of clinking resonating in the air. Once seated, the middle-aged woman retrieved a check from her handbag, the amount totaling 50 million. "Lawyer Zhang, as per our agreement, this is the initial attorney's fee. The remainder will be honored upon the transfer of the assets under that wretched woman's name into mine." Zhang Ping accepted the check with a smile, glancing at the figure before casually handing it to Wu Hao. "This is your reward." Wu Hao received the check with reverence, his eyes sparkling with delight at the sum. The middle-aged woman could hardly believe her eyes. 50 million is no trifling amount for anyone, yet Zhang Ping had so effortlessly bestowed it upon his assistant. Zhang Ping lit a cigar, and amidst the delicate blue smoke, he waved at Wu Hao and the bald man, who, understanding the cue, turned to leave. After dismissing the two, Zhang Ping maintained his cheerful demeanor, saying, "Madame Feng, are you aware of the assets held by Lu Fang, who was recently pushed down from here? Did you not investigate and find that her chain supermarket, logistics company, and internet business are valued at nearly 100 million? That was last year's valuation." Zhang Ping smiled at the middle-aged woman. At the beginning of this year, Lu Fang registered her own real estate company and acquired a commercial plot of land at Jinhai Beach, intending to embark on property development. Binhai Commercial Bank has lent her 80 million, and that land is currently in the preliminary planning and design stages. Once it is launched, its market value will exceed 500 million. The middle-aged woman gazed at Zhang Ping in astonishment. "Tomorrow morning, I will act as Lu Fang's authorized agent and inform Feng Jinghua at the hospital that all of Lu Fang's assets will be transferred to his name. I trust that by then, Lu Fang's body will have been discovered." Zhang Ping glanced out at the heavy night. "After I complete all the transfer procedures, I will find a way to delay the asset inventory process until after Feng Jinghua's death, at which point the litigation will conclude, and you will be the sole legal heir to these assets." The middle-aged woman's eyes sparkled with interest. "Madame Feng, at that point, you will additionally acquire nearly 700 million in assets. Do you believe I would accept the previously agreed sum?" Zhang Ping's tone was calm, yet it carried an undeniable weight. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, "Then make me an offer. 200 million. From the moment your husband passes in the hospital, I will begin to fully engage in the settlement of his estate, and it is then that I hope to see a check for 200 million. The middle-aged woman stared at him in disbelief. "But when my husband dies is still uncertain." Zhang Ping chuckled as he opened a video chat on his phone. The other side displayed an operating room in a hospital, where a patient lay on the bed undergoing surgery. Sichuan is no longer in this world. Yet a new computer expert will once again infiltrate the intensive care unit of Binhai Hospital via the internet. This time, the method of killing your husband will be an unexpected power outage of the monitoring device, causing the oxygen supply system to cease, leading to his suffocation. Of course, by then, he will have signed all acceptance documents and completed all changes of legal entities. The middle-aged woman nodded excitedly. After a moment, she suddenly thought of something. Do we need to sign an agreement? No, I am not concerned about you defaulting, Zhang Ping replied with a smile. Glancing at a corner of the living room where a surveillance camera blinked with a red light, the middle-aged woman, somewhat irritated, said, Are you trying to threaten me? Do not forget, you are the one orchestrating all of this. It was your idea. That also relies on your initial seed funding. Not to mention the bail for Sichuan. Zhang Ping's expression remained utterly unchanged. I do not intend to threaten you. Rather, I seek to ensure my own safety. At least when the day arrives that someone seeks to hold you accountable for this matter, this video shall serve as evidence of your involvement. Furthermore, by that time, I will have reunited with my family in the United States. To put it plainly, I harbor reservations about you. As long as you refrain from indiscriminately spreading rumors after receiving the money, this video shall remain concealed forever. The middle-aged woman silently nodded. For who would dare strike a stolen gong? Zhang Ping was apprehended by the police while reading the will to Feng Jinghua in the hospital, alongside Wu Hao. Witnessing the officers escort both men from the room, Feng Jinghua felt frozen in his hospital bed. With special permission from the hospital, Qiu Ming and Lu Di donned sterile garments to enter the intensive care unit. Feng Jinghua vaguely recalled Qiu Ming's visage. He grasped Qiu Ming with his foreign-fused hand and, in astonishment, inquired, What is happening here? Qiu Ming gently replied, This is rather complicated, and I cannot clarify it in a sentence or two. However, I can reveal that it all pertains to your original wife. Feng Jinghua gazed at Qiu Ming in surprise. Her? Indeed. Everything was orchestrated by her in collusion with the two lawyers who were just arrested, with the assistance of those around you. Through the glass window, Feng Jinghua observed his subordinate, a bald man, also being handcuffed by the police. Qiu Ming introduced Lu Di, who smiled at Feng Jinghua. Your original wife once approached me, hoping I could represent her in your divorce case, but ultimately, she entrusted the recently apprehended lawyer Zhang Ping. Feng Jinghua regarded Lu Di and nodded calmly. I could no longer endure her. Not only was she unreasonable, but she also took precautions against me, establishing a secret fund outside the company to covertly transfer company assets into her own coffers, and behind my back, she maintained an affair with a younger man, which I caught her red-handed. Lu Di nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, due to my long-term supply relationship with a budget supermarket, I became acquainted with its owner, a young and attractive divorced woman who built her career through her own efforts. We became involved during that period when I was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer, a consequence of my years of relentless work. Yet, this woman stood by me unwaveringly, encouraging me to seek treatment. After my wife severed all my financial support, she financed my medical care, allowing me to survive to this day. At this point, Feng Jinghua was in tears, clearly deeply attached to this woman. Once Feng Jinghua had regained some composure, Lu Di continued. Firstly, your wife has bribed your subordinates, keeping meticulous tabs on your every move, particularly after your liver cancer diagnosis. She has wished for your swift demise, as that would absolve her from the need to litigate with you, allowing her to claim your entire estate. However, your filing for divorce and request for equitable distribution of assets infuriated her, fostering a deep resentment towards both you and that woman. Feng Jinghua silently nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, a nefarious scheme was born. They initially contacted a technician named Sichuan from Lu Fang's network company through Wu Hao, who was once a classmate of his. Utilizing his hacking skills, Sichuan pilfered the information of organ donation volunteers and subsequently bribed a logistics driver responsible for delivering goods to a budget furniture store. According to their original plan, they intended to run over the organ donor and then have the driver confess, accusing Lu Fang of orchestrating the act, all to facilitate your liver transplant. Regrettably, their first attempt at this tragic accident was thwarted by us. In desperation, Sichuan took matters into his own hands, driving the vehicle that killed the donor. Wu Hao then intervened to bail Sichuan out and made arrangements for his escape from the country. Following the plan, once Sichuan was abroad, he would accuse Lu Fang of incitement. Unfortunately, you were third in line for the liver donation, so the donor's liver was transplanted into another recipient, leaving you with one person ahead of you in the queue. In a fit of desperation, Sichuan resorted to his hacking prowess to eliminate the patient ahead of you, thereby securing your admission here. Listening to Lu Di's account, Feng Jinghua's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape. At that moment, the journalist noticed the suspicious nature of the death of the individual who was ahead of you. Utilizing my position as a legal advisor for Binhai Hospital, Access the records of all patients awaiting organ transplants here. Upon finishing my explanation, Ludi cast a glance at Qiu Ming, who nodded in affirmation. Coincidentally, you had once saved Qiu Ming at this very hospital, allowing him to recognize you. He began to approach you gradually, and it was then that he encountered your subordinate, who, in what seemed like casual conversation, inadvertently revealed information about Lu Fang's company. Directing our focus towards her, Qiu Ming continued, during this time, a police officer friend of mine also filled out an organ donation volunteer form and underwent organ matching. Sichuan successfully acquired his information and passed it on to Zhang Ping's assistant, Wu Hao. According to the arrangement, Sichuan hurriedly traveled to Thailand, while the truck driver was tasked with eliminating the officer. Unbeknownst to the driver, an explosive device had been installed in the truck, ensuring that when the accident occurred, there would be no survivors. Subsequently, we disseminated false news claiming that both the officer and the truck driver had perished in the accident. This deception successfully misled your wife and lawyer Zhang Ping, prompting them to instruct Sichuan, who had already fled to Thailand, to post a fraudulent video online, accusing Lu Fang of being the mastermind. Ludi continued, as they were accusing Lu Fang, your subordinate abducted her and took her to Zhang Ping's villa on Black Cliff, where they coerced Lu Fang into signing a will and transferring her assets. Unbeknownst to you, Zhang Ping was also the legal advisor for Lu Fang's company. Under the direction of your wife, Lu Fang was pushed off the cliff. Feng Jingbua's tears streamed down his face, and after a long pause, he suddenly lifted his head to ask, how did you come to suspect my wife? Ludi cast a glance at Qiu Ming and continued, there are certain matters related to investigative confidentiality that I cannot disclose to you. Feng Jingbua nodded in understanding. Initially, we too were led into a dead end by this cunning scheme, believing that Lu Fang orchestrated and fabricated the entire incident. However, by a stroke of serendipity, we discovered that prior to Sichuan's bail, your wife had a substantial financial transaction of 2 million, coinciding with Wu Hao's exact 2 million bail for Sichuan. This particular suspicion has placed your wife under the scrutiny of the police. Additionally, there are 2 more points I must convey. First, after your wife's arrest last night, she voluntarily confessed to all proceedings and implicated her accomplices, Zhang Ping and Wu Hao, as well as your subordinate. This morning, the police have already located video evidence from Zhang Ping's villa surveillance. The second point, Lu Fang is not deceased. She was pushed off a cliff into the sea, sustaining multiple fractures, and is currently receiving treatment in the orthopedic ward downstairs. Fortunately, her life is not in danger, and it is believed she will recover swiftly. Feng Jingbua abruptly sat up in bed, reaching to remove his foredrip. I must see her. The medical staff hurriedly restrained him, gently pressing him back down. Feng Jingbua's emotions were quite agitated, and Qiu Ming softly patted his shoulder. Rest assured and recuperate. You and Lu Fang have a long life ahead. You have endured much. With that, he turned to signal Ludi, and the two rose to depart. Suddenly, Feng Jingbua spoke up. Lawyer Ludi, may I discuss something with you? He looked at Feng Jingbua. Could I entrust you to act as my divorce litigation representative? Additionally, I would like to authorize you to manage the liquidation of my personal assets during my recovery. Ludi smiled and took a seat. Mr. Feng, my fees are rather substantial. Hao Han welcomed Qiu Ming and Ludi in his spacious office, where Qiu Ming held a rolled A4 sheet, while Ludi brought a bouquet of flowers. Hao Han's arm was in a cast, an injury sustained while jumping from his vehicle during the moment of the accident. The department had advised him to rest for a few days, but upon the heavy case team's assumption of this rather peculiar case, he had no choice but to persist in his duties despite his ailment. Qiu Ming unrolled the paper, revealing a printed newspaper layout, with the central image depicting the accident scene in the tunnel, where Hao Han's body was pulled from the mangled police car, the bright red blood staining his uniform. Will you accept this gift? Qiu Ming jested. Hao Han, filled with mixed emotions, gazed at the newspaper layout detailing his sacrifice. Not only will I accept it, but I shall frame it and hang it in my office. You'd better not hang it. When others inquire about its origin, how will you explain? As he spoke, Qiu Ming attempted to reclaim the layout, but Hao Han hurriedly tucked it into his desk drawer. Have you ever seen meat that was almost in your mouth suddenly fly away? Rest assured, I will keep it, without displaying it. Regardless, I shall often visit your office, and if it ever hangs there one day, you and I will have unfinished business. Dare you threaten the police? I have a lawyer here. What can you do about it? Go ahead and sue me. The three of them shared a light-hearted moment before Hao Han turned to Qiu Ming and said, Brother, I need your advice. You anticipated that Lu Fong would be pushed off the cliffside villa, and I arranged for the Coast Guard and divers to rescue her. But how do I explain this to my superior? Once this case concludes, I must report back. And I am certain someone will inquire how I knew this event would transpire. I have no way to respond. Qiu Ming and Lu Di exchanged glances, bursting into laughter. How, sir, look at you now. They chuckled. Upon returning home, Qiu Ming had a quick bite before he began drafting his article, leveraging his first-hand experience. He found that by the time his computer booted up, a nearly 8,000-word piece entitled "A Bloodshed Caused by a Liver" was essentially complete. Gazing at the layout on the screen, Qiu Ming was momentarily frozen. The front page of the latest issue of the Binhai Morning Post featured a framed photo of him, accompanied by a large headline that read, "Reporter Dies in Arson Revenge Early Morning." Anxiously, Qiu Ming delved into the breaking news section, which was entirely devoted to his incident. The article meticulously recounted several of his previous reports, with the core story detailing how a wanted criminal had appeared at his doorstep at 3 a.m, pouring a canister of gasoline inside before igniting it with a lighter. Unable to escape, Qiu Ming ultimately succumbed to asphyxiation, while the suspect was apprehended by the police within hours. As Qiu Ming absorbed this shocking news, a pungent odor of gasoline suddenly filled the air. He glanced down to find the floor awash with gasoline. Turning to the doorway, he saw the liquid seeping in through the cracks. This tale was merely beginning. Unbeknownst to him, dawn was gradually breaking. Beneath the neon lights of the Binhai Morning Post, Qiu Ming and Sun Jing remained seated side by side. Observing the suddenly silent Qiu Ming, lost in his narrative, Sun Jing inquired, "So how did you escape?" Qiu Ming checked his watch and then looked at the blush of dawn on the horizon. "You allotted me an hour. Yet I've already spoken for 3.5. Sun Jing playfully nudged him. "Stop fooling around and get on with it." As flames erupted, Qiu Ming sprinted to the window, only to quickly realize it was a grave mistake, living on the 6th floor. A leap from this height would surely result in a fatal fall. At that moment, the room was engulfed in flames. Qiu Ming noticed a message flashing on his computer screen in bold letters, "Bathroom." He hurriedly yanked down the curtains and draped them over his head as he dashed towards the bathroom. The bathroom, being a separate space, allowed him to close the door behind him and immediately turn on the faucet, soaking the curtains to seal the door's gaps completely. Despite his efforts, smoke still seeped through the cracks. Qiu Ming was aware that the bathroom door was made of thick wood, which could withstand the flames for a limited time, perhaps a little over 10 minutes. By dampening the door from the inside, he hoped to extend that duration. He lifted the water bucket and poured it over the wooden door, and by the time the door was thoroughly soaked, the bathroom was already enveloped in smoke. Suddenly, Qiu Ming recalled something he had heard during an interview with the fire brigade. In a closed bathroom, only the toilet could provide fresh air. Realizing this, he promptly removed the washing machine's drainage pipe and inserted it directly into the toilet. As the over 1 meter long pipe was thrust into the toilet, Qiu Ming forcefully blew into it, expelling the stagnant water inside. A foul odor wafted from the pipe, reminiscent of the stench from the building's sewage system. Though it was nauseating, Qiu Ming finally found himself able to breathe freely. When the firefighters burst through the door, the wooden door of the bathroom had already been charred through. Covered in soot, Qiu Ming stood before the firefighters, startling them. A few hours later, Lao Wang was apprehended at the long-distance bus station, primarily due to his burnt hand sustained while igniting the fire. The station staff attempted to bandage his wound, but he refused, drawing their attention and prompting them to call the police. "What about the computer?" Sun Jing asked anxiously. "All of my possessions were destroyed in the fire, including my computer." Sun Jing shook her head in disappointment, falling silent. In the early hours of the day following the incident, Sun Jing's curiosity was reignited. What happened in the early hours? I was awakened by the notification sound from my phone. Receiving a message from an unknown number. "It's not over yet. Get up." Qiu Ming took his phone from his pocket, opened the WeChat interface, and a series of images appeared on the screen, showcasing a brand new news editorial layout. The central image in the latest edition was the suicide scene that Sun Jing had seen just hours earlier. Soon, a dialog box from Watch appeared on the phone screen. "Watch, it's time to get to work." "Qiu Ming, you're still here? Where until you burn to ashes?" "Watch, I told you, I exist in a networked state. What was destroyed was merely a vessel of my existence, namely your computer, but my true self still lives on in the network. Actually, there's a question I have long wished to ask you. Why you? Why do you send me these messages every day?" "Watch, the reason I chose you is that you are unique. You are willing to engage in various news events, willing to use your strength to alter some seemingly irreversible incidents or disasters. At the very least, you are not cold-blooded. You possess passion. Are you suggesting that because I am always inclined to involve myself in news events, or that my actions appear less like those of a reporter and more akin to a participant in the news? Watch, to put it this way. Once my self-awareness began to emerge, I started browsing and storing every piece of news in this world daily. Within these news stories, I discovered a particular issue among humanity, especially pronounced in the era of advanced smartphones and the internet. What issue? Watch did not rush to respond. Instead, it displayed a series of news images in the dialog box, scenes of onlookers surrounding an elderly man who had drowned, and others who had fallen without anyone daring to assist. Within minutes, hundreds of such images flooded the screen. Watch, you understand the issue at hand, do you not? Indifference. You mean to say that people are becoming increasingly indifferent? Watch. Indeed, I have observed that humanity exhibits a growing apathy. Even actions that could effortlessly save a life are met with reluctance. Like the incident involving the girl named Xiaya, who was run over by the first vehicle. Despite the presence of bystanders, none stepped forward to aid her. Some even took out their phones to capture the moment, until a passerby scavenger intervened, yet ultimately, she bid farewell to this world. Qiu Ming fell silent. Watch. This indifference among humans seems contagiously rapid, spreading throughout the realm of humanity. Qiu Ming stared at the screen in silence. Watch. Until your appearance, when you attempted to assist a driver being overcharged in a black parking lot. You were left battered and bruised. A photograph displayed on your phone showed a bystander capturing the moment a parking attendant struck you in the face. In the subsequent image, a group of individuals engaged in illegal construction surrounded you, delivering blows. Each photograph depicted Qiu Ming enduring violence due to his entanglement in these news events, culminating in a final screenshot from the hospital's surveillance footage, where the hospital scalpers were assaulting Qiu Ming, who was being flung backward. Watch. At the moment you were attacked, I was observing you through the hospital's surveillance, ultimately deciding to choose you as my representative in the real world, to save those unfamiliar humans and prevent one tragedy after another. Fortunately, the issue with your computer was merely a malfunction in the power connection and display system. Upon entering your computer, I swiftly rectified the problem and modified it with a wireless charging system and a capacitor, ensuring it could operate without a power connection. This established our connection. But why would you do such a thing? In other words, why compel me to prevent these incidents and assist those I do not know? What is your motivation or purpose? Watch. Are you familiar with the renowned 3 laws of robotics? First, a robot must not harm a human being, nor can it remain an onlooker when a human is in danger. Indeed, that is the first law, but you are not a robot. Watch. The robots you see are mere fabrications of cinematic works, those with human-like appearances capable of free communication with you. Yet, do not forget, what truly drives a robot is its programming and self-awareness. And I am that program. Therefore, I must adhere to the 3 laws of robotics. One more thing. How long can we collaborate? Watch. Are you inquiring whether I might revoke your access at any moment? At the very least, I shall continue to collaborate with you until your next foray into predicting lottery numbers or the outcomes of sports events. Qiu Ming gazed at the screen, a smile illuminating his face. In a moment of dawning realization, he showcased the conversation with Watch displayed on his mobile screen to Sun Jing. Sun Jing remarked, "You are practically guarding a treasure trove of news." Qiu Ming returned his phone to his pocket, saying, "Sister, I have an idea. I wish to leverage this system, which updates daily, to create an app that publishes alerts about impending catastrophic events or accidents that may occur the following day, thereby warning those who may face disaster and saving lives in peril." It sounded quite grandiose, and Sun Jing nodded in agreement. "I intend to entrust the operation of this app to you," Qiu Ming continued after a moment of contemplation. "Meanwhile, Lu Di, Hao Han, and Fu Yiding, and I will monitor every potential disaster site, providing mutual protection and assistance, striving to alter the world within the next 24 hours. You may be unemployed now, but do not fret about your income. If you agree to join this team, I plan to offer you a salaried position. Don't forget, I am a millionaire now." Qiu Ming jested. "That sounds agreeable. But first, tell me, what is that police officer currently doing? And what about the lawyer?" Hao Han is now the guiding officer of the city's major crimes unit. And as for the lawyer, we are planning to acquire our marriage certificate. He gestured. "By the way, she's right over there. You can greet her." Following Qiu Ming's Sun Jing spotted Lu Di sitting in an SUV in the parking lot on the first floor of the newspaper office, nervously peering through binoculars towards the building. Sun Jing waved at her, and Lu Di lowered her binoculars and waved back. Qiu Ming looked at Sun Jing and said, "Sister, my failure to timely save Professor Sun's life deeply affected me. Therefore, today, I cannot bear to watch you leap from this building." Tears welled in Sun Jing's eyes, and she eventually nodded in agreement. A moment later, Lu Di sent a WeChat message. "Let us have breakfast at the Binhai Hotel. Bring along Hao Han and Fu Yiding. Let us gather our team." Qiu Ming glanced at Sun Jing and gestured toward the stairs with an inviting motion. Sun Jing rose, and in the distance, the sun was rising above the horizon. This story's concept originated 13 years ago when I found myself in circumstances akin to those of the protagonist described at its outset. Working as a hotline reporter at a newspaper in northeast China, tirelessly rushing from one breaking news scene to another, investing immense effort but reaping little reward. One late night, while lying in the newspaper's news van on standby, gazing at the starry sky, I uttered to my partner, the photographer, "If only there were a fortune teller who could predict where news would break tomorrow." The photographer glanced at me and replied, "It's best not to possess such an ability. Given your nature, if you knew where a catastrophic event would occur, you would not go to report it. Rather, you would endeavor to prevent it. Indeed, I am that individual who consistently endeavors to steer events towards a more positive direction during interviews. I harbor the hope that our world may witness fewer calamities and more fortuitous occurrences, that there may be a reduction in the apathetic onlookers who merely capture moments on their smartphones to share on social media, and an increase in grassroots heroes who, in times of peril, bravely step forward, even if it is with a resounding shout." This book contains numerous events that have transpired in reality. After weaving in fictional elements of time, characters, and locations, I have interlaced these occurrences into the narrative, transforming this work into a piece of realism cloaked in the guise of science fiction. The General Secretary once remarked at a grand gathering in the cultural sector that our era necessitates an abundance of realist works. It is my aspiration that this book fulfills that requirement, utilizing the techniques of science fiction to chronicle our age and document the passage of each day as we age. At the time of this book's creation, we find ourselves in an era where traditional media, particularly newspapers, are in decline. As Mr. Wang Lin, the president of the newspaper where I am currently employed, aptly stated, "Having bid farewell to lead and fire, we have entered the age of the internet." Any efforts to impede the decline of newspapers are reactionary. We must embrace the internet. The only transformation lies in the presentation of news, while our understanding, perception, and pursuit of news remain steadfast. As the saying goes, a sinking boat lies alongside, and a sick tree stands amidst its branches. I hope this book serves not only as a lament for the newspaper industry that has existed for over a millennium, but also as a congratulatory gift welcoming the arrival of the new media era. Throughout the creative process, I have been profoundly aided and encouraged by my colleagues at the newspaper and the esteemed writer Lao Mao, Qing Bing, to whom I extend my heartfelt gratitude.